The moment Lu Jingxiu opened his eyes, he felt his lips pressing against something soft. Before his vision fully focused, his sense of smell caught a sweet fragrance of body wash mixed with a hint of body scent. He blinked. The moment his vision cleared, he saw a straight, slender leg. Under the fair skin, faint blue veins were visible. Her ankle was slender, the calf line smoothly tapered upward, the kneecap delicate and round, and further up the skin on the inner thigh looked incredibly soft and tender. And at this moment his lips were pressed against the spot just above her knee. The touch was warm and soft with a bit of accidentally smeared saliva. Lu Jingxiu's mind went blank for a full 2 seconds. He remained in a half-crouch, his gaze following the leg upward. The hem of the sleep dress barely covered the upper thigh. Due to the posture, the skirt edge was slightly lifted, revealing a glimpse of more intimate skin and the cartoon pattern. The cotton fabric stretched tightly, the cartoon animal printed exactly on the fullest part, creating a curved outline. Lu Jingxiu. The voice came from above, calm. Lu Jingxiu abruptly looked up, seeing a girl with long loose hair sitting on the edge of the bed looking down at him from above. Her features were extremely beautiful, with cool and distant brows and eyes. The collar of her sleep dress hung loosely, revealing a small patch of fair skin below her collarbone. Her expression remained unchanged, even somewhat annoyed. "I'm not your girlfriend anymore," she said word by word, her voice completely cold. "I hope you don't act like a sore loser." Then that foot kicked out with force. Lu Jingxiu was completely knocked backward, sitting on the floor, his tailbone hitting the hardwood, causing him to grimace in pain. Before he could react, his head felt as if struck by a hammer, and countless fragments of memories flooded in overwhelmingly. He sat slumped on the floor, his pupils slightly dilated. He had transmigrated. He had crossed over to another world, possessing a man with the same name. The woman before him was named Qingqing Jr. and the ex-girlfriend of the boat's original owner. A campus beauty, so poor she ate the cheapest meal in the cafeteria, yet possessed a face that kept the entire department's male students awake at night. The original owner was 1 year older than her, with a domineering personality exuding arrogance and control from within. He was a typical commander, treating her poorly, only commanding, possessing and threatening, never understanding what it meant to give. Not long after, Qingqing suddenly proposed a breakup. After the breakup, the original owner was devastated. He sent messages every other day, blocked her at the dormitory gate, waited at the classroom door, pestering her relentlessly, wanting to win her back, a classic chasing the wife crematorium script. And the scene just now was the original owner coming to Qingqing's dormitory, harassing her. Lu Jingxiu spent about 10 seconds digesting all this, then was silent for a moment. He stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and said expressionlessly, "Oh, I see. I won't bother you anymore." Then he turned and left. He wanted to go home. He needed a quiet place to sort out the original owner's memories and figure out what kind of place he had transmigrated into. As for the chasing wife drama, none of his business. Behind him, Qingqing stared at the decisive figure, leaving stunned, her expression becoming complicated. Lu Jingxiu opened the dormitory door, and several girls who had been eavesdropping against the door failed to adjust their postures, frozen in awkward positions with embarrassed expressions on their faces. One of them gave a dry laugh, her eyes darting around. Lu Jingxiu walked through them expressionlessly. It's okay, he thought, no matter how awkward they feel, it's not as awkward as him crouching and kissing someone's leg just now. He said nothing, forcibly maintaining a blank expression, squeezed sideways through the girls and quickly went down the stairs. The original owner didn't live on campus, he had a high-end apartment off campus. Lu Jingxiu followed his memory to the campus parking lot and immediately spotted the flashy Aston Martin. The streamlined body, flashy bright blue, was dazzling in the afternoon sun. Lu Jingxiu stared at the car for 2 seconds, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Wait, isn't this too flashy? It's not that driving a sports car to college is that flashy. The problem is the original owner's father is the city's top leader. With this identity, isn't this car a bit too conspicuous? The disciplinary committee would be laughing their heads off, right? End of year big case bonus doubled. But then he thought he had probably transmigrated into some strange script, so the setting was reasonable, nothing to be surprised about. He opened the car door and sat in, deciding to sell the car and get a low-key one. Although he hadn't fully sorted out the original owner's memories, it was almost certain that he couldn't go back to his original world. Moreover, there was no golden finger or system. The only thing he could rely on now was probably the original owner's background of "My father is the city party secretary." He had to keep this background safe and not let it be ruined by the original owner's past flamboyance. The car soon turned off the main road onto a sparsely trafficked section with lush green belts on both sides and dappled shadows from the trees. At this time on a workday, there were almost no pedestrians on the road. Lu Jingxiu's gaze casually swept across the window, then suddenly stopped. He slowly decelerated and pulled over, looking through the window at the direction of the green belt not far away. Right next to the green belt, 2 burly men were carrying a young woman in a long dress and stuffing her into a black car. The woman struggled desperately, her skirt fluttering around her calves, but her arms were tightly held by one man while the other held her legs, the two working in perfect coordination. Her mouth was covered, unable to make a sound, only her body twisting and resisting. Wait, is kidnapping this blatant nowadays? Jingxiu watched for a moment, then silently took out his phone and dialed 110. Hello officer, he said calmly, I see a suspected kidnapping here. Yes, a girl being forcibly taken into a car by two men. Black Mercedes sedan, license plate number XXXXX, location about 100 meters east of the intersection of XX Road and XX Street. The voice on the other end confirmed. There in the car, Jingxiu watched the black sedan start and drive onto the road. I'm following them now. The car door slammed shut with a bang, cutting off the blinding sunlight outside and the last flicker of hope. Lin Yutong was pressed onto the leather seat in the back with two burly men flanking her on either side. She struggled desperately to twist her wrists, but the two men's grip was like iron pincers, unmoving. Her dress had become crumpled from the struggle, revealing a section of her pale calf with faint red ligature marks on her ankle from the last time she was caught after trying to escape. The car door closed and the Mercedes drove smoothly away from the park. Staring at the greenery gliding past the window, Lin Yutong stopped, struggling, her face filled with despair. She thought this time would be different. She had rarely brought her to Xiaogua for business, and the moment she set foot on her homeland she could almost hear her own heart pounding. An opportunity, the only chance to escape. She had carefully calculated taking advantage of his busy schedule, making an excuse to get some fresh air, and then slipped away to this remote park. But she was still too naive, still unable to escape the clutches of this twisted man. In the front passenger seat, she slowly turned his head. He wore a sharply tailored black shirt, sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing a section of well-defined wrist. His features, a mix of Chinese and German, were deep and aggressive, with high brow bones and pale gray-blue pupils that carried an innate sense of superiority and pressure when looking at others. He sat back in the passenger seat, relaxed, as if everything was under his control, and indeed it was. Lin Yutong. A glint of mockery flashed in his eyes. I told you, even if you return to Xiaogui you can't escape my grasp. Did you think you could run? No one here can save you. He paused, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Even if you run into the police station in Xiaogua. To me it's just a little more trouble. His gaze fell on her face, slowly and intrusively sweeping over her entire body. Lin Yutong was indeed extremely beautiful. She had a delicate and exquisite face, but now it was pale without a trace of color. Her almond-shaped eyes were now brimming with tears, her lashes trembling with fear. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, the collar of her dress askew, revealing a pale collarbone marked with a few red streaks. Telly's eyes gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds, a slight curl at the corner of his mouth. He liked seeing her like this. He liked watching her muster courage to escape again and again, only to be easily caught back by him. Watching her think she had succeeded, watching her hope peak at that moment, only to be recaptured by him. Then watching the light in her beautiful eyes gradually extinguish, leaving only despair and fear. What he wanted was not her obedient obedience, what he wanted was for her to keep running, keep being caught by him, until she finally understood no matter where she ran she could never escape his grasp. Until she willingly knelt at his feet, no longer daring to entertain the thought of escape. What he wanted was this complete conquest. You didn't cherish the opportunity one gave you. His voice was not heavy, each word deliberate. You ran. He tilted his head, looking at her like a collector who had spent much effort to acquire a prized possession. When we get back you know how I will punish you. This time I will go further, it won't be as easy as before. He glanced at Lin Yutong's figure, his gaze intense. Then he added, and you will never set foot in Xiaogua again. His tone was flat, but Lin Yutong shuddered. The last time she tried to escape he locked her in the basement for a whole week, giving her only one bottle of water and a slice of bread each day, the chain just long enough for her to crawl to the corner. During those days he would come down to see her every day, crouch in front of her and ask in a gentle tone, "Do you know you were wrong?" until she cried and said yes. From now on she might really never have the chance to return to her homeland. Was she really going to be kept as a pet by this man for the rest of her life? Her eyes were filled with tears of despair. She turned back, looked at the driver, and his voice returned to its usual cold authority. Contact the family, arrange a private plane back to Germany, leave in 1 hour. The driver immediately picked up his phone to make arrangements. She leaned back in his seat, glanced at the trembling woman in the back through the rearview mirror, and the smirk on his lips deepened. Lin Yutong closed her eyes, the last bit of strength drained from her. Hot tears finally slid down her cheeks. This was why she did not dare to actually run to the police station for help. Although this devil came from a wealthy German family, his influence in Xiaogua was also rumored to be omnipotent. If she ran into the police station alone to report before the case could even be filed, someone would have already passed the news to him. Then she would probably end up like that time in Germany where law enforcement officers respectfully sent her back to this devil. So she didn't dare to go to the police station. She thought hiding in this remote park would be safe for a while, hoping that once he lost patience she could escape his clutches. In the end, from beginning to end, she was just a futilely struggling bird in the palm of his hand. Lin Yutong watched the rapidly receding street scene outside the window, the sunlight so bright yet it felt cold on her skin. The car accelerated, heading towards the airport and towards the dark prison named Telishi, from which she could never escape. Bashi Development Zone Public Security Bureau Command Center. The entire wall was a high-definition LED screen flickering, divided into dozens of images displaying real-time traffic on main roads, surveillance views of key areas, and constantly refreshing police alert information streams. The deputy director in charge of criminal investigation stood before the big screen, his expression calm, his speech slow and steady. Attention all units, immediately activate the lockdown plan. Video team, replay the surveillance around the park, identify the suspect vehicles, make color, license plate, and escape direction. Soon the video investigator pulled up the footage and a street intersection camera had a clear angle. A frame was quickly enlarged and displayed on the central main screen. In the frame, two burly men were seen grabbing a woman in a white dress and forcibly stuffing her into a black Mercedes. Vehicle information was quickly matched and locked. Kidnapping in broad daylight. The deputy director stared at the screen, his face darkening, gritting out the words, sheer lawlessness. At the same time, at the edge of the frame, a strikingly bright blue Aston Martin sports car was also captured. Is that sports car behind the one who called the police? Yes, Director Zhao. Preliminary verification shows the owner is Lu Jingxiu and he made the 110 call. Good. Director Zhao took a deep breath, ignoring the caller. The surveillance footage was clear. This was a serious case of kidnapping in broad daylight. He spoke rapidly. Immediately activate the major incident emergency plan. Establish the 6/12 kidnapping case task force with me as the overall commander. Simultaneously report to the City Bureau Command Center. His face was not looking good. A major criminal case in his jurisdiction. If handled poorly, he would be the first to be held accountable. Only by rescuing the hostage safely and solving the case quickly could it be turned into a practical achievement in his report, demonstrating his ability to manage complex situations. Otherwise his career would probably end here. Activate the Skynet system, initiate video relay tracking. I want the real-time trajectory of that vehicle. Yes, sir. The command was instantly relayed through the internal communication system. Meanwhile the dispatcher, though a flicker of excitement still gleamed in his eyes at being part of a major criminal investigation, spoke with rapid clarity. Attention all units, a kidnapping has occurred in the development zone. The suspect vehicle is a black Mercedes, license plate by 87777, last seen heading east on Qingqing Road. All patrols and traffic police along the route initiate immediate interception and inspection. Iron Cavalry units 5 and 6, you are the closest. Follow at a distance, maintain surveillance and await backup. The video team officers in the command center simultaneously access surveillance feeds from shops, residential complexes and enterprises along the route, piecing together the vehicle's complete trajectory frame by frame. Meanwhile the data team officers worked furiously in the background, querying vehicle registration information and tracing personnel-related clues. Attention patrol officers and Iron Cavalry. Set up roadblocks immediately at highway service areas, toll booths and traffic light intersections. Ensure civilian vehicles are guided to yield. The dispatcher's voice continued to ring out. Chief Zhao, an officer, suddenly looked up, speaking urgently. The suspect is heading toward the General Aviation Airport. They may be attempting to flee. The airport. Chief Zhao's brow furrowed instantly. Involving civil aviation facilities and airspace far exceeded the jurisdiction of their development zone branch. Report this immediately to the Municipal Bureau Command and Intelligence Center. Request coordinated support and notify airport security. Yes, sir. The message escalated through the hierarchy. Seconds later the Ba City Public Security Bureau Command and Intelligence Center assumed full command. Notify the Development Zone branch that the Municipal Bureau will now take unified command. All branch offices and police stations along the route set up roadblocks for interception. Establish a joint on-site command post with airport security immediately. On all essential routes within 10 kilometers of the airport, set up multiple interception checkpoints equipped with vehicle stopping devices. Under no circumstances shall the vehicle be allowed to approach the terminal core area. Order the airport to immediately close all entrances and exits, deploy anti-ramming barriers, strictly inspect all personnel and vehicles entering and exiting, and evacuate the area if necessary. Evacuate personnel around the terminal. One directive after another was issued from the Municipal Bureau Command Center, methodical and cascading outward. At police stations, special duty units and traffic police brigades along the route, doors were thrown open one after another and fully armed officers rushed into patrol cars and armored vehicles. Police lights flashed as vehicle after vehicle roared out of their gates, merging into the main traffic arteries. The June sun bathed Ba City's towering skyscrapers. It had been an otherwise ordinary afternoon. But citizens on the streets gradually sensed something amiss. Black SWAT armored vehicles, Iron Cavalry motorcycles and patrol cars streamed past on major roads, their lights flashing as they approached and then receded into the distance. Soon breaking news notifications popped up on various platforms. A suspected kidnapping has occurred in our city. Police have intervened and are actively investigating. The brief messages were rapidly pushed through major platforms, quietly climbing the local trending list. It sparked heated discussions among citizens. A kidnapping. That's rare. Haven't seen one in years. Jingxiu, driving his conspicuous Aston Martin, followed the black Mercedes at a leisurely pace. He had been following for less than 2 minutes when 2 iron cavalry motorcycles roared up from behind. One of them slowed and pulled alongside the traffic officer, gesturing for him to pull over. Jingxiu obediently guided his car to the curb and lowered his window. "Comrade, you made the report right?" the officer said quickly, not waiting for an answer. "Don't follow anymore. It's dangerous ahead. Leave the rest to us." With that, he raised his hand in a salute, twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared off in pursuit. The police lights rapidly shrank and disappeared into the traffic ahead. "Tisk, quick work," Jingxiu muttered, watching the direction the iron cavalry had vanished. He shrugged and rolled his window back up. No way, the best part was just about to unfold. How could he possibly stop following now? What kind of citizen would pass up a chance to watch the excitement? Jingxiu dismissed the traffic officer's warning entirely and drove on to resume his tale. Meanwhile, things were beginning to heat up on Trisisand, all thanks to Jingxiu's phone call. Woo woo wah toot. A patrol car rapidly closed in from behind. As it drew near the Mercedes, an officer's voice blared from the loudspeaker. "Attention, black Mercedes ahead. This is the 1st Brigade of the Development Zone Traffic Police. Pull over immediately for inspection. Toot 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 woo." The patrol car's piercing siren and the loudspeaker's command rang out simultaneously once more. By 87777 black Mercedes. Pull over immediately. Lin Yutong, wedged between 2 men in the back seat, had been feeling dazed and hopeless from the constant jostling, her mind shrouded in a gray mist. But that voice was like a bucket of cold water thrown into the haze. She jolted, instantly snapping awake. The police. That profession which promised safety sent a thrill through her heart. Police. Was she saved? She whipped her head around, peering through the rear window. A patrol car was right behind the Mercedes, its roof lights flashing red and blue, the glaring beams sweeping across her retinas in circles. The siren would blare for a second or two before being cut short, making it especially jarring, an insistent, urgent summons. In the left lane, 2 iron cavalry motorcycles with flashing lights pulled up alongside. One accelerated to the left front of the Mercedes while the other drew parallel to the driver's side. The rider, controlling the bike with one hand, kept gesturing with the other for the driver to pull over immediately. Lin Yutong's heart began to pound violently. Her gaze held a last glimmer of hope. By 87777 black Mercedes. Final warning. Pull over immediately. The voice rang out again, even more stern than before. The driver's hands tightened on the wheel. He was just a hired hand. The Trissy family had employed him, and Xia country paid generously, and the work wasn't complicated, just chauffeuring. Occasionally there were unsightly scenes or things he wasn't supposed to see, but a tidy hush money sum would always be deposited into his account afterward. The money was good enough, so he kept his mouth shut and pretended he saw nothing. But being chased by the police. That was a first. He wasn't a desperado, he had never faced anything like this. In the rearview mirror, the red and blue police lights flashed relentlessly, dazzling his eyes. The voice from the loudspeaker pierced through the car windows, growing more urgent with each call. The iron cavalry was on his left, the patrol car behind him. He swallowed instinctively, his palms beginning to sweat on the steering wheel. The car was still moving forward, its speed undiminished, but he could feel his heart racing out of control. The driver turned his head, a note of panic in his voice. "Young master, what do we—" In the passenger seat, Trisy did not reply immediately. His gaze swept across the rearview mirror, first glancing at the police car relentlessly tailing them, then flicking to the armored motorcycle riding parallel on the left, his eyes narrowing slightly as the relaxed curve of his lips gradually flattened. He was not panicked yet, his expression darkened unmistakably. How had the police arrived so swiftly? This was not Germany, not the entrenched domain of his family's influence. The response speed of the Xia State Police far exceeded his expectations. Woo do. Do. License plate BAA 87777. This is traffic enforcement. Pull over immediately. The shouted command grew increasingly urgent, its pitch rising sharply. Urgency radiated through the loudspeaker, vivid enough to conjure the stern expression etched upon the officer's face. Lin Yutong quietly drew a breath, forcing herself to remain calm. She dared not speak, dared not move, even dared not let Trisy notice the faint flickering spark of hope igniting in her eyes. Yet her heartbeat thundered wildly out of rhythm. This was her chance, her only chance. Ignore them. Trisy's voice finally broke the silence, steady, unruffled, as though the wailing sirens did not exist at all. Continue toward the airport. He paused, then turned his head slightly to address the man seated beside Lin Yutong in the rear. Call our regional CEO in Xia State, have him handle the police matter. The man instantly pulled out his phone and began scrolling for the number. Trisy's tone held such unshakable certainty that the fragile hope Lin Yutong had just kindled trembled violently. Instinctively she glanced at him, watching him recline effortlessly in his seat. To him anything solvable with wealth and authority was no obstacle at all. And incidentally, Trizy added, his voice flat and detached, have him uncover how the police became involved, who made the call, and bring that person to me. He turned his head again, his gaze vaulting over the seat back to settle upon Lin Yutong's face, eyes devoid of overt fury yet gleaming with cold unyielding confidence and quiet menace. I want Lin Yutong to watch him die. Her pupils contracted sharply. A shiver ran through her shoulders, her fists clenched tight, then she sank deeper into an icy stillness. Could it truly be possible? Could this man actually manipulate even the Xia State Police? Young master, the driver suddenly spoke, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. That blue sports car behind us, it must be the one that called the police. It's been tailing us since the beginning and still follows. He tilted his chin, indicating the image reflected in the mirror. Far behind the flashing police cruisers trailed a luminous blue Aston Martin, maintaining steady pace, holding deliberate distance. Log its license plate, have it traced, Trizy said offhandedly without even glancing back. Gripping the steering wheel, the driver navigated deftly through traffic while squinting through gaps between patrol cars to decipher the sports car's plate in the mirror. Then he recited the digits, one by one, crisp and precise. The other man had already connected the call, relaying the plate number and murmuring low instructions into the receiver. Woot WOOWAAWOOWAA. At that moment the siren behind them escalated, shifting from staccato bursts into a sustained piercing wail. Simultaneously the patrol car's loudspeaker switched messages, its tone shifting from routine traffic warning to stern uncompromising ultimatum. Stop immediately, vehicle ahead. You are suspected of grave violent crime. Pull over now for inspection. Before the final word faded, two more vehicles surged from a side intersection. A police SUV and a black tactical assault vehicle merged onto the main road in tandem, both blaring sirens. In an instant 3 patrol cars and 1 assault vehicle converged, tightening their formation around the Mercedes from rear and flanks. Sirens layered upon one another, vibrating the windows with palpable force. Within moments, 200 meters ahead, at the traffic light intersection, 2 patrol cars had already blocked the road crosswise, deploying barricades. Cones completely sealed the lane. Strobe warning lights pulsed relentlessly. Several officers stood behind the barrier, waving traffic batons. The lead officer extended his right hand straight forward, palm outward, the universal signal demanding immediate halt. Young master. The driver's voice wavered with uncertainty. Ahead lay the barricade, behind relentless pursuit, left and right, armored motorcycles pressed close. To charge straight through. He had no confidence whatsoever. Those cones looked flimsy, but impact would crumple the hood, send the car careening, leaving no chance to flee. Being forced to stop was even worse. Doors opened, officers swarmed. Where could they possibly hide? And his palms slicked with sweat as he gripped the wheel. He was just a driver. He hadn't robbed a bank. Did this warrant such overwhelming force? Right. They had just abducted someone in broad daylight. Never mind at all. Had the police already classified them as kidnappers? The driver felt his heart hammering against his ribs harder than during his first confession to the girl he loved, and a sudden desperate urge to cry welled up behind his nose. Trizy saw the barricade ahead, and the flashing lights flanking both sides. He turned his head, his gaze settling on Lin Yutong in the rear seat. She huddled between the two men, pale-faced, lips tightly pressed, but that faint stubborn light in her eyes had not quite vanished. Trizy studied her, a slow, chilling, deeply knowing smile curling his lips. Lin Yutong, do you truly believe you can escape? She remained silent. Remember this, he said, withdrawing his gaze to fix once more on the road ahead, his voice calm, deliberate, each syllable crystal, and all this trouble stems from you. I am noting every last detail. A glint of frost passed across his eyes before he turned away. Drive through. He instructed the driver, tone serene, almost casual. Lin Yutong closed her eyes. The siren screamed on, deafening, inescapable. Upon hearing Trizy's order, drive through, the driver's scalp prickled with dread. He gritted his teeth and slammed his right foot down hard on the accelerator. The black Mercedes surged forward, unswerving, straight toward the officers standing behind the barricade. Whistles shrieked in unison. Officers blew frantic warnings, but seeing the Mercedes not only fail to decelerate but accelerate further, the composure of several young officers finally cracked. Scatter. An experienced traffic officer bellowed, lunging forward to seize a slower reacting junior officer by the arm, yanking him sideways with brutal force. Nearby officers scattered left and right in disarray, hats askew, footsteps stumbling. Bang, crash. A muffled series of impacts. The Mercedes' front bumper shattered several traffic cones arrayed across the road. The chassis jolted violently, yet it forced its way through the narrow gap in the barricade. Tires shrieked against asphalt as the car roared onward, vanishing down the open stretch of road. Behind them, the police cars that had been in hot pursuit did not rush to follow through. The leading police vehicle slowed down noticeably as it reached the intersection. The officers inside the car watched the speeding Mercedes ahead, smirking coldly. They all knew what awaited that Mercedes. Deploy the spike strip, a traffic officer who had been stationed at the other side of the intersection bellowed. Sure enough, less than 50 meters after the Mercedes shot through the intersection, a black rectangular box by the roadside instantly ejected a metal spike strip over 10 meters long covering the entire lane. The dense array of steel spikes pointed upward, resembling a sinister black centipede that blanketed the road in an instant. The Mercedes had no time to react. Shoo boom. The moment the wheels rolled over it, there was the tearing screech of rubber being punctured, followed by the dull thud of the rims crashing onto the spikes. Then came a chaotic series of clatters and thumps as the air in the tires hissed out within seconds. The car body lurched heavily and the steering began to drift uncontrollably. The driver's face turned pale in an instant. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling an unusual heaviness in the resistance as the car, like a drunkard, started to weave a crooked shape on the road. Instinctively he floored the accelerator. The engine roared in vain, but the speed not only failed to increase but was visibly dropping. He glanced desperately at the dashboard. The tire pressure monitoring numbers were plummeting and several tire icons flashed with glaring red warnings. Young master, the driver's voice trembled. The tires. All blown. In half a minute at most the car won't move. In the back seat, Linyuer instinctively grabbed the front seat as the car began to shake. The sirens outside grew closer, so near that she could see the reflective vests on the officers through the window. Her fingers tightened slowly, a warmth surging in her chest. Can't move anymore. Those words spoken by the driver sounded to her like a rope descending from above. It was a lifeline. In the passenger seat, Trissy's usually calm expression finally changed. He spun around abruptly, staring at the bodyguard who had been on the phone in the back, speaking rapidly. Is it handled over there? The man in the back seat lowered his phone, his face equally grim. Young master, the CEO says. He's making calls to coordinate. He told us not to clash with the police for now and to wait for his word. Don't clash for now. Trissy looked out the window. Police cars had surrounded them again from behind, and in the distance more vehicles with flashing lights were approaching. He took 2 deep breaths, his chest heaving, then turned his gaze to Linyuer's face. The car had now come to a complete stop. Around the vehicle, police cars closed in one after another, blocking every possible escape route. Officers in black tactical uniforms and blue patrol uniforms had already disembarked, crouching low, weapons drawn, advancing step by step toward the Mercedes. The red and blue lights of the police flashers streamed through the car window, illuminating half of Trissy's face, his expression flickering between light and shadow. Linyuer, he said, his voice low but each word enunciated clearly. If you say anything you shouldn't inside. He paused, struggling to control his emotions, his tone laced with menace. It'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. With that he turned away, no longer looking at her. The police station can't hold me. Linyuer leaned back in her seat, hearing her own heartbeat grow heavier with each thump. Outside, the officer's footsteps drew nearer. Someone was shouting orders, the sound muffled through the car window. She watched the encircling police cars and officers, then glanced at Trissy's unmoving profile. Her mind was a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. What should she do? Everyone in the car. Get out now. The police command came through from outside. Trissy didn't move immediately. He gave Linyuer one last look, a look that clearly conveyed remember what he had just said. Then he averted his gaze and instructed the 2 men in the back, have the lawyer get here as soon as possible. Everyone out. Don't resist. He then pushed open the car door, moving on hurriedly as if stepping out of a limousine parked at a hotel entrance. Just as he stepped out, the bodyguard responsible for checking the license plate felt his phone vibrate. He pulled it out and whispered rapidly, Young master, I've got it. The person who called the police is Jingxiu, a junior majoring in business administration at Badu University. Trissy nodded, filing the name away in his mind. He stood by the car, straightened his cuffs and looked up coldly at the officers closing in. Wait for my lawyer. He barely got the words out when in the next second several officers stepped forward, grabbed his arms with swift precision and pressed his upper body onto the hood of the car. Immediately a pair of handcuffs clicked onto his wrists. The June sun had been blazing on the hood for so long that its surface was hot enough to fry an egg. Trissy's face was pressed against it, and the composure he had maintained since getting into the car finally showed a brief crack. He instinctively struggled but couldn't break free, a flicker of disbelief and bewilderment passing over his expression. He probably hadn't expected the Chinese officers to be so direct and rough. The other 3 didn't fare much better. The driver was yanked from the driver's seat, his hands cuffed behind his back and pressed against the door. One bodyguard was pinned against the rear of the car, another on the ground, the clicking of handcuffs echoing one after another. Not far away beside the bright blue Aston Martin, Jingxiu leaned against the car door, hands in his pockets, watching the chaotic scene with an expression that said this spectacle was worth it. His gaze swept over the men being led away, pausing for a second longer on the face of the one who had just been pressed onto the hood. Well, he was quite handsome in a well-groomed way. But now even his looks were useless. The suspects were being escorted one by one into police cars, their hands tightly cuffed. Lin Yuer was escorted by 2 female officers, one on each side, toward another police car. A crowd of onlookers drawn by the sirens had gathered in the distance, pointing and aiming their phones at the scene. She stood by the police car door, scanning the area. Her gaze passed over the curious crowd and was drawn to the bright blue sports car parked by the roadside not far away. The color and model were too eye-catching to ignore. Beside the car stood a young man with a well-proportioned build, arms crossed, leaning against the hood with a relaxed expression. He was good-looking with a clean, wholesome kind of attractiveness entirely different from Trissy's cold, gloomy handsomeness. "Comrade. Is something wrong?" the female officer beside her asked, noticing she had stopped and following her gaze. "Oh no, nothing." Lin Yuer quickly averted her eyes, not daring to look any longer, and ducked into the back seat of the police car. The door closed, shutting out the noise and stares from outside. She leaned back in the seat, burying her face in her folded arms. Her heart was still racing, her mind a tangled mess. Was she safe? Perhaps only temporarily. Trissy's words echoed repeatedly in her mind, "The police station can't hold me." If anyone else had said that, she might not have taken it seriously. But this was Trissy. She had been caught by him too many times to underestimate the immense power he wielded. Now that she was in police custody, what came next? Should she cooperate with the investigation and tell the police about her experiences in Germany? Or was she too afraid to say anything? Would it even make a difference if she spoke? She closed her eyes, her breathing ragged and uneven. Jingxiu sank deep into the plush sofa of the apartment, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, remaining motionless for a long time. He had more or less sorted through the original owner's memories. How should he put it? It was quite a mess. The original owner had no real feelings for Qingqing, let alone love. When hanging out with friends, he often spouted despicable remarks like "just playing around" or "I'll pass her on when I'm bored." He even felt proud saying such things, thinking he was a high-end player not bound by romantic ties. Qingqing was no fool. Over time she must have sensed something. So she was the one who ended it. But then the original owner grew displeased, thinking, "How dare you leave before I say it's over?" Thus began his desperate pursuit once the tables had turned. What a scumbag! Jingxiu pulled out his phone and casually opened the photo album. Selfies, sports car check-ins, bar videos. The original owner's background was formidable. His father was the Municipal Party Secretary and his mother was a department head at Badu University. With such a setup, he was practically bathed in a golden halo. Though not quite at the level of an all-powerful crown prince, he was certainly at a height many would never reach in a lifetime. Jingxiu thought of himself. A graduate from a top 985 university, he fought tooth and nail to get into a major tech company, slogging for 10 years just to barely land a junior management position. Above him were countless leaders, below fresh faces eyeing his spot. He lived like a wound-up top. Then he looked at this original owner. With a higher starting point and more opportunities, what had he done? All his energy went into playing the role of a domineering lover, obsessing not over studies or his future but over how to torment his ex-girlfriends. But what shocked Jingxiu even more was the original owner's worldview. In his memory, Dad was always busy, the disciplinary committee was always on break, and he could always reach Uncle Zheng on the phone, who never seemed to be in a meeting. Growing up in such an environment, the original owner had no concept of the abuse of power. He took it for granted. Large sums of money flowed in and out without explanation. He acted arrogantly without considering consequences, and those around him never advised caution, instead flattering him endlessly. If the original owner kept this up, his father, the party secretary, would eventually be dragged down by him. At that thought, Jingxiu's mind flashed back to the black Mercedes that had tried to kidnap him on the street. Then he recalled the Aston Martin he drove today, the upscale apartment off campus, and the details of the original owner's lavish spending. Campus, the beautiful ex-girlfriend, the regretful chase after the breakup, the overbearing family background. His jaw slowly dropped. Could he have actually transmigrated into some female-oriented novel? A world where the domineering CEO takes what he wants, the protagonist's halo blinds everyone, and law and morality are selectively ignored. That would be absolutely amazing. Jingxiu sprang up from the sofa, stretched, and heard a soft crack from his joints. He walked to the walk-in closet and stood before a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, examining himself seriously. The mirror reflected a face. Very young, early 20s. Exquisite features, clear brows, a straight nose, and the natural hint of a half-smile on his lips. It was a clean, sunny handsomeness, a far cry from the deliberately dark and deep expression the original owner had tried to force. With such a face, mimicking a sinister CEO was a sheer waste. Jingxiu looked at himself in the mirror for a long while. Then slowly he gave his reflection a fond, indulgent smile. Rules were something the original owner and his ilk never understood. They only used their power to act recklessly, trampling rules like carpets underfoot. But in truth, the truly formidable are not those who ignore rules, but those who master them and turn them into weapons. Having spent 10 years in a big company, his specialty was making every process work for him within the framework of regulations. From handling emergencies to maximizing efficiency while staying compliant to making those who tried to cut corners walk right into a trap. Now let me teach you how rules should really be used. First thing, he had to get rid of anything that might land his father in trouble. Like that sports car. Lu Jingxiu could hardly understand the original owner's logic. Come on, you're a child of an official, not a tycoon. A tycoon's kid flaunting wealth is at least showing off money earned by the family. But an official's kid driving a car worth an apartment. What's the thrill? All it does is hand weapons to your enemies and feed the disciplinary committee. He decisively contacted a used car dealer and got rid of the bright blue Aston Martin. The process went smoothly as the car was in good condition, the brand prestigious and the price fair. Just as the sale was settled, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Qingqing. Another official's kid, the original owner's classmate and sidekick, known for being loud and well-informed but not particularly bright. Qingqing bro. Huge gossip. Lu Jingxiu replied with a question mark. The next second the phone rang directly. That kid couldn't hold it in and called. Lu Jingxiu leaned back in his computer chair, opened a car website and scrolled lazily while answering. What's up? Bro. Have you seen Qin Xinghai's latest post? Tang Chang's voice shouted on the other end with the sound of him slapping the table and excitement in the background. No, Lu Jingxiu said, finding the number of a local Volkswagen 4S shop and jotting it down. He had his eye on the top-tier Passat. With all the discounts it would come to about 200,000. A matte black finish with modified rims would be enough for daily commuting. Stylish yet low-key, so low-key that people would just say a guy driving a cheap VW. He liked sports cars too, but that kind of vehicle could never be registered in his name. He got a girlfriend. Tang Chang's tone was as if he were announcing the apocalypse. Lu Jingxiu replied, pulling out another phone to call the dealership. There was a 2-second silence on the line, probably because Tang Chang hadn't expected such a reaction. He finally dropped the bombshell. His girlfriend is Li Qingqing. Your ex. Lu Jingxiu's finger paused mid-dial. That fast, he said, surprised. It's been less than half a month since the breakup, right? Seamlessly moving on to the next. Pretty efficient. Could it be that the original owner had misjudged her? Was Li Qingqing not the pure innocent campus belle she seemed? Lu Jingxiu knew Chen Xinghai. They were on decent terms. Chen's family ran a business, a standard rich second generation. Given the original owner's personality, even if he said pass her on when bored, finding out Li Qingqing was now Chen Xinghai's girlfriend would have sent him racing over in that flashy sports car to assert his dominance, causing a massive scene. But now Lu Jingxiu had a different soul. He replied casually, all right, wish them happiness. Tell Chen Xinghai for me that Li Qingqing is a good girl, he'd better treat her well. On the other end, Tang Chang was completely silent. So quiet you could hear his own breathing. All right, I've got things to do. Talk later. Lu Jingxiu waited 2 seconds, and when there was no response he hung up and dialed the 4S shop's number. The process of buying the car went smoothly. After a brief discussion with the salesperson about the model color and the customized wheel rims, he made a phone call to the all-powerful Uncle Zhang. By dusk all the paperwork was completed. The next day Lu Jingxiu drove the brand new matte black Passat to school. He still had classes to attend. Although the original owner rarely ever went to class and would be a senior after summer break, Lu Jingxiu felt it was necessary to attend. At the very least he wanted to secure his diploma without relying on his parents' connections. As his car approached the school gate he was forced to slow down. It wasn't a traffic jam, someone was staging a drama at the school entrance. A pretty girl in a school uniform was surrounded by a group of ruffian-looking boys. The girl kept her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly. A black Rolls-Royce was parked nearby and a man in a perfectly tailored suit stepped out. He was tall with a stern face and eyes as cold as ice. He walked straight up to the group of boys. She's mine, he said, his voice low but carrying an oppressive weight. How dare you touch her? The boys' faces turned pale at the sight of him. One of them, his legs giving way, knelt directly, his voice trembling. Sorry. We didn't know she was your woman. Lu Jingxiu gripped the steering wheel, watching the scene unfold, a question mark forming in his mind. Then it hit him. Hell, this school actually had a uniform. The boys wore suits and trousers while the girls wore blazers and pleated skirts, giving off a strong Japanese anime vibe that was hard to process. Still, pulling a stunt like this at the school gate was a bit too arrogant, wasn't it? Where was campus security? Did no one care? He shook his head and drove the car into the parking lot. After parking he decided to grab breakfast at the cafeteria on his way to the teaching building. As he entered he heard laughter. A group of meticulously dressed girls in fancy clothes deliberately knocked the tray out of a school-uniformed girl's hands. Food and drinks splattered all over the floor. The leading girl crossed her arms, her chin lifted high. Oh, I'm so sorry, she drawled, her tone dripping with sarcasm. But I forgot to tell you young Master Chow is treating me to lunch today. A poor thing like you should just go gnaw on your steamed bun in the corner and stop being an eyesore. The targeted girl lowered her head and bent down to pick up the tray. Jingxiu walked past without stopping. He didn't meddle because he saw a handsome aloof-looking boy walking towards them with an icy glare. He knew this was the CEO type coming to the rescue. As he reached the foot of the teaching building he encountered another scene. A proud-faced girl flanked by a few followers was accidentally spilling her bubble tea on another girl. A large dark stain from the tea quickly spread across the school uniform. "Oh, I'm so sorry," the proud girl said, covering her mouth with a tone devoid of apology instead laced with obvious mockery. "I didn't mean to, but a plebeian like you wearing this cheap stuff, it's no loss if it gets dirty, right? It's not worth much anyway." Some students pointed and whispered, but no one stepped forward. The drenched girl bit her lip, her eyes turning red. The perpetrators, however, were indifferent and walked away laughing. Jingxiu bit into a steamed bun he had bought for breakfast and climbed the stairs. Turning down the corridor near the classroom he saw two girls confronting each other at the end of the hall. The atmosphere was tense. Suddenly one girl raised her hand and delivered a sharp resounding slap to the other's face. In the one he chose, the aggressor screamed, her expression twisted. "Who do you think you are to compete with me?" The slapped girl covered her cheek as tears streamed down her face. Jingxiu. He silently stuffed the last bite of his bun into his mouth, pushed open the back door of the classroom and found a seat in the back row. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He was getting used to it. This school was simply toxic. After sitting down in the back, Jingxiu quickly noticed a problem. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but his presence wouldn't allow it. From the moment he entered the classroom, several girls in the front rows turned to glance at him before quickly turning back to whisper among themselves. Their voices weren't loud, but being close to the back row, fragments drifted into his ears. "Isn't that Jingxiu? Why is he here for class? Oh my god, it's really him. Doesn't he never come to class? No need to ask, it must be about Qingqing. But didn't he already break up with Qingqing? That makes it even more interesting. Think about it, she announced her relationship with Chen Xinghai right after dumping him. Can Mr. Lu here tolerate that? Makes sense, makes sense. He must be here to confront them. There's going to be a good show today. We're in for a treat." Jingxiu silently opened his book, pretending not to hear. The girls grew more animated, their discussion centered on the potential showdown that might occur today. Someone analyzed that someone like Jingxiu, who had always gotten everything he wanted and never had anything taken from him, would find his ex-girlfriend's seamless transition a monumental disgrace. Given his personality, he wouldn't stop until he caused a huge scene. "I bet he'll confront Chen Xinghai in front of the whole class." "Confront? You underestimate him. With his temper he might just start a fight. No way, there are cameras in the classroom. He can't be that impulsive. What does he care about cameras? He's never revealed his family background, but I heard his father is a high-ranking official." "True. So isn't Chen Xinghai in danger?" "Not necessarily. Chen Xinghai's family is also quite wealthy. It's a clash of titans. We just watched the show." Jingxiu rolled his eyes. Gossiping about him right in front of him was really something. He scanned the classroom and noticed that none of the original owner's lackeys were there. That was normal. They were the original owner's followers sharing his disposition. Attending class was out of the question for them now or ever. Thus the rows near him were mostly empty and no one came to greet or befriend him. Perfect peace and quiet. Jingxiu flipped through a few pages and started taking notes. Just then another commotion stirred from the front of the classroom. This one was bigger than before, but clearly not directed at him. Jingxiu glanced at the door, then continued reading his book. Qingqing walked in. She wore the school uniform, a blouse and pleated skirt. The combination looked somewhat jarring in real life, but it surprisingly suited her. The white blouse accentuated her figure and the pleated skirt just past her knees revealed a stretch of elegantly shaped calves. Her features were cool, with an aloofness in her eyes that suggested she didn't care much for others, a kind of cold beauty that would intimidate half the boys from even speaking to her. Beside her was a boy. Chen Xinghai. Half a head shorter than Jingxiu, with regular features, fair skin and a smile that revealed two canine teeth, giving him a clean and gentle appearance. But his smile was too innocent, almost carefree. Standing next to Qingqing, he looked less like her boyfriend and more like a little brother she was taking out shopping. As the two entered the classroom, they immediately spotted Jingxiu sitting in the back corner. Qingqing's steps visibly faltered. She had never expected Jingxiu to attend class. This man never used to enter the classroom. His social life was far richer than campus life. His sudden appearance today, aside from causing trouble for her and Chen Xinghai, she could think of no other reason. Indeed, knowing her ex-boyfriend as she did, how could he endure such humiliation? She bit her lip, turned her head and lowered her voice to Qingqing. You know his temper. No matter what he says later, don't get into a conflict with him. She worried Qingqing would end up at a disadvantage. Qingqing glanced towards the back row, his expression unchanged, even quite relaxed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After all, we're not really together. Once this matter is settled, I'll go and explain everything to him. Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought, how naive could this person be? Who do you choose to explain things to? Someone like Jingxiu. Even if you told him the whole truth, would he listen to a single word? Moreover, in his mind, the fact that you took his ex-girlfriend is set in stone. He wouldn't care about truth or falsehood nor any underlying reasons. Forget explanations. What she could envision was Jingxiu slamming the table and standing up the next second, announcing in a voice that could shake half the building, Qingqing is mine. Then he would storm over to grab her wrist and the two would struggle in public, with the whole class watching, someone filming and uploading it, turning into the next episode of a campus drama. Her headache had already begun. The two walked to the other side of the classroom and chose seats exactly diagonal to Jingxiu. Qingqing sat down and immediately started flipping through his book with a relaxed demeanor that said nothing will happen. Qingqing felt this partner was far too unreliable. Then something unexpected happened. Jingxiu merely lifted his head to glance at them, then withdrew his gaze and focused back on the book before him. That was it. Qingqing blinked, a bit baffled. Others in the classroom were also stunned. A few girls in the front row who had been waiting for a show exchanged glances, their faces clearly saying this isn't how the script goes. Someone muttered softly, what's going on? Why isn't he reacting? That's not right, this isn't like him. Did he not see them? He saw them, he clearly looked at Qingqing. Murmurs rose and fell in every corner of the classroom, but Jingxiu never looked up, continuing to read quietly as if the presence of everyone else in the room had nothing to do with him. A few girls were unwilling to give up. They had been anticipating a grand spectacle, preferably a quarrel that could be dissected on social media and confession walls for 3 days and nights. And it just passed by so peacefully. How could they stand it? One girl with a ponytail pursed her lips and lowered her voice to defend Jingxiu. Qingqing is just too much, isn't she? She broke up with someone less than half a month ago and now she's already with Qingqing. Isn't that just fickle? Jingxiu must be heartbroken, pretending to be fine on the surface. The girl beside her immediately chimed in, right, I always said Qingqing isn't that simple. Look at that aloof act of hers, it's all an act. Jingxiu was so good to her and she just dumped him for the next one. Women like her. Hoof. Her tone carried a standard sourness. If they could become the girlfriend of a rich, powerful and handsome guy like Jingxiu, they would never have to work hard again. Jingxiu silently turned a page, his heart utterly undisturbed. As for the boys in the back row, their topic was much simpler. They had little interest in the details of romantic entanglements, but their opinions on Jingxiu and Qingqing were equally disdainful. They disliked both. Qingqing came from a wealthy family, was good-looking, outgoing and incredibly popular among the girls. And Jingxiu needed no introduction, his family background was even better than Qingqing's. He was handsome, and although his reputation wasn't the best just sitting there, he completely overshadowed many others' presence. And these two were precisely the campus belle's ex-boyfriend and current boyfriend, neatly dividing Qingqing between them while everyone else was utterly relegated to the background. So the mindset of the boys in the back row was essentially the same: it would be best if you two fought until both were wounded. We'd enjoy watching whichever of you suffer. Unfortunately, their expectations were also dashed. Jingxiu turned page after page, quite absorbed in his reading. The class bell rang. The professor pushed the door open and walked in. When he saw Jingxiu sitting in the back row, a flicker of surprise passed behind his glasses. But the old professor, seasoned and experienced, quickly regained his composure, cleared his throat and opened the slides to begin the lecture. Throughout the entire class, Jingxiu listened attentively and even took notes. This made the few who kept sneaking glances back even more incredulous. The Jingxiu who never entered the classroom was not only attending class but also diligently taking notes. Was the sun going to rise from the west and set immediately today? Qingqing also listened very attentively. However, her focus involuntarily drifted several times towards that quiet corner on the other side of the classroom. There was no movement, no anticipated fury, no suppressed cold expression, and certainly no sign of any sudden outburst. There was only one person, head bowed, with the rustling sound of a pen scratching across paper. She suddenly felt that this ex-boyfriend had become somewhat unfamiliar. As the class bell rang, Jingxiu closed his book, stood up and prepared to walk out of the classroom. Seeing this, the students who remained in the room exchanged glances, their eyes filled with undisguised disappointment. The battlefield they had anticipated for an entire class period had resulted in nothing. No table slamming, no face-to-face confrontation, none of the adrenaline-pumping conflict scenes. Jingxiu had simply listened quietly through the entire class, then slung his bag over his shoulder and left. Just left. A few girls in the front row sighed and began to pack up their things. This gossip after all was a bust. Chen Xinghai on the other hand was in a great mood. He shrugged at Li Qingqing and said with a smile, "See. I told you brother Lu wouldn't do anything to us. Don't you know him? He seems fierce but he still cares about brotherhood." Li Qingqing said nothing, just gave him a look that clearly said your perception of the world might be somewhat skewed. But she couldn't be bothered to explain to this naive guy. People like Chen Xinghai had probably been well protected their whole lives, never truly targeted by anyone, so they viewed everyone through a lens of optimism. "Let's go." Chen Xinghai stood up, slinging his bag over his shoulder. "As per our agreement, let's head to the girls' dormitory now." The moment he finished speaking, a young girl suddenly appeared at the classroom door. She stood at the entrance slightly out of breath, as if she had rushed over. She reached out to stop the first boy leaving the classroom and asked in a somewhat hurried voice, "Excuse me, is Lu Jingxiu a student in your class?" The boy who was stopped froze for a moment. Gazing at the girl before him, the words he was about to speak suddenly lodged in his throat. She wore a white dress, its hem smudged with dust and marked with several obvious stains, giving her a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet even so it could not conceal her face. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her brows and eyes gracefully soft. Her long black hair was slightly tousled, with a few strands falling over her shoulders, accentuating the pale elegance of her neck. A wave of displeasure surged within the boy's heart. Why was it always Lu Jingxiu she was looking for? Did every good-looking girl in this school have some ambiguous connection with him? Yet he dared not offend Lu Jingxiu. He curled his lip and gestured toward the classroom with a tilt of his head. Inside. The girl murmured her thanks and hurried into the room. This girl was Lin Yutong. After leaving the police station, she had barely rested before rushing straight to Bada University. During her 2 days at the station, she had cooperated with the investigation, giving a statement about her ordeal in Germany and the details of this kidnapping. The police treated her kindly. Upon learning she had no family left in the country, they arranged temporary lodging for her. Yet her heart remained unsettled, for Trissy had been released. Lin Yutong had witnessed Trissy being picked up by a black sedan right at the station's entrance. Before getting in, he turned back to glance at her, a familiar cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The meaning in that look was unmistakable. This wasn't over. She could wait no longer. She had to leave the city, immediately flee to a place where no one could find her. But before she left, there was one thing she had to do. That day in the car, she had clearly heard the bodyguard state the informant's name and school before getting out. Lu Jingxiu, business administration major at Bada University, junior year. This man was the one who called the police. It was because of his call that the patrol cars had caught up so quickly. If not for those police cars that day, she would probably be Trissy's plaything in Germany by now. In other words, this man had saved her. She couldn't just vanish without even a word of thanks. More importantly, Trissy had vowed he would never let the informant off the hook. So she had to come and warn him to be careful. Lin Yutong stepped into the classroom, her gaze sweeping the room. She quickly spotted a boy in the back row who was about to stand up. He was tall, his features strikingly clear and defined in the sunlight streaming through the window, a perfect match for the distant figure she had glimpsed beside the sports car. It was him. She walked over quickly. Lu Jingxiu, who was packing his backpack with his head down, suddenly felt someone approaching. He looked up to see a girl who clearly wasn't a student standing before him. A grubby white dress but a strikingly beautiful face. She looked travel-worn, as if she had journeyed a long distance. He recognized her. Wasn't she the girl in the white dress who had been forced into that Mercedes? "Are you Lu Jingxiu?" Lin Yutong asked, her voice tense, her chest still heaving slightly. "That's me." Lu Jingxiu zipped up his backpack. "You're the—" "Yes, it's me." Lin Yutong nodded, then spoke rapidly. "My name is Lin Yutong. I came to thank you. You called the police that day. If not for you, I might not even be in the country anymore. But I also came to tell you something. Be careful." She paused, steadied her breathing, and lowered her voice. "The man who kidnapped me is named Trissy. He's from a German capital family." Before his bodyguard got out of the car, he looked up your information, your name and school. "Trissy was arrested, but the embassy intervened and now he's been released. I came to warn you. This man is extremely vengeful. He will come after you." She added, "I'm leaving this city soon, but I felt I had to tell you this before I go." Lu Jingxiu listened quietly. Then he smiled. "What? A tycoon? Seeking revenge on him?" He looked at the earnest girl before him, her expression serious, carrying an urgency that seemed to say, "You have no idea how dangerous this man is." Her white dress was dirty, her hair a bit messy. She looked like she hadn't rested since leaving the station, yet she had come all this way just to warn a stranger to stay safe. "You came all this way just to tell me this?" Lu Jingxiu asked. Lin Yutong nodded. "You said you're planning to run. Have you eaten?" Lin Yutong was taken aback, clearly not expecting that question. She opened her mouth to fabricate a lie about having eaten, but her stomach betrayed her with a faint gurgle. A faint blush crept across her face. Come on, Lu Jingxiu slung his backpack over his shoulder casually. Let's head to the cafeteria first. I'll treat you to something to eat and we can talk. If you're going to run, you need to do it on a full stomach. Otherwise you might faint from low blood sugar by the roadside. That would be a real shame. Lin Yutong hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded honestly. She was indeed very hungry. After leaving the station, a female officer had given her 100 yuan for travel expenses, but she couldn't bear to spend it on food, having only grabbed the cheapest bread from a convenience store. Then, thank you, she murmured softly. The two walked out of the classroom together. Meanwhile, the disappointed students inside were revitalized. Everyone had seen the girl in the white dress who came looking for Lu Jingxiu. That face, that aura, she was definitely no ordinary passerby. Though her dress was a bit dirty, it was that very dishevelment that stirred a subtle sense of protectiveness and curiosity. That feeling of a travel-worn yet stunningly beautiful instantly reignited everyone's gossip instincts. Who was that girl? Did you see her? Obviously, who couldn't? Her face is just too beautiful. I've never seen her on campus. A transfer student. She's definitely not from our school. If she were, she'd have been on the campus beauty list long ago and the confession wall would have exploded. Then why did she come looking for Lu Jingxiu? Do they know each other? Are you stupid? If they didn't, would she come to the classroom to corner him? Didn't you see the way she looked at him? That urgency, that focus. TSK. Wait, are you saying Lu Jingxiu has a new girlfriend? As soon as that conclusion was drawn, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Several girls wore expressions of sudden realization. They had been wondering why Lu Jingxiu showed no reaction to Qingqing and Shanxinghai being together. Now the mystery was solved. He simply didn't care anymore because he had found a new flame, and her face was even more stunning. Confirmation of the German captive capital tycoon's son. No wonder he was so calm today. A girl with a ponytail slapped the table, her voice brimming with the excitement of cracking a case. Had already found a replacement. I was wondering why he had zero reaction to Qingqing and Shanxinghai. Turns out he just couldn't care less. And that girl is really beautiful. That delicate, pitiful look, even I, a girl, want to protect her. So what about Qingqing? Lu Jingxiu clearly doesn't give a damn about her. Qingqing and Shanxinghai had not yet left the classroom. Qingqing heard every word. Her face remained expressionless, still that cool and aloof demeanor, as if nothing concerned her. But if one looked closely, they would notice her lips pressed together slightly. She herself couldn't quite identify this feeling. She was the one who had ended things, the one who had walked away. Logically, who Lu Jingxiu was with now had nothing to do with her. Yet when she saw that girl in the white dress standing before him, saw him lower his head to listen to her, a vague, indescribable unease stirred in her heart. It wasn't sadness, but it was uncomfortable. Was it because she had grown accustomed to his relentless pursuit over the past half-month? She didn't know. Shanxinghai, standing beside her, had also witnessed the scene. He didn't think much of it, merely noting that the girl was quite pretty. Seeing Lu Jingxiu chatting and laughing as he led her away only confirmed his judgment. Brother Lu couldn't care less about him and Qingqing, especially since their relationship was purely contractual. Alright, stop staring, he waved a hand in front of Qingqing's eyes, urging her. Let's go. Well, miss the chance if we don't head to the girls' dorm now. Qingqing averted her gaze without a word and followed him out of the classroom. At the corner table by the window in the cafeteria of Bada University, Lu Jingxiu walked over with a tray and arranged the stir-fried dishes one by one on the table. The portions were small but varied, covering the small surface. Lin Yutong stared at the spread before her, momentarily taken aback. Isn't this too much? It's fine. We can pack up what's left. Lu Jingxiu slid a cup of milk tea in front of her, picked up his own, inserted the straw and took a sip. Eat up. Lin Yutong nodded. She was indeed ravenous. First she sipped the soup in small mouthfuls, then began picking at the dishes, sending spoonfuls of rice into her mouth. Her eating was not unseemly, but her pace was swift. Lu Jingxiu did not urge her, he simply sipped his milk tea and waited for her to take the edge off her hunger. Once she had finished nearly half a bowl of rice and her pace finally slowed, he spoke. What exactly is going on between you and that Terry? Lin Yutong set down her chopsticks, picked up the cup of milk tea Lu Jingxiu had bought for her and took a long gulp. The tea was warm, perfectly sweetened with soft, chewy tapioca pearls. She hadn't had such a drink in a long time. As the sweetness dissolved on her tongue, she felt a tearful lump in her throat. Composing herself, she took a deep breath and began to speak. My parents died in a car accident when I was in high school. After the compensation came through, my uncle's family said I was too young and offered to keep it safe for me. Then they moved into my house saying they'd take care of me. Lu Jingxiu nodded. A classic opening: parents, deceased relatives seizing the assets. Later they started gambling and lost a fortune. The compensation was gone quickly and the house was mortgaged too. Lin Yutong paused. Then drowning in debt with creditors at the door they sold me. Sold you. Lu Jingxiu raised an eyebrow. That was a serious crime. Yes, to someone who specialized in that kind of human trafficking. Lin Yutong's voice dropped. Then I was taken to Germany. Terry bought me at a place like an auction. At the mention of auction, Lu Jingxiu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Lin Yutong continued. He took me to a remote ancient castle. It was huge and old with few people around, just some servants and guards. He wouldn't let me leave, wouldn't let me use a phone or contact the outside world. He said I was his collection, meant to stay with him forever. Lu Jingxiu silently took another sip of milk tea. I was there for a year, Lin Yutong went on. This time he brought me along because he had a crucial contract to negotiate in Xia Kingdom. He didn't want to bring me at first. I begged him to let me see my homeland again and he finally agreed. On the plane I started planning my escape. At the hotel when they weren't paying attention I used the excuse of getting some fresh air and ran out through the fire escape. Lu Jingxiu knew the rest. She had run out, been caught by Terry's men near the park, bundled into a car in broad daylight, and then he had stumbled upon the scene and called the police. After finishing her story, Lin Yutong drained the last of her milk tea using the straw to meticulously suck up the pearls at the bottom. Then she picked up her chopsticks and cleared every last grain of rice and scrap of vegetable from the plates. Only after finishing did she realize how much she had eaten. She glanced at Lu Jingxiu a little embarrassed. He pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed her one. Lin Yutong took the tissue, wiped her mouth, then sat up straight, her expression turning serious once more. Lu Jingxiu, thank you for the meal and for calling the police that day to save me, she said, looking into his eyes, her tone grave. But I really must warn you, Terry is extremely dangerous. She lowered her voice as if revealing a state secret. Listen to me, he's not the ordinary rich second generation you might imagine. His family has immense influence in Europe with connections in both politics and business. In Germany, if he causes trouble, one phone call is enough to fix it. Their legal team can turn black into white. The police here in Xia Kingdom did well, but they couldn't withstand the pressure from the embassy and in the end they had to let him go. She paused, adding, and Terry himself isn't incompetent. He earned dual doctorates in economics and law by the age of 20 and by 25 he was managing part of the family's Asian operations. He is ruthless and acts without regard for consequences. Whatever he wants or whoever he targets, he will stop at nothing to achieve his goal. He suffered a loss in Xia Kingdom and was arrested by the police. For him that is a monumental humiliation. He will retaliate, and you as the one who called the police are his primary target. Lin Yutong finished in one breath, then looked at Lu Jingxiu, her eyes filled with obvious worry. She hoped he would listen, would take it seriously. Lu Jingxiu's mind had already wandered. A mysterious German capital, family heir, an ancient castle, imprisonment, the power to make someone disappear with a snap of his finger, influence enough to get an embassy to secure his release, and an absolute certainty of exacting revenge 100-fold for any slight. This Terry was the standard factory setting for the male lead in a CEO romance novel, just with the stage moved from the domestic scene to Europe. Imprisoned in a castle, the German edition of Love. Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a while, Lin Yutong assumed he was finally taking it seriously. She added, that's why I told you to be careful. I'm not joking. I don't want you to get hurt because you helped me. Lu Jingxiu finished his milk tea, set the cup on the table and smiled. All right, I understand. After Lin Yutong nodded, he asked, so where do you plan to go from here? She was taken aback, she hadn't expected him to ask that. She shook her head. I don't know. He'll leave here first, find some remote small town where he can't find me, do some odd jobs and get settled. As she spoke, her gaze was unfocused, as if she herself didn't quite believe this plan would succeed. Lu Jingxiu could tell. A girl who had been imprisoned abroad for so long, escaped, was recaptured on the street and only narrowly got away, had probably turned the question of what next over in her mind countless times. And her answer was just, take it one step at a time. This kind of female lead trapped in a CEO's love was facing a hellish starting difficulty, much like Zhu Yuan's hangs. One started as a beggar, the other as a slave. Do you have any money on you? Lu Jingxiu asked. Lin Yutong looked up and answered honestly, just 100 yuan, the fare the police officer gave me. Do you have a phone? Lin Yutong shook her head. Lu Jingxiu looked at the girl before him, amused by her absurdly dire situation. A soiled white dress, only 100 yuan in her pocket, no phone, no change of clothes, no one to rely on. And yet just moments ago she had been earnestly warning him, be careful of Terry, he's dangerous. She was the one in the most danger. I have no classes this afternoon, Lu Jingxiu said. Let's go get you a phone and some new clothes. Lin Yutong opened her mouth to refuse. But Lu Jingxiu didn't give her a chance. You can't just wear that same dress for days without changing and then go to another city looking for a job, can you? You'll start to stink. And without a phone you can't even call for help. If that kidnapper shows up again you won't even be able to dial 110. That would be a real disaster. Lin Yutong fell silent. Because what he said made perfect sense and his tone carried no hint of charity or pity. The white dress was indeed dirty with various stains on the hem and she could smell a faint unpleasant odor herself. Lu Jingxiu stood up. Come on. You can pay me back when you get a job and earn some money. Lin Yutong looked at the expression on his face, one that completely dismissed Terry as a threat and seemed to have something to say but held back. She had told him everything about Terry's background connections and power, trying to make him understand the caliber of the opponent he was facing. But after hearing it all, Lu Jingxiu's expression had barely changed, as if he genuinely didn't care. Finally she couldn't help but ask, aren't you really afraid? Of course, Lu Jingxiu said, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smirk. Because this is Xia Kingdom. Outsiders weren't allowed to run rampant here. With that he turned and walked out of the cafeteria. As he walked he pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, found a number and dialed. Uncle Zhang, it's me, Jingxiu. There's something I'd like to ask you to look into. Lin Yutong stood still, blinked, then discreetly sniffed her own dress and wrinkled her nose. It really did smell awful. Oh well, she would just pay this kind person back when she got a job. In her current state she couldn't really start over anywhere else. She pressed her lips together, then took a step and hurried after Lu Jingxiu's retreating figure. Lu Jingxiu drove his matte black Passat smoothly along the main urban thoroughfare. The interior of the car was quiet. Lin Yutong sat in the passenger seat, her head turned to gaze out the window. The towering skyscrapers and roadside trees on either side flashed past in a blur. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the buildings, flickering on and off across the car window. She watched, somewhat lost in thought. Just a few days ago she had been trapped in that eerie German castle surrounded by iron bars and locked doors. And now she was back, sitting in the car of a stranger, gazing upon the streets of her own country. A peculiar sensation stirred within her, as if she had come back to life, or perhaps as if she had just awakened from an exceedingly long dream. As she was lost in thought she suddenly heard a cold snort from beside her. Lin Yutong's heart tightened and she immediately turned her head to look at Lu Jingxiu. Lu Jingxiu, what's wrong? Lu Jingxiu's gaze swept across the rearview mirror, his tone flat. Nothing. That kidnapper isn't giving up. He's sent more people. Lin Yutong immediately looked into the rearview mirror as well. In the mirror 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars were steadily following them. The formation was impossible to miss. 3 cars, the same model, the same color, even the window tint was identically black. They were practically screaming, "We are here to tail you," without even bothering with the pretense of concealment. Lin Yutong's heartbeat accelerated instantly. Maybe, she said, lowering her voice, trying to stay calm, "we could drive to the police station." She glanced at Lu Jingxiu's profile, then quickly averted her eyes. She felt she might have misjudged him initially. When she first saw him beside the sports car she thought this college student who called the police must have a significant background. After all, he was driving a bright blue sports car that day, a vehicle ordinary people couldn't afford. But today he was driving a beat-up Volkswagen. Although it was a new model and looked decent, a Volkswagen was still a Volkswagen. What did that mean? It meant that car from the other day was probably rented or belonged to someone else. This college student was most likely just an ordinary kind-hearted person from a modest family. How could he possibly stand against someone like Trish? Going to the police station was the safest plan she could think of. She had realized that while the Xia Kingdom police couldn't do much about Trish himself, who had diplomatic immunity, they wouldn't just let him run rampant on their turf. This meant Trish didn't have the same overwhelming power here in Xia Kingdom as he did in Germany. As long as they reached the police station those pursuers wouldn't dare act recklessly, and then they could find a chance to slip away. Lu Jingxiu flicked on his turn signal and continued driving steadily along the main road. He stayed on the busiest city artery, surrounded by traffic lights and speed limits. "No need," he said. "Well, just call the police directly." The light ahead turned red. He stopped the car, slowly pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency number. "Officer, I'm driving on Dongchang Road. 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars are repeatedly changing lanes, speeding up and slowing down erratically, and tailing me persistently. They've tried to cut me off several times. My dashcam is recording everything. This isn't the first time. I suspect the occupants have hostile intentions and my life is in serious danger." He finished in one breath, his statement clear and concise without a single wasted word. Then he promptly reported his own license plate number and the plate numbers of the 3 Mercedes-Benz cars. Lin Yutong was stunned. How could this guy be so proficient at calling the police? "All right, please keep your line open." "Well, contact the nearby traffic police immediately," the dispatcher said before hanging up. Lu Jingxiu put his phone back in his pocket just as the light turned green. He stepped on the accelerator and the car merged back into the traffic flow. Lin Yutong bit her lip, unable to stop herself from asking that. "That's it." She could hardly believe it. In her experience, being chased by Trish's men required a major operation. Yet this man had simply made one phone call and it was over in less than 2 minutes. And it wasn't some connection's private number, it was just an ordinary emergency line that anyone could call. Of course, Lu Jingxiu said. After driving for about another 5 minutes, 2 police motorcycles and a patrol car approached from behind. The traffic officer gave a hand signal instructing Lu Jingxiu's Passat and the 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars to pull over for inspection. The young traffic officer on the motorcycle parked, took off his helmet and walked over. He glanced at the Passat first, then at the 3 Mercedes-Benz cars parked behind. He didn't think much of it at first. Young drivers these days tended to be paranoid, thinking someone was following them. Most of the time it was just a misunderstanding. In broad daylight on a main city road, how could it possibly? The doors of the 3 Mercedes-Benz cars swung open simultaneously. 4 men got out of each car. All were dressed in identical black suits and black sunglasses, each one more imposing than the last. 12 men stood by the roadside like 12 black telephone poles lined up in a row, staring straight at them. The young traffic officer was silent for 2 seconds. Maybe it was possible. The veteran officer leading the team remained unflappable. He walked over to Lu Jingxiu first, briefly checked his driver's license and registration. After confirming everything was in order, he returned the documents to Lu Jingxiu. "We received a report that you were being tailed," the officer asked. "Yes, by those 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars behind us." Lu Jingxiu pointed behind him. The officer turned to look, then walked toward the 12 men. "Hello, comrade," the veteran officer said, stopping and raising his hand in a salute. "Please show me your ID cards, driver's licenses, and vehicle registrations." The 12 men exchanged glances. The leader was a tall, thin man who remained calm. He pulled his documents from his suit's inner pocket and handed them over. The others followed suit. The documents were checked and found to be in perfect order. The veteran officer returned the documents to the tall, thin man and asked directly, "Why are you following those 2?" The tall, thin man didn't even blink. His tone was flat. "The road is open to all. We're taking this road too. Is that not allowed?" There was nothing wrong with that statement. Anyone could use a public road. How could you claim they were following you? The officer looked at him but didn't press further. By then the 2 traffic police on motorcycles had used their body cameras to photograph the vehicles and individuals and recorded the information. The license plates of all 3 Mercedes-Benz cars and the faces of every person were documented. The veteran officer issued a warning to the tall, thin man. "You have been recorded. If you continue to tail them, you will be dealt with for creating a disturbance and harassment." The tall, thin man said nothing, merely nodded. The officer saluted again and returned to his patrol car. The traffic police on motorcycles also mounted their bikes and signaled that Lu Jingxiu could leave. The police didn't drive away immediately but remained parked at the roadside, their lights flashing silently. It was clear they were waiting to see the 3 Mercedes-Benz cars leave first. Lu Jingxiu leaned against his car door, watching the 12 men in suits reluctantly get back into their vehicles. The engines of the 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars started one after another and they slowly merged into the traffic, soon disappearing at the end of the main road. Lu Jingxiu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. 12 men, 3 cars, all in suits and sunglasses, tailing him in broad daylight. The scene was simply too absurd, almost darkly comedic. Fine. Just wait. He would tell his father about this when he got home tonight. In the western outskirts of Ba City, a luxurious estate nestled amidst lush greenery. On the top floor of the main building, within an office offering a panoramic view, Terry stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the door, gazing at the meticulously manicured lawn and the distant city skyline. He held a glass of red wine, listening to the lean man's report, his expression gradually turning icy. After the other finished his last sentence, the room fell silent for several seconds. "So not only did you fail to apprehend the person, but you also lost them." The lean man kept his head lowered, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Young master, that man named Lu Jingxiu called the police the moment he spotted us. The police warned us that if we continued tailing, they would arrest us for creating disturbances and harassment. We had to withdraw." He truly had no other choice. They hadn't followed for long. At a traffic light, the traffic police arrived. The other party was remarkably decisive in calling the police. Terry walked back to his chair and sat down, growing increasingly agitated. He felt a sense of speechlessness himself. What was wrong with this man named Lu Jingxiu? He had seen people call the police in Germany, but never someone so fond of it. Why did this fellow have to witness the moment they were apprehending Lin Yutong? He narrowed his eyes and shifted the question. "Have you thoroughly investigated this Lu Jingxiu's identity?" The lean man immediately replied, "President Zhao has pulled some strings to look into it, but..." He paused, steeling himself to continue. "They said Lu Jingxiu's information is protected. He might be a relative of some official in Ba City." If we push for a deeper investigation it might leave traces so. They've stopped. Having said this the lean man lowered his head. Terry let out a cold snort. A relative of an official. The son of some city bureaucrat. Was that the source of his audacity to snatch things from him? In Germany what official would dare to act haughty before him? Yet here in Xia country a mere brat whose full name couldn't even be traced had trampled on his dignity simply by calling the police. With that thought his tone dripped with arrogance. The son of a minor official and he thinks he can take what's mine. He likes calling the police, does he? He turned his gaze falling upon the lean man, a cruel smile curling on his lips. Tell President Zhao to use his connections in Xia country. Since he's so fond of running to the police station, let's grant his wish. Get him thrown in. The lean man straightened up, immediately bowing his head in acknowledgement. Yes, young master. Terry's face was full of contempt. In his eyes the son of a local Xia country official was no different from an ant he could crush underfoot. An opponent of this caliber wasn't even worthy of his direct gaze. The lean man knew his master's temperament well. In Germany the name of the Terry family was a universal pass. Not just local officials but even higher-ranking politicians treated them with utmost courtesy. Though things were a bit more constrained in Xia country, the young master's ingrained arrogance, that conviction that everyone should make way for him, hadn't changed one bit. The lean man turned to leave. As he reached the door Terry's voice came from behind. Tell President Zhao I don't wish to wait long. Yes. Terry picked up his wine glass and took a sip. An arrogant whelp who didn't know his place daring to snatch someone from him. He would teach this man the meaning of true power, true despair. Call the police. Ha! In the city center of Ba City, inside a large shopping mall, Jingxiu emerged from a women's clothing store laden with bags. He carried 3 in his left hand and 3 in his right. Lin Yutong was as confirmed by the obsessive CEO who had imprisoned her, perfect in both appearance and figure. Her neck and shoulders had graceful lines, a slender waist, long legs, and she was endowed in all the right places, not scrawny but with a pleasing just right softness. While she tried on clothes, Jingxiu waited outside the fitting room. Each time Lin Yutong emerged in a new outfit he would glance, nod and tell the sales assistant, well, take this one because every single one looked stunning. The salesgirl's eyes crinkled with smiles as she looked at Jingxiu as if he were a god of wealth. Lin Yutong initially murmured protests, no need, too expensive, just one change of clothes is enough, but Jingxiu paid her no heed, not even bothering to glance at the price tags. Lin Yutong stood by watching the growing pile of shopping bags on the counter, wringing her hands, the tips of her ears flushed crimson. Every time she wanted to say they didn't need to buy so much, the words died in her throat as Jingxiu had already handed over his card. In the end Jingxiu was burdened with 6 shopping bags containing several outfits, from underwear to outerwear, from skirts to trousers. After buying clothes, Jingxiu took her to a phone store on the first floor and purchased the latest smartphone for her, also getting a SIM card from the adjacent service center. In the waiting area of the service center, Jingxiu used her new phone and the freshly activated SIM card to register a green bubble account. He then scanned a QR code with his own phone and they added each other as friends. After adding her, Jingxiu sent a list in their chat window right in front of her. The list was very clear: phone XXXX yuan, clothes XXXX yuan, shoes XXX yuan, underwear and socks XXX yuan, total XXXXX yuan. Every single item was listed clearly down to 1 decimal place with the total sum bolded at the bottom. Lin Yutong stared at the 6-figure total and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Well, her new life hadn't even started and she was already drowning in debt. Jingxiu handed the phone back to her, saying casually, set your own password. Tell me when you're done and I'll send you the list as a backup. Lin Yutong took the phone and lowered her head to set the password. She typed very seriously, her finger tapping away on the screen. Jingxiu watched and couldn't help but tease, why make your password so complicated? Isn't that a hassle? Lin Yutong looked up and said earnestly, privacy must be well protected. Anyway, I usually use facial recognition or fingerprint to unlock it. Having said that, she seemed to realize something and tilted her head, looking at Jingxiu. Don't tell me your password is really simple. Jingxiu replied candidly, my password is just 6/8. Lin Yutong wore an expression that said, are you kidding me? She opened her mouth as if to say something, then closed it again. Alright, whatever makes you happy. Jingxiu didn't mind her expression. He fiddled with his own phone for a moment, then sent her an address. This address, he turned his phone screen towards her, is an apartment I used to live in. It's fully furnished. It's getting late now, so go there to rest for the night. Take a shower, there's a washing machine. You can wash your new clothes. Tomorrow when the clothes are dry you can wear the new ones to leave. He then took a key from his pocket and handed it to her. Lin Yutong looked at the key, stunned. She didn't take it, her fingers curling slightly, hanging by her side. Jingxiu simply pressed the key into her hand. Take it. You can't go to some cheap motel with all these new clothes, can you? Besides, you don't have enough money for even that. Lin Yutong lowered her head, her eyelashes fluttering. It had been a long time since anyone had been this kind to her. When her parents were alive, their family was of modest means. They were busy making a living, and their care for her was mostly about providing food and clothing. After her parents passed away, her uncle's family took the compensation money and seized her house, seeing her only as a burden. They sold her abroad without a single backward glance. In Germany, she was confined in that vast, cold and dark castle, facing a man who treated her like his personal property every single day. And the person before her now. She had known him for less than a day. He had simply passed by the park that day, called the police, then treated her to a meal, bought her clothes and a phone, and given her a key to a place where she could shower, sleep, and rest in peace. Thank you, Lu Jingxiu. She didn't know how to repay this kindness. Even her thank you came out haltingly, for the words felt far too light. Lu Jingxiu waved his hand about to say don't mention it, when his gaze suddenly caught sight of 3 uniformed police officers walking briskly towards them from the other end of the mall. The 3 officers had a clear target, their gazes locked directly onto him with solemn expressions and brisk steps. Lu Jingxiu's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly shoved his phone into Lin Yutong's hands. Soon the 3 officers stood before them. The lead, a middle-aged policeman, flashed his badge and spoke in a businesslike tone. Lu Jingxiu, correct. There's a case requiring your cooperation for investigation. Please come with us. Before his words faded, a younger officer stepped forward, deftly seized Lu Jingxiu's arm and produced handcuffs with a crisp click, locking them around his wrists. Lu Jingxiu glanced at the cold metal circling his wrist, a pensive look crossing his face. He said, I need to make a call. Not now, the officer gripping his arm refused flatly. Come with us first. With that, flanked by 2 officers, they began steering Lu Jingxiu toward the mall exit. He struggled briefly but couldn't break free. His heart sank. As he suspected, this was no routine investigation. Standard procedure wouldn't involve slapping on handcuffs in public without a reason, nor deny him a single phone call. This was the retaliation of that German tycoon Tracy. The man moved swiftly, and as Lin Yutong had said, he had connections in Xia Kingdom as well. Fortunately, the 3 officers were unaware that his phone was now in Lin Yutong's possession. As he was escorted out, flanked by the officers, he turned back to Lin Yutong and shouted, call Uncle Zhang. The moment the words left his lips, he was roughly shoved and taken away by the 3 officers. Lin Yutong stood still as shoppers in the mall turned to stare. Some raised their phones to film, others whispered among themselves, a cacophony of noise buzzing around. The 3 officers hustled Lu Jingxiu through the crowd, vanishing around the corner near the elevators. Lin Yutong remained rooted, looking down at the phone Lu Jingxiu had suddenly pressed into her hand. After a few seconds, she snapped back to reality. This was that man's revenge. She bit her lip hard, forcing herself to calm down. With trembling fingers, she lit up the screen and entered the password on the lock screen. 6/8. The screen unlocked. She quickly opened the contacts, found the entry labeled Uncle Zhang, and despite her shaky hands, pressed the dial button. The phone rang twice before being answered. A middle-aged man's voice came through, gentle and familiar. Jingxiu, what's up? Another problem. Lin Yutong gripped the phone, striving to keep her voice steady. Hello, Uncle Zhang. I'm a friend of Lu Jingxiu. He was taken away by 3 police officers. The police car drove for a full hour and a half, heading east from the bustling city center. The surroundings shifted from towering skyscrapers to low workshops and barren land, finally pulling into a compound. A sign at the gate read Qingqing Port Police Station. Lu Jingxiu was escorted from the car by 2 officers. He looked up at the sign, committing the name and address to memory. Qingqing Port. This place was outside the city's jurisdiction, near the neighboring city's border, surrounded by logistics warehouses and undeveloped plots so remote that even a GPS took a moment to locate. He sneered inwardly. Normally this station had no jurisdiction here. To arrest him, they'd need to notify the local precinct and act with their cooperation. Now arresting him across jurisdictions was a procedural violation. Do you realize, he said, standing by the police car, eyeing the 3 officers calmly, cross-jurisdictional operations without notifying the local station is illegal. The lead officer paused mid-step as he pushed the station's glass door. His face visibly shifted, but he said nothing. The other 2 also remained silent, feigning ignorance. Get inside, no dawdling. One officer shoved him roughly. Lu Jingxiu suppressed his anger as he was led into the station, through a dim corridor and into a small room. They searched him thoroughly. Documents, keys, one by one they were laid on the table. But in the end they found nothing of what they wanted. Where's your phone? The lead officer frowned, growing impatient. Phone. Lu Jingxiu shrugged nonchalantly. It was on me just now, but I must dropped it somewhere on the way. Want to go back and look? His expression was so earnest it was almost infuriating. He knew the phone was crucial. These officers were clearly bribed. If they planted evidence inside, it would be too easy to frame him. Did you know we were coming for you? The officer's gaze sharpened. No. Lu Jingxiu shook his head. What's hidden in your phone? Nothing. Who did you give it to? It was on me, I forgot where I put it. The lead officer fired off 4 or 5 questions in rapid succession and Lu Jingxiu answered every one. He was cooperative in words but offered zero information. Yes, no, don't know, lost. He maintained a good attitude but claimed ignorance on every front. The lead officer took a deep breath, wasting no more words. 2 officers flanked him, escorting him into an interrogation room at the end of the corridor. The room was small with green-painted walls, a bolted-down iron table and a few iron chairs. The window was set high, its glass covered with frosted film letting in only a dim gray light. He was pushed into an iron chair with one handcuff secured to the crossbar of the armrest. The cold metal bit into his wrist, the position deeply uncomfortable. The interrogation began. Lu Jingxiu, the officer across from him, opened a file, speaking in a robotic tone. We're aware of your multiple previous reports to the police. This behavior constitutes creating trouble out of nothing. Do you understand? Lu Jingxiu almost laughed. He had reported a kidnapping in broad daylight and 3 Mercedes chasing his car. If that was creating trouble, what was real trouble? He remained silent. It was a trap question. Answering yes or no would be an admission. Having navigated corporate circles for years, he knew this trick well. Seeing his silence, another officer added, also during your removal at the mall you resisted, which constitutes obstructing law enforcement. Lu Jingxiu looked down at his handcuffed wrist and said calmly, I didn't resist. Whether you resisted isn't for you to decide. The officer cut him off. Your actions have caused adverse social effects. According to regulations, we are now imposing a 15-day administrative detention on you. After delivering this statement, the lead officer paused, shifting from a stern enforcer to a more suggestive tone. He leaned forward, speaking slowly as if for Lu Jingxiu's own good. But if you cooperate now, admit to a fray and sign this statement, it'll be 10 days. He paused, took a sip of strong tea from his cup, set it down and let his words hang in the air, his eyes conveying a clear message. Otherwise, he said, well, go with 15 days. And if we find anything else later, we can add more. You're a college student, being locked up for long. What about your studies? Your graduation? Think it over. Lu Jingxiu looked at the statement pushed before him, then at the officer's feigned smile. Impossible. I haven't broken the law, he said without room for negotiation. The officer's fake smile vanished. Unsurprised, he closed the file, stood up, his chair scraping harshly against the floor. The other officer also rose. Even without your signature, we can still detain you, he said, pausing at the door to glance back at Lu Jingxiu. Stay here and reflect properly. I have the right to make a call, Lu Jingxiu shouted after him. Neither officer turned back. The door closed from outside with a click, locking in place. Footsteps faded down the corridor until they were completely inaudible. In an office on the 2nd floor of the police station, the door was shut and the blinds were drawn, leaving only a narrow slit. On the desk sat a freshly brewed cup of strong tea, the leaves yet to fully settle, with steam curling upward from the rim. Deputy Director Sun reclined in his office chair, legs crossed, holding his phone to his ear. His police uniform was neatly worn, but the top 2 buttons were undone, revealing a sun-darkened neck. Chief Zhao, the person has been brought back, rest assured, he said into the phone in a relaxed tone. Chief Zhao on the other end asked, how did it go? He didn't resist. Resist. Director Sun chuckled, shifting his crossed legs so his leather shoe swayed in the air. No, he was quite cooperative. He's sitting in the interrogation room now. He took a sip from his teacup, smacked his lips and continued, causing a disturbance. I handle dozens of these cases a week. I could go through the motions with my eyes closed. You can be completely at ease. I'll send him to the detention center later, 15 days first. Then. It's up to you. Whenever you're in a good mood, well, let him out. His tone carried the practiced nonchalance of a seasoned veteran, for he had handled such matters countless times. Chief Zhao paused for a second on the phone, then asked, his father is also an official in Boss City. Aren't you worried about that? Director Sun set his teacup down, leaned back in his chair, which creaked under the weight. I've arranged everything perfectly. Even if the Heavenly King himself came, he couldn't find a flaw. Who cares which official his father is? So what? In this little patch of land I oversee, if I say he caused a disturbance, then he caused a disturbance. By the time he gets out in 15 days, the opportunity will be long gone. Chief Zhao's tone lightened noticeably. Good Director Sun, I trust your work. The final payment will be in your account tomorrow. Director Sun's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly uncrossed his legs, straightened his back, and his voice brimmed with barely concealed eagerness. Oh, Chief Zhao, you're too kind. Feel free to give me any instructions anytime. Don't be a stranger. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, understanding each other perfectly, and hung up. Director Sun tossed his phone onto the desk, clasped his hands behind his head and stretched comfortably. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds, casting stripes across his face. He squinted, already calculating how to spend the final payment once it arrived. Meanwhile, in an office building in the heart of Boss City, Chief Zhao put down his phone, turned and walked out of his office. He crossed a carpeted hallway and stopped before a reception room. He knocked twice and only after hearing a cold enter did he push the door open. Tris sat on the leather sofa in the reception room holding a cup of espresso, his posture languid yet elegant. He had changed into a dark gray bespoke suit, his tie meticulously knotted, exuding an air of regained composure and control over everything. Mr. Tris, Chief Zhao said with a slight bow, his tone respectful. Director Sun has made all the arrangements. That university student named Lu Jingxiu has been charged with causing a disturbance and will be detained for 15 days. He's in the interrogation room now and will be sent to the detention center tonight. Tris took a sip of his coffee, his expression unchanged, but he gave a slight nod. Well done. He set down the coffee cup and looked up at Chief Zhao. Now there is one more thing. Chief Zhao immediately assumed an attentive posture. That woman, Tris said, his voice calm, but a cold glint flashed in his gray-blue eyes as he uttered the words. Lin Yutong. Now that young Lu is locked up, she has no one to back her. Send people to find her. Immediately. Once found, bring her straight to me. Chief Zhao nodded. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Tris didn't look at him again, his gaze turning to the window. My property, he murmured almost to himself, should return to my hands. Chief Zhao said nothing, quietly retreating from the reception room and closing the door behind him. Boss City Municipal Party Committee Building Standing Committee Meeting Room. The meeting had lasted over 2 hours, covering everything from economic indicators to people's welfare. The atmosphere was serious and efficient. Lu Feng sat at the head of the conference table, occasionally jotting down notes with his fountain pen. For the most part he listened, interjecting only a few words, his tone steady but carrying significant weight. In his early 50s, his hair was impeccably combed, his dark gray jacket sharply pressed. He exuded an aura of unshakable calm. Finally, the last agenda item was concluded. The mayor, who chaired the meeting, gave a brief summary and announced its adjournment. The sounds of chairs scraping, files closing, and low conversations filled the room. The committee members rose and filed out in small groups. Lu Feng packed his notebook and documents, stood up, and had barely stepped out of the meeting room when Secretary Zhang hurried over. Secretary Zhang had worked for him for nearly 6 years and was a man of great discretion. He usually waited until they were inside the office with the door closed to brief him. For him to approach directly in the hallway, his face showing a hint of gravity, meant it was serious. Secretary Zhang said in a low voice matching Lu Feng's pace. Something urgent has come up. Lu Feng glanced at him but said nothing, turning his steps toward a small empty reception room. Zhang followed him in and closed the door behind him. Alone in the room, Secretary Zhang cut straight to the point without preamble. Secretary, I just received a call from a young woman who identified herself as Lin Yutong. She was using Jingxiu's phone. She said that about half an hour ago at the Taiying shopping mall 3 people in police uniforms took Lu Jingxiu away. Zhang finished his report in one breath and stood waiting for instructions. The small meeting room fell silent for 2 seconds. Lu Feng's expression barely changed. His brow didn't furrow, his lips didn't tighten, and there was no visible flicker in his eyes. Having been a leading cadre for so many years, he had weathered countless emergencies and had long cultivated an unflappable demeanor. But there was only one thing in this world that could make a man of such composure feel his heart skip a beat the instant he heard news: his son. He moved unhurriedly. Is old Hong still here? Secretary Zhang knew he was referring to Hong Zhan, the deputy mayor of Ba City, who also served as the city's public security bureau chief and inspector general. He had attended the standing committee meeting, and having just adjourned, he likely hadn't gone far. He should still be downstairs. Director Hong's car hasn't left yet, Secretary Zhang said. Call him up here, Lu Feng said, sitting down on the sofa. In less than 2 minutes, Hong Zhan pushed the door open and entered. This veteran police officer in his early 50s was burly with broad shoulders. He had just come down from a standing committee meeting, not yet wearing his police jacket, only a white shirt with its sleeves rolled up to his forearms. Secretary, you wanted to see me. Hong Zhan's voice was resonant, carrying a hint of a northern accent. As he walked in, he already sensed the tension in the air. The fact that the secretary had summoned him alone to the reception room after the meeting was itself an indication that the matter was out of the ordinary. Old Hong, have a seat. Lu Feng gestured to the sofa beside him and sat down on a single-seater sofa himself. Secretary Zhang had already slipped out, silently closing the door behind him. Old Hong, Lu Feng looked at him and cut straight to the point. I need you to look into something for me immediately. My son Lu Jingxiu was taken away by 3 police officers at the Taiying shopping center around 5 this afternoon. Hong Zhan's facial muscles tensed briefly, but he quickly regained control, showing neither surprise nor panic. Lu Feng's tone was steady as he continued, help me find out, does this arrest have proper documentation? Who gave the order? Which case is it related to? 3 questions, each hitting the vital point. He didn't use a questioning phrase like, did my son do something wrong, nor an accusatory one like, on what grounds did you arrest him? He used the most standard official language, asking about procedures, orders, and the case's basis. This was precisely how a top leader who had weathered decades within the system handled matters. But Hongzhan already understood his implication. "Secretary, please wait a moment. I'll verify this right away." Without any hesitation, Hongzhan pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, found a number and dialed. Once the call connected, his voice dropped low, carrying an authoritative weight that commanded respect. "This is Hongzhan from the Municipal Bureau. At the Taiyuan Shopping Center around 5 this afternoon. Which precinct station under your branch arrested someone at the mall? Check it out and get back to me immediately." He hung up the phone, sitting in the reception room with the device clutched in his hand. Silence fell over the room. Hongzhan sat ramrod straight, his legs slightly apart, hands resting on his knees, his entire body taut like a drawn bowstring. He felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, his mind churning like a stormy sea. The Taiyuan Shopping Center was in the heart of the city, the most bustling area, a core district. In broad daylight at a place like that, the son of the Municipal Party Secretary had been handcuffed and taken away. Which damned fool with the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall had done this? And from what the secretary implied, the procedures might be flawed. Hongzhan wished he could fly to that precinct station right then and there, drag out the person who gave the order and give them a blistering dressing down. After all, if the secretary's son had actually committed an offense, the police department would have checked his confidential file, learned he was a close relative of a high-ranking official, and reported it to him for instructions. Even if an arrest were necessary without solid evidence, plainclothes officers would have politely invited him in. They would never allow any public controversy to ignite. Now, without receiving any prior notification, the secretary's son had been handcuffed in broad daylight by 3 officers. This was a resounding slap in the face, not only to the secretary but to him as well. Yet his face betrayed nothing. He simply kept his hands on his knees, his gaze fixed straight ahead, waiting in silence. Lu Feng, on the other hand, appeared quite calm. "Old Hong, come have some tea while we wait for news." He opened the tea canister on the coffee table and brewed a cup for Hongzhan, his movements unhurried, just as he would when entertaining any guest. Hongzhan accepted the cup with both hands but didn't take a single sip. A few minutes later his phone rang. He answered immediately, putting it on speaker. On the other end was the voice of the branch bureau chief, Chief Hong. "I checked. There were no dispatch records for the Taiyuan Shopping Center this afternoon. None of our precinct stations sent officers to the mall during that time period. And we received no related reports or requests for assistance." Hongzhan's brow furrowed into a tight knot. "Are you sure?" "Positive, Chief Hong," the branch bureau chief affirmed firmly. "I've double-checked multiple times." "Should I pull the mall surveillance footage immediately?" Hongzhan's expression darkened. His instincts led him to a swift conclusion. Either someone within the public security system was conducting unauthorized cross-jurisdictional enforcement, or they were imposters. Either way, the severity of the matter had escalated significantly. Because this involved the arrest of the secretary's son. "Pull it!" He barked into the phone, his speech rapid. "Not just the mall's interior, include the surrounding road surveillance. Find those 3 officers and their vehicle. I'll be waiting for your call." "Understood." He ended the call and turned to Lu Feng. Lu Feng lifted his teacup, blew lightly on the floating leaves, took a sip and said nothing. After another waiting period, the phone rang again. "Chief Hong, we've located them." The branch bureau chief's voice came through this time. He had clearly done his homework. Based on surveillance cross-referencing, those 3 officers and their patrol car belonged to the Qingqing Port Precinct Station under the Eastern Suburb branch. After taking the person from the mall, they got on the elevated highway and headed toward the eastern suburbs. He paused, adding a subtle note, "Chief Hong, we received no request for assistance or notification from the Eastern Suburb branch or Qingqing Port Precinct Station. I just contacted the Eastern Suburb branch. They weren't aware of this situation either." Hongzhan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Qingqing Port was in the suburbs, nearly outside the city limits of Ba City, half a city away from the Taiyuan Shopping Center. This wasn't just a procedural violation, it was a complete disregard for protocol, a textbook case of unauthorized cross-jurisdictional law enforcement. A suburban precinct station without following coordination procedures had driven into the city's central business district to make an arrest across jurisdictions. What gave them such audacity? He spoke into the phone. "Got it. Preserve the surveillance footage." "Understood, Chief Hong." Hongzhan hung up and turned to Lu Feng. His face had turned completely grim, anger smoldering in his eyes. Without any coordination procedures, a precinct station's grassroots officers had gone to the city center, arrested the secretary's son, and failed to notify any higher police authorities. They hadn't even verified his identity. This was an utter loss of face before the secretary. Lu Feng naturally understood all this as well. He set down his teacup, the ceramic base meeting the glass coffee table, with a crisp tap. Then he looked at Hongzhan, his expression calm. "Old Hong, you need to take this seriously. He paused, his gaze fixed on Hong Zhan's face, his tone grave. Unauthorized cross-jurisdictional enforcement, arresting someone across districts without even a courtesy call. What kind of behavior is this? This is a classic case of orders being ignored and prohibitions flouted. Is this how your public security procedures are followed? A precinct station officer, who gave him that authority? What does he think he's doing? Does he believe his station can govern the entire city? Or does he think his station can make decisions on behalf of the bureau chief? Can we allow such a precedent to be set? Hong Zhan's back instantly stiffened. He understood the weight of those words all too well. Shuangling Port Precinct Station was in for a rough time. He opened his mouth to explain, but Lu Feng waved a hand. Don't make excuses for them. On this matter, your department needs to investigate thoroughly first who gave the order, who carried it out, why they crossed jurisdictions, and what legal basis they had. Once it's clear, handle it according to the rules. Hold accountable those who should be held accountable and transfer the case where necessary. He paused again, lifted his teacup and delivered the final 4 words: the Municipal Party Committee will also be watching. Having spent half his life in the public security system, Hong Zhan could read between the lines. Translated, the secretary's words meant him keeping an eye on this. Dig deep, don't think you can brush it aside. Find out who did it and who ordered it and root it out completely. Especially that phrase, handle it according to the rules. It didn't mean leniency, it meant dealing with it to the fullest extent of the law and regulations, making an example of it. Secretary, rest assured. Hong Zhan stood up, his voice resolute. I'll handle this personally. I'm heading to the eastern suburb branch right now. I will get to the bottom of this and give you a satisfactory account. Lu Feng nodded and said nothing more. Hong Zhan saluted, turned and quickly left the reception room. After the door closed, his footsteps rapidly faded down the corridor. After the door shut, the room fell silent again. Lu Feng didn't get up immediately. He sat on the sofa silent for a few seconds, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Old Gui, it's me, Lu Feng. His voice returned to its usual mildness, but the content was anything but mild. I need to tell you something. Just now Hong Zhan from Public Security was here. A precinct station under their eastern suburb branch conducted an illegal cross-jurisdictional arrest, quite serious. Hong is still looking into the details, but I think you should have the Discipline Inspection Commission pay attention in advance so we're not caught off guard. The person on the other end clearly understood his meaning and responded with a few brief words. After ending that call, Lu Feng dialed another number. Old Joe, it's Lu Feng. I need to give you a heads up. Go and look into the recent situation within the Public Security Bureau. I've heard reports that some grassroots precinct stations have irregularities in their law enforcement procedures, for example the Shuangling Port Precinct Station under the Eastern Suburb Branch. You're in the Political and Legal Affairs Committee. You need to tighten up law enforcement oversight, strictly enforce procedures and eliminate irregular operations. Don't wait until problems arise to start fixing things. After finishing both calls, he placed his phone on the coffee table and leaned back into the sofa. He knew this was no simple matter. A precinct station officer from a suburban branch without orders or documentation had dared to cross jurisdictions to the city's busiest mall and arrest his son. There had to be someone behind this, and that someone was the real target. Moreover, this was very likely aimed at him. If that was the case, he would counter each move as it came. To the Eastern Suburb Bureau. Hong Zhan pulled open the car door and settled into the back seat, instructing the driver. The black official vehicle glided smoothly out of the municipal compound, merging into the main road's traffic flow before speeding eastward. Hong Zhan sat in the back, his face turned toward the window, watching the rapidly fleeting street scenes. His countenance was so dark it seemed ready to drip with gloom. He picked up his phone, found the number of Su Jia, the director of the Eastern Suburb Bureau, and dialed directly. Inside the interrogation room of Shuangling Port Police Station. The iron door was pushed open from the outside and a man in his 30s entered. He wore a police uniform of medium build with a stern expression on his face. He walked to the iron table, sat down opposite Lu Jingxiu and cleared his throat. Lu Jingxiu, right. I am Sun Yin, deputy director of Shuangling Port Police Station. He nodded at Lu Jingxiu and said, young man, don't be so stubborn here. Let me be straight with you. Your case is neither major nor minor. Sign this, admit to a fray, and you'll be out in 10 days. If you don't sign, well, follow the rules, 15 days at minimum. If you insist on being difficult, you'll only make it harder on yourself. Lu Jingxiu leaned back in the iron chair, shifting his hand, which was cuffed to the armrest, to a slightly more comfortable position. He looked at Sun Yan and let out a cold laugh. I didn't commit a fray. If you think I broke the law, list which law I violated and present all the evidence. I'll decide after I see it. Sun Yan's smile remained unchanged, but a twitch flickered at the corner of his eye. He shifted his approach. Your previous calls to the police, were they due to a personal grudge with the other party? No. Then why did you call so frequently? Did you think it was fun? Someone broke the law, so I called the police. Is there a problem? At the mall when our comrades tried to take you away, did you push and shove? No. Someone saw you swing your arm. Isn't that resist? Then call that person over or bring the surveillance footage to prove I swung my arm. Sun Yan asked one question and Lu Jingxiu answered each one. His replies were watertight, neither agitated nor yielding. Sun Yan's expression gradually darkened. He had thought that dealing with a young college student barely over 20, a few intimidating words and a hint of leniency for confession would rattle him, making him follow the script. To his surprise, this kid was slippery as an eel, like a seasoned bureaucrat who had navigated officialdom for decades. Every answer hit the mark without admitting anything, and his cooperative attitude left Sun Yan with no solid leverage. A flicker of anger stirred within him, but his face remained composed. No matter. In all his years behind this desk, Sun Yan had seen every kind of troublemaker. If you want sign, he'll find a way to make you sign. Procedures are rigid, but people are flexible. As for the record, forging one is simple enough. Once it's in black and white with your fingerprint, even a lie becomes the truth. Officer Sun, Lu Jingxiu said, watching Sun Yan's expression shift. You crossed jurisdictions to arrest me without warrants and without notifying the local station. Now you've cuffed me here, denied me a phone call, and want me to sign a fabricated record. This is a violation of regulations and abuse of power. Aren't you afraid of consequences from above? Sun Yan chuckled at this. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his hands over his stomach. Consequences? What consequences? His tone was smug and unapologetic. Everything I've done is lawful and compliant, flawless in procedure. You claim it's cross-jurisdiction. You say it's a violation. Who made you the judge? He finished staring at Lu Jingxiu's handsome face, which showed no fear even in this situation, and felt a growing irritation. He had seen plenty of these spoiled rich kids who had never faced hardship, who thought the world revolved around them. He loathed these privileged sons who were born on the starting line. If he had connections or money, he wouldn't be stuck doing this job. Today he would teach this brat a lesson, show him what rules really meant. Sun Yan stood up and began rolling up his sleeves with deliberate slowness. As he did, he spoke in a regretful tone. What a shame. The camera in this interrogation room happened to malfunction today. The repairman said he can't come until tomorrow. He rolled his sleeves up to his elbows, revealing his thick forearms. Then from behind his back he pulled out a black baton and weighed it in his hand. So he walked toward Lu Jingxiu, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Before the camera is fixed, we have plenty of time to have a good chat. Help you recall whether you actually broke the law or obstructed justice. Just then the interrogation room door was flung open. A young officer rushed in, panic-stricken and pale. Deputy Director Sun. Something's wrong. Director Su is here. Chief Xia wants you over immediately. Sun Yan frowned and turned around. Director Su. Which Director Su? Which one else? Director Su from the branch bureau, the officer whispered urgently. Sun Yan's heart skipped a beat. Director Su. Su Jia. The top man at the Eastern Suburb Bureau. Why would he suddenly show up without any notice? He glanced at Lu Jingxiu, who was still sitting calmly watching him with an air of leisure. Grinding his teeth, he tucked the baton back behind his waist, rolled down his sleeves and threw out a threat. You wait here. I'll be back to deal with you. With that he hurried out of the interrogation room with the officer. In the station yard, a police car and a black commercial vehicle pulled in one after another, coming to a smooth stop. The police car's rear door opened and Su Jie, director of the Eastern Suburb Bureau, stepped out. He was dressed in his police uniform with a white shirt, the rank insignia on his epaulets glinting in the last rays of the setting sun. Then the side door of the commercial vehicle slid open and 4 people alighted one by one. The lead man in his 40s was slightly stout, wearing a dark jacket. Once on the ground he didn't look around but exchanged a glance with Su Jie. Together they led the group toward the station's glass doors. A veteran police officer in his 50s hurried out to greet them, Xia Yuan, the director of Shuanglin Port Police Station. He had graying hair and a face etched with the fatigue of years of late nights. Seeing the scene he cursed inwardly. Just now Director Su had called saying he was on his way. Xia had assumed Su was coming alone, never expecting that Du Yunfei, the district's Political and Legal Affairs Committee secretary, would also be there. The Political and Legal Affairs Committee oversaw public security and supervised law enforcement. The simultaneous appearance of these 2 men signaled an inspection. Steeling himself, he walked down the steps to meet them. Director Su, Secretary Du. Su Jie stood on the steps, showing no intention of entering or exchanging pleasantries. He looked at Xia Yuan and asked directly, where is he? What exactly is going on? Xia Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had just returned to the station from outside and hadn't fully grasped the matter Director Su mentioned. He only knew someone had been brought in, but the specifics were yet to be inquired. But with these two big shots standing there, he had to say something. Director Su Secretary, do I just got back and am not fully aware of the situation. Let me verify first. He said, turning to call out who went on field duty this afternoon. Get them over here. The duty officer trotted over clutching a notebook. Chief Xie, the ones on field duty this afternoon were Zhao Xiuhai, Qingqing and Zhou Qiang. What were they out for? Who assigned it? They. The duty officer glanced at the two senior leaders behind Xie Yu and his voice dropping. They said they went to arrest someone for causing a disturbance. It was arranged by Deputy Chief Sun. Where is the person? Where is the detainee? Still in the holding room. At this moment, Du Yunfei, the secretary of the District Political and Legal Affairs Committee, spoke up, his voice carrying a sense of pressure. Why was he arrested? What is the basis? Why did they go into the city to make an arrest without following the coordination procedures? Where is the case file? Bring it to me. The duty officer recognized Du Yunfei, knowing he was the secretary in charge of political and legal affairs for the district, having inspected the station before. His mind went blank with fear and he instinctively defended himself. Secretary, they didn't go into the city to make an arrest. They said it was nearby. Nearby. Hearing this, Su Jie's anger flared instantly. The municipal bureau had already sent him surveillance screenshots clearly showing the Shuanglin Port Police Station's vehicle and personnel taking someone away at Taiyin Shopping Mall. Yet this duty officer claimed it was nearby. It was obvious the deputy chief had given direct orders and the three officers had deceived the duty officer, leading to inconsistent accounts. Get those three and Sun Yan over here now. Su Jie suppressed his rage. The duty officer hurried off to summon them. Du Yunfei's face darkened completely. He turned to Xie Yu and his tone stern. Chief Xie, the duty officer says it was a nearby arrest. The city's surveillance clearly shows your vehicle and personnel taking the subject away at Taiyin Shopping Mall. Is this nearby? Cross-jurisdiction law enforcement without coordination procedures, and you don't even know what your officers were doing. Is this how your station operates? Cold sweat dripped from Xie Yuan's forehead. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. This isn't a work error, Du Yunfei said gravely. This is knowingly breaking the law. The cross-jurisdiction case handling cooperation regulations aren't just a hang on the wall, they must be followed. What do you take this for? A joke. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the officers who had rushed over, his voice clear across the entire courtyard. This matter will be fully monitored by the District Political and Legal Affairs Committee's Law Enforcement Supervision Office. All involved personnel, regardless of rank, will be suspended first and investigated later. The case files are to be sealed immediately. All surveillance footage from the interrogation area is to be retrieved. The relevant individuals will be dealt with once the inspectors arrive. Just then Sun Yan rushed out of the building in a hurry. He had been making harsh threats in the interrogation room, scheming how to talk his way out. Seeing Su Jie and Du Yunfei in the yard, he froze completely. He thought it was just a routine inspection by the bureau chief. Why was the Political and Legal Affairs Committee secretary also here? And the posture clearly signaled trouble. Could it be aimed at him? A flicker of hope lingered in his mind. Su Jie saw Sun Yan and didn't even let him greet them, cutting straight to the chase. Sun Yan, this afternoon you sent 3 men into the city to arrest someone, is that true? Sun Yan swallowed hard, his throat tight, his heart pounding as if it might leap out. That last shred of hope vanished. It was over, this was aimed at him. But he was a seasoned veteran, somewhat prepared for such scenes, and quickly replied, Director Su, Secretary, this case came from a citizen's report about someone causing a disturbance. So A citizen's report? Du Yunfei interrupted him directly. Where is the report? Was it registered? Verified? Where are the records? Sun Yan was left speechless, sweat beading on his forehead. He couldn't exactly say. The citizen had called him privately, promising to send some local specialties afterward. Just then the 3 field duty officers shuffled over hesitantly, one clutching a hastily prepared record. He braced himself and handed it to Du Yunfei. Du Yunfei took it, scanned it from beginning to end, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. He passed the document to Su Jie. Director Su, take a look. Su Jie reviewed it. Having spent most of his career in public security, he could see at a glance that the record was riddled with flaws. The time, location and relationships were all fabricated with no logical coherence. The description of the arrest location was especially vague, clearly an attempt to conceal the cross-jurisdiction enforcement. He felt his blood pressure skyrocket, his hands trembling with rage. His own subordinates dared to do such a thing. A deputy chief in a substation under the branch had bypassed all procedures, sent men on illegal cross-jurisdiction arrests, fabricated records, and even alerted the municipal government and the Municipal Party Committee. On the way here he had already communicated with Du Yunfei. He was notified by the Municipal Bureau and Du Yunfei by the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Committee. There was only one possibility: it had either alarmed the Municipal Party Committee or the municipal government, leading to pressure from above resulting in this situation. And now with the deception so glaring, Su Jia's face and the East Suburban branch's face had been utterly disgraced before the Municipal Party Committee and government by this one man. He slammed the document hard onto the nearby table, the sharp crack silencing the entire duty room. "Who gave you the authority?" Su Jia pointed at Sun Yan's nose, furious. "Do you have any sense of discipline? Any respect for the law?" Sun Yan trembled at the roar, his face turning pale. He finally realized he hadn't stepped on an iron plate, he had hit a mountain. That college student named Jingxiu was certainly no ordinary person. Xia Yiyuan glanced at Sun Yan, shaking his head inwardly. He was old and had only a few years left before retirement in his position as chief, so he often turned a blind eye to Sun Yan's small maneuvers. But he never expected it would lead to such a huge disaster. Sun Yan's back was soaked with cold sweat. Damn that President Zhao. He cursed fiercely in his mind, wishing he could rush over and beat that Zhao fellow to a pulp. On the phone, Zhao had made it sound easy: a minor official's son, at most a section-level cadre's kid, probably from a powerless department. He had thought it was a sure thing. A minor official with no real power, what could his son being locked up for a few days stir up? At worst, he'd pull some strings, later pay some compensation, apologize, and it would blow over. And President Zhao's local specialties were worth a fortune, allowing him to skip 6 or 7 years of hard work. How could he have imagined it would escalate to this point? A branch bureau chief and a district political and legal affairs committee secretary, two figures whose mere footsteps could shake the district, personally coming to this remote suburban station for such a trivial case. And from the looks of it, this wasn't about handling a routine violation, it was a full-blown inquisition. What did that mean? Sun Yan's mind buzzed and a chilling thought uncontrollably surfaced. It meant that the ordinary-looking male college student Jingxiu handcuffed in the interrogation room. His father was absolutely no minor official. For the branch's top leader and the district's political and legal affairs secretary to mobilize, simultaneously rush over at night to spring someone and adopt this aggressive stance of investigating to the fullest. The person behind this kid was at least a principal at the section level. And in a real power position at that. He was finished. Sun Yan suspended from duty pending investigation. Su Jia suppressed his anger, uttering each word with deliberate force. Sun Yan opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, to say it was a tip-off from the public, to claim it was all a misunderstanding. But the words were all lodged in his throat. For he dared not meet the gaze of the sub-bureau chief. Xia Yuan, Su Jia turned his head, casting a glance at Director Xia, his tone carrying a hint of reprimand. You bear supervisory responsibility for this matter as well. With such an incident occurring in your station, how have you been fulfilling your duties as director? He paused, his voice softening slightly. Since the man is innocent and the procedures were improper, release him immediately. Yes, Chief Su. Xia Yuan responded promptly, not even sparing a glance at the ashen-faced Sun Yan beside him. He turned and strode briskly toward the interrogation room. He now only wished to rid himself of that scorching hot potato as quickly as possible and distance himself from the affair. Su Jia shifted his gaze to the three officers nearby who had not dared to breathe a word from start to finish. The three stood in a row, shoulders hunched, eyes evasive, unsure where to place their hands or feet. You three likewise suspended, prepare to cooperate with the investigation. The three exchanged glances, their faces growing increasingly grim, yet none dared utter a sound. They knew they had also fallen this time. On the other side, Du Yunfei had already turned his head and instructed the three staff members from the District Political and Legal Affairs Committee's Law Enforcement Supervision Section who followed behind him. We will intervene according to procedure. Seal all case files and all surveillance footage from the handling area. The Law Enforcement Supervision Section will now begin retrieving relevant materials and form a specialized report as soon as possible. The leading supervisor immediately nodded. Understood, Secretary Du. Also take separate statements from Sun Yan and these three officers for cross-verification. Focus on clarifying who gave the order, how it was given, whether any benefits were received, and if there was any instigation behind it. These matters must be thoroughly investigated until everything is brought to light. Understood, Secretary Du. The three supervisors acknowledged and began to act separately. Su Jia then turned to the station's political instructor, a stern-faced female officer in her 30s. Instructorly, take these four to the duty room first and confiscate all their phones. Once the inspector colleagues arrive, we will formally hand them over. Instructorly nodded, walked over to Sun Yan and the three officers. Follow me. The four followed her dejectedly toward the duty room. The interrogation room door was opened from the outside. Jingxiu, leaning back in his chair contemplating matters, lifted his eyelids at the sound. The one who entered was no longer Sun Yan but an older officer in his 50s with graying hair. Xia Yuan approached the iron table swiftly and decisively unlocked the handcuffs and withdrew them. Jingxiu flexed his wrists where a faint red mark had been left by the cuffs. Young man, Xia Yuan said, hanging the cuffs on his belt, his tone polite. I am the station director. This incident was our mistake. Sun Yan has been suspended. Lu Jingxiu nodded without saying anything. You may go back now. I will handle the rest strictly. Lu Jingxiu cast a glance at him, asked no further questions and offered no complaints or accusations. He strode out into the corridor. The police station was now in a state of mild commotion. People came and went, several uniformed figures hurried about some sealing materials, others speaking in hushed tones. Lu Jingxiu paid them no further attention. Standing at the entrance, he reached into his pocket only to remember that his phone was still with Lin Yutong. Without a phone he couldn't even hail a cab. Just as he was thinking of borrowing one, Director Xia Yuan hurried over holding a transparent evidence bag containing Lu Jingxiu's wallet keys and student ID. Student Lu, your belongings are all here, Xia Yuan said courteously. After handing over the items he turned and called out, Xiao Lu, take my car and drive student Lu back. Yes, Director. The officer named Xiao Lu promptly acknowledged, jogged over and gestured for Lu Jingxiu to follow. Hello, the car is outside. I'll take you. Lu Jingxiu took his belongings, glanced at them briefly and nodded thank you. Settling into the black sedan with civilian plates, he borrowed Xiao Liu's phone. He took the phone and deftly dialed his own number. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Hello. Lin Yutong's voice came through the receiver, pleasant in tone but tinged with tension. Lin Yutong, it's me, Lu Jingxiu. The breathing on the other end paused for a moment, then her voice rose slightly. How are you? Are you okay? Her speech was faster than usual, as if she had been holding back for a long time waiting for this call. I'm fine. I'm on my way back to Taiyin Mall now. Where are you? Let's talk when we meet. I'm sitting in the cafe on the first floor of the mall. Lin Yutong's voice suddenly dropped as if she didn't want others to hear. I feel like Treasy's people are watching me. Lu Jingxiu frowned. This German tycoon was indeed as persistent as a fly, impossible to shoo away. The matter of him being thrown into the police station this time was far from over. The cafe is crowded and there are surveillance cameras. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly, he reassured her in a steady tone. Just stay there, don't wander off, and wait for me. Okay. Lin Yutong's voice steadied slightly. Ending the call, Lu Jingxiu returned the phone to Xiao Lu. The car glided smoothly through the twilight, heading toward the city center. 20 minutes later the car stopped at the entrance of Taiyin Mall. Lu Jingxiu thanked him and stepped out. The evening mall was brightly lit with a considerable flow of people. He walked straight into the chain cafe on the first floor, his gaze sweeping across the hall, quickly spotting Lin Yutong at a table by the window. She sat there, her eyes darting occasionally toward the entrance and the window. Beside her chair were several shopping bags she had just bought that afternoon. The moment Lu Jingxiu stepped through the door, Lin Yutong spotted him. She seemed to find her anchor, letting out a sigh of relief as her shoulders relaxed. Lu Jingxiu first went to the counter to order 2 cups of coffee, then walked over and pulled out a chair to sit across from her. You're okay, thank goodness, she whispered, her eyes quickly scanning him to confirm he was unharmed. Then she lowered her voice and asked, was it Treasy's people? Lu Jingxiu nodded. He bribed a deputy station chief of the local police to get me in, but that person has been suspended and is under investigation now. Lin Yutong let out a soft breath, a flush of guilt rising to her cheeks. I'm sorry. It's all because of me causing you so much trouble. She bit her lip as if she had made up her mind and whispered, I think I should leave here tonight, go somewhere farther away. At that moment the waiter approached with 2 cups of coffee, setting them down gently before the pair. The white porcelain cups emitted wisps of steam and the rich aroma of coffee permeated the air between them. Lu Jingxiu picked up the small spoon, slowly stirring the coffee in his cup, his tone casual. No need to leave. You can stay in the apartment I gave you for now. Lin Yutong was taken aback, lifting her eyes to look at him. You need to find a job anyway, Lu Jingxiu continued, so why not look in Bashi? Big cities offer more opportunities and a broader platform. Feeling somewhat parched, Lin Yutong picked up the coffee he had pushed toward her, carefully blew on it and took a small sip. The sweetness was just right, the flavor mellow, carrying a hint of milky sweetness. I added a bit of sugar, Lu Jingxiu remarked casually, afraid you might find it too bitter. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Lin Yutong's lips, revealing a subtle smile. But the smile quickly faded. She set down the cup, her voice laced with worry, but Trish has influence here too. I'm afraid. This is Bashi, Lu Jingxiu interrupted, his gaze steady and calm as he looked at her. A sprawling metropolis of tens of millions with a complex web of connections. No one's power can dominate unchecked here. He paused, then spoke slowly. If you fled to some remote small town unfamiliar with the place and cut off from information, you truly find no one to turn to. Then he could do whatever he wanted even more easily. Lin Yutong remained silent, but she found his words reasonable. In a small city lacking checks and balances, it was easier for someone to act with impunity. In a vast metropolis like Bashi, at least there were rules, crowds, and countless watchful eyes. You can study in peace at the apartment, Lu Jingxiu continued, seeing that she was listening. Prepared directly for the civil service exam. Lin Yutong blinked, seeming uncertain about this sudden shift in topic. You think Trish's power is too vast to deal with, don't you? Lu Jingxiu looked at her, his expression serious. Then get into the disciplinary inspection or law enforcement departments. Use the law, use the rules to fight him. Lin Yutong's eyes widened slightly. Lu Jingxiu pressed on, having already thought through these words on the way back. Endless evasion won't solve anything. Don't you want revenge? When you see others like yourself toyed with by capital and power, can you only weep for them from the sidelines? You can put on the uniform yourself, wield the weapon of the law. You can uphold justice in this city, protect those in need. Then everything you do will be lawful in service of the people. No one can fault you for that. Even if Trish wants to move against you, it will be far harder than targeting an ordinary person. Having said this, Lu Jingxiu took a sip of his coffee. His plan for Lin Yutong already crystal clear in his mind since the journey. Originally he was just passing by, casually called the police, and had no intention of getting involved in some German tycoon's twisted imprisonment love affair. But since Trish was so tactless, insisting on harassing them and even extending his reach to have Lu Jingxiu thrown into jail, then this couldn't be brushed aside. He was determined to help Lin Yutong. Besides, she was indeed very beautiful. What tycoon? Your woman is fine from now on, she's mine. Lin Yutong stared fixedly at Lu Jingxiu, not blinking. The soft light of the cafe fell upon her face, making her eyes appear exceptionally clear and bright. She lowered her head, gazing at the slightly rippling surface of the coffee in her cup, pondering for a long time. It seemed this might really be a good idea. Suddenly a series of exclamations erupted within the cafe. Several customers by the window set down their cups, craning their necks to look outside, while others instinctively stood and stepped back. The cafe had two entrances, one opening into the mall and the other a glass door facing the street. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling window the street scene was fully visible. Lu Jingxiu and Lin Yutong both looked up simultaneously. A fleet of black Mercedes-Benz sedans was parked along the curb. Car doors swung open and one by one bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses filed out, their movements purposeful and without hesitation as they strode straight into the cafe. Customers and staff alike were stunned. Some instinctively retreated while others raised their phones. The black-clad bodyguards quickly pinpointed Lu Jingxiu and Lin Yutong in the corner, encircling their position to form an impenetrable human wall. With their backs to the pair, they faced outward, blocking all prying eyes and raised phone cameras. Then the rear door of the Maybach parked in the middle swung open. A man stepped out of the car. He wore an impeccably tailored dark gray custom suit, his shirt collar fastened with meticulous precision. Tall and imposing, his Sino-German mixed-race features were sharply defined as if sculpted. Highbrow bones, deep-set eyes, thin and cold lips with a pallor reminiscent of aristocratic bloodlines. He strode toward the cafe with measured steps, his presence oppressive. As he entered, the human wall parted to create a path, his gaze fixed solely on one person. Lin Yutong. He stopped before her, standing so close that she could catch the familiar scent of him. She froze, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her skirt. Looking down at her, a cold smile slowly spread across his handsome face. Had your fun? His voice was low but dripping with possessiveness. Come back with me. He reached out, directly grabbing for her wrist as if reclaiming something that belonged to him. Lin Yutong instinctively recoiled. Just as his hand was about to touch her wrist, another hand shot out from the side, fingers closing firmly around his wrist, stopping it midair. Trish's wrist was suspended. He turned his head, his gray-blue eyes settling on the person gripping him. His gaze lingered on Lu Jingxiu's face for a few seconds, the smile fading, replaced by undisguised contempt. Oh. He raised an eyebrow, looking down with an air of superiority. So you're that poor student Lu Jingxiu. Managed to get out. Not bad, I suppose. Now he stared at Lu Jingxiu, his voice turning icy. Let go of my hand. Immediately. Trish, is it? Lu Jingxiu released his wrist, rose from his chair and took half a step forward, unhurriedly positioning himself slightly in front of Lin Yutong. He was a bit shorter than Trish but stood tall and straight, not yielding an inch in presence. He cleared his throat, then in a voice that could be heard throughout the cafe suddenly bellowed, in broad daylight, are you trying to abduct a woman? Trish squinted, slightly startled by the sudden volume of his voice. Before he could grasp the implication of the question, Lu Jingxiu took a deep breath, his chest visibly expanding, then aimed directly at Trish's handsome cold face and roared with all his might, do you have no respect for the law? The shout, deep and powerful, exploded in the quiet cafe. Trish's eyes twitched uncontrollably from the force of it. He felt a faint coolness on his face, the sensation of spittle. The air fell silent for several seconds. Among the nearby bodyguards, one couldn't help but subtly flex his jaw, swallowing the urge to laugh. Trish's expression darkened. His entire aura shifted from the earlier composed arrogance to a gloomy, suppressed fury. He slowly raised his hand, pulled a neatly folded white handkerchief from his inner suit pocket, unfolded it and wiped his face. Then he wiped it again. He repeated the motion several times as if his face had been stained with something too filthy to wash off. In all his years no one had ever dared speak to him like that. And no one had ever dared spray saliva on his face while speaking. The other patrons in the cafe had heard Lu Jingxiu shout and witnessed the scene of him surrounded by bodyguards, yet no one dared to step forward. After wiping his face, Trisai tossed the used handkerchief onto a nearby table, staring at the impoverished student with utter disgust. He didn't even want to speak to Lu Jingxiu or grant him another glance. He coldly waved his hand. "Take him away." Two bodyguards immediately stepped out from the human wall, lunging at Lu Jingxiu, grabbing his arms from both sides and twisting them roughly behind his back. Lin Yutong shot to her feet, her face pale. "Let him go." He'll go back with you." Trisai didn't even glance at her. He disliked anyone standing up for this woman, but since the man was already caught, he had no need to waste more time on a poor student. Once this nuisance was taken back, there would be plenty of ways to make him regret meddling. But at that moment, "Freeze everyone!" A voice exploded from outside the human wall, followed by a second, "We are the police. Everyone stay where you are. Cease your illegal actions immediately." At the perimeter of the human wall, two men in ordinary short-sleeved shirts and jeans simultaneously flashed their police badges. The badges flipped open, their emblems glinting under the lights. They pushed aside the bodyguards blocking their way, trying to squeeze through the human wall. The outermost bodyguard glanced at their credentials but stood firm. Without their boss order, they wouldn't yield. The lead plainclothes officer looked up, fixing his gaze on the towering bodyguard before him. His eyes were sharp, his tone growing harsher with each word. "Move aside. Do you know what you're doing? You're obstructing official duty." His voice carried the authority forged from years of law enforcement. Almost simultaneously, the other plainclothes officer shouted at the bodyguard, "Step back. Assaulting an officer is a felony, at least 3 years in prison. Think carefully." The bodyguard's expressions showed subtle cracks. A few exchanged glances. The first plainclothes officer gave them no time to hesitate. Without hesitation, he raised his walkie-talkie, pressed the transmit button and spoke loudly, "Command center. Cafe on the first floor of Taiyin Mall. Someone is violently resisting arrest. Request immediate backup." A brief burst of static came from the walkie-talkie, followed by a clear voice echoing through the silent cafe. "Copy, command center received. Nearby units are en route to the scene. Keep the channel open." As the walkie-talkie's voice faded, the bodyguards were thoroughly shaken. The outermost layer of the human wall began to loosen, then the second. The bodyguards exchanged looks and one by one stepped aside, clearing a path. They were just hired help. No one was willing to risk confronting police calling for backup just to uphold a tycoon's pride. Assaulting an officer carried a minimum 3-year sentence, and one of the cops held a flashing body camera. No one could bear that burden. The human wall parted and the two plainclothes officers strode in. Lu Jingxiu's arms were twisted behind him by two bodyguards, his posture uncomfortable, but there was no trace of panic in his eyes. He didn't even struggle. As the officers pushed through, he spoke 2 calm words, "Let go." On his way there, he had already recounted the entire incident to his father, the district party secretary. After listening to the full story, Lu Feng had only paused for a few seconds before picking up his phone to call the city's police chief. Thus 2 plainclothes officers had been pre-deployed in the cafe with additional police forces on standby outside. If Trisai truly pulled a public abduction, the police would not stand idly by. As for Trisai, Lu Feng was prepared. If anything happened tonight, he would convene a standing committee meeting tomorrow. The 2 bodyguards restraining Lu Jingxiu exchanged a glance. The grip on his arms gradually loosened until both hands dropped and they stepped back. Lu Jingxiu rolled his aching shoulder, turned and watched the 2 plainclothes officers stride in through the parted human wall. The lead officer swept his gaze over Lu Jingxiu, Lin Yutong and the black-suited bodyguards scattered about. In that single look, he had a rough idea of what had transpired. It wasn't far from what the young man had shouted earlier. This mixed-race man had tried to forcibly abduct someone with a group of bodyguards. A crime of the most egregious nature. The plainclothes officer reached for the gear at his waist, his expression cold and grim. He didn't look at the bodyguards, knowing they were just following orders. His gaze bypassed everyone, locking onto Trisai, who stood at the center of the crowd, his face dark enough to drip with fury. "I'm a police officer," he said, hand resting on his gear, stepping sideways to shield Lu Jingxiu and Lin Yutong behind him. "You are now suspected of provoking trouble, violently resisting arrest and unlawfully restricting personal freedom. Everyone stay where you are. Don't move." Trisai stood still, neither moving nor speaking. His gray-blue eyes fixed on the 2 plainclothes officers who had appeared from nowhere, a single thought swirling in his mind over and over. Lu Jingxiu. Was this Lu Jingxiu some kind of alarm? How every single time he was about to act did the police show up? This time he hadn't even seen Lu Jingxiu pull out a phone. When exactly had this man called the police? Had he done it on the way here? Had he been waiting for him all along? Couldn't this man just not call the police? Settle the matter of this woman like a man. The atmosphere in the cafe grew increasingly tense. Surrounding customers were cordoned off by a human wall of bodyguards. Some held up their phones but could capture nothing. Others pulled their companions away to leave while a few stood at a distance watching anxiously. No one spoke. Trissy furrowed his brow, glaring at the two plainclothes officers blocking his path, his tone laced with palpable impatience. She is my fiancée. This is a family matter. Do Xia police even interfere in family affairs? The plainclothes officer turned to Lin Yutong, whose face had turned pale. Comrade, do you know him? Is what he says true? Lin Yutong quickly shook her head, her voice strained with nervousness. I am not his fiancée. Lin Yutong. Trissy's tone turned icy. Think carefully before you speak. Daring to threaten someone right in front of us. The plainclothes officer immediately barked back, raising his voice. I order you and the men you brought to step back immediately. Otherwise we will take coercive measures against you on suspicion of illegal activities. Another plainclothes officer almost simultaneously raised his walkie-talkie, speaking rapidly. Command center, someone on site is under threat of life, requesting immediate backup. Soon a crackle of static came through the walkie-talkie and the reply arrived: steady and swift. Copy that. The nearest patrol unit will arrive on site within 1 minute. Trissy's mouth twitched. His gaze swept over the two officers, his composure completely evaporating, replaced by a sinister chill of being affronted. He stared at the two unyielding policemen, a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes. Do you know who I am? He took a step forward with an air of condescending arrogance. I am a German citizen. I have diplomatic immunity. Try laying a hand on me. The officer holding the walkie-talkie glanced at him, his face expressionless, and pressed the transmit button again. Command center, a foreign national on site is suspected of illegal activities. Requesting backup and notify the Foreign Affairs Department. He released the button and the walkie-talkie fell silent for 2 seconds. Command center received. Foreign Affairs Department has been notified and superiors have been informed. Trissy almost lost his cold, proud facade. He felt a throbbing pulse in his temples. What was wrong with these Xia people? A poor student who called the police faster than an alarm, and a cop who constantly requested backup from the command center. What did they think this was? A takeout order. Trissy Lu Jingxiu's voice came from behind the officers, dripping with undisguised mockery. Step aside. Lin Yutong is a Xia citizen. This isn't Germany nor a place where you can do as you please. Trissy didn't move, his gaze growing even colder. Lu Jingxiu hadn't expected this tycoon to have such composure. He thought for a moment, took half a step forward, leaned out from behind the officers and added word by word directly at Trissy. Who do you think you are? On Xia soil, who gave you the right to act wild? The air in the cafe froze for a full second. At these words Lin Yutong's mouth fell open. She quickly covered it with her hand, her eyes wide as saucers. Both plainclothes officers coughed almost simultaneously. The one without the walkie-talkie even turned his head, signaling Lu Jingxiu with his eyes to keep quiet and not provoke him. But Trissy had heard every word. As the heir of an old German capital family, he had been pampered since childhood, always the center of attention. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Cursed out by a poor student in front of so many people, spat on, and now even two low-ranking cops dared to disregard him, constantly calling for backup and reporting to the Foreign Affairs Department. The string of recent setbacks combined with today's series of frustrations made him lose all patience. He couldn't take it anymore. He turned his head sideways and ordered the unusually burly head bodyguard standing half a step behind him, pull these troublesome cops aside. And these two, he pointed at Lu Jingxiu and Lin Yutong, put them in the car. He was about to flip the table. To hell with the Xia police, the Foreign Affairs Department, and the backup. He was going to forcibly take these two away today. He would make Lin Yutong understand that she could never escape his grasp. As for this arrogant Xia brat, he had plenty of ways to slowly torment him, making him regret ever being born. After all, he had diplomatic immunity. He could just return to his country afterward. At most this would be a diplomatic dispute for Xia, some compensation and apology, and it would blow over. The moment he finished speaking, the officer with the walkie-talkie immediately pressed the transmit button, speaking at lightning speed. Command center. Someone is violently resisting the law. Assaulting police officers. Before he could finish, 6 or 7 bodyguards had already pounced. In groups of 3 they grabbed the arms of the two plainclothes officers, forcefully yanking them aside. The officers tried to resist, but outnumbered and overpowered they were quickly dragged away from Lu Jingxiu, and Lin Yutong pulled to the outer edge of the human wall. Damn it! How dare you assault the police? Stop. We are police. You. MMM. The two officers shouted loudly before being efficiently gagged with handkerchiefs taken from their own pockets by the bodyguards. The cafe echoed with the clatter of tables and chairs being knocked over, mixed with the suppressed gasps of customers. Onlookers outside, hearing the shouts from inside, stood dumbfounded. Phones were raised high, filming the two plainclothes officers being forcibly pinned to the ground by the bodyguards. Some passers-by, shocked that the bodyguards would openly assault the police, quietly retreated to the edge of the crowd, pulling out their phones to call the police. Trissy stood at the center of the reformed human wall adjusting his cuff with an elegant leisurely gesture. He raised his eyes to Jingxiu, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Now he said, "Who can you call?" The bodyguards closed in without hesitation. Two of them grabbed Jingxiu's arms, twisting them behind his back with such force it felt like they might dislocate his shoulders. Two others flanked Lin Yutong, gripping her wrists so tightly it hurt. She struggled but couldn't break free. Her face was deathly pale, the last glimmer of light in her eyes had been extinguished. She knew what would happen next. Trissy would take her back, lock her in that cold castle and confine her under even stricter watch. And Jingxiu. She dared not think about it. In Germany she had seen firsthand how Trissy dealt with those who got in his way mercilessly. She raised her head to look at Trissy a few steps away, her voice trembling with despair. "Trissy. Let him go. I'll go with you. I swear I won't run again. I mean it." Trissy reached out and grabbed her chin. His fingers tightened, forcing her face up. Lin Yutong winced in pain, tears welling in her eyes as she was forced to look up at his cold, handsome face. "I told you," his voice carried a domineering tone, "no matter where you go you can't escape." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Jingxiu, who was being held down, a cruel smirk curling his lips. "And I don't like you pleading for others." He released her chin, turned and walked towards Jingxiu, stopping less than half a meter away. He said nothing more, merely raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist and struck down hard at Jingxiu's abdomen. Jingxiu's body abruptly curved as the punch landed solidly in his stomach, causing his entire abdominal cavity to convulse. He gritted his teeth, a suppressed groan escaping his throat. He lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot from the pain, glaring fiercely at Trissy. "Damn it, you little brat, just wait. Once the police take you, and I have plenty of ways to deal with you." At that moment an ear-piercing siren sounded, growing louder as it approached, and the red and blue beams of police lights pierced through the cafe's glass walls, spinning and flashing inside, casting everyone's faces in a flickering glow. Police cars and SWAT vehicles lined the roadside, parked behind those black Mercedes. A squad of uniformed police rushed in, followed closely by riot officers wielding shields and armed special forces. "Everyone stay put. Police. Get down. Hands on your head. Release the hostages. Now." The stern commands echoed within the cafe as the dark muzzles of guns pointed in every direction, aimed at each bodyguard inside. The bodyguards naturally noticed this overwhelming force. Those on the outside hesitated not at all, almost reflexively squatting down and clasping their hands behind their heads. They were hired, earning a standard salary, and had no need to risk their lives for a job. But there were still 5 inside, including the exceptionally burly captain of the bodyguard. They were members of the Trissy family, trusted confidants who had been beside Trissy for many years. They remained standing, although they had loosened their grip on Jingxiu and Lin Yutong, their knees still unbending. "Last warning." The leading officer who had rushed in raised a megaphone, his voice booming like thunder throughout the cafe. "Hands on your head. Get down. Release the hostages immediately." The 5 bodyguards exchanged reluctant glances, then looked again at Trissy, who was surrounded and wore a dark expression. Moments later they begrudgingly squatted down, hands raised above their heads. "Forget it, there are too many guns here. Take them all away." The leading officer waved his hand. The police and special forces immediately rushed forward, working in pairs to swiftly cuff the squatting bodyguards one by one. Including Trissy. "I have diplomatic immunity. You can't touch me." Trissy struggled, his handsome face filled with fury. Even as 2 tall special forces officers held him by the arms, pressing down on his shoulders, he continued to twist his body fiercely, the collar of his suit getting askew. This was the second time he had been handcuffed within the borders of Xia country. Moreover, both times were due to the same person making the call. The leading officer approached him, his expression serious. "Whether you enjoy diplomatic immunity needs confirmation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and your country's consulate. Right now you are suspected of provoking trouble, unlawfully restricting the freedom of others, and violently assaulting others. You must cooperate with our investigation. If you have any questions you may contact your consulate." He gestured, and 2 special forces officers began escorting Trissy out. "I want to contact the German ambassador. This is illegal detention." Trissy shouted loudly, his voice filled with anger and distortion. However, no one in the scene paid him any attention. The officers were busy with their tasks, some counting the number of suspects, others collecting evidence from the scene, while others were evacuating the onlookers. His voice was drowned out in the orderly law enforcement scene. The 2 plainclothes officers who initially arrived also got into a police car, deciding to head to the precinct to properly interrogate those bodyguards. Jingxiu rubbed his shoulder, which ached from being twisted, and then touched his still painful stomach. He turned to look at Lin Yutong beside him. She stood there, her face marked with unshed tears, but her eyes had shifted from despair to a dazed look. Perhaps she hadn't fully grasped how the situation had turned upside down in just a few minutes. "Let's go." Jingxiu nodded to her, his tone calm. "To the police station to file a report." After speaking, he followed a police officer who had come to guide them towards the police car parked outside. As they passed through the glass door, the night wind rushed towards them. The red and blue lights still flickered across his face, but his expression grew colder amidst the flashing shadows. Trissy. Next it would be my time. At the Qingqing Road police station interrogation room. Trissy sat on an iron chair, his hands cuffed to the chair, wearing only a crumpled shirt, his tie askew. Yet his chin remained slightly raised, a haughty arrogance evident in his grey-blue eyes. I want to see my lawyer. His voice was cold and hard. I will not answer any questions until my lawyer arrives. Across from him sat two older police officers, one flipping through materials while the other sipped tea from a thermos. Neither of them raised their heads to look at him. Contact the German embassy. I am a German citizen. You have no right to treat me this way. Trissy continued. I have diplomatic immunity. Your actions are illegal. The last time at the precinct he had relied on these words along with pressure from his family to quickly get released. He believed it would be the same this time. The officer with the thermos blew on the tea leaves floating on the surface, took a sip and still remained silent. At that moment the interrogation room door was pushed open. A young officer hurried in holding a printed document, walked to the older officer flipping through materials, leaned down and whispered a few words in his ear, then handed over the document. The older officer took the document, lowering his head to read. His gaze moved quickly across the paper, his brow furrowing slightly before relaxing again, a playful smile appearing on his face. Mr. Trissy, the older officer placed the document on the table, his tone calm. We have checked. You applied for a regular business visa upon entry without diplomatic status and do not enjoy any form of diplomatic immunity or consular immunity. Trissy's expression froze. On his handsome face disbelief surfaced. Impossible. He blurted it out almost instinctively. How could this be? If he truly had no diplomatic immunity, then why was he released so quickly the last time at the precinct? Those two officers had clearly been ready to report up the chain, and then when the door opened one person came in and said it was a misunderstanding, let him go. It was no more than 20 minutes. This is impossible, Trissy repeated, speaking in a commanding tone. Go verify immediately, you must have made a mistake. The older officer took another sip of tea from the thermos, ignoring his words. He gathered the documents and exchanged a glance with his colleague beside him. Neither of them felt like wasting more words on this foreign rich kid. Due to Trissy's foreign status, the case needed to be escalated to the precinct for interrogation, so they were also too lazy to ask any further questions. The two officers stood up, taking the documents as they left the interrogation room, the door closing behind them with a click of the lock, returning to its original position. Only Trissy remained in the interrogation room. In the office of the chief of Qingqing Road Police Station, Chief Jingxiu sat behind his desk, his head bowed over a document. Deep furrows creased his brow, his expression one of intense focus. Old Joe stood quietly before the desk waiting. He was a seasoned veteran of the station, known for his experience and steady reliability. Old Joe, Jingxiu said without lifting his gaze from the papers, his voice unhurried as if mentioning a trivial matter. The Municipal Party Committee is paying very close attention to this case today. Old Joe stood ramrod straight, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Understood. The Municipal Party Committee. How could a mere brawl attract their attention? Yet his face betrayed nothing, he simply nodded. Jingxiu turned a page and continued. Secretary Liu personally called Chief Hong and emphasized one thing. He paused deliberately on the surname Liu before adding, even foreigners must be dealt with according to the law and regulations. Those were Secretary Liu's exact words. Old Joe stood still, his mind racing. Secretary Liu. He knew exactly who that was. The secretary himself had called the municipal bureau chief to inquire about a case. One of the victims in this case is named Liu Jingxiu, correct? Jingxiu continued. I hear. He is quite upset. After all, being beaten up for no reason and nearly taken away by force is no small matter. As he spoke, Jingxiu also stressed the surname Liu. Old Zhou's heart gave a violent lurch. A bold conjecture instantly flooded his mind. Chief Ding, Old Zhou ventured cautiously, his voice low. You mean young Master Liu is quite upset? I understand. He'll handle it properly. Jingxiu didn't correct his reference to the victim. He merely gave a slight nod, which Old Zhou observed clearly. So it was true. Old Zhou drew a deep inward breath. Liu Jingxiu was Secretary Liu's son. This case was the most critical one of all. Jingxiu closed the file, looked up at Old Zhou and said flatly, be mindful of the boundaries. Old Zhou understood. Mind the boundaries meant leaving no loose ends. Young Master Liu's feelings needed to be properly attended to, but the procedures must leave no evidence and the matter must not spiral out of control. It was the unspoken understanding between men who had spent their lives in law enforcement. No need to spell it out, the meaning hung in the air. Understood. Old Zhou nodded, turned and left the chief's office. He first called over a trusted colleague, then strode to the reception room door and pushed it open. Liu Jingxiu was sitting on a chair chatting with Lin Yutong. They sat close together. The tension on Lin Yutong's face hadn't completely faded, but she was much better than before, at least her lips were no longer pale. Student Lu Old Zhou said politely from the doorway, there's still a bit of business. I need your cooperation for a supplementary statement. Hearing this, Lin Yutong's shoulders, which had just relaxed slightly, tensed up again. She instinctively looked at Lu Jingxiu, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Had Trissy pulled some strings again? Were they taking Lu Jingxiu away alone to some secluded spot to teach him another lesson? Lu Jingxiu, however, seemed unfazed. He stood up, told Lin Yutong, wait for me here, and followed Old Zhou out. The corridor was short. Old Zhou walked half a step behind Lu Jingxiu, hugging the wall side. Just before reaching the interrogation room door, Old Zhou suddenly lowered his voice and said, Young Master Lu, the surveillance in the interrogation room has malfunctioned. The technicians are fixing it. It should take about 10 minutes to restore. Lu Jingxiu paused for a moment, then nodded knowingly. Seeing this, Old Zhou pushed open the interrogation room door. The LED lights were on and a man was handcuffed to the metal chair. Trissy looked up at the sound of the door opening. Seeing who entered, his expression shifted from annoyance to wariness. The three men entered and the door closed behind them. What do you want? Trissy asked coldly. Old Zhou said nothing. He walked over to Trissy and together with the other officer expertly tightened the cuffs on Trissy's wrists, then fastened both of his feet to the legs of the chair. The cuffs were cinched tight, the metal biting into his flesh, leaving no room for movement whatsoever. Then the two men flanked Trissy, straightening his upper body and securing him rigidly against the back of the chair as if fixing a human specimen onto a display board. Trissy tried to struggle, but the two men were quick and practiced. He was completely immobilized. What are you doing? Trissy finally realized something was wrong. Let me go. This is false imprisonment. I want to see my lawyer. A note of anger and panic crept into his voice. Lu Jingxiu's gaze swept across the interrogation room, finally settling on a black baton propped in the corner. He walked over, picked up the baton, weighted in his hand, turned around and faced Trissy, who was pinned and helpless. A cold smirk slowly curled onto his lips. The pain from the punch Trissy had landed on his stomach in the cafe was still there. A dull ache throbbed somewhere beneath his abdominal muscles as if something was bruising him from the inside. Lu Jingxiu was never one to hold a grudge. He just preferred to settle scores promptly. Old Zhou stood by, adding expressionlessly, stomach and back. Don't hit the face, don't break bones, don't leave visible injuries. Lu Jingxiu nodded and walked up to Trissy. Bastard. Let me go. What do you think you're doing? Hearing this and seeing Lu Jingxiu's demeanor, Trissy struggled furiously, his voice a mix of rage and panic. Never in his life had he encountered such a situation. I swear. I'll make you pay for this. You'll all. MMMPH. Old Zhou casually pulled a pair of white gloves from his pocket and stuffed them into Trissy's mouth, then clamped his hand tightly over it. Trissy lifted his head, his face flushed with anger, glaring at Lu Jingxiu. His gray blue eyes burned with fury and humiliation. His body thrashed violently, his hands and feet tightly shackled to the chair. The chair bolted to the floor, clattered loudly with each frantic movement. Seeing this, Lu Jingxiu stepped forward, raised the baton and brought it down with brutal force onto Trissy's abdomen. Ugh, the sound was punched out of Trissy. His entire body reflexively tried to curl up, but Old Zhou and the other officer held his shoulders firmly on either side, preventing any movement. His long legs, cuffed to the chair legs, could only twitch helplessly at the knees. His handsome face was flushed, crimson veins bulging on his forehead. Lu Jingxiu didn't stop. Another vicious strike landed on the same spot, followed by one on his back. With the two officers holding him straight, his entire back was exposed. Lu Jingxiu swung the baton against his spine, right between the shoulder blades. The dull thuds echoed in the small room. Trissy bit down hard on the glove and his mouth saliva seeping out, his eyes bloodshot with rage. I'll teach you to kidnap people. I'll teach you to get me thrown in the slammer. I'll teach you to hit me. I'll teach you to be so arrogant. I'll teach you to be a bully. I'll teach you to treat people like slaves. With each accusation, Lu Jingxiu delivered another heavy blow. After 3 or 4 minutes, his arm began to ache. He hung the baton back on its hook. He adjusted his cuff and nodded to Old Zhou. He opened the door of the interrogation room and walked out. Lu Jingxiu walked down the corridor, feeling light on his feet, the exhilaration from swinging the baton during the fight still lingering in his arm. The punch from Trissy at the cafe had now completely dissipated the lingering pain, and he felt unburdened all over. Upon returning to the reception room, Lin Yutong was still sitting in her chair, and upon seeing him enter, she quickly stood up. She examined his face closely and noticed that his expression was even more relaxed than before. He went out, his brows carrying a sense of ease reminiscent of someone who had just finished exercising, which gradually melted away her worries. After Lu Jingxiu had left, Old Zhou and the officer finally used a key to unlock the handcuffs on Trissy's ankles and wrists, though they did not fully release him. The young officer grabbed his arm, dragging him from the chair and pulling him to a metal railing fixed to the floor in the corner of the interrogation room, reattaching his wrists to the middle of the railing. The height was particularly awkward. When Trissy stood, his wrists were suspended in midair, causing his shoulders to ache. He wanted to crouch down to relieve the pressure, but the horizontal bar was too high. Halfway down he was pulled back by his wrists, his knees bent, thighs taut, resembling a bird suspended in midair, unable to go up or down. He could only hang awkwardly from the railing in a half-squatting position, every movement tugging at his injuries, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Old Joe glanced at him without saying anything, took out a remote control and turned the air conditioning to its lowest setting. Then he adjusted the fan speed to maximum. "You guys," he managed to squeeze out 2 words through clenched teeth, his voice so hoarse it was almost unrecognizable from that of the previously aloof and domineering figure. Old Joe and the officer conducted a final check, confirmed there were no issues, then turned to leave, shutting the door behind them. The lights in the interrogation room went out and the door was in the interrogation room. Only Trissy remained alone. In the darkness, the air conditioning vent emitted a deep rumbling sound. The cold air poured out at its lowest temperature and highest speed. The air conditioning was directed at Trissy's position, and his thin shirt, soaked in cold sweat, instantly clung to his skin like a layer of ice. He was handcuffed to the cold metal railing, hanging in an uncomfortable position. His abdomen and back burned with pain, and the cold air constantly blew across his damp skin, making him shiver. Goosebumps erupted all over him in an instant. The red and blue lights of the police vehicle occasionally shone through the gaps of the high windows, flickering on his pale face. For the first time he clearly realized that this place was not the Germany where he could do as he pleased. The police car stopped steadily under a brightly lit high-rise apartment building in the city. The officer driving was very polite, waiting until Lu Jingxiu and Lin Yutong entered the lobby before leaving. "Thank you," Lu Jingxiu greeted the driver as he opened the door and got out. Lin Yutong followed suit, carrying several shopping bags she had bought in the mall that afternoon. The elevator ascended smoothly, reaching the 27th floor, and with a soft ding the doors slid open. The hallway was covered with thick carpet. Lu Jingxiu pressed the fingerprint lock and pushed the door open, causing the lights in the foyer and living room to turn on automatically. The entire apartment instantly brightened. With 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, the layout was spacious and open. The decor was ultra-modern and minimalist, primarily in gray and white tones with clean, sharp lines. A whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows occupied the entire outer wall of the living room, the city's night scene sprawling out unobstructed before him. Nearby were towering skyscrapers, and in the distance moving headlights on the overpass formed golden and red lines. Lin Yutong stood in the center of the living room, still holding the shopping bags from the mall, awkwardly surveying her surroundings. This place was completely different from the eerie and oppressive European castle she had been forced to stay in before. It was bright, transparent, and carried a unique sense of order and distance characteristic of a modern city. A faint scent of fragrance lingered in the air. Spacious and free. "Come in, no need to change shoes, it's not that particular for now." Lu Jingxiu carried his bag and walked in, casually opening the doors of each room. "This is the living room, and over there is the kitchen," he introduced her casually. "The master bedroom is where I stayed before." Lu Jingxiu leaned against the doorframe, speaking nonchalantly. "I'll tidy up later and move my things out. For now you can stay here. There are new linens in the cupboard for changing, and there are towels in the bathroom." Lin Yutong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, turned to look at him, her expression somewhat complex. "Then where will you stay?" she asked. "I live next door." Lu Jingxiu tilted his chin. Lin Yutong was taken aback, her eyes widening slightly. "Next door?" "Yes." Lu Jingxiu nodded, explaining, "The unit next door is also mine. I bought both for convenience when I was purchasing. There are only 2 units on each floor. The original owner was wealthy and directly bought an entire floor." Lin Yutong. Her assessment of Lu Jingxiu silently rose another notch. Though it might not compare to the exaggerated extent of a multinational tycoonaire like Trissy casually buying 2 units on the same floor of a high-end apartment in the city center. This was certainly not something an ordinary student from an average family could achieve. After the surprise, a stronger sense of unease and embarrassment surged up. She looked at the spacious and bright apartment, then thought of her own situation, her voice dropping. How can I accept this? I'm not worthy to live here. I'm just a person who hides everywhere. I can't do anything. I don't even have a job." Her voice grew quieter. "You found me a place to stay, helped me deal with Trissy, and let me live in such a nice place. How can I repay you? What's there to feel embarrassed about?" Lu Jingxiu chuckled lightly, his tone very relaxed, brushing off those heavy burdens. "This is the city center with good security. It's convenient around here. You'll be safe staying here, and as for the rent..." He paused, observing the sudden tension on Lin Yutong's face, and continued, "Just keep it on the account for now. When you get a job after passing the exams, you can pay me back a little each month, no rush." He walked over to the coffee table, took a notepad and pen, swiftly wrote down a string of numbers and handed it to her. "This is my phone number. If you need anything, feel free to call or text me anytime." He set the pen down, glanced at his watch. "It's getting late and you're probably exhausted after today. Get some rest. I'll come back tomorrow to move my things over." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Lu Jingxiu." Lin Yutong suddenly called out to him. He looked back. Lin Yutong herself didn't know why she had called him. She stood before the vast expanse of the city night view, her eyes reddened at some point, glistening with unshed tears, her nose slightly pink. She bit her lower lip, striving to suppress the bitterness within her. It was the kind of bitterness that had accumulated for too long, suddenly touched by a bit of kindness becoming uncontrollable. Jingxiu looked at her reddened eyes, his heart sinking. He was most afraid of girls crying. When they cried, he didn't know what to do because his straightforward nature couldn't comfort anyone, only able to say, "It's okay, don't cry. Ah, you should rest early, you've had a long day." He quickly opened the apartment door, stepped outside and poked his head back in. "I'll come back tomorrow to move my things and bring you some food. I'll give you the keys this afternoon and help you with the fingerprint lock tomorrow. Good night." With that, the door closed. The apartment returned to silence. Only Lin Yutong remained standing in the empty living room, facing the tightly closed door and the brilliant yet cold city lights outside. Jingxiu took a shower and threw himself onto the soft large bed. He reached for his phone, sent a brief message to his parents, "Safe home, don't worry," then switched it to silent mode and tossed it casually onto the bedside table. The screen flickered, displaying dozens of unread messages. Some were from classmates, some from friends, and perhaps a few from those who had seen the news and were inquiring. He glanced at it, too lazy to tap open any of them, turned over and closed his eyes. Sleep. The next morning, Jingxiu was awakened by his phone's alarm. After washing up, he ordered 2 KFC breakfast sets via a mobile app, then picked up the still-warm paper bag, walked to the neighboring door and pressed the doorbell. After a few seconds, the door opened. Lin Yutong stood behind it. She wasn't wearing the dirty white dress from yesterday. Instead, she had changed into a newly bought, washed and dried cream-colored casual dress. The fabric was soft and flowing, the cut well-fitted, outlining her slender waist in gentle curves. The hem fell just to her knees, revealing a pair of long, shapely calves. Lin Yutong's long hair wasn't tied up like yesterday, it cascaded softly over her shoulders, the ends carrying a natural wave. Her skin was clean and radiant, her eyelashes long and her cheeks bore a faint blush. Even without makeup, she was so beautiful that Jingxiu found himself anticipating what she might look like with it. Seeing Jingxiu, she offered a slight smile, her eyes curving. "Morning. How did you sleep last night?" Jingxiu asked, carrying the paper bag as he walked in. Lin Yutong stepped aside, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Actually, I didn't sleep much." She closed the door and followed him to the dining area. "It just feels so unreal. Lying in bed staring at the ceiling, I kept thinking that if I opened my eyes I'd be back in that place. The feeling of freedom. It's a bit surreal," she added softly, a hint of self-mockery in her tone. Jingxiu took the breakfast out of the paper bag, chuckled upon hearing this and said nothing. They sat down at the dining table. Lin Yutong nibbled at her breakfast, hesitated for a moment, then looked up at him. "Are you going to school today?" "Ma'am." Jingxiu nodded. "I have classes in the morning." Lin Yutong let out a no, lowered her head and stirred the soy milk in her cup with a straw. She seemed to be on the verge of speaking, then stopped, started again, thought it over and organized her words. Jingxiu glanced at her. "What's up? Just say it." Lin Yutong's face flushed slightly. She cast her eyes down, looking at the cup of soy milk before her, her voice much softer than before. "I was just thinking. Maybe you shouldn't move out after all." Before Jingxiu could ask why, she continued on her own, her words coming out a bit rushed, as if afraid of being interrupted. "I'm just always a little scared that those people from Trish will come back, scared that someone will knock on the door in the middle of the night. Living here alone, I still overthink things. I know it sounds pathetic, but..." She trailed off, her fingers twisting the hem of her dress. Jingxiu's gaze inadvertently swept across to her. Her movement had caused the hem to ride up slightly, the line of her thigh teasingly visible, a sight so lovely it was hard to look away. He was silent for a moment, then said to himself inwardly, "I am absolutely not doing this because I want to live with a beautiful woman. Absolutely not. This is to give her a sense of security. After all, she's just escaped from the tiger's den and needs a psychological transition." "Yes, that's it." "All right," he said, his tone sounding a bit reluctant. "Then I won't move for now. We'll talk about it when you feel safe." Upon hearing his agreement, Lin Yutong visibly relaxed. She truly lacked a sense of security. In this unfamiliar city, the only person she trusted now was this young man who had been helping her from the very beginning. However, the thought of living under the same roof as a boy still made her cheeks burn slightly. Jingxiu didn't notice her subtle change in expression. As he continued eating, he picked up his phone and began scrolling through the messages that had piled up overnight. Most were trivial chats or gossip. He swiped past them quickly until he saw a message from his father sent that morning. He scanned the content, raised an eyebrow, then looked up and said casually to Lin Yutong, "All right. Just saw the news. Trish doesn't have diplomatic immunity. The higher-ups have ordered him to leave the country today and banned him from re-entering for 5 years. So from today on you can start your life anew," he said, putting down his phone and looking at Lin Yutong with a smile. I'll take you out for dinner tonight to celebrate. Lin Yutong was stunned for a second, then a joyful smile blossomed on her face, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Thank you, Lu Jingxiu. She hadn't expected to truly escape Trisha's clutches. And everything had stabilized. All of this was because of Lu Jingxiu, who stood before her. Lu Jingxiu pulled a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table, sliding it over to her. Use this card for now. The password is my birthday. I'll send it to you later. Seeing her eyes widen and the refusal forming on her lips, he didn't give her a chance to speak and continued, buy some books for the civil service exam, sign up for a class and get whatever daily necessities you need. Same rule as before, keep a record and pay me back slowly. You're already up to your ears in debt to me, so what's a little more? Lin Yutong looked at him, her lips parting as if to refuse, but in the end she swallowed her objection. She wanted to refuse, but she knew she truly needed it. She had almost nothing, even the clothes she wore yesterday were bought by Lu Jingxiu. She needed this initial capital. Carefully tucking the bank card away, she silently vowed to herself she wouldn't waste a single cent. She would record every expense and slowly repay him once she started working. Lu Jingxiu finished his breakfast in a few bites, stood up and grabbed a napkin to wipe his hands. The trash chute is in the middle of the hallway. Just toss it in. Someone comes to clean every day. He walked to the door and glanced back at Lin Yutong. Wait for my call tonight. As his words faded, a soft electronic beep sounded from outside and then the door was pushed open from the other side. Lu Jingxiu turned around. A girl stood at the entrance, around 20 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, with excellent proportions and notably long legs. She wore a simple white t-shirt and light blue denim hot pants. The t-shirt's hem was loosely tucked into the waistband. The hot pants were very short, revealing long straight legs with well-defined lines exuding a vibrant youthful energy. Her features were delicate, big eyes, a high nose bridge, full lips and long slightly wavy hair draped over her shoulders. In terms of pure looks she was undoubtedly a head-turner, but compared to Lin Yutong she fell slightly short. She carried a small backpack and held a carry-on suitcase. Lu Jingxiu was taken aback. Not by her appearance or her legs, but because memories from the original owner surged up in his mind. Lu Na, the younger sister of the original owner who had been lost for many years. The original owner and their parents doted on this sister who had returned, almost indulging her completely. Later Lu Dad and Lu Mom sent her abroad for studies, and now considering the time she should be back after graduating. A couple of days ago Lu Dad seemed to mention on the phone, your sister will be back in a few days after graduation. Lu Na stood at the door looking at Lu Jingxiu with a complex emotion flashing briefly in her eyes, almost imperceptibly, then quickly suppressed. Then she broke into a radiant smile and rushed over with her suitcase. Brother! She called, hugging Lu Jingxiu tightly, her arms wrapped around his neck, her whole being almost hanging on him. A pleasant faint fragrance enveloped Lu Jingxiu's face. The body memory of the original owner caused him to instinctively raise his arms to reciprocate the hug, but Lu Jingxiu's own consciousness suddenly rang alarm bells. In his embrace was a tall, leggy girl dressed lightly, pressed so close that the thin fabric of her t-shirt could not conceal any warmth. Lu Jingxiu could clearly feel her soft waist and the gentle rise and fall of the softness pressing against his chest. This was troubling. The original owner might not have thought much of it, after all she was his beloved younger sister. But he was different. His understanding of this sister came solely from the original owner's memories, lacking a layer of emotional connection. Holding such a tall and beautiful young girl, his mind hadn't had the chance to issue a command before his body instinctively wanted to stand tall. My sister, he swiftly repeated in his mind, my sister. He certainly did not want to go to Germany, where Trissy would probably be so happy to see him that she would laugh and cry. With a hint of embarrassment he gently pushed the person in his arms away. Nah. Why are you back? You could have at least given me a heads up. Lu Na released her hold according to his push, taking a step back, still smiling, but her gaze discreetly swept across the entire foyer and living room. Then her gaze fixed on the dining area. Lin Yutong was still standing by the dining table, wearing a pale cream dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, holding half a cup of soybean milk, looking somewhat surprised at the direction of the door. Her smile froze slightly on her face. She glanced at Lin Yutong, then at Lu Jingxiu and back at Lin Yutong, the sparkle in her eyes visibly dimming. Wait a minute. This wasn't how the plot was supposed to go. How could there be an extra woman in Lu Jingxiu's apartment? Moreover, this woman was wearing a dress, looking as if she had just woken up, still holding soybean milk. I sent a WeChat message last night, you just didn't check. Lu Na explained, casually dragging her suitcase inside and closing the door behind her. Her gaze unabashedly roamed over Lin Yutong from her face to her feet, then back up. Then she broke into a brilliant smile, waved at Lin Yutong and said cheerfully, sister-in-law. You look so beautiful. Lin Yutong's face suddenly flushed from her cheeks to her ears and she quickly waved her hands, her voice a bit flustered. No. I'm not your sister-in-law. Lu Jingxiu hurriedly stepped forward to stand between them, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Don't call her that. This is my friend Lin Yutong. This is my sister Luna. Friend. Luna tilted her head, casting a sideways glance at Lu Jingxiu, her eyes filled with disbelief. Brother, aren't you both living together? Don't say that she's just a roommate, Lu Jingxiu said, straightening his face and putting on the authority of an older brother. Little kids shouldn't meddle, it's none of your business. He didn't want to linger on this issue and turned directly, picking up his bag. I'm heading to school. What about you? Do you want me to drop you home on the way? Lu Dad and Lu Mom lived not far away in the municipal official's residential area. It was also a high-end community, but with higher security levels, 24-hour patrols and registration required for entry and exit. Luna did not respond. She had already pushed open the doors of several rooms one by one to take a look. When she opened the door to the spare room next to the master bedroom and saw clear signs that someone had lived there, her eyes narrowed slightly. Then, pulling her suitcase, she opened the last vacant spare room, pushing her suitcase inside as if she had made a decision. Lu Jingxiu frowned. This cheeky sister. Wouldn't she want to live here too? How would he enjoy a world for two? Ah. How would he provide Lin Yutong with a sense of security? With an extra person at home, Lin Yutong would definitely feel more constrained. Brother, I also need to go to school to find Mom, let's go together. Luna came out of the spare room, clapping her hands and naturally linking her arm with Lu Jingxiu's. She glanced back at Lin Yutong, still standing in the dining room, waved at her with a sweet smile. Sister Lin, we're leaving. Then she pulled Lu Jingxiu out the door. The elevator descended to the underground parking lot. Lu Jingxiu pressed the car key and a matte black Passat blinked its lights nearby. Luna walked around the front of the car, glanced at the car emblem and then at Lu Jingxiu, her tone filled with disbelief. Brother, you're driving this car now? Yeah. Lu Jingxiu replied and opened the passenger door for her. A car is just a means of transportation, it just needs to work. Luna sat in the passenger seat, adjusted the seat back a bit to make space for her long legs. She pouted and softly muttered, you didn't say that before. Lu Jingxiu did not reply, sitting in the driver's seat and starting the car. The vehicle smoothly exited the underground parking lot, merging into the morning rush hour traffic. The street view outside quickly rushed past, tall buildings, street trees, hurried pedestrians. Luna leaned against the passenger seat, back facing the car window, watching the flowing street scenery without saying a word. The lively and vibrant smile on her face faded, her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze somewhat vacant, and she appeared heavy-hearted. Lu Jingxiu's fingers rested on the steering wheel, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. This was a bit unexpected for him. He had initially thought that with this sister's personality she would surely bombard him with questions once in the car. But she asked nothing at all. Yet this was also good, it saved trouble. Luna leaned against the car window, her blurred profile reflected on the glass. The street trees outside retreated one after another, but her thoughts drifted far away. She wasn't not curious about the beautiful girl who had suddenly appeared in her brother's apartment. But she had more important matters to decide right now. Because in fact, she was not Luna. Her real name was Suna, an orphan whose name and origin were utterly ordinary. Thanks to the social welfare system and her own hard work, she managed to gain admission to a prestigious high school in Ba City. In her past life she accidentally uncovered a secret. Her high school roommate Luna had a childhood experience of being abducted that almost perfectly matched the story of the missing youngest daughter of the Lu family, a prominent family in Ba City. Later Luna lost her memory due to an accident, and upon waking she had completely forgotten her early childhood. The vague memories that could have proven her identity might only be faintly remembered by Suna, her best friend. Thus she harbored ill intentions. She secretly collected Luna's hair and went to the Lu family. The DNA test showed a high degree of match, and she transformed overnight into the long-lost daughter of the Lu family. It was a life she had never dared to dream of. There was a spacious and bright home, dignified and gentle parents, and a brother Lu Jingxiu who doted on her to the core. She was sent abroad to study, a life she as an orphan had never even dared to imagine before. That foreign school was almost exclusively for the children of the wealthy. As long as one had connections and money to pave the way, degrees and diplomas were easily attainable. She didn't even need to attend classes, everything was progressing exactly as she desired. She indulged in this life of luxury and adulation, almost forgetting who she truly was. Until not long after she returned home, the real Luna regained her memory and came knocking. Suna panicked. She couldn't bear to lose everything before her, especially Lu Jingxiu. Yes, during those days of being pampered she had unknowingly fallen in love with her nominal brother. That brother, cold to outsiders yet gentle and protective only towards her, was a warmth her barren early life had never known. She began to obstruct in every way possible, tampering with DNA reports, bribing potential witnesses, using every means to drive away the true heiress. But a fake was after all a fake. In the end she failed, was expelled by the furious Lu family, lost everything she had gained, and due to years of extravagance and improper dealings she was saddled with a massive debt. By then she no longer wanted anything, money, status, none of it mattered. She only begged for Lu Jingxiu's forgiveness, confessing her feelings for him through tears. However, by that time Lu Jingxiu had been completely tamed by the woman named Li Qingqing whom he had pursued for so long before finally winning her over. Faced with her tears and pleas, Lu Jingxiu cruelly told her to get lost. Finally, on a rainy night, she was struck by a speeding car. Before losing consciousness, she vaguely saw a figure standing on the street corner holding an umbrella with a face of pure innocence. It was Li Qingqing. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself sitting on a plane back home. Outside the window were the familiar clouds, and in her hand was the boarding pass for the flight to Ba City. She was back on the day she had just returned after graduation. Nothing had happened yet. The true heiress had not regained her memory. Lu Jingxiu had not pursued Li Qingqing, and she had not yet committed those irreversible mistakes. During those hours on the plane, she thought long and hard. Her original plan was simple: take one last look at Lu Jingxiu, just one glance. Then she would go abroad, find a job, live quietly, and stay far away from the Lu family. That way she wouldn't confront the true heiress, wouldn't be cast out, and wouldn't die on that cold night. But why was there a woman in her brother's apartment? In her past life no such woman had ever appeared by Lu Jingxiu's side. This change made her heart sink heavily. Had her rebirth changed something? Or had this woman existed in the past life but she had simply never known? That girl named Lin Yutong looked both innocent and beautiful, like a small white flower just blooming untouched by the storms of the world. But this very appearance was almost identical to Li Qingqing in her memory. The same pure innocence, the same beauty and frailty, the same ability to easily stir others' protective instincts. Yet beneath that innocent facade, Li Qingqing harbored a heart more venomous than a snake or scorpion. It was that woman who with a single casual remark had caused her death. That she had truly planned only to take a look and leave, but fate made her witness the scene. In Lu Jingxiu's apartment stood a woman whose aura was almost identical to Li Qingqing. Why? In her past life she had fallen in love with Lu Jingxiu, used every means to stay by his side, but ended up with nothing and died on a cold street. Why could this woman so similar to Li Qingqing stand so easily by Lu Jingxiu's side, live in his home, and be protected by him? Was fate truly so unjust? Suna knew she was not a good person. In her past life she had stooped to impersonating her best friend to climb up the social ladder, tampered with DNA reports to secure her position, bribed those in the know, and ultimately failed because of these very schemes. Rebirth had given her the memories of her past life, not a cleansed soul or a sharper mind. She was still the same person. If she wanted something she would stop at nothing to fight for it. If something made her resentful she would do everything in her power to change it. Towards the true heiress Luna she had once felt guilty after all she had stolen another's life. But when facing Li Qingqing and this Lin Yutong, what surged from her heart was pure rage, jealousy, and resentment. Why do you deserve to stand by his side? Why should I leave? Why should I give Lu Jingxiu up to a woman like this? She took a deep breath, her fingers slowly tightening at her sides, her nails almost digging into her palms. She changed her mind. She wasn't leaving. She would stay. Since fate had allowed her to be reborn and had made her witness the scene the moment she arrived, she couldn't pretend she hadn't seen it. She would never let go of those who had killed her in her past life and this one who had appeared now. This time no one would take what was hers. So she first needed to understand the current situation. She took another deep breath, turned to look at Lu Jingxiu's profile, and spoke as if making casual conversation. Brother, how are things with that Li Qingqing now? Lu Jingxiu was steering the Passat, bypassing the noisy scene of a domineering CEO's marriage proposal at the school gate. He didn't even glance at it, simply turned the wheel and the car glided smoothly into the campus parking lot. Hearing Suna's question he frowned slightly. What was going on? Was this girl's train of thought moving a bit too fast? How did the topic jump from Lin Yutong to this completely unrelated Li Qingqing? As he backed into a parking space he replied casually, we broke up. Oh, Suna nodded, her expression showing no surprise, and even put on an air of understanding as if she had been through it herself. She leaned sideways, speaking in a tone of sharing girl-to-girl wisdom, then sincerely suggested, then, brother, maybe you should bring her some breakfast. Girls, you know, they just need a little coaxing. She recalled that in her past life Lu Jingxiu had been desperately chasing Li Qingqing. Such a reminder would have been unnecessary. Lu Jingxiu parked the car and turned off the engine. He turned around looking at her with a strange expression as if confirming whether she was joking. Then with a serious face he explained to her broke up means. The relationship between her and me, from now on we are strangers. Not that she turned into my mom. So why would I bring breakfast to a stranger? Got money to burn. Why not just go skip stones? At least I'd hear a splash. Suna's mouth hung open, completely stunned. The expression on her face froze, her eyes wide. No. This plot. This wasn't right. How could Lu Jingxiu's attitude towards Li Qingqing have changed like this? Where was the Lu Jingxiu from her past life who was infatuated with Li Qingqing, obedient to her every word, and relentlessly pursued her? Where was the Lu Jingxiu who had cast cold glances at her for a single word from Li Qingqing? How did he now sound like he had cut her off completely without a trace of reluctance? Oh, by the way, Lu Jingxiu said as he pushed open the car door and stepped out, glancing back at Suna, who was still sitting in a daze inside the vehicle. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Came straight to me right after getting off the plane. He tilted his head toward the cafeteria. Come on, I'll take you there for something to eat. Suna finally snapped out of her trance, fumbled with her seatbelt and got out of the car. Morning light streamed through the gaps between the leaves, spilling onto the campus path while the air still carried the crisp coolness unique to early dawn. She walked half a step behind Lu Jingxiu, lifting her eyes to gaze at his receding back. That thought resurfaced in her mind once more. Lu Jingxiu's cold indifference toward Li Qingqing was a world apart from the infatuated figure she remembered from her past life. Could it be that because they had just broken up he was deliberately putting on a nonchalant act to save face as her older brother? Highly possible. Men after all care so much about their pride. It couldn't be that he had also reincarnated, could it? The moment this notion popped into her head, she found it so absurd that she nearly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. How could it be? Reincarnation, one instance was already ridiculous enough, how could there be two? Besides, she was just an insignificant orphan no one cared about, dead and gone. Someone like Lu Jingxiu, the eldest young master of the Lu family, could never meet with misfortune. She shook her head, casting that ridiculous thought aside. No matter what, every word of Lu Jingxiu's reply just now was music to her ears. She quickened her pace, naturally falling into step beside him. When was the last time she had eaten with Lu Jingxiu? It felt like an eternity ago. In the final days of her past life he would frown at the mere sight of her, unwilling to exchange even a single word, let alone share a meal alone. Suddenly she reached out and grabbed his arm firmly. I haven't had a domestic breakfast in so long. I've been craving it. She pulled his arm close to her chest, leaning her whole body against it as a sweet smile bloomed across her face. Lu Jingxiu's arm stiffened instantly. It was immediately enveloped in a pair of warm, soft sensations. The girl clung tightly as if she wanted to hang her entire weight on him. Thus his arm remained squeezed there, gently swaying with her steps, the softness rubbing against it with each movement. Ahem, mind your image. Lu Jingxiu instinctively glanced around to see if any passing students were watching, then tried to pull his arm free, but she held it so tightly that he couldn't budge it at all. Suna clung to his arm, tilting her head to catch a close-up view of his profile. The morning light fell upon that sharply defined face, tracing clean lines from brow bone to nose bridge to jawline. And that blush was particularly striking against his handsome profile. Then she leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a whisper only the two of them could hear. Brother, are you uncomfortable? Lu Jingxiu stopped dead in his tracks, turning to look at her in shock. He yanked his arm free and put on a stern, brotherly expression. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want me to send you to Germany? He never imagined that this cheap sister of his could utter such scandalous words. Wait a minute, based on the original owner's memories this sister had always treated her brother normally. When had she become so audacious? Suna was baffled by his intense reaction, staring at him with a puzzled look. Brother, why are you overreacting so much? And what do you mean by that? Sending me to Germany? Is that some kind of punishment? What I mean is, Lu Jingxiu took a deep breath, struggling to keep his expression stern. If Dad heard what you just said, he'd break both our legs first and then send us both to Germany for treatment. He paused, then added, because Germany has world-class orthopedic technology. With that he quickly glanced downward, his gaze sliding from her innocent face to the curves that had been pressing tightly against his arm moments before. Suna. She followed his gaze, looked down, and after a moment of thought finally understood. Her eyes flew wide open. She clapped a hand over her mouth, then pulled it away, scrutinizing Lu Jingxiu from head to toe with a look of utter disgust. She lowered her voice, gritting her teeth. Brother, and begging you, just go get back together with Li Qingqing, okay? What I meant earlier was I too heavy hanging on your arm, making it uncomfortable? The more she spoke, the angrier she got. What were you thinking just now? Gross. She pulled out her phone, swiped her finger across the screen a couple of times and added indignantly, I'm going to tell Dad. What? That was what she meant. Lu Jingxiu felt as though 3 giant exclamation marks had materialized on his forehead. He was so mortified he could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of the concrete with his toes. If Father Lu found out, given his old-fashioned rigid nature and his doting affection for this youngest daughter, he really would break his legs, no joke. Wait. Quick as a flash he snatched the phone from Suna's hand and clutched it tightly. He took a deep breath, quickly plastered an extremely serious expression on his face and began in a righteous tone. What I meant was, if you hold my arm like that without watching your step and we trip and fall together, I'd be fine, but if you got hurt, wouldn't Mom and Dad be frantic? Then I, as the brother who failed to protect his sister, would probably have my legs broken and be sent to Germany for bone treatment, not the kind you're thinking of. What's always going on in that head of yours? He actually managed to spin it back. She'd never noticed her brother had such a silver tongue before. Suna admired him inwardly but gave him a skeptical look. Is that so? Of course, Lu Jingxiu said, feeling his scalp tingle under her gaze, and quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Li Qingqing has a new boyfriend, a seamless transition if you know what I mean. Sure enough, Suna's expression instantly shifted from "let's see how you talk your way out of this" to "holy crap, spill the tea." She sneered inwardly. That woman, just like in her past life, was a pro at this. She immediately put on a look of shock and indignation on her brother's behalf. What? That woman. A seamless transition. That's way too fast. Yeah, Lu Jingxiu sighed, quickly switching to a forlorn expression that said, "I'm heartbroken, but don't worry about me," and turned to walk toward the cafeteria. Suna stood there watching his back. Then slowly the corners of her mouth curled up, impossible to suppress. But when Lu Jingxiu suddenly turned around, that trace of a smile vanished without a trace, her expression returning to normal. "Hurry up, what's the holdup? I've got class." Lu Jingxiu called out. "Got it, brother. Tell me more about Li Qingqing later." Suna recalled the scene of her clinging to his arm and his subsequent string of earnest nonsense. A blush also flashed across her pretty face. She took a deep breath and quickly caught up. Actually, just now she had pressed against his arm on purpose. In the cafeteria, Lu Jingxiu and Suna sat by the window. Before Suna lay a bowl of chicken soup, wonton soup, a tea egg, and several soup dumplings. She sipped the wonton soup slowly with her spoon. Lu Jingxiu was originally sitting across from her, but Suna pushed her breakfast toward him, then carried her bowl to the seat next to him, pressing close. Lu Jingxiu glanced at her, said nothing, and couldn't be bothered to move back, letting her be. He lowered his head, fingers swiftly swiping across his phone screen, replying to the mountain of unread messages. Most were from the original owner's dubious friends with all sorts of content. He replied to a few important ones and ignored the rest. After a few sips of soup, Suna turned her head and saw Lu Jingxiu busy replying to messages. "Bro, who are you chatting with?" She leaned in for a look. A classmate. Lu Jingxiu showed her the screen, then changed the subject. "By the way, you said you came to find Mom, what's up?" Suna tied her hair into a ponytail with a hair tie on her wrist, tucked a strand behind her ear, and said while eating, "Oh, I'm planning to apply for a teaching assistant position at Bada University." Lu Jingxiu looked up with a "you must be kidding" expression. "I'll only be a senior after summer break and you're a year behind me. You can apply to be a TA now. Did you get your diploma?" At that, Suna rolled her eyes and explained, "The school I went to is in Switzerland, you know. It's specifically for rich kids with average grades, $10,000 a year with proxy classes, and you can graduate as long as you pay." She paused, then added, "And there's an accelerated degree program. Each course is intensive, so you can earn double the credits in one semester. With a bit more money you can hire a unknown tutor for full guidance and get your bachelor's degree quickly." She peeled the eggshell slowly and added, "A master's degree will take a bit longer, but that's fine, the school can issue an enrollment certificate. I'll apply for the TA position at Bada under the guise of an internship and with Mom's help." She took a small bite of the egg and gave Lu Jingxiu a smug smile. "It's a piece of cake." Lu Jingxiu's mouth twitched. All right. He was rich now too, but he still wasn't used to this kind of money-driven maneuvering. And Suna wiped her mouth and added with a grin, "He'll be Mom's TA. Well then." Lu Jingxiu silently lowered his head and continued scrolling on his phone. He almost forgot, with the Lu family's background, many things were just a word away for these young masters and ladies. Their mother was a professor and department chair. The TA position was essentially hers to decide. She didn't even need to show up in person. Just a call to the college's HR to go through the formalities. Just then a girl in Bada University's uniform walked into the cafeteria. She had a ponytail and wore heavy, delicate makeup. Her eyes swept across the cafeteria as if searching for someone. Soon her gaze locked onto Lu Jingxiu by the window. A look of surprise lit up her face and she hurried over. But after just 2 steps she stopped abruptly. She saw next to Lu Jingxiu a stranger, a fashionably dressed pretty young girl not in school uniform. They sat very close and the girl occasionally turned to say something to him, their posture intimate. The girl's brows furrowed instantly, her surprise turning into wariness and a hint of displeasure. She bit her lip but still walked over quickly. "Young Master Lu," she said at the table, her voice with a hint of affectation, but her eyes fixed on Suna, "and this classmate is." Lu Jingxiu looked up at the newcomer. Li Qingqing's best friend, apparently named Li. Back when the original owner was dating Li, Qingqing had dealt with her a lot. This girl had a sweet tongue and knew how to handle things, but she was also scheming and often whispered in Li Qingqing's ear. "My sister," Lu Jingxiu said, his tone cold and flat. "What's the hello?" And Li, hearing it was his sister, Li's face broke into a smile again. "No wonder, she's as beautiful as young Master Lu's sister." She then naturally pulled out the chair opposite Lu Jingxiu and sat down. Suna recognized her, gave a flat and continued eating. Li didn't mind. She leaned forward, lowered her voice and wore a hesitant expression. "Young Master Lu, actually, Qingqing has a lot she want let me say. But I feel if I don't tell you, you might never know the truth and the misunderstanding between you will only grow." She paused, watching his expression, and continued when she saw no reaction, "It's about Qingqing being with Chen Xinghai." Lu Jingxiu nodded slightly. Li's eyes reddened as if she were more wronged than Li Qingqing herself, more pained than the person involved. She leaned in with a tragic air of "I'm risking my friendship to tell you the truth." Lu Jingxiu found it ridiculous. This sidekick was way too dramatic. Lily said actually Qingqing and Chen Xinghai aren't really together. He paid her to pretend to be his girlfriend and to help him strategize on winning over Zhuang Shui from the campus belle list. Bada University had a campus belle list, with 50 girls on it. How was that even a list? Lu Jingxiu didn't get it but respected it. And had seen the photos, they were all indeed very beautiful. "I know you must have been furious when you heard the news," Lily said, unaware that Lu Jingxiu's mind had wandered. "Her eyes earnest. After all, you two just had a fight and then she's with someone else. Anyone would find it hard to accept. But it's really not what you think. You know Qingqing comes from a modest family and she was also angry with you. Both sides were stubborn, so she agreed to Chen Xinghai. Lately all those rumors on campus, she's been really hurting inside. She's been so wronged, but you know her temper, she bears everything alone and refuses to explain." Her eyes reddened again, her voice turning nasally. "Young Master Lu, I just couldn't stand it anymore, so I came to tell you secretly. If Qingqing finds out, she'll definitely kill me." Suna sat beside them, slowly spooning the wonton soup, bringing it to her lips, blowing and drinking. Her face was expressionless, but inwardly she sneered. This whole spiel was nothing but hypocritical and sanctimonious. It painted Li Qingqing as perfectly innocent, a strong fragile flower forced by circumstance, suffering in silence while shifting the blame to her ordinary family and a momentary fit of anger. She stayed silent, only using her peripheral vision to discreetly observe Lu Jingxiu's reaction. She wanted to see if her brother's earlier words in the car, "If we break up she's a stranger," were sincere or just a front to save face. Lu Jingxiu listened to Li's impassioned explanation with a dismissive curl of his lip. "Is that so?" he said in a flat tone, then asked casually, "How much did Chen Xinghai give her?" Lily, still basking in the self-righteous glow of standing up for her best friend, was utterly stunned by the question. This wasn't right. The script was all wrong. Shouldn't young Master Lu be shocked, then filled with regret and sympathy, realizing he had wronged and misunderstood Li Qingqing? Shouldn't he be overflowing with gratitude for her timely tip-off, whipping out his phone to transfer 100 or 200,000 as a thank you, or generously offering to clear out her shopping cart? Why would he ask how much Chen Xinghai had paid? Wasn't that a rather odd point of focus? Yet she quickly recovered and answered honestly, 50,000. Lu Jingxiu raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Oh, 50,000 a month. That's a pretty steep price." No wonder she agreed. Lily paused, her expression stiffening as she corrected him. "Young Master Lu. Actually it's 50,000 a day." "How much?" Lu Jingxiu thought he had misheard, nearly dropping his phone. 50,000 a day. Lily nodded, confirming yes, 50,000 a day. Chen Xinghai said so himself, and he transfers the money every evening without fail. Lu Jingxiu's eye twitched involuntarily. Seriously, did these tycoons have no regard for money anymore? 50,000 a day. 1.5 million a month. Just to chase a campus belle. Without hesitation he lowered his head, unlocked his phone, scrolled to Chen Xinghai in his contacts and dialed. Seeing this, Lily felt a weight lift off her shoulders and a smile tugged at her lips. See? Young Master Lu did care about Li Qingqing after all. He couldn't wait to call and apologize. For a moment she had feared her act had failed. She could already envision the beautiful scene, Lu Jingxiu humbly apologizing to Li Qingqing reluctantly forgiving him, their reconciliation, and herself, the heroine, being handsomely rewarded. Suna caught sight of Lu Jingxiu making the call and shook her head inwardly, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Men were all the same, talking tough but unable to let go. She lowered her head, sipping her soup slowly, her eyes narrowing as her mind raced, plotting how to deal with the formidable Li Qingqing. In her past life it was Li Qingqing's countless underhanded schemes that allowed the true heiress Lu to see through her tactics and eventually cast her out. This time she must not let her guard down. She had to nip this potential threat in the bud. The call connected. Lu Jingxiu brought the phone to his ear, his tone casual. "Hey Xinghai, it's me, Lu Jingxiu." Li's smile widened. Calling Chen Xinghai to confirm the news first. That made sense, young Master Lu was always cautious. Suna kept her head down, taking another small sip of soup, her bangs hiding her expression. Then Lu Jingxiu's serious voice rang out again. "So how's the pursuit of Zhuang Shui going? Still need a love coach? If not, you could consider me. I'll do it for 40,000 a day, guaranteed success." Pft, cough cough. Beside him Suna, who was finishing her last sip of wonton soup, choked violently, spraying the soup back into her bowl before covering her mouth and coughing hard. She fumbled in her LV handbag for a tissue, bent over, coughing until tears streamed down her face, wiping her mouth and chin in a fluster. Was this brother of hers trying to steal Li Qingqing's business? She was utterly speechless. Li. She sat on the plastic cafeteria chair, feeling completely numb. Was she hallucinating? Or had she mistaken the person? After all that acting, the sympathy, the grievance, the inside scoop, the emphasis on misunderstanding, what was the result? What was the result? She had successfully turned her best friend's ex-boyfriend into her best friend's competitor. Wasn't this plot development a bit off? Not to mention her and Suna, even Chen Qinghai on the other end of the line was completely baffled. He had actually braced himself. After all, he had just gotten together with his buddy's ex-girlfriend. He had prepared responses for any confrontation, warning or threat. Based on his knowledge of Lu Jingxiu's usual temperament, the call had even come later than he expected. But he never imagined Lu Jingxiu would call to compete for the love coach, and he was even offering a discount 10,000 less a day than Li Qingqing. This move completely short-circuited Chen Xinghai's brain. He was at a loss for words, stammering into the phone, "Lu, brother Lu, this." A few seconds of silence on the line, he had no idea what to say. After a long moment he cleared his throat and ventured, "Brother Lu, wouldn't that be inappropriate? After all, Li Qingqing was still nominally his girlfriend, even if only hired. What's inappropriate about it?" Lu Jingxiu frowned, his tone righteous. How many relationships has Li Qingqing had? What does she know about chasing girls? Give me a week and I guarantee a noticeable change in Zhuang Shui's attitude toward you. Chen Qinghai. He had to admit he was tempted. Although Li Qingqing had given him some advice, to be honest, the results were negligible. Having her pretend to be his girlfriend to provoke Zhuang Shui hadn't stirred much reaction either. Zhuang Shui remained as aloof as ever. But Lu Jingxiu was different. Lu Jingxiu was a prominent figure on campus with his family background. And realistically speaking, regardless of his current relationship with Li Qingqing, he had genuinely been with a campus belle like her. What did that prove? It proved he at least had successful experience in dating a campus belle. As for being 10,000 less a day than Li Qingqing, did he, young Master Chen, care about that 10,000? Whether it worked or not, he would still pay Lu Jingxiu 50,000 a day. He figured that Lu Jingxiu wasn't short of money anyway. This call might just be an excuse to help him out of brotherly loyalty. Really? Chen Qinghai still couldn't quite believe it, but the wavering in his voice was obvious. Brother Lu, don't mess with me. I'm not messing with you, Lu Jingxiu replied calmly. All right. Chen Qinghai gritted his teeth and made a decision. Brother Lu, after class this morning let's find a place to talk details. Sure, Lu Jingxiu said, then hung up. He put his phone on the table, looked up at Lily, who was still petrified opposite him, and nodded sincerely. Thanks, your news was very timely. Then he picked up his phone, opened WeChat, found Lily's profile and transferred her some money. A small token. Lily mechanically picked up her phone, the screen lit up with a WeChat transfer notification. She tapped it. Amount 5,000. She stared at the number, her lip twitching involuntarily. Honestly, she was a bit unimpressed. In the past, whenever young Master Lu tipped, it was always in the tens of thousands. What was she running around for, serving him so diligently? Wasn't it just to occasionally pocket some of his generosity? Why only 5,000 this time? But then she thought, better than nothing. Given that she hadn't been thrown out as a troublemaker after that call, she was already lucky. All right, fine, she said, moving her finger to accept. Every little bit counted. I've got class now, Lu Jingxiu said, standing up and patting Suna on the arm. Contact me when you've sorted things out. With that, he turned and walked toward the cafeteria exit. Suna wiped her mouth clean, crumpled the tissue into a ball and tossed it into her bowl. She looked up at the dejected Lily still sitting across from her, then stood up, grabbed her LV bag and walked out of the cafeteria somewhat absent-mindedly. The morning breeze brushed her face, carrying the scent of plane tree leaves and the faint sound of class bells from the teaching building. She walked with her head down, her mind a tangled mess. Her brother's series of actions just now were so different from the Lu Jingxiu she remembered from her past life. That most improbable thought surfaced again in her mind like bubbles from the depths, impossible to push back down. Could it be that he was also reborn? If that were true, then how did he die in his past life? Could he also have been killed by Li Qingqing? Just like her disappearing silently on that cold night filled with resentment and despair. At that thought, a pang of sympathy struck her heart. She bit her lip and tightened her grip on the strap of her bag. No. She had to find a chance to test him. During the morning economics class, the professor's droning voice from the podium was soporific as slide after slide of the PPT flipped by. Li Qingqing sat in the middle front section of the classroom with her notebook open before her and a pen in her hand, appearing to be listening attentively. Yet her gaze kept drifting almost imperceptibly toward the corner by the window where Lu Jingxiu sat. Today he wore a simple white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing the smooth lines of his forearms. He kept his head slightly lowered, his eyes fixed on the open textbook. Occasionally he would glance up at the PPT, a pen held between his fingers, jotting down notes on the margins of the page from time to time. In the morning light streaming through the window, his profile was sharply defined, a straight nose bridge, a clean jawline. He was entirely absorbed in the lecture, never once casting a glance in her direction. Li Qingqing stared at his face, a faint sense of irritation and confusion stirring within her. That morning, just as she had left the dorm and was walking down the tree-lined path to the classroom, her phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Qingqing. The message was courteous, first thanking her for her help over the past few days, then tactfully indicating that the fake girlfriend arrangement was no longer necessary. However, the role of a love advisor could continue, albeit with an adjustment to the compensation. From the original 50,000 per day to 50,000 per month. She saw through it at once. Qingqing clearly no longer needed her advice. He had obviously found a replacement, but too embarrassed to cut her off directly, was using this 50,000 as a form of compensation to maintain a veneer of politeness. She woke up to find her job gone. A daily rate of 50,000 reduced to a monthly one. Before she could ponder the details, Lily's messages bombarded her. Voice messages came one after another, the tone agitated and incoherent, recounting the morning's events in the cafeteria with exaggerated flair. She emphasized Lu Jingxia's sister along with Lu Jingxia's audacious move of calling Qingqing to steal her business. Even Li Qingqing was stunned when she heard that Lu Jingxiu had actually told Qingqing, "I only need 40,000 a day and I guarantee your success." Clutching her phone, she stood on the steps before the teaching building, frozen for a full half-minute. She had tacitly allowed Li to explain things to Lu Jingxiu. Based on her understanding of Lu Jingxia's usual character, hearing such inside information would have made him, if not immediately come back to apologize, at least harbor hostility toward Qingqing or feel guilty toward her. This way she could regain the upper hand. But she had never anticipated that Lu Jingxiu would completely defy expectations. Not only did he refuse to play by the rules, but he also turned around and snatched her client. This move was utterly outrageous. However, Li Qingqing soon gleaned a more crucial piece of information from Li's chaotic account. A beautiful girl had appeared by Lu Jingxia's side. Lu Jingxiu had personally introduced her as his sister. Sister. Li Qingqing's brow furrowed slightly. She had been with Lu Jingxiu for a considerable time and had never heard him mention having a sister. Moreover, even if she were a distant relative, it was unimaginable for them to be so intimate as to have breakfast together at the cafeteria. And what a coincidence, this sister materialized out of nowhere right after she and Lu Jingxiu broke up. Connecting this with Lu Jingxia's unusually cold and resolute demeanor over the past 2 days, along with his uncharacteristic behavior this morning, a vague suspicion began to take shape in Li Qingqing's mind. Could it be that this suddenly appearing sister was scheming behind the scenes, sowing discord? Once this thought emerged, it took root and spread like a vine in her heart. She lost all focus on the lecture. She couldn't take in a single word the professor was saying. Quietly she took out her phone, dimmed the screen and scrolled through her contacts until she found a name: Tang Chang. Tang Chang was Lu Jingxia's close brother, their bond very strong. When she was with Lu Jingxiu, she had often used Tang Chang to gather information or to put in a good word for her with Lu Jingxiu. She opened Tang Chang's WeChat and tapped on the virtual keyboard. "Tang Chang, are you free at noon? Want to grab a meal together? There's something I want to chat about." She hit send, then flipped the phone face down on the desk, raised her head to look at the blackboard again and resumed the expression of a diligent student. In a lecture hall of another building, Tang Chang was slumped in the last row wearing Bluetooth earbuds, his phone in landscape mode as his fingers slid rapidly across the screen, commanding his game character to wreak havoc. A WeChat message notification suddenly popped up at the top of the screen. He was about to dismiss it but caught a glimpse of the sender, Li Qingqing. Tang Chang's hand jerked, causing his game character to make a misstep and get instantly wiped out by the enemy team. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, quit the game and opened WeChat. Seeing Li Qingqing's invitation to a meal, Tang Chang froze, his brow knitting. Li Qingqing wanted to have dinner with him. Since her breakup with Lu Jingxiu, they had had little interaction. The only common topic between them was Lu Jingxiu, and given the current situation, this meal was undoubtedly 100% about him. His first instinct was to take a screenshot and forward it to Lu Jingxiu. "Bro, Li Qingqing just asked me to lunch, said she wants to talk. What's the deal? Should I go?" He sent the message and stared at the screen, waiting for a reply. After a long pause, there was no response from Lu Jingxiu. Tang Chang scratched his head. Was brother Lu in class and not checking his phone? Or had he seen it and couldn't be bothered to reply? With the end of class approaching and no further messages from Li Qingqing, Tang Chang felt uneasy. After some thought, he replied to Li Qingqing. "Sure, Sister Qingqing, where shall we meet at noon?" He decided to agree for now. After all, it was just a meal. Had listened to what she had to say and then adapt on the fly, treating it as a reconnaissance mission for brother Lu. He hit send, then switched back to the game interface, but his mind was no longer on it. Finally the bell rang, signaling the end of class. At noon the sunlight blazed starkly over the campus. There was no breeze, the heat shimmered, and even the sycamore leaves by the roadside hung limp and wilted. Students poured out of the teaching buildings, most hurrying either toward the cafeteria or back to their dorms for air conditioning. In this weather, no one wanted to spend an extra second outside. Not far from the campus, in a private room on the second floor of a modestly decorated local restaurant, the scene was quite different. The air conditioning was on full blast and a cool breeze circulated. A round table was laden with steaming dishes. Lu Jingxiu and Suna sat on one side with Chen Qinghai opposite them. Suna held her chopsticks, quietly eating her food without saying much. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Jingxiu listened as Chen Qinghai recounted the entire story from beginning to end, his expression unreadable. "Brother Lu, that's the situation with Shuang Shui," Chen Qinghai said, pulling a pack of 95 Supreme cigarettes from his pocket and deftly offering one. "So do you have any good ideas?" Lu Jingxiu subtly gestured to Suna, who was bowing her head to eat, then shook his head at Chen Qinghai. Chen Qinghai immediately realized. The private room of this rustic restaurant was not large. If someone smoked, the smoke wouldn't dissipate, which would indeed make the girls uncomfortable. He let out an "oh" and naturally put the cigarette away, pouring a drink for Lu Jingxiu. Suna paused for a moment while picking up her food, biting her lips. Lu Jingxiu didn't notice her subtle actions. After listening to Chen Qinghai's somewhat shy and troubled narration, he put down his chopsticks. He leaned back in his chair, looking at Chen Qinghai with a speechless expression. "So you spent millions on her, yet you haven't even held her hand." The story of these two is quite simple, summed up in one sentence: a gold digger meets a gullible fool. Zhuang Shui comes from an ordinary background, is beautiful, and is a regular on the campus beauty list. So she is well aware, like a clear mirror, that someone like Chen Qinghai, who grew up in luxury, is never short of girls who throw themselves at him. If he easily succeeded, he might toss her aside once he got bored. Therefore she maintained a somewhat distant attitude, appearing pure and aloof, as if she were untouched by the mundane world. In reality, she discreetly enjoyed Chen Qinghai's unconditional devotion. When he gave her gifts, she would provide plenty of emotional value with a sweet smile and an admiring tone, making Chen Qinghai feel that his money was well spent. But aside from that, she cleverly avoided or rejected any substantial intimate contact. Her innocent persona combined with her distance kept Chen Qinghai, the naive fool, firmly under her control. As for Chen Qinghai, he had been overly protected by his family since childhood, not having gone through much hardship, and his romantic experiences were innocent. When he first encountered a girl like Shuang Shui, who constantly reinforced her persona of being not materialistic, having principles, and unlike those flashy girls, it effortlessly captured the heart of this young man who had not faced many trials. Logically, how could a wealthy young master accustomed to the ways of the world be so naive? Yet in this world it seemed quite normal. Chen Qinghai, pointed out so bluntly by Lu Jingxiu, felt a bit embarrassed, but he nodded, defending himself. "A girl's hand should definitely not be taken casually. Zhuang Shui is rather traditional." Lu Jingxiu glanced at him and did not continue to mock. However, he had an idea in his mind. "Just do as I say," he asserted confidently. "I guarantee it will work." "Really?" Chen Qinghai's eyes immediately lit up. As expected of Lu Xiao, his words were filled with assurance, like "I guarantee, and you'll succeed," making it seem reliable. "Of course." Lu Jingxiu nodded slightly. His gaze inadvertently swept over Suna, who was quietly picking up her food, her fair skin and delicate features giving her a somewhat obedient sisterly aura as she sat there eating. Suddenly Lu Jingxiu felt a stir in his heart. Although Chen Qinghai was a bit silly and naive, he came from a good family, seemed to have decent character and respected girls. Most importantly, he was pure-minded and easy to manipulate. It seemed like he would be quite suitable to be her brother-in-law. Moreover, with a boyfriend, his sister wouldn't hang around the apartment disturbing his time with Lin Yutong. She wouldn't interrupt Lin Yutong's public service exam. But before that, he needed to make this boy see Zhuang Shui's true colors, so he wouldn't be a gullible fool any longer. He withdrew his gaze and had already devised a complete plan in his mind. "Qinghai," Lu Jingxiu began, "you go out for a smoke and get some fresh air. This matter may require my sister to help a little. I need to talk to her privately for a few minutes." Chen Qinghai, though a bit confused, stood up readily. "Sure, Lu Guyu, all chat. I happen to have a craving for a smoke." After saying that, he opened the private room door and walked out, kindly closing the door behind him. Only Lu Jingxiu and Suna remained in the room. Suna didn't expect this matter would involve her. She put down her chopsticks, a question mark slowly appearing on her forehead, and turned to look at Lu Jingxiu. "Who?" She blinked. "What do you need my help with?" Lu Jingxiu moved his chair closer to Suna, lowering his voice. "Nana, you should have noticed too, right? This boy Chen Qinghai, to put it bluntly, is just a gullible fool who has been conned out of millions by the campus beauty." Suna nodded quietly, not saying anything. She was all too familiar with this routine. It's similar to the tactics of someone like Qingqing, who keeps a distance while wanting it both ways. She had seen it many times in her previous life and nearly became one of them herself. Seeing her nod, Lu Jingxiu felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, girls understand girls better. So he began to speak with confidence to expose this gold digger or force her to take the next step. "The fastest way is to introduce a competitor, one who would directly threaten her source of income. Thus I want you to be that competitor. Next he'll have Chen Qinghai pretend to pursue you, shifting all the money and attention he originally spent on Zhuangshui to you. In this way Zhuangshui will surely be unsettled and will definitely take action. And by then Lu Jingxiu's lips curled into a smirk, feeling a sense of strategic mastery. Chen Qinghai will naturally see through her true intentions. Suna listened but did not answer immediately. She sat quietly gazing at Lu Jingxiu's handsome face, a deep suspicion flashing quickly in her eyes. In her previous life Lu Jingxiu was cold and selfish, paying no attention to anyone but himself and Li Qingqing. Friends. Brothers. What did their lives matter to him? He would never lower himself to intervene in such trivial matters, let alone bother to help a friend see through a gold digger. But now. Not only had he taken on this task voluntarily, but he was also earnestly strategizing for Chen Qinghai, considering every detail and even involving her. This was too unusual. She bit her lip, unable to resist asking then. Why me? Upon hearing this Lu Jingxiu revealed a profound expression. The fat water doesn't flow to outsiders. You are my sister. As for me, I charge him 40,000 a day as a love strategist. He needs to spend money to pursue a false target. Rather than spending that money on others, it's better to spend it on my sister. Don't you think so? Suna's heart skipped a beat. What did that mean? Why did he emphasize you are my sister? Why did his expression seem so thought-provoking? Combining this with a series of unusual actions from earlier in her observations of Lu Jingxiu's character transformation, the guess she had repeatedly denied but was becoming clearer finally crystallized in her mind. Lu Jingxiu was also reborn. Once this thought emerged, all the previous absurdities instantly fell into place. He knew Chen Qinghai was a wealthy second-generation heir who would prove immensely useful in the future. He knew he would one day be cast out, so he was already laying the groundwork, arranging an escape route for her. He was subtly telling her, even if you are no longer a member of the Lu family, the Chen family will still be there for you. Brother. You really? Suna's expression shifted uncontrollably from shock to sudden realization and then to an overflowing gratitude. Lu Jingxiu watched her face change like a slideshow, his brow furrowing slightly. Was this cheap sister having some trouble with her brain today? Such a trivial matter, either it works or it doesn't. Why hesitate like this? He thought Suna was unwilling or had concerns. After all, he was assigning her a task and she might feel a bit uncomfortable about it. So he softened his tone and reassured her, don't worry, it's just an act. He'll make it clear to Chen Qinghai beforehand, tell him not to have any improper thoughts about you. You don't need to do anything real, just have a meal together occasionally and post a few moments on your social feed. Suna pressed her lips together. She caught the hidden meaning in Lu Jingxiu's words. He was drawing a line, telling her this wasn't a matchmaking session, not to feel pressured. He was afraid she'd feel embarrassed or resist interacting with a stranger, so he called it an act, letting her naturally get to know this wealthy heir and slowly build an emotional connection. Brother. You've thought of everything for me. In my past life I deceived and used you like that, yet in this life you're still making such plans for me. Thinking of this, Suna looked at Lu Jingxiu, her eyes uncontrollably reddening, her nose tingling. Lu Jingxiu saw that Suna still wasn't speaking, just staring at him with that strange look. He felt a bit creeped out but mostly helpless. He thought for a moment, then adopted the tone of a caring elder brother and continued persuading her, Nana, let me tell you, the Chen family's business is among the best in Ba City. And you've seen him yourself, he's honest with no ill intentions. Just treat him as a friend, you won't lose out. Just consider it doing your brother a favor. He is my friend after all, and I can't bear to watch him be played for a fool by that woman anymore. He paused, his tone growing more earnest. Besides, if anything ever happens to you, he can help. More friends, more paths. He picked up the cup on the table, took a sip of the drink to moisten his throat, then set it down and concluded in the voice of someone who'd been through it all, you're still young, maybe you don't understand. Just trust your brother this once. Later. You'll know. Those words, later you'll know. Suna's pupils contracted sharply, a storm raging in her heart. In his past life Lu Jingxiu never praised anyone, nor did he patiently recommend someone like this. His tone now clearly conveyed that this was a person worth entrusting her life to. He truly knew his own fate, which was why he went to such lengths to arrange a backup plan for her. He feared that after being cast out of the Lu family she would be alone, destitute, burdened with debt, and eventually killed. So he found her a patron in advance. Even if she lost everything in the future, as long as she connected with the Chen family, or even became their daughter-in-law, those massive debts and utter desperation would be resolved. She could still enjoy a life of luxury with loved ones who cherished and protected her. If anything ever happens to you, referred to her identity being exposed and being expelled from the Lu family. He can help, referred to the Chen family's wealth and influence, solving her debts and troubles. Later you'll know meant that when that day came she would understand the painstaking arrangements he made today. So that's it. That seemingly absurd phone call this morning, the earnest persuasion over lunch, the patient, almost tedious explanations, all of it was paving the way for her. He still didn't know she was also reborn just like him. He knew everything yet said nothing, silently protecting her in his own way. When the words "later you'll know" fell on her ears, Suna's tightly held emotions completely broke. She abruptly stood up from her chair, stepped forward with her long legs. She straddled Lu Jingxiu's lap, wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and threw herself into his embrace. Her eyes were bloodshot, warm tears streaming uncontrollably, soaking the collar of his shirt. "Brother." Her voice was thick with tears and sobs, her body trembling slightly. "Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for me." The sudden warmth and softness in his arms left Lu Jingxiu frozen. His arms hung in the air, unsure where to place them. The chair creaked softly under the added weight, and Suna's warmth and faint fragrance instantly enveloped him. Though he didn't understand why this cheap sister was suddenly so emotional and reactive, she was crying so hard that he couldn't just push her away. So he awkwardly patted her back. It's okay, he said dryly. "It's only right. You're my sister." He thought she must have understood his deeper intent, that he was finding her a reliable long-term meal ticket and protector, and was moved to tears. Well, good that she understood. He smelled the faint fragrance in her hair, held her for a moment, then decided it was time to gently push her away. This was his sister after all, he couldn't hold her like this for too long. Besides, the position was really inappropriate. But before he could exert any force, Suna shifted slightly, buried her face in the crook of his neck, her lips almost touching his skin, and whispered, "Brother. But you know my feelings." "Ha! Feelings?" Lu Jingxiu was stunned. What feelings? Did this cheap sister have a crush on someone? Who? Could it be someone from Badu University? That school was incredibly complicated. His sister couldn't become some supporting character. Lu Jingxiu pondered, planning to have someone investigate. Before he could figure it out, Suna suddenly lifted her head from his neck. Her face was still streaked with tears, her eyes and nose red, looking at him with tear-filled eyes as she choked out, "Brother, let me ask you something." Her voice was serious. "Tell me honestly. How did you die?" Lu Jingxiu. Lu Jingxiu. Lu Jingxiu was utterly dumbfounded. How could he suddenly not understand human speech? "What are you talking about? What do you mean, how did I die? Did you come from the future? Or dream of the future? Have you been reading too many novels lately? Or did some school beauty send someone to scare you?" Lu Jingxiu's questions came one after another, his face full of, "What are you saying?" But without the slightest trace of the panic or shock Suna had anticipated upon having her secret exposed. Suna said nothing, merely fixing her gaze on his eyes as if searching for even a hint of pretense or vulnerability within those deep pupils. She looked for a long time. Then she fell silent. Because the bewildered expression on Lu Jingxiu's face simply did not seem feigned. But if he wasn't reborn, then were the words he had just spoken truly mere coincidence? Suna's mind rapidly replayed every event of the morning. Lu Jingxiu had called Chen Xinghai to snatch a business deal merely to earn some extra cash on the side. He had offered Chen Xinghai advice because he couldn't stand seeing a friend being taken advantage of. He had asked her to pretend to be the one being pursued because he wanted to keep the profit within the circle and incidentally earn her some pocket money. It seemed really that it was all just coincidence. Each incident examined individually had a perfectly reasonable explanation requiring no absurd premise like rebirth to support it. That was right. How could it be possible that both she and he were reborn? The probability was lower than winning the lottery. At this thought, an unprecedented, overwhelming wave of immense embarrassment swept over Suna. What had she just done? In front of Lu Jingxiu she had cried and hugged him, even sat directly on his lap, buried her face in his neck and said with deep emotion, "My feelings." Her expression, her actions, her tears. Suna's face reddened at a visible speed from the base of her neck all the way to her hairline. She seemed to have suddenly transformed into a little red cartoon figure, continuously puffing out white steam from the top of her head. The immense shame drained all her strength in an instant. She collapsed limply in Lu Jingxiu's arms, lacking even the courage to lift her head. Now she felt even more like crying. After several seconds she barely managed to scrape together a passable excuse from her nearly short-circuited mind. "Brother. I had a nightmare last night, dreamed that you." "Forget it anyway, I got scared, my mind was a bit muddled just now." "Oh, so it was just a nightmare." Lu Jingxiu felt a wave of relief inside but still pressed on verbally, "What dream could scare you like this?" "I'm not telling," Suna shook her head. "It's unlucky to talk about it." From Lu Jingxiu's angle he could see her entire face red from ears to neck, even the back of her neck was flushed. To prevent Lu Jingxiu from continuing to question her about this nightmare that made her cringe with embarrassment, Suna quickly changed the subject. Brother, I always feel that your personality has changed too much recently. It's completely different from before." Hearing this, Lu Jingxiu's heart skipped a beat. "No kidding. Even the soul had been swapped out coming from another world, how could the change not be enormous? He was silent for a few seconds, his mind racing, then casually began to fabricate. Maybe it's because I'd been reading some books lately, figured a few things out. What books are so magical? Suna looked up from his arms, eyeing him suspiciously. Lu Jingxiu remained expressionless, reciting the book titles with a straight face. How to Win Friends and Influence People, The Monitor's Guide to Gaining Power, How to Talk to Your Family Nicely. Suna. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. That's good. Ah. In the middle of her sentence she suddenly shuddered as if electrocuted, a short sharp gasp escaping her lips, an electric shock there, a jolt surging through her entire body. This person. How could he? Suna's heart rate instantly shot up to 180, beating so fast it felt like it might leap out of her throat. Flustered, she practically scrambled off Lu Jingxiu's lap, stumbled and sat back down in her original chair. To cover her panic and that strange reaction, she threatened viciously, Lu Jingxiu. If a third person ever finds out about what I just did, I'll tell mom and dad about you. About you greeting people inappropriately. As she spoke she cast a meaningful glance downward. Lu Jingxiu's face also showed some embarrassment, the tips of his ears reddened slightly. Just now. That damned little Lu had suddenly for no reason perked up, stood at attention and energetically offered a greeting. It caught him off guard and made Suna gasp. Damn it, you little brat, is a greeting something you just throw out anywhere? Don't you have any sense of the occasion? He cursed 100 times in his mind, but on the surface he struggled to maintain his composure. Taking his phone from the table he unhurriedly sent a message to Qingqing. Alright, finish your smoke and come in. The door to the private room was quickly pushed open a crack. Qingqing poked his head in and asked cautiously, Brother Lu, are you two done talking? Lu Jingxiu gave a slight nod. Once Qingqing was seated back in his chair, Lu Jingxiu wasted no time and repeated the plan he had just discussed with Suna. Of course he made some adjustments to his wording. He didn't mention that Zhuang Shui was a gold digger. After all, Qingqing was still infatuated, telling him the blunt truth might not be well received and could easily damage their friendship. He simply laid out the task clearly. Next, you publicly pursue my sister Luna. Make the gestures natural, show genuine sincerity. Whatever you did for Zhuang Shui before, do the same for Nana now. When Zhuang Shui sees it, she'll naturally feel a sense of crisis. After listening, Qingqing thought it over and raised a question. Brother Lu, the plan sounds good, but what's the essential difference between this and me hiring Li Qingqing to be my fake girlfriend before? A world of difference. Lu Jingxiu leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, his expression calm and confident like a veteran setting up a chessboard. He held up one finger first. Who in the whole school doesn't know Li Qingqing is my ex-girlfriend? The moment she breaks up with me and becomes your girlfriend, anyone would think something is fishy. Zhuang Shui isn't stupid. With a little thought she'll realize it's probably someone you hired and she won't feel truly threatened. He held up a second finger. Second, Li Qingqing's personality, to put it nicely, is aloof, to put it bluntly, is pretentious. Be honest with yourself. In all the time you two have been together, even though you're supposed to be a couple, did it ever really feel like one? Qingqing opened his mouth, said nothing, but was clearly struck at a vulnerable point. He recalled that when he was with Li Qingqing, although they occasionally held hands, it felt more like fulfilling a duty. Li Qingqing's expression was always indifferent, polite and distant, as if she were acting in a play that had nothing to do with her. Not to mention his heart racing, he even felt that holding her hand was like owing her a favor. Zhuang Shui's circle of friends isn't just for show. Lu Jingxiu continued, his tone calm. A little inquiry and they'll know that you and Li Qingqing only occasionally eat together or take a stroll on the playground with no intimate gestures at all. Do you think a relationship of this level could make Zhuang Shui feel threatened? Qingqing indeed shook his head no. She probably wouldn't believe it. Moreover, Lu Jingxiu picked up his teacup and took a sip, unhurriedly pressing on. If I'm not mistaken, Li Qingqing wouldn't agree to have dinner with you in the evening, would she? Qingqing nodded again. My sister can cooperate with all this. Lu Jingxiu set down his teacup. For instance, if you go for a candlelit dinner with her, I'll arrange for someone to take secret photos nearby. We could even use misaligned angles and photo editing to create some pictures of you two cheek kissing. Of course, to make it believable from now on at school, you'll have to genuinely treat my sister as your pursuit target. The way you chase Zhuang Shui, now chase Luna the same way. Spend the money, give the gifts, eat the meals. As for Luna's reactions and cooperation, you need not worry at all. Hearing this, Qingqing instinctively looked at Suna sitting beside Lu Jingxiu. His heart stirred slightly. To be honest, Lu Xiao's sister was indeed very beautiful. With delicate features and fair skin, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, she had the aura of a youthful schoolgirl. Moreover, from the moment they entered the private room, she had been sitting quietly, occasionally sipping tea or picking at dishes, listening to their conversation, behaving very demurely. Now her face was flushed, as if she were a bit shy, looking down at her phone. Qingqing thought to himself that she was probably embarrassed because he was about to pursue her. This reaction from an innocent young girl was quite novel to him, the young master. All right. Chen Qinghai agreed readily. Brother Lu, I have no problem with it. Lu Jingxiu turned to Suna Nana at each other on WeChat for easy communication. Suna nodded, obediently picked up her phone, brought up the QR code page and handed it to Chen Qinghai. Chen Qinghai scanned it with his phone and with a ding the friend request went through. Brother Lu, I'm so grateful, Chen Qinghai said, looking at the new friend's avatar on his screen, his heart filled with both emotion and admiration. Today Brother Lu not only overlooked the matter of his entanglement with his ex-girlfriend but also went to such lengths to help him devise a plan, even bringing his own sister into the act. Such loyalty was unmatched by anyone else at Bai University. Really, I don't know how to thank you. Don't mention it. Lu Jingxiu waved his hand, looking as if it were nothing. Nana is now a teaching assistant at our school, so there's no age or status gap between you. You can start tomorrow. He'll arrange for people to spread the word at school and make a big fuss, ensuring that Zhuang Shui's ears are filled with news about you too. Lu Xiao's sister is a teaching assistant at the school. Chen Xinghai's eyes lit up, and the thought that had been purely about acting suddenly took on a hint of genuine anticipation. This identity was far more interesting than an ordinary student. Great. He nodded vigorously, his tone already carrying a hint of eager anticipation. Brother Lu's sister Nana, it's settled then. The three of them walked out of the rustic eatery, and the midday heat immediately hit them, the ground shimmering with blinding light. Chen Qinghai waved at them, turned and quickly walked toward his car parked across the street. He had already started planning in his mind what kind of proper confession ceremony to arrange tomorrow. With no classes in the afternoon, Lu Jingxiu naturally didn't want to stay at school any longer. He walked shoulder to shoulder with Su Na toward the parking lot and casually asked him, heading back to the apartment this afternoon. What about you? Su Na just wanted to get back quickly and change out of her clothes from head to toe. The scene in the private room earlier had made her sweat profusely, and the clothes clinging to her skin were uncomfortable, making her feel restless. Let's go together. I'll go back and freshen up. Okay. The car drove out of the school gate and turned onto the main road. The air conditioning blew cool air, dispelling the stuffiness in the cabin. Lu Jingxiu's phone was mounted on the vent holder, navigating the route home, when a voice call suddenly popped up on the screen. It was Tang Chang. Lu Jingxiu glanced at it, casually tapped to answer and put it on speakerphone. The background noise on Tang Chang's end was a bit chaotic, with faint music from the car stereo and the sound of wind probably driving as well. He shouted loudly, Brother Lu. Where are you? On my way home. What's up? Did you see the message I sent you? Tang Chang's voice was brimming with excitement over a big scoop. Li Qingqing invited me to lunch today. At this, the two people in the car frowned simultaneously. Tang Chang, unaware that there were two listeners on the line, recounted the whole story from beginning to end. Li Qingqing had invited him to lunch, chatted about all sorts of trivial things, and subtly circled around before finally steering the conversation toward the matter of Lu Jingxiu having a new sister by his side. Tang Chang had kept his guard up at first, but as the conversation opened up, he inadvertently spilled everything about Lu Na. Lu Jingxiu listened, his brow furrowing tighter. You told her about Nana? Tang Chang's voice suddenly dropped, tinged with embarrassment. I didn't notice at first. She coaxed it out of me. She asked so naturally, and I just... Lu Jingxiu didn't rush to scold him, but quickly turned the matter over in his mind. The relationship between the Tang and Lu families was actually quite delicate, as Tang Chang's father was the mayor of Ba City. The two families had both cooperation and mutual wariness. However, the subtle tension between the adults didn't affect the friendship between Lu Jingxiu and Tang Chang's generation. The two had grown up together in the same residential compound and were very close. So naturally Tang Chang knew about the lost daughter of the Lu family and the return of the long-lost Lu Na to the family. Su Na, sitting in the passenger seat, had already darkened her expression. She hadn't expected Li Qingqing to act so quickly. She had only appeared half a day ago and the other party was already investigating her. And what's more, the information came from that fool Tang Chang. She tugged at her seatbelt, leaned over to Lu Jingxiu's ear, lowered her voice, and her warm breath brushed against his ear. Brother, ask him how much he told Li Qingqing about me. Lu Jingxiu's ear tingled from the warm airflow. He tilted his head slightly, and after Su Na returned to her seat, he spoke into the phone. Listen kid, don't hang out with Li Qingqing anymore. That woman is not simple. Don't end up being sold by her and counting the money for her. Brother Lu, I was just trying to gather some information for you. Tang Chang's voice sounded regretful and a bit aggrieved. You've always liked her, so I thought. That was before Lu Jingxiu interrupted, his tone resolute. We broke up and I'm not interested in her anymore. Stay out of her affairs from now on. Tang Chang hummed in acknowledgement and obediently fell silent. Lu Jingxiu then asked, how much did you tell her about Nana? Tang Chang paused for a moment, as if recalling something with earnest effort, before replying honestly. I think I told her everything, didn't I? Whatever she asked, I answered. She was quite thorough. When did Nana come back? Where is she staying now? What is she doing? I figured it wasn't a secret. Idiot. Su Na's anger flared as she reached out and pressed the end call button. Beep, the call abruptly ceased. Ah. This fool. How utterly stupid. Su Na's chest heaved with fury. She finally understood how she had messed up in her past life. She had always believed it was Lu Jingxiu who had leaked her vulnerable background, allowing Li Qingqing to discover her origins and press her step by step. She had even silently blamed Lu Jingxiu for it over a long time. Little did she expect that the real flaw lay with that brainless Tang Cheng. Lu Jingxiu turned his head, casting a surprised glance at Su Na. Wasn't her reaction a bit too intense? It's fine, so what if she knows, he said, withdrawing his gaze to comfort her. You're my sister, staying with me openly. Even if she feels uncomfortable, she wouldn't dare touch you. Hearing this utterly irrelevant consolation, Su Na leaned back in her seat, the last shred of hope in her heart extinguished. Sure enough, this older brother wasn't reborn. He had no idea how ruthless Li Qingqing's methods were, nor what she would face in the future. The plot was still unfolding as it should, and her time was truly running out. The street scenes outside the window receded, plane trees flashing by one after another. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. What to do? Quick think, damn brain. This incarnation of Lu Jingxiu was even more intriguing than the last. She really didn't want to give up. Meanwhile, in a quiet cafe in the heart of Bashi City, 3 girls sat in a booth by the window. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, casting dappled shadows on the dark wooden table. The girl in the central seat, wearing the uniform of Bashi University, exuded a cool temperament with exquisite, delicate features. She lifted the coffee cup before her, took a gentle sip, then set it down and turned her gaze to the plain-looking girl opposite, a smile curling at the corner of her lips. Su Ning, 5,000 yuan has been transferred. Check it, she said, tapping her phone. The glittering nail art on her fingers accentuated her pale digits, looking exceptionally beautiful. The girl named Su Ning glanced down at her phone, the notification of the transfer glowing on the screen. She swallowed hard, quickly opened her phone to accept the transfer. Got it, thank you. Li Qingqing nodded slightly, her fingers tapping on a high school graduation photo spread out on the table. The photo showed rows of students in uniform, most smiling stiffly. This is your class graduation photo, right? She asked, lifting her eyes to the nervous face across from her. I want to ask, which one is Lu Na? And if you can tell me which university Lu Na attended after high school. A slight curve of her lips carried a clear lure. I can pay you another 10,000. Su Ning's eyes widened. Though she had no idea why these two finely dressed girls were so eager for information about Lu Na, it didn't matter at all. What mattered was that her relationship with Lu Na in high school had been merely average, and they hadn't kept in touch after graduation. Exchanging a few well-known facts for 15,000 yuan, a deal worth 3 months of her salary, only a fool would refuse. Wait a moment, she said, quickly opening her phone and scrolling through her contacts. I know a few people in her dorm. Let me ask around. Li Qingqing nodded without urging, merely stirring her coffee with a silver spoon at a leisurely pace. The spoon clinked softly against the cup, a crisp sound. Lu Na, the long-lost daughter of the Lu family. She watched the small whirlpool forming on the coffee's surface, her mind calculating slowly. An ordinary high school girl, after years of disappearance, suddenly transformed into the Lu family's phoenix. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? If she were truly the Lu family's daughter, then she couldn't touch her for now. Lu Jingxiu, after all, was the only son of the Lu family, and his biological sister was off limits. But if this identity was questionable, she wouldn't mind sending this suddenly appearing sister back where she came from. Gazing at the bustling street scene outside the window, a cold smile curved on her lips. She would allow no one to interfere in her process of molding Lu Jingxiu, no one. Uncontrollably, the image from that day in the dormitory surfaced in her mind. Lu Jingxiu knelt before her, his eyes always carrying a hint of distance and coldness, now reflecting only her shadow. He held her legs, looking up at her with that expression. The proud, handsome and cold eldest son of the Lu family at her feet like a tamed large dog, his eyes filled with fawning and humility. Yes, that was the feeling, the sensation of toppling the lofty young master from his pedestal, making him willingly prostrate at her feet. Like the most mellow wine, it intoxicated and addicted her. Just recalling that scene sent a surge through her, bringing a tingling shiver. She subtly pressed her legs together, her fingertips tightening slightly on the silver spoon's handle. Anyone daring to interfere with her plans would pay the price. She would not allow the chain around Lu Jingxiu's neck to be undone by another. Found it. Su Ning's voice interrupted the turbulent images flooding Li Qingqing's mind. Lu Na was admitted to Bashi Business School. This is her WeChat, she still uses it. Immediately, Li Qingqing's phone screen lit up with a new friend recommendation on WeChat. Oh. Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow, the playful smile on her lips deepening. Lu Na didn't go abroad. Interesting. 2 Lu Nas in one class. She picked up her phone, her finger pausing for a second over the unfamiliar avatar, then tapped send friend request. At the same time, she opened Su Ning's WeChat again and transferred another 10,000 yuan. It's sent to you, she said, standing up and picking up her handbag, her tone returning to a calm indifference. Pleasure doing business. She signaled to Li, who was sitting beside her. Li immediately understood and quickly rose as well. Without another word, the two walked out of the cafe in quick succession. The wave of heat outside rushed in, but Qingqing felt nothing. She already had her next plan in mind. Returning to the apartment, the fingerprint lock let out a soft beep as the door swung open. Hearing the sound, the study door was cautiously pulled open a crack. Lin Yutang peeked out half her head. Seeing it was Jingxiu and Suna, she let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing her face. You're back. Her voice was soft. She was still wearing the same dress from the morning, revealing her fair calves. Suna was changing shoes at the entrance, casting a glance at Lin Yutang, a profound sense of helplessness welling up inside her. One delicate flower at home, another at school. What was up with this brother? Did he have some special constitution? Destined to attract these seemingly innocent, pitiable blossoms. But when you cracked them open, each one was darker than the last. Dealing with Qingqing alone was already a headache, but this time around Jingxiu had directly added another opponent for her. Was it because she was a reborn person with experience and advantages that he deliberately upped the difficulty this time? She took a deep breath, suppressing that surge of irritation. Forget it, dwelling on it was useless. No matter what, the biggest enemy for now was still Qingqing. Suna weakly raised a hand toward Lin Yutang as a greeting. Then she walked straight into her room, opened her suitcase, pulled out a stack of clean clothes, and as she reached the bathroom door, she glanced back at Jingxiu, her tone casual. Bro, I'm going to take a shower in Chang. If you want to go to Germany, feel free to come in any time. With that, the bathroom door slammed shut behind her. Jingxiu. The corner of his mouth twitched. This cheap sister really knew how to apply what she learned on the spot. Lin Yutang stood at the study door, staring blankly at the scene, her expression one of utter astonishment. The information in Suna's words was overwhelming. She didn't know which part to process first. Meeting her stunned look, Jingxiu rubbed his temples and explained calmly, "Oh, she means don't come in or she'll break my legs and send me to Germany for orthopedics." Lin Yutang paused, then couldn't help the corners of her mouth lifting, a hint of mirth coloring her eyes. She nodded and let out a soft "oh." "What about you?" Jingxiu walked over to the living room sofa and sat down, asking casually, "What were you doing in the study?" "I was looking up information online." Lin Yutang came over and sat on the single sofa beside him, her voice light. "Looking up information?" Jingxiu suddenly remembered that Lin Yutang's job situation was still unresolved. He had been so busy with his own matters that he had forgotten about this. He asked, "What's your educational background?" Lin Yutang's expression faltered as if touched on an unpleasant memory. She lowered her eyes, biting her lip. After a long pause, she finally spoke, "I didn't finish college. I was sold to Germany. My uncle helped me take a leave of absence." The living room fell silent for a few seconds. Jingxiu nodded thoughtfully. Without a college degree, she only had a high school diploma, which wasn't even enough to meet the minimum requirements for civil service exams. "Which university did you take leave from?" he asked again. "Badu University." Jingxiu raised an eyebrow. So she was also from Badu University. No wonder she had been able to find him so easily on campus last time. He thought for a moment and quickly had an idea. "With your current education, you can't take the civil service exam. How about this: first go back to school, finish your degree, and then consider the exam." Lin Yutang opened her mouth as if to say something, but Jingxiu had already stood up. "I'll go make a call." He returned to his room, closed the door, and dialed his mother's number. He briefly explained the situation, emphasizing that Lin Yutang was a trafficking victim who needed help and wanted to complete her studies. His mother on the other end was very agreeable. "Reinstatement is no problem, just follow the procedures. As long as the leave hasn't exceeded 2 years, it can be arranged. Send me the girl's information and I'll handle the process for her." After hanging up, Jingxiu felt it was pretty much settled. He walked out of the room and shared the good news with Lin Yutang. However, instead of the joy he expected, she looked troubled. I don't want to go back to school," she said, her head bowed, her voice barely a whisper, each word carefully chosen as if after much deliberation. I don't feel safe. I've been confined for too long. I'm afraid to attend classes with so many people, and I don't know how to talk to others. In crowded places, I always feel like someone from Teresi is watching me. I'm sorry. I can't adapt." She looked up at Jingxiu briefly, then quickly lowered her head again as if awaiting judgment. She knew this request was unreasonable. He had gone out of his way to help her with reinstatement, and yet she was refusing. Looking at her like this, Jingxiu understood. The trauma from that experience ran too deep. Now she was extremely insecure, with an instinctive fear and aversion to unfamiliar environments and crowds. Forcing her back into the collective environment of a university might not be help, but another form of torment. He didn't offer any platitudes. This girl had just crawled out of a living hell. It was perfectly normal for her to fear crowds and strange places. He was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, I understand. Let's put the school matter on hold for now. Lin Yutong looked up in surprise, not expecting him to agree so easily. Let's think of another way, Lu Jingxiu said, sitting on the sofa beside her pondering. You can also take the civil service exam with an adult education degree. That way you don't have to go to school and the schedule is flexible. Spend 2 or 3 years getting the diploma. In the meantime, they'll find you an easy job like a civilian clerk at the police station. The work environment is relatively simple and it'll help you gradually reintegrate into society and gain some experience. He looked at Lin Yutong and asked, once you have the diploma you can retake the civil service exam. How does that sound? Lin Yutong's eyes instantly grew warm. She bit her lip hard, telling herself not to cry. But this person had kindly helped her arrange reinstatement and she had ungratefully refused to return to school. Yet he didn't blame her. Instead, he understood her difficulties and thoughtfully came up with a gentler, more suitable plan. She was actually a very strong person. Even when imprisoned abroad alone, she never bowed down or gave up and had even attempted escape multiple times. But this person in front of her was just too kind to her. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She sniffled hard, forcing down the sour feeling, biting her lip fiercely to focus on the pain. Then she nodded firmly, her voice choked but clear. Thank you, Lu Jingxiu. I will work hard. Lu Jingxiu looked at her, expression clearly on the verge of tears but stubbornly holding back inside inwardly. He said nothing more, just nodded, pulled out his phone and stood up. Alright, I'll go make a call in my room. In giving you a task, look up highly rated restaurants nearby. I want to try one tonight. It was not a difficult matter for Lu Jingxiu to arrange Lin Yutong's position as an auxiliary police officer. He made a phone call to Uncle Zhang. The call was quickly answered. Lu Jingxiu briefly explained Lin Yutong's situation. A trafficking victim recently rescued, suffering from severe psychological trauma with a high school education. She needed a simple, stable job to gradually reintegrate into society. He did not use any exaggerated words, his tone was calm. After finishing, he sincerely added, Uncle Zhang, do you think there is a suitable position for her? It doesn't matter if the salary is a bit lower. The main thing is to give her something to do to help her adapt slowly. Secretary Zhang raised an eyebrow at the other end of the line. This kid has changed quite a bit recently. In the past, 9 out of 10 of his calls had a commanding tone. But today his words were much more pleasant to hear. He had learned to respect others. Alright, no problem. Uncle Zhang agreed readily. The registration for the auxiliary police exam starts next month. Over in the eastern suburbs. The policy has changed this year and they've lowered the requirement to a high school diploma. Make sure she doesn't miss the registration deadline. Send me her personal information later. Uncle Zhang, thank you so much. Lu Jingxiu said with a smile. He exchanged a few more pleasantries with Uncle Zhang, asking about his health and his recent life before finally hanging up. He didn't mention sending gifts or treating him to a meal to express his gratitude over the phone. The day after tomorrow was Saturday and Uncle Zhang would be off duty. He planned to book a restaurant in advance, invite Uncle Zhang's family for a meal and prepare 2 cans of fine tea. That would be enough to convey his sincerity. Besides, it was the weekend, he should go home and spend time with his parents. That original owner of this body hadn't returned home for over a year, treating his parents like nothing more than ATMs and tools. He really couldn't understand what that guy was thinking. After handling Lin Yutong's matter, Lu Jingxiu lay on the bed and took out his phone. First he registered for an online civil service exam preparation course, then ordered a set of the latest study materials for the exam. Once he graduated, he would pass the civil service exam and, leveraging the Lu family's connections and his own efforts, secure an official position. That would set his life on the right track. Just as he was pondering this, a group message notification popped up on his phone screen. Someone was ing him in a pinned WeChat group. The group didn't have many members, but its composition was very pure. It was mostly made up of influential second-generation officials from Bashi City, with only a handful of particularly wealthy second-generation rich kids with strong connections able to squeeze in. It was considered the most core social circle among the younger generation in Bashi City. As the acknowledged leader of the circle, Lu Jingxiu was naturally the central figure invited to every gathering. He tapped on the group chat. Tang Chan, Lu Jingxiu, brother Lu, there's a gathering tonight with an important guest. Are you coming? Zhou Yu, brother Lu has to come. The party has no soul without you. Lu Jingxiu tapped a few keys on his phone. Lu Jingxiu, what time? I'm free only after 9. Tang Chang, then it's settled for 9. Well, wait for you. Zhou Yu, brother Lu will send you the address later. Lu Jingxiu looked at the screen, a faint indulgent smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Most of these gatherings were held at high-end clubs. To be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in this kind of event. But in his past life he had been a hard-working office drone. He had never seen this legendary lavish lifestyle of the rich and privileged with its nightly revelries. This time he was purely going to broaden his horizons and see what it was all about. Tang Cheng. Oh, by the way, brother Lu, tonight's gathering is a clean one because of the important guest, Lu Jingxiu. Lu Jingxiu, then I won't have time after 9 either. Zhou, you brother Lu, you're being too straightforward. Woi Jishu, brother Lu, don't do this. Tonight's important guest is the little princess of Bahang province. If you're not here to hold the fort, none of us will dare to speak loudly. Little princess of Bahang province. Lu Jingxiu stared at this unfamiliar title, completely baffled. Lu Jingxiu, who is the little princess of Bahang province? Tang Cheng, brother Lu, come over a bit earlier tonight. Let's meet up first and I'll explain everything to you in detail. Lu Jingxiu, all right. After replying, he put down his phone and lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. He didn't plan on giving up the social circle left by the original owner. Although this group of people loafed around all day, the family backgrounds and resources behind them were solid practical connections. No matter what he did in the future, these relationships would come in handy. However, the title Little Princess of Bahang Province did pique his curiosity. He knew what a princess in a club meant, but what did Little Princess of Bahang Province mean? Could it be the top-tier hostess among all the clubs in Bahang Province? Wow, did the top hostess go on tour? Touring all the way from the provincial capital. Then he definitely had to go to feast his eyes and broaden his horizons. Time flew by and soon it was evening. Lu Jingxiu took his sister and Lin Yutong to a trendy popular restaurant nearby for dinner. The restaurant was tastefully decorated with a perpetual long queue outside. Luckily Lu Jingxiu had reserved a table in advance, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten in at this hour. Lin Yutong clearly rarely came to places like this. Looking at the exquisite pictures and fancy names on the menu, her eyes sparkled. She took small bites of each dish as it arrived, eating happily with a faint smile on her face. In contrast, Suna, sitting next to Lu Jingxiu, seemed somewhat distracted. She rested her chin on one hand and poked at the food in her bowl with her chopsticks, barely taking a few bites. Her gaze was vacant, her mind seemingly wandering far away. Lu Jingxiu frowned. It seemed this cheap sister had been off ever since they got back in the afternoon. She was not only a bit listless but also spoke less. Nana, what's wrong? He put down his chopsticks and asked, something on your mind? Suna was staring blankly at the dazzling street scene outside the window, her chin resting on her hand. Hearing Lu Jingxiu's question, she turned her head to look at him. Under the light she could clearly see his handsome face. His expression was earnest, he was genuinely concerned about her. This made her feel even worse. She pursed her lips and shook her head. Lin Yutong, who had also looked up with a concerned expression, saw this, lowered her head again and continued to eat her meal with gusto. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Lu Jingxiu didn't press further. It was normal for a young girl to have her own worries, and pressing her wouldn't help. After dinner he drove them back to the apartment building. I have some things to do tonight. You two go up first, he said from the driver's seat to the two standing outside the car. Get some rest early. Drive safe, brother. Suna nodded. Lin Yutong also murmured a soft bye-bye, watching Lu Jingxiu's taillights merge into the traffic and quickly disappear around the corner. The two girls turned and walked into the apartment building. The elevator was quiet. Lin Yutong and Suna stood side by side, neither speaking. Back home, Lin Yutong went to wash up first. After she finished and came out of the bathroom in her pajamas, she saw Suna still sitting on the living room sofa staring blankly. Luna. Lin Yutong hesitated but still spoke politely. I'm going to my room. You should get some rest too. Just call me Nana. Suna suddenly interrupted her, her tone somewhat harsh, even tinged with irritation. She hated being called Luna the most right now. Because she was not Luna. No matter how she pretended, how she deceived, she was not the true daughter of the Lu family. She was just a thief who had stolen someone else's life. This name was like a thorn, stabbing her painfully every time it was uttered. Lin Yutong was taken aback by her sudden tone, then simply said oh, and without another word turned and quickly walked into her own room, gently closing the door. Suna was left alone in the living room. She sat on the sofa for a while longer, then got up and slowly walked back to her own bedroom. In the darkness she curled up on the bed, her back against the headboard, her knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them, and buried her face deeply in the crook of her arms. The room was very quiet, so quiet she could hear her own uneven breathing. Her eyes were closed but scenes flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. In her past life, after the real Luna returned, she had done many things. She had even hired people to try and eliminate the true daughter of the Lu family who had appeared out of nowhere. Like a drowning person, she desperately clung to any straw that could keep her ashore, stopping at nothing regardless of the cost. But those schemes had all failed. It wasn't that the methods were useless, it was that the very event of Luna's return was like an unstoppable torrent. A fake was ultimately a fake. No matter how she tried to cover it up, no matter how she struggled, there would always be flaws to be discovered, always truths to surface. She was like a moth trapped in a spider web. The more she struggled, the tighter she was bound. In this life she no longer wanted to use those despicable methods. She had already lived a lifetime. She knew what the final outcome would be. She didn't want to leave behind an image of herself in Lu Jingxiu's heart as someone with dirty hands and a repulsive face. She wanted to preserve at least a little bit of a good impression in that person's heart. But besides that, what else could she do? Continue to live under Luna's identity, enjoying everything that wasn't hers, waiting for the day she would be mercilessly exposed and kicked out? Or confess voluntarily? The moment this thought surfaced, she was startled herself, followed by a deeper fear. What would happen after confessing? How would Lu Jingxiu see her? How would the Lu family treat her? Would she lose even this little bit of stolen warmth she had now? She now felt like a small insect that knew its own fate, quietly waiting to die, filled with confusion and helplessness. After a moment she lifted her head, her eyes red. A soft sigh echoed in the room. Why? Do you have to force me? The most exclusive private club in Ba City. Its name was simply the most exclusive private club in the city. The first time Lu Jingxiu saw this name, he stared at the navigation screen for several seconds, confirming he hadn't entered the wrong address. Naming a club with such unpretentious yet audacious flair, the owner was a true talent. Lu Jingxiu drove his unremarkable Passat slowly into the circular driveway before the club. On both sides of the driveway an array of supercars and top-tier sedans were already parked, resembling a luxury car exhibition. When Lu Jingxiu's Passat stopped at the entrance, a steward in a crisp uniform and white gloves immediately trotted over, a respectful smile on his face, and skillfully opened the rear passenger door. Then the steward stared at the empty back seat, his smile freezing for a moment. Where was the person? Lu Jingxiu took a deep breath, rolled down the window, and said calmly, "I'm alone." The steward, unfazed, smoothly closed the rear door, walked around to the front, bowed slightly, and maintained his courteous tone. "Sir, my apologies, but the venue is booked privately today. Only invited guests may enter. Perhaps you could come another time." He showed no hint of snobbery. In truth, this wasn't just a matter of personal refinement, but a lesson learned the hard way. This club originally had dozens of greeters, but now only he remained. Why? Because each of them had looked down on guests in ordinary clothes or driving common cars, turning up their noses. Then they would get slapped senseless by a young master summoned by the guest, hear the domineering declaration, "You're fired," and slink away in disgrace. So he had set an iron rule for himself: no matter who came, whether on a shared bike or in a Rolls-Royce, he would treat them like his own father, always polite, never giving anyone a chance to play the underdog. "In Lu Jingxiu," he announced. "I received an invitation." The steward's smile remained unchanged, still polite. "Then please show me the invitation." "Forget it, no point arguing with staff." Lu Jingxiu didn't bother explaining further. He pulled out his phone and dialed Qingqing. "Hey, I'm here. The steward stopped me downstairs." The moment he spoke, a crisp click sounded and the front door was swiftly opened. The steward bent over, one hand on the door, the other making a standard inviting gesture, his smile now several times brighter. "Young Master Lu, please come in. I'll park the car for you." "What about the invitation?" Lu Jingxiu asked curiously. "You don't need one," the steward replied, beaming, the white shirt on his back already soaked with cold sweat. He had clearly heard the phrase "stopped by the steward" in that phone call. According to the painful lessons of his predecessors, the next scene should have been a young master with randomly colored hair storming out of the club, slapping him, then bowing respectfully to the guest and turning to declare, "You're fired." 5 seniors had left that way. So upon hearing the call, he made the most self-preserving move of his career. Lu Jingxiu looked at the steward and twitched his mouth. He hadn't even had a chance to show off yet. This wasn't the script. But since the man was so savvy, he wouldn't bother with a minor figure. No sooner had he stepped out of the car than the club's glass door swung open from inside and 5 young men in high-end custom suits filed out. "Damn it! Who dares to stop young Master Lu? Don't you know who he is?" Before the leading blonde even arrived, his arrogant voice preceded him. Then he saw Lu Jingxiu already standing leisurely by the car, while the steward obediently sat in the Passat's driver's seat and carefully drove away. The steward gripped the steering wheel steadily, hearing the arrogant shout. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead again, and he silently gave himself a thumbs up. Good thing he reacted fast. He almost became the 6th wave washed ashore. Qingqing flicked his blonde bangs, took off his sunglasses, hung them in his suit pocket, and sized up Lu Jingxiu. "Hey brother Lu, you made it up. Didn't get stopped." "He recognized me," Lu Jingxiu explained briefly, saying no more. He stepped forward, bumping fists with his buddies Qingqing, Zhouyu and Guozhishu, the closest in their circle. After the greetings, without further pleasantries, he led the group familiarly toward the club's interior. Crossing the opulent lobby, the crystal chandelier cast dappled light on the mirror-like marble floor, and the air carried a faint hint of premium fragrance. Through the lobby and into the VIP lounge, Lu Jingxiu naturally took the main seat at the far end, picked up a hot towel from the table to wipe his hands, his movements fluid and effortless, betraying no awkwardness. The original owner had soaked his feet here countless times. The boat's memory lingered. Alright, let's get down to business. Lu Jingxiu crossed his legs, picked up a glass of water, took a sip to clear his throat, then spoke slowly. The little princess of Ba province, where is she from? Is Ba City the first stop on her tour? Tang Chang and the others were silent. The room went quiet for a few seconds. Brother Lu. Tang Chang blinked, confused. What are you talking about? What first stop of a tour? The little princess of Ba province, Lu Jingxiu said matter-of-factly. Isn't she coming tonight? Yeah, that's right. So does she have any? Lu Jingxiu thought for a moment, choosing a tactful word, special talents. As the top courtesan of all Ba province's clubs, she must have some specialty, right? Put. Cough, cough, cough. A chorus of sputtering and coughing erupted simultaneously. Several buddies who had just taken sips of water sprayed it out. Tang Cheng panicked, nearly jumping off the sofa, and clamped his hand over Lu Jingxiu's mouth. Brother Lu. My dear brother. Don't say that. He lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. The little princess of Ba province doesn't mean a courtesan. It means in our province her background is the toughest, the highest. In ancient times she'd be a real princess. This princess isn't that kind of princess, she's a true princess, a real heiress. Zhou Yu quickly added, yeah brother Lu, not that kind of princess. Lu Jingxiu was speechless. The moment grew awkward. Had he misunderstood? Lu Jingxiu nodded coldly and impassively, attempting to conceal his recent moment of utter embarrassment with this aloof demeanor. He pretended to casually pick up his water glass again, took another sip, and then asked indifferently, so what exactly is her background that you all call her the princess of Ba Hang? Tang Chang and the others tactfully overlooked the minor misunderstanding from earlier, as if nothing had happened, seamlessly returning to the main topic. Her grandfather is a general. Tang Chang cleared his throat and began counting on his fingers, and her grandmother is the actual controlling shareholder of a large conglomerate with assets amounting to this. He made a gesture. Her uncle is an active duty military officer holding a high rank. Her father is the richest man in our province, with businesses spanning the entire country. Her younger uncle is a major celebrity in the entertainment industry, an actor of the highest caliber. Her cousin brother holds a department-level position in a powerful government agency in Bahang province, young and promising, and her cousin sister is also a renowned heiress in high society. Lu Jingxiu's mouth twitched. Was he just rattling off a list of names? Tang Cheng moistened his throat and continued, her eldest brother is the family's designated heir, the second brother does scientific research at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the third brother wields absolute authority in the family business with an iron fist. And most importantly, the entire family from the old master down to the brothers all dote on her like a precious pearl. Isn't this set up a bit? Lu Jingxiu listened, momentarily at a loss for the right adjective. It's indeed quite formidable. Tang Cheng nodded in deep agreement. No, Lu Jingxiu shook his head, his brow slightly furrowed. I mean, isn't this set up a bit too fake? At his words, the 5 people in the private room simultaneously turned their heads and stared at Lu Jingxiu in unison. Jishu. Lu Jingxiu's gaze shifted to a tall, composed young man. For a general's family children engaging in business, I recall there are strict declaration and restriction rules, right? This young man was Guo Jishu, the son of the Bahang City Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary. He nodded, his tone firm. That's right, there are very strict regulations and review procedures. Then this. Lu Jingxiu paused. Tang Chen quietly reminded him in Xiaozhao. Miss in Xiaozhou. Lu Jingxiu continued, his tone turning somewhat sardonic. Since her grandfather is a general, why is her grandmother the actual controlling shareholder of a large conglomerate? Can the financial transactions and interest relationships in between withstand scrutiny? He tapped his fingers lightly on his knee. This in family, military, business, politics, entertainment, 4 domains highly concentrated in one family, and they've reached the pinnacle in each. Don't you think this is a bit too sensitive? Tang Cheng and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Somehow, whenever they had heard about Nzia Zhao's background before, they only thought formidable and untouchable, and that was it. They had never considered it from this angle. But now, with Lu Jingxiu pointing it out, several of them began to realize the implications. Hey, now that you mention it, brother Lu. Guo Jishu raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. You do have a point, it does seem a bit problematic, too concentrated and with too much power. And she's also called the little princess of Bahang. Lu Jingxiu's expression suddenly turned serious, his voice deepening. What does she want? He stood up, glanced around, and declared with righteous indignation, spanning military, business, politics, and entertainment, could this involve conflicts of interest? Could it involve corruption? Who gave the Yin family this power? What does the Yin family want? To establish a local fiefdom. To play emperor in Bahang province. To revive feudalism. Does the people rule Bashang, or does this so-called Yin family? The private room fell into dead silence. The 5 brothers were all stunned because the tone Lu Jingxiu used was exactly like their father's during meetings. Even the rhythm and cadence were identical. They could only silently marvel. Truly, he was Secretary Lu's son. Brother Lu Zhouyu spoke first. As the son of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary, he was naturally cautious. Do you mean you're planning to move against the Yin family? We need to think this over carefully. The Yin family has deep roots. Acting rashly could easily provoke their fierce retaliation. You coward, what's there to fear? Tang Cheng slapped his thigh, brimming with excitement. Uncle Lu is a member of the Provincial Party Standing Committee, not someone to be trifled with. Brother Lu, just say the word and tonight I'll have my dad report directly to the provincial government in the city government's name. That's right, Jingxiu chimed in, his tone steady. Brother Lu, will have my dad contact the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission to fully cooperate with Uncle Lu and establish a joint provincial investigation team. If we really investigate, I'm sure we'll find problems. The other two companions also nodded in agreement, supporting Lu Jingxiu's decision, and finally Zhouyu nodded as well, indicating they would stand together. They weren't stupid. Although the Yin family sounded formidable, they were more aware of the influence of Lu Jingxiu's father Lu Feng. He was not only the top leader of the provincial capital city Bashan but also a member of the Provincial Party Standing Committee, wielding significant sway in the province. As long as their families, the local powers in Bahang, united with Lu Feng at the top, they truly had no fear of the Yin family. The Yin family's biggest weakness was their lack of senior local officials. Even the cousin brother in politics was at most a department-level cadre. At the local level, the gap between a department-level position and the bureau-level and vice-ministerial positions of these families was an insurmountable chasm. Seeing his brothers already raring to roll up their sleeves and take action, Lu Jingxiu waved his hand, sat back down on the sofa, crossed his legs and curled his lips slightly. Where are your minds going? He picked up his water glass, his tone suddenly lightening. What I mean is, we don't need to fear the Yin family. No matter what general grandfather or richest man father they have, once they're in our territory in Bashan, even a dragon must coil, even a tiger must crouch. As long as we stick together, Amiran family is nothing to worry about. He emphasized once more, remember, unity will make our group stronger. Don't let our own ranks fall into disarray first. The atmosphere in the private room immediately relaxed. Tang Cheng chuckled. Zhouyu breathed a sigh of relief. Jingxiu nodded thoughtfully, and the other two, Fu Chen and Zhao Lei, also nodded. Fu Chen was the son of the Municipal People's Congress Standing Committee Director, and Zhao Lei was the son of the Municipal Procuratorate Chief. They understood Lu Jingxiu's subtext. It wasn't about confronting the Yin family heathen now, but about stabilizing their own base, maintaining an attitude of neither servility nor arrogance, and staying vigilant toward the Yin family. At the same time, as long as they united and acted together, they would be a formidable force. Got it, Brother Lu. Tang Cheng was the first to pledge. We brothers are definitely of one mind. Absolutely. Of course. The others chimed in. Lu Jingxiu glanced at his watch and stood up. Isn't it about time? Let's go see what this little princess wants by setting up this gathering tonight. Although this world had some inexplicable logical flaws, Lu Jingxiu's mind remained clear. A figure with a background formidable enough to be called the little princess of Bahang wouldn't travel all the way here just to host a party and drink with a bunch of rich second-generation heirs, would she? That would be too trivial. She surely had her purpose, he just didn't know it yet. Just as he was thinking, they arrived at the banquet hall. As part of the elite few at the top of Bas City, the moment Lu Jingxiu and his 5 companions stepped into the hall, they instantly became the center of attention. The banquet hall, capable of accommodating hundreds, was lavishly decorated. A massive crystal chandelier hung in the center, flanked by various ceiling lights on both sides. The guests were all handsome men and beautiful women. The men wore high-end suits while the women were dressed in gowns, their skirts swaying adorned with jewels. People gathered in small groups, automatically forming boundaries based on their status and social circles. The moment Lu Jingxiu and his group of 6 entered the banquet hall, nearly everyone's gaze swept over them. It wasn't for any other reason than the family backgrounds of these 6 individuals. In any setting in Ba City, they were enough to command attention. They naturally walked toward the central area, and as they passed, many people nodded slightly in greeting. No sooner had they stopped than waves of people surrounded them, offering greetings and striking out conversations. Lu Jingxiu held his wine glass, politely engaging with others while inwardly calculating when the little princess of Bas province would finally make her entrance. Just as he was thinking, his sleeve was gently tugged. Tang Cheng had somehow sidled up beside him, lowering his voice with a subtle expression. Brother Lu, look over there. Why is Li Qingqing here? Hearing this, Lu Jingxiu turned his head in the direction Tang Cheng indicated. At the entrance of the banquet hall, a man and a woman were walking in side by side. The man was in his early 20s, wearing a dark blue custom-tailored suit. He had a tall, straight posture and a handsome face with a faint smile on his lips and a hint of coldness in his eyes. Lu Jingxiu didn't know him, but he recognized at a glance that this man was definitely a tycoon. And the woman holding his arm was none other than Li Qingqing. She was wearing a white off-shoulder cocktail dress today, a classic princess-style puff dress with a fluffy skirt that ended just above the knee, revealing a pair of beautiful legs clad in nude stockings which perfectly hugged the contours of her skin, accentuating the straight, slender lines of her legs. She had on delicate light makeup, her features cool and elegant. The slightly curled ends of her hair rested on her collarbone, highlighting her fair, graceful neck. Lu Jingxiu's mouth twitched. Seriously, how did Li Qingqing have a role in a banquet like this? Was he walking into some kind of plot? Was he the ex-boyfriend supposed to rush over like a lovesick fool, assert his dominance, and then get into a jealous fight with the current boyfriend over the beauty? Too bad he had already swapped souls. He sneered inwardly, having no intention of bothering. Li Qingqing could be with whoever she wanted, what did it have to do with him? However, he didn't go looking for trouble, but trouble came to him. The handsome young man with Li Qingqing on his arm walked straight toward their circle. Clearly he was there to greet the top official sons of Ba City, a basic social courtesy. Young Master Lu, Young Master Tang, Young Master Zhou, Young Master Gua. The young man wore a polite smile as he greeted each one, his demeanor neither humble nor arrogant. I've heard so much about you. Fu Xingzhou. Fu Xingzhou. Lu Jingxiu ran the name through his mind but came up with nothing. Tang Chang beside him quickly whispered, Fu Xingzhou, CEO of the Fu Corporation. Took over the family business at a young age, pretty tough. Lu Jingxiu nodded and replied politely, President Fu, a pleasure. Li Qingqing naturally saw Lu Jingxiu as well. Her gaze lingered on his face for a moment, but she maintained a faint smile as if she didn't recognize him. Yet what made her heart sink slightly was that Lu Jingxiu merely glanced at her indifferently, his eyes calm as if looking at an insignificant stranger. Then he averted his gaze and continued exchanging brief pleasantries with Fu Xingzhou. He didn't even spare a second glance at Fu Xingqiu's arm holding hers. Tang Cheng, with a smile plastered on his face, casually asked, President Fu, is this lovely lady beside you your girlfriend? Fu Xingzhou nodded, his tone flat. Yes, my girlfriend Li Qingqing. A perfect match, Tang Cheng offered an insincere compliment. Fu Xingzhou seemed reluctant to linger. After the brief greetings he prepared to leave the core circle with Li Qingqing. Just as they turned to leave, Li Qingqing, holding her red wine glass, paused slightly. She turned sideways toward Lu Jingxiu, raising her glass in a toast gesture. Out of politeness, Lu Jingxiu also raised his glass. Their glasses clinked softly in the air, producing a crisp ding sound. Taking advantage of the close proximity, Li Qingqing leaned in slightly and whispered, her voice laced with a hint of playfulness, Young Master Lu, I recently uncovered something interesting about your sister. After speaking she pursed her red lips and gave him a radiant smile. To others it appeared as a polite greeting, but her eyes held a hidden meaning. Then she turned gracefully, her skirt swirling lightly, and walked away without looking back, holding Fu Xingqiu's arm. Lu Jingxiu stood there watching her retreating figure, his brow furrowed. A wave of displeasure rose in his heart. This woman, she spoke only half a sentence, deliberately piquing his curiosity. Was she trying to use this ambiguous tidbit to lure him into seeking her out? He recalled how Lu Na had seemed preoccupied and clearly off when he returned home that afternoon. She had even eaten dinner absent-mindedly. Was there something going on between these two women that he didn't know about? Why was Li Qingqing investigating Lu Na? What right did an outsider have to pry into his sister's affairs? Moreover, in his original Buddhist memories, Li Qingqing's social circle was very small. She didn't even know Fu Xingzhou. The more Lu Jingxiu thought about it, the more something felt off. He set down his glass and offered an apologetic smile to the brothers around him. I need to handle something. You all continue. With it he turned and pushed through the crowd, striding quickly in the direction Li Qingqing had gone. He had to find out exactly what game this woman was playing. The banquet hall was bustling with people clinking glasses and exchanging pleasantries everywhere. He murmured excuse me as he scanned the crowd for that white figure. But before he could reach her, an unexpected person stepped in front of Li Qingqing first. It was an exceptionally beautiful girl. She wore elaborate heavy makeup with full red lips and striking features. Her dress was a top-tier haute couture gown from the current season, and the diamond earrings on her earlobes sparkled under the lights. Every detail of her appearance screamed two words: wealth. Lu Jingxiu paused, stopping a short distance behind the two women. The stunning girl held her wineglass, tilting her chin slightly as she looked down at Li Qingqing with a condescending gaze. Her red lips curled into a sneer. Oh my, isn't this Li Qingqing? Li Qingqing looked up at her, her expression blank. The beautiful girl, however, was undeterred by her coldness, instead smiling even more brightly. Her gaze swept over Li Qingqing from head to toe. Tisk, she clicked her tongue, her tone laced with mockery. This doesn't seem like the place for you, does it? Take a look around at the people here. Did you think putting on an outdated dress would make you a princess? A commotion. Several guests standing nearby instinctively shuffled a few steps closer, gathering around Lu Jingxiu. He stood at the best angle with an unobstructed view, perfectly positioned to watch the entire scene unfold. Fairy tales are lies, you know. Do you really think young Master Fu would fancy a penniless wretch like you? She continued with her feigned smile. Do you know how much one of his outfits costs? Enough to feed your family for a lifetime. Are you done? Li Qingqing said flatly. Scram. The beautiful girl's face instantly flushed crimson as if mortally insulted. Her fake smile vanished and she ground her teeth. What did you say? Li Qingqing couldn't even be bothered to repeat herself. This silence was more lethal than any counterattack. Unable to contain herself any longer, the young lady hurled the crimson wine from her glass straight at Li Qingqing. Just as the wine was about to drench Li Qingqing, a figure swiftly pushed through the crowd. Fu Xingzhou emerged from the throng and seized Chu Jin by the wrist. Yet the red wine still splattered onto Li Qingqing's dress. Instantly, uneven patches of red wine stained her white gown, making her look somewhat disheveled. Chu Jin. Fu Xingxiu's voice carried suppressed fury as he shielded Li Qingqing, his face dark. Li Qingqing is mine. You have no right to throw a tantrum here. With those words he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Chu Jin's delicate, exquisite face. Chu Jin staggered from the blow, clutching her cheek as tears instantly welled up in her eyes, smudging a small patch of her meticulously applied makeup. Her lips trembled as she looked from Fu Xingzhou to Li Qingqing, her expression shifting from shock to grievance, then from grievance to humiliation and resentment. Then, biting her lip hard as if she might burst into tears at any moment, she turned and stumbled out of the banquet hall on her high heels. The onlooking guests finally snapped back to reality, whispering among themselves, their gazes darting between Fu Xingzhou and Li Qingqing. A girl in a goose yellow dress was the first to notice him, covering her mouth in surprise. Oh, my young master Lu, you're here watching the show too? Lu Jingxiu offered her a faint smile. What a coincidence. Clearly a well-informed gossip, the girl pointed in the direction Chu Jin had fled and explained softly, the one who threw the wine just now is Chu Jin, the only daughter of the richest man in our city. She grew up with Fu Xingzhou, their families have been friends for generations. Everyone in our circle knows she has feelings for President Fu. But today he suddenly showed up with a new girlfriend, and look, she blew up instantly. She paused, jerking her chin toward Li Qingqing. That's Li Qingqing, one of the campus beauties at Bada University. She used to be. Lu. Her voice trailed off abruptly as if someone had choked her. She stiffly turned her head to look at the calm-faced Lu Jingxiu beside her, her pretty face flushing crimson. Lu Jingxiu nodded indifferently. My ex-girlfriend. Ahem, sorry about that, young master Lu, the girl in yellow said with an awkward smile. Another girl in a champagne-colored dress stepped in at just the right moment, taking over the conversation with a tone full of confusion. Li Qingqing is pretty enough, but when did she become President Fu's girlfriend? There wasn't even a hint of it before. The girl in yellow's eyes sparkled with gossipy excitement as she lowered her voice further. I don't know either. President Fu kept it well hidden. But with Miss Chu's stunt today, the entire city circle will know by tomorrow. Lu Jingxiu didn't respond, merely watching Fu Xingxiu's direction. Before the whispers could die down, Fu Xingzhou had already slipped off his suit jacket and gently draped it over Li Qingqing's shoulders, covering her exposed skin. He murmured something softly to her, his tone tender, then nodded slightly to the surrounding guests, saying sorry and taking Qingqing to change clothes, before wrapping an arm around her shoulders and quickly striding out of the banquet hall. Li Qingqing obediently nestled against him, not sparing a single extra glance toward Lu Jingxiu as she left. If the original her had seen this, she would surely have thrown a fit. But Lu Jingxiu just stood there watching the direction they had gone, his brows slightly furrowed. It seemed he wouldn't get a chance to ask tonight. He shook his head. Never mind, head, deal with it tomorrow. After all, since Li Qingqing had brought it up herself, it meant she had a plan and would come knocking sooner or later. Still, that girl in yellow was quite well informed. Lu Jingxiu turned around, his gaze settling nearby. A few girls had huddled together, heads close, occasionally letting out gasps and laughter, clearly offering their high opinions on the drama that had just unfolded. He walked over, glass in hand. Care to join me for a drink? He asked politely. The girls, engrossed in their chatter, turned at his voice. When they realized it was Lu Jingxiu speaking, they exchanged shocked glances, then all eyes fell on the girl in yellow, their gazes brimming with envy. Young Master Lu was actually making the first move. And asking out their friend. Everyone knew Lu Jingxiu is standing in this circle. Usually people flocked around him. For him to take the initiative to invite a girl was a story that in today's gossip rankings would likely rival the heat of Miss Chu's slap. The girl in yellow was momentarily stunned, but she recovered quickly, flashing a poised smile. Ah. Sure, it's an honor. She winked at her friends, then glass in hand followed Lu Jingxiu through the crowd to a relatively secluded corner of the banquet hall. The spot was near a floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the city's dazzling nightscape with a small table and 2 chairs. Young Master Lu, let me formally introduce myself. Han Xuanxuan, she said, extending her right hand with a gracious smile. My father is the director of the city daily. A pleasure, Lu Jingxiu replied, shaking her hand briefly before letting go. In the soft light of the corner, he finally had a chance to take a good look at the girl before him. Han Xianxian was a standard beauty, an oval face, fair skin and regular features. Amidst the sea of beauties in tonight's banquet hall, her looks weren't the most outstanding. Although utterly baffled as to why Lu Jingxiu would suddenly take an interest in a newly slapped heiress, Han Xianxian nevertheless cleared her throat and divulged everything she knew about Chu Jin, including her personality. To sum it up in a single sentence, Chu Jin was a woman who embodied beauty, wealth, jealousy, and foolishness. She was flamboyant and aggressive, never concealing her likes and dislikes, and carried herself with an air of arrogance toward everyone, relying on her status as the only daughter of the richest man. And she has a sharp tongue, dirty hands, and no sense of proportion. Han Xianxian was generous with her critique. Lu Jingxiu found it amusing. This Miss Han was certainly blunt. Do you have a grudge against her? Lu Jingxiu asked, puzzled by her willingness to share everything. No, how could I possibly offend a woman like that? Han Xianxian picked up her glass, drained the last of the red wine, then casually waved toward a nearby corner. A waiter who had been quietly waiting immediately hurried over, slightly bowed, and refilled her glass with a small amount. Her face was flushed and her eyes were glazed with a watery drunkenness. She had clearly had too much to drink. Then why are you telling me all this in such detail? Lu Jingxiu asked directly. They were strangers, yet she had been all too eager to share this intelligence. Han Xianxian shook her head as if to dispel the rising intoxication, then blinked at him playfully, her voice soft. Because since young Master Lu asked, I naturally dare not disobey. Lu Jingxiu raised an eyebrow. He stood up and casually took away the freshly refilled glass from in front of Han Xuanxuan. All right, thank you for the information earlier. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Don't drink this. If you continue, you might miss the most important guest of the night. Ah. Han Xianxian was dazed for a moment. Oh. Having drunk so much, Lu Jingxiu left the banquet hall to head to the restroom. The corridor was covered in thick carpet, muffling his footsteps entirely. Warm yellow sconces lined the walls, casting a soft glow over the wallpaper. The entire corridor was empty and quiet, with only faint music drifting from the distant banquet hall. As Lu Jingxiu walked a few steps forward, a figure suddenly emerged from around the corner. The two inevitably came face to face. It was Chu Jin. She had apparently touched up her makeup in the restroom, though her eyes were still slightly red. It was concealed beneath a thick layer of foundation and eyeshadow. Lu Jingxiu shook his head. To put it mildly, this young lattice makeup was far too heavy. The layered eyeshadow paired with thick black eyeliner almost resembled the smoky eye look of the 1990s in North America. Her natural features were not bad, yet she insisted on styling herself this way. Logically, her taste shouldn't be this poor. But then again, if she liked it, it was none of his business. Chu Jin also noticed him. Lu Jingxiu's face was known throughout the entire business circle of the city. She intended to act as if nothing had happened, offering a reserved nod as a greeting, since the scene in the banquet hall earlier had been too humiliating. But at that moment she keenly caught Lu Jingxiu's head shake. What did young Master Lu's shake mean? Was it directed at her? Had he seen the slap Fu Xingzhou had given her in the banquet hall? Was he looking down on her? A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. She bit her lip, quickly pulled out her phone from her clutch, pretended to reply to a message, and quickened her pace. Just as they passed each other, Lu Jingxiu suddenly let out a laugh. That laugh instantly infuriated Chu Jin. Young Master Lu. She turned around, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment. What do you mean? Are you mocking me? Lu Jingxiu also stopped and turned to face her, his expression perfectly calm. Yes. Chu Jin was clearly taken aback by his blunt admission, freezing for a moment. I am laughing at you, Lu Jingxiu continued. Fu Xingzhou slapped you in front of so many people and you act as if nothing happened. Touch up your makeup and come back. Miss Chu, your composure truly deserves my admiration. Chu Jin took a deep breath, let out a cold laugh, and lifted her chin. Young Master Lu, are you trying to teach me how to behave? Lu Jingxiu shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps. Your family has tens of billions in assets, yet instead of thinking about how to succeed your father and expand the family business, you spend your days revolving around a man. You are the richest man's daughter. Your father has struggled his whole life outside. He would probably never know that his daughter kneels before a man. These words were devastating. Chu Jin's expression was extremely complex and her whole body trembled with rage. Lu Jingxiu, who do you think you are? My affairs are none of your business. Lu Jingxiu gave a slight nod, turned and walked away, his voice drifting lazily down the corridor. As you wish. After all, it wasn't me who was slapped in public. Watching Lu Jingxiu retreating back, Chu Jin stood rooted to the spot, biting her lip hard. After returning to the banquet, it wasn't long before the little princess of the province, whom everyone had been anticipating, made her entrance. The more important the figure, the later the arrival. A tall, thin, middle-aged man in a dark suit entered first, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile, slightly bent, one hand extended to guide the way, his posture as respectful as a subordinate. He quickly sidestepped to yield the main position to the person behind him. At this, all the guests in the room stopped their conversations and gradually lined up on both sides, all eyes converging on the young woman entering. The young woman appeared to be just over 20 with a classic oval face, fair and delicate skin, and a small teardrop mole on her right cheek. The corners of her eyes drooped slightly, giving her a pure, innocent and non-threatening look. Her long straight dark brown hair was styled softly and voluminously falling along her cheeks, making her already small face appear even more refined and demure. She wore a short stand collar cheongsam that exuded elegance. "Brother Lu, that's in Xiaozhao," Tang Cheng said in a low voice. Lu Jingxiu gave a slight nod. Guided by the host, in Xiaozhao walked slowly toward the main seat. Her pace was unhurried, and as her gaze swept over the guests on both sides, she nodded slightly in greeting, a polite smile always lingering at the corners of her lips. Once she was seated, the tall, thin, middle-aged man straightened up, cleared his throat, and announced the official start of the evening's charity gala. The procedure was simple: first an auction, then donations. And Xiaozhao sat in the main seat with a smile throughout, occasionally lifting her glass for a sip of water, her posture elegant. Her role was that of a charity ambassador, and her task was to take photos with the major donors. To be honest, Lu Jingxiu felt that in Xiaozhao was just out to make money. "Is this foundation tonight owned by the Yin family?" he leaned over and asked Tang Cheng in a low voice. Tang Cheng, who had come to join the fun, didn't think much about these matters and replied truthfully, "It's the Yin family's charity trust, you know how it is." "Is there going to be a charity auction later?" Lu Jingxiu asked again. "Yes, I heard there are some nice little items," Tang Cheng replied. Lu Jingxiu sneered, confirming that it was indeed about making money. "Lu Go, is there a problem?" Zhou Yu leaned over from the other side. Lu Jingxiu said, "Do you think the Yin family is doing charity?" "In reality, she is merely monetizing the family's influence, viewing our attention and inclination to attach ourselves to the local elites of Baxi as mere price tags in her eyes." Lu Jingxiu saw through the Yin family's tactics at a glance. He now understood that Nzia Zhao's purpose for coming to Baxi was to collect money. She was collecting from Baxi and then moving on to other cities. After Lu Jingxiu pointed it out, Tang Cheng and Zhou Yu immediately found it very reasonable. "Damn, so she came to take our Baxi money." Tang Cheng cursed, suggesting, "Lu Go, let's leave, let her go collect money from those fools." "We don't need to leave." Lu Jingxiu waved his hand, scanning the banquet hall. "Baxi isn't short on smart people, others should have seen it too. Send a message in the group telling our people to donate 888 each tonight just for good luck." Tang Cheng was momentarily stunned, then grinned. What a clever move. The top young masters of Baxi donated 888 at the Yin family's charity gala. Who wouldn't know what that meant? Such a small amount of money is just a slap in the face of the Yin family. Yet the Yin family cannot retaliate because they did receive donations and the number was chosen for luck. What can you say? Lu Jingxiu leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs to continue watching the show. He intended to annoy the Yin family this way. Did they really think the people of Baxi were fools? This is a famous painting by Polish artist Wojciech Borna titled Mountain Village, starting bid at 5 million with each increase no less than 1,000,000. Congratulations to Mr. Fu for outbidding everyone and acquiring this rare world-renowned painting for 9 million. This is the true spirit of a knowledgeable collector. Ladies and gentlemen, this string of high-quality jadeite beads, millions of years in the making, starting at 8 million, is now open for bidding. Congratulations to Mr. Zhao for successfully winning this treasure with a bid of 60 million. Such an exceptional heirloom can only be possessed by someone with your discerning eye and taste. Congratulations. Lu Jingxiu sat in the corner, only clicking his tongue. He retracted his earlier statement. There weren't just a few fools in Baxi, there were many. These auction items weren't necessarily bad, but their prices were all inflated. For example, the jadeite was only worth about 1 million, yet it sold for 60 million. The Yin family made a killing. Lu Jingxiu stroked his chin, lamenting that his family couldn't engage in such quick money-making schemes. Only those without officials in the family could do so. As for why the Yin family could do this, it was because they were not worried about debt. Judging by tonight's atmosphere, it was clear that the Yin family had hosted such charity galas before and they were likely quite experienced. This entire family spans across the military, business, politics and entertainment fields, appearing glamorous on the surface, but a closer inspection would reveal a dire situation. Not a single person from Lu Jingxiu's circle raised a paddle throughout the auction. The Yin family didn't feel anything was wrong. To them, the local elites of Baxi had already shown enough respect, actively donating and bidding crazily. The scene was lively and the atmosphere was great. As for the few young people who hadn't bid at all, they were probably just those with a little money at home but who weren't significant enough to be mentioned. However, someone in Baxi had already sensed something was off. Very off. The second generation who truly stood at the power center of Baxi did not bid at all. The son of Secretary Lu did not raise a paddle, nor did the son of Mayor Tang, nor did the sons of the Political and Legal Committee Secretary and the Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary. None of them raised a paddle. This makes for a very intriguing situation. Although these official second-generation kids may not be as wealthy as those businessmen, they are not without the means to spend money. What does their collective silence signify? Is there a grudge between the Lu family and the Yin family? Or are these young heirs sending some kind of signal? In such a setting, anyone with a slightly keen sense could immediately detect a different flavor from this subtle silence. Pandering to the Yin family is one thing, but if the Yin family comes into conflict with these local princelings, then they must weigh their options carefully. No matter how long the Yin family's reach is, it cannot extend into the territory of Bashi, but the fathers of these young masters are the ones truly managing all aspects of their lives. They cannot afford the cost of standing on the wrong side. Soon the auction segment ended and they entered the final public donation segment. The big screen began to scroll through the list of donations and amounts while the host stood on stage loudly reading out names and numbers. And Xiaoxiao stood up again and walked to the side of the stage. She wore a fitting smile, her gaze softly scanning the audience. Every time someone raised a paddle to donate, she nodded and smiled. When encountering particularly large donations, she would personally go forward, shake hands with the donor and present a beautifully crafted certificate of appreciation accompanied by a statement of gratitude for their kindness. The entire process was seamless. Mr. Lu Jingxiu donated. When the host said this name, his voice suddenly faltered. He glanced at the tablet in his hand, then looked at the audience, swallowed hard, and continued. 888 yuan. In the banquet hall, the guests who knew who Lu Jingxiu was widened their eyes, simultaneously murmuring and turning their heads toward Lu Jingxiu's position. The eldest son of the Lu family, recognized as the leader among the official second generation of Bashi, donated only 888 yuan at such a high-level charity dinner. And Xia Zhao's smile did not change at all. She followed the crowd's gaze to Lu Jingxiu, slightly nodded and revealed a polite smile. Yet inside she secretly scoffed. Thankfully this princess was elegant and kind, treating even the stingy down below equally, or else she would have had him thrown out long ago. However, before she could fully digest this disdain, someone in the audience raised a paddle again. Mr. Tang Chong donated. The host stared at the screen, confirmed again, and then read out. 888 yuan. What? This time the shock in the banquet hall could no longer be contained. If Lu Jingxiu alone donating 888 could be vaguely explained as the Lu family being frugal, then Tang Chong donating the same amount was definitely unusual. Who is Tang Chang? The mayor's son, a young prince who spends money like water on ordinary days. The sons of the mayor and the head of the municipal government donated the same amount of money on this occasion. This is no longer a personal act, it is a signal. What does this signal mean? No one dared to ponder deeply, yet everyone was already thinking. The smile on Xia Zhao's face had vanished. She glanced at Tang Chong, who was casually leaning against the back of his chair with his dyed yellow hair, still smiling and nodding, but her eyes were gradually turning cold. Is someone causing trouble? The developments that followed confirmed her suspicions. One by one the people from Lu Jingxiu's small circle raised their placards. The numbers read out by the host were all 888 yuan. Mr. Zhou Yu donates 888 yuan. Mr. Wo Zhishu donates 888 yuan. The young people sitting around Lu Jingxiu raised their placards one after another, and the amounts on the screen were remarkably uniform. The guests who had been whispering and discussing all fell silent, their eyes darting back and forth between Xiaoxiao and Lu Jingxiu's group. Sitting on the other side, Han Xuanxuan, who had been drinking and was already tipsy, leaned against her friend's shoulder and dozed off. When she heard someone donated 888, she merely raised her eyes in a dazed smile and asked, Kai Kai, who is this? So stingy. Her friend lowered her voice, shocked Lu Xiao. Hearing this, she suddenly sat up straight, her eyes wide open, and the drunkenness on her face dissipated significantly. Big news. Absolutely big news. She hurriedly pulled out the donation card she had prepared, crossed out the number on it, filled in 888 again, and held it high. The host numbly announced, Ms. Han Xianxian donates 888 yuan. She then quickly shoved the placard into her friend's arms and slipped away from the back of the crowd. The group where Lu Jingxiu was sitting was already tightly surrounded by their small circle. When she squeezed into Lu Jingxiu's area, she found that the surrounding seats had long been occupied by the second-generation officials, leaving no space to sit. Han Xianxian said nothing, merely crossed her arms, raised her eyebrows, and scanned the faces of a few boys on the periphery. One of the boys, dressed in a light gray suit, was the son of a director from a certain bureau in Minghai district, and he was usually quite arrogant. At this moment, when Han Xianxian looked at him, he rubbed his nose and stood up silently, obediently giving up his seat. Lu Jingxiu noticed this scene but did not think much of it. The daughter of a deputy department-level family was indeed not considered high in this circle, but the Bashi Daily was the leader among the media who would dare offend them. If they caught something in the media, even the disciplinary committee would have to take action whether they wanted to or not. Han Xianxian sat down without hesitation, casually adjusting her skirt. Several second-generation officials around glanced at her. No one spoke, but their expressions held a hint of surprise. This gossip girl usually clustered with those business-minded young ladies. Why was she so proactive in mingling with their circle today? The atmosphere in the hall had completely changed. After this group of second-generation officials uniformly donated 888, the amounts reported by the remaining businessmen and socialites dropped drastically. At first there were those like Fu Xingzhou who donated millions and some who donated a few hundred thousand as a token gesture. But later the scrolling numbers on the screen had turned into a few thousand, with even a few donating only 8800. The host on stage looked dispirited, in stark contrast to the excited demeanor during the auction segment. Everyone present understood the extent of this disparity. And the instigator of all this was Lu Jingxiu, sitting in the center with his legs crossed, having hardly said a few words from beginning to end. And Xiaozhao stood next to the main seat. Her gentle and delicate smile had not collapsed, but the warmth in her eyes had dropped to freezing point. She planned to inquire about who Lu Jingxiu really was later. She should have gone over the list of noteworthy figures in Bashi before coming. But she found it troublesome. Although the Yin family's foundation was largely rooted in Bashi province, she had grown up in the capital and had only been to Bashi a few times, never really considering this provincial capital too seriously. It's just a provincial capital, there are over 20 across the country, what's so special about it? She was part of the capital circle, anyone from her circle could shake Bashi to its core. Who would have thought that in this place she looked down upon she would encounter someone bold enough to cause trouble? Thinking of this, she turned sideways and whispered a few words to the tall and thin organizer, then exited the banquet hall through a side door. The corridor was empty, with only the wall lamps quietly lit. She walked to a secluded corner, took out her phone from her handbag and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Hello brother," her voice remained gentle. "Someone is causing trouble at tonight's charity gala." "It's Lu Jingxiu," understood Shizhuim in Bashi. A warm and pleasant male voice came from the other side of the call, calm and unhurried. "Don't worry, you'll be there soon." After hanging up, and Xiaozhao put her phone back in her handbag. Leaning against the wall of the corridor, she curled her lips into a cold smile. Her originally pure and innocent oval face and big eyes suddenly appeared somewhat gloomy in the dim light. Only because the drooping ends of her eyes were no longer soft, instead revealing an indescribable chill. Opposing her in family. No matter who Lu Jingxiu was, he would be doomed. 888. She intended to make this Lu, along with his few lackeys, obediently cough up at least 10 times that amount. Then she would make them hold placards reading "I am a miser," and step by step roll out of the banquet hall under the gaze of all the guests. In the banquet hall the atmosphere remained subtle. Li Qingqing changed into a light blue spaghetti strap evening dress, the fabric thin and form-fitting, flowing smoothly along her waist. She sat elegantly, slightly turning to the side, allowing Fu Xingzhou, who sat next to her, to catch glimpses of her subtly outlined curves. Her gaze passed through the crowd and landed on the man surrounded by the second-generation officials in the center, her expression revealing no fluctuations. As the banquet was nearing its end, Lu Jingxiu had not once glanced her way, not even a single time. Qingqing, Fu Xingxiu's voice came from beside her, warm and polite. "Shall I take you home after the banquet ends?" When he spoke, his gaze was not on her face. From his slightly lowered angle he could just see beyond the thin fabric beneath Li Qingqing's collarbone, catching sight of two white and rounded curves along with a deepening valley. The light in the banquet hall fell on the skin of her chest, casting a delicate glow that gently rose and fell with her breathing. Fu Xingxiu's Adam's apple suddenly moved, a flicker of heat flashing in his eyes. Li Qingqing certainly knew what the domineering CEO beside her was looking at. She was all too familiar with a man's gaze, having seen it since childhood. She could sense where that warm gaze was directed even with her eyes closed. However, she did not mind. Fu Xingzhou was merely a backup. Her primary target remained Lu Jingxiu, the young prince of Bashi. She did not believe that a man who had once been so infatuated with her, willing to kneel and offer his heart, would suddenly change his character right when he was about to have her, leaving no trace of her in his mind. Men are creatures that think with their lower bodies. As long as she was patient and cleared away those suddenly emerging seductive women around Lu Jingxiu, one by one this Bashi prince would eventually return to her side, bowing to her as before. Of course she couldn't offend Fu Xingzhou, the backup. Backup tires have their uses. Not only did she have a backup tire, but she also had a jack and other tools for when she needed to replace it. "Manager Fu will head back by myself after the banquet ends." She turned to look at Fu Xingzhou, a hint of fragility and worry flashing across her face, her voice softening a bit. "I'm afraid. If Lu Jingxiu sees you taking me home, it might provoke his father against you. I've heard that your company's recent projects do have some issues." At this point she reached out and gently squeezed Fu Xingxiu's fingers. "If they focus on you at this time, I would be very worried." After saying this she quickly turned her head away, leaving Fu Xingzhou with a beautiful side profile, as if she were making a difficult decision for his sake, struggling to suppress her emotions. Fu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes, his gaze coldly landing in the direction of Lu Jingxiu, who was surrounded by a group of second-generation officials laughing and chatting. "Qingqing," he withdrew his gaze and looked down at her, his tone deep like a cello. "Once I finish dealing with my matters, I'll help you deal with Lu Jingxiu." Li Qingqing said nothing, merely curving her lips slightly in a way he could not see. Seeing her unhappy expression, Fu Xingxiu's anger and hostility towards Lu Jingxiu flared up a notch. When Tang Chang got up to go to the restroom, Han Xianxian seized the opportunity and slipped into his vacant seat in a flash. Jingxiu immediately frowned, his tone unfriendly. Han Xuanxuan, what are you doing over here? Their core circle wasn't something just anyone could casually squeeze into. During their usual chats they occasionally discussed matters not meant for outsiders or talked about things their elders had entrusted to them. Especially since Han Xuanxuan, as the daughter of the Bashi Dalis director, was technically half a media person despite also being an official's child. They were naturally on guard around her. Oh. Han Xianxian turned her head to look at him, a hint of drunkenness still in her eyes but her mind racing. What are you gentlemen discussing? State secrets or the inside scoop on some project? So afraid of being overheard. Don't play that game with us, Jingxiu retorted bluntly. That seat's taken. Tang Chang will be back any moment. Is that so? Han Xianxian drew out her words, the tipsiness on her face seeming to deepen, but her speech remained sharp. Master Guo, so eager to shoo me away. Afraid he'll hear something, or is it that you know what you're doing, can't stand the light? Zhou Yu chuckled, trying to smooth things over. Miss Han, that's not quite fair. If you take Tang Cheng's seat, where will he sit when he gets back? We have to be reasonable, don't we? Master Zhou is right, Han Xianxian nodded, pulling out her phone from her clutch. Her fingers flew across the screen as she typed aloud at the Infamily Charitable Trust. Galabashi's official heirs openly ostracize a media professional. How can we truly instill the principle of staying true to our founding mission in our education work? Stop. Sit. Miss Han, please sit wherever you like. Zhou Yu quickly raised his chubby little hands in a gesture toward the chair, his face a picture of utter defeat. Only then did Han Xianxian pocket her phone with satisfaction and turn to look at Lu Jingxiu, who had been keeping his head down replying to messages. She leaned closer, lowering her voice. Master Lu, is your move tonight because of the infamily? She left the sentence hanging. Some questions didn't need to be fully asked, the implication was enough. That way even if someone was recording there was room for deniability later. Lu Jingxiu turned off his phone screen and looked at her. What's wrong with that number? 888, very auspicious. Just a coincidence. Han Xianxian blinked. Of course she knew Lu Jingxiu wasn't telling the truth, but she didn't mind. If this young Master Lu had actually been honest, she'd have had to find a way to stop him lest someone record it and leak it. If the public opinion exploded and the party secretary saw it, good heavens, your daughter, the newspaper director's daughter, dared to set a trap for my son. Damn it, even if I don't get ousted, I'll get your father ousted first. She wasn't stupid enough to dig such a pit for her own father. So Lu Jingxiu's word coincidence was enough to confirm it, they had planned it deliberately. With that thought she quickly reviewed the infamily's information in her mind, leaned forward again, almost pressing against Lu Jingxiu's ear, and whispered in a breathy voice only the two of them could hear, Master Lu and Xiao's cousin named Xuanya is the deputy director of the Bashu Provincial Party Committee office. Guess what? The office is only about a half-hour drive from here. She was a bit tipsy, but her words carried a clear hint, and I heard that Xuanya dotes on this little sister immensely, he'd give her the moon if she asked for it. As she spoke, Han Xianxian was very close to Lu Jingxiu. A pleasant perfume mixed with a faint scent of alcohol wafted over, and her warm breath brushed against his ear, tickled. At this distance Lu Jingxiu could even see the fine down on her face and the delicate foundation. Too intimate, wasn't it? He thought for a moment, then leaned his face closer to hers, almost touching her cheek, and asked in a low voice, so? Han Xianxian didn't notice. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, then snapped them open again. The aftereffects of the alcohol seemed to be hitting her. She felt a buzzing in her head, her eyelids growing heavy, and a drowsiness creeping over her. But she forced herself to finish. She went out just now. Probably to make a call. And Xuanya can only come here in a private capacity. As she spoke her chest felt tight, the buzzing in her head grew louder, and her vision started to blur. She quickly shook her head, trying to clear it. All right, Master Lu, I just sent you a friend request. Please accept it. Ask me if you have any questions. I need to get some fresh air outside, it's too stuffy in here. Only after saying this did she belatedly realize her lips had brushed against Lu Jingxiu's ear. Her head felt hotter, and shaking it made it ache. She was sure she'd had too much to drink tonight. She quickly stood up, but as soon as she did her legs gave way and she uncontrollably toppled toward Lu Jingxiu. Lu Jingxiu was still processing the crucial information she had just given him, his mind busy figuring out if he should quickly inform his father. Caught off guard, he couldn't react in time. He only saw a shadow carrying a fragrant breeze hurtling toward him. Then that person landed solidly in his arms and due to inertia rolled down his legs onto the floor. A second ago Han Xianxian had been relieved she hadn't hit the ground directly, though falling on Master Lu was embarrassing. It was better than the floor. The next second she felt the cold hard marble floor. Lu Jingxiu, you didn't catch me. That was the only thought that flashed through her mind before her vision went dark and she completely blacked out. Silence fell around them. Lu Jingxiu. Why didn't you say so earlier? If he'd known, he would have been ready and simply caught her. He quickly crouched down, exchanged a look with Zhou Yu, and together they lifted the limp Han Xuanxuan, propping her up in a chair. Han Xuanxuan, wake up. Lu Jingxiu called out twice, looking at her flushed face. Han Xianxian didn't stir, breathing evenly, fast asleep. Fu Chen came over, held 2 fingers under her nose and then reported gravely, "Master Lu, she's still alive." Zhou Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Bro, isn't that obvious? Miss Han is clearly drunk and passed out." Lu Jingxiu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Get her bestie to take her home." Soon 2 young women came over, thanking them profusely, then one on each side grunting with effort as they hauled the unconscious Han Xianxian away. And Xian Yi, Deputy Director of the Provincial Party Committee General Office. In simple terms, he is the chief steward and senior advisor to the provincial leaders, typically holding a deputy department-level rank. This position is no small matter. It is both a powerful and influential post with immense authority and a promising career prospect with boundless potential, not to mention the privilege of frequent meetings with provincial leaders. A classic position for polishing one's resume. Perform well and the next step would be an assignment to a prefecture-level city as deputy party secretary or deputy mayor, gaining experience in local governance. This in family was truly no ordinary clan. He had just led the charge in slapping their faces, and according to Han Zuangshuan's speculation, if nothing unexpected happened, he would meet the deputy director of the Provincial Party Committee General Office within half an hour. And he was coming specifically for him. Fortunately, Han Xianxian had also provided a crucial piece of information, and Xian Yi could only come here in a private capacity. In other words, if Xian Yi came using his official identity, it would be a violation of rules and discipline, handing over a handle to be exploited. Han Xianxian was indeed a true daughter of an official media family. She had an intimate understanding of the rules within the system and instantly seized upon this flaw. So the question was, had she been a bit too proactive toward him tonight? A media figure so intelligent, sharp, and with such a special background suddenly showing him such obvious goodwill, it might not necessarily be a good thing. Lu Jingxiu suppressed this doubt for the moment, as now was not the time to ponder it. He turned and quietly relayed the news about Xian Yi to Tang Chang, Zhou Yu, and other core members of their small circle. After hearing it, their faces all grew a few shades more serious. The deputy director of the Provincial Party Committee General Office was already a high rank, and as someone working close to provincial leaders, his influence was not to be underestimated. "Brother Lu, should we?" Tang Chang made a phone gesture. "Just send a message. The In Family's charity gala tonight might also be a gradual probe, paving the way to extend their reach into Ba City. This in Xian Yi might very well be transferred to Ba City for a post later on, one position for one person." Lu Jingxiu spoke his speculation with profound meaning. Then he took out his phone, quickly sent a message to his father, briefly explaining the situation, turned off the screen and leaned back against the chair. Tang Chang and the others exchanged glances, suddenly feeling that what Brother Lu said might actually be possible. So they all pulled out their phones and reported the situation to their elders. Time ticked by and the public donations segment finally ended amid a subtly tense atmosphere. There was essentially nothing left to do afterward. Anyone could leave whenever they wished, but the socialites in the banquet hall did not depart. Instead, they seized this rare opportunity to negotiate business collaborations. The younger ones meanwhile began their dramas of love and rivalry. "Brother Lu, can we have a quick word?" Just then Fu Xingzhou walked over, holding Li Qingqing's hand and carrying a wine glass. Tang Chang and the others narrowed their eyes. What did this mean? Coming to provoke. Had he grown a pair? Say whatever you have to say right here. Lu Jingxiu gave a slight nod. Fu Xingzhou glanced around at Tang Chang and the others, offering a cold smile. "Li Qingqing is my girlfriend now. I don't mind the past, but from now on I hope you keep your distance. It's better for you and for her." Lu Jingxiu. What was Fu Xingzhou doing coming here to act foolish? Did he have to come before him to engage in some male competition, flaunting his dominance and possessiveness? "Fu Xingzhou, who do you think you are? Daring to threaten our brother Lu?" Tang Chang sneered, taunting from the side. Fu Xingzhou shook his head calmly. "It's not a threat, it's a suggestion." Li Qingqing looked at Lu Jingxiu, bit her lip, and a flicker of complex emotion crossed her face. How complex was it? There was grievance, helplessness, and a sense of words unspoken. As if she still harbored a trace of lingering affection for her ex-boyfriend. Then she quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet Lu Jingxiu's gaze, and unconsciously tightened her grip on Fu Xingxiu's arm. This woman had as many tricks as her best friend. Lu Jingxiu sneered inwardly. He had already regarded Li Qingqing as a stranger, unwilling to waste even a glance on her, let alone get entangled with her. But since Fu Xingzhou insisted on putting on this show, he wouldn't hold back. "President Fu, Li Qingqing is a good girl. I hope you cherish her well." After saying this, he stepped forward, closing in on Fu Xingzhou, and whispered slowly in his ear in a breathy voice only the two of them could hear, "Because she's really smooth." To Lu Jingxiu's surprise, upon hearing this, Fu Xingzhou did not fly into a rage on the spot. He turned his head and in an equally low voice murmured in Lu Jingxiu's ear, "That's all in the past. Now she is mine from head to toe, every inch of her." "Your words are dirty, but they can't soil my clothes." Fu Xingxiu's eyes flickered with a trace of pity. "You can only console yourself with such cheap memories." Lu Jingxiu shrugged, utterly indifferent. "Oh fine, she's yours. Treat her well, brother. After all, the first sip of soup you'll ever taste is the meat I left behind. Fu Jingxiu's eyes blazed with fury, veins bulging on the hand gripping the glass as if he wanted to smash the wine and the glass into the man's face at any moment. But he held back. If he actually resorted to violence regardless of the consequences, he would lose in everyone's eyes, losing to Lu Jingxiu's provocation, losing his composure and self-control. Yet not fighting back made the anger hard to swallow. Fu Xingzhou finally forced himself to loosen his fingers. He took a deep breath, suppressing the violent rage that threatened to overwhelm his reason layer by layer, and resumed his cold, composed demeanor. Enjoy your last memory, because from tonight on I'll make her forget you completely. You'd better pray, Lu Jingxiu said without even lifting an eyelid, that she doesn't call out my name. Fu Jingxiu's entire body froze instantly. In that brief moment a storm of emotions churned in his eyes. He shot Lu Jingxiu a venomous glare, then turned and strode away, pulling Li Qingqing along. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Jingxiu let out a cold smile. No matter what, he had already cracked open a fissure in the deepest part of Fu Jingxiu's heart. And it was one that could never be repaired. Brother Lu, want to make things a bit tougher for that Fu guy? Tang Cheng muttered, staring in the direction Fu Xingzhou had gone. You know what to do. Lu Jingxiu gave a slight nod, effectively giving his consent. If they wanted to treat him like a villain, then he'd have to do something a villain would. He felt a bit annoyed himself. Out of nowhere he had gained another enemy, one who had jumped out insisting on becoming his foe. At the root of it all, the trouble stemmed from Li Qingqing. If he left this woman unchecked, who knew how many more problems she would bring him? He needed to find the time to deal with her properly so she would stop thinking she could toy with several men, playing everyone for fools. Just as he was thinking this, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the banquet hall. Lu Jingxiu and the others turned to look, seeing the two uniformed attendants at the door bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle, their postures exuding utmost reverence. Meanwhile, the event organizer, who had just been mingling along with several heavyweight socialites chatting in the center of the hall, all suddenly straightened their expressions and hurried toward the entrance. At the same time, those near the door who had been exchanging pleasantries voluntarily stepped aside, clearing a wide path. Two people walked in side by side. On the left was a man in his early 30s, tall and lean with handsome features, dressed in a dark suit, his expression calm, eyes fixed straight ahead and his gait composed. What truly stirred the commotion was not the young man but the middle-aged man walking in with him. Tang Cheng's gaze fell on the middle-aged man, a flicker of obvious surprise in his eyes. Lu Zhang. Brother Lu, what's he doing here? Why would he show up? At an occasion like this he shouldn't be making a personal appearance. Lu Jingxiu quickly ran through the information on this person. Lu Zhang, deputy mayor of Ba City, in charge of people's livelihood, science, education, culture and health. He wasn't at the top of the city government's ranking, but he was a solid full department-level cadre. Having a deputy mayor accompany him as they walked in made the identity almost obvious. If nothing unexpected happens, this young man should be in Xianyi. Lu Jingxiu's eyes sharpened as he lowered his voice. It wasn't just Tang Chun who recognized Lu Zhang in the banquet hall. Guests stopped their conversations one after another, their gazes following the two figures, shock painted on every face. Deputy Mayor Lu. Why is he here? Who is that young man beside him? Never seen him before. I haven't heard of any young leader like that in Ba City. Could he be from the province? No, a provincial leader at that age. Could he be someone from the Yin family? In the banquet hall, the tall and thin host stood at the front, his face glowing with excitement as he held the microphone. Dear guests. Dear friends. Tonight we, the Yin Family Charity Foundation, are deeply honored. We are extremely honored to invite a distinguished leader who, amidst his busy schedule, has graced us with his presence at our banquet to guide our work. Let us give a warm round of applause to Deputy Director in Xianyi of the Provincial Office. Deputy Director of the Provincial Office. This is a person of real power from the province and from the office which is closest to the core leadership. Normally these influential businessmen of Bashi City wouldn't even have the chance to meet someone like this. A thunderous applause erupted in the banquet hall. Everyone's gaze turned to the young man standing on the stage, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Amidst the shock, everyone also noticed the surnameman. Someone from the Yin family had personally come to take the stage. A few people in the crowd wore knowing smirks. Their gazes intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards the group of Lu Jingxiu. They had made a donation of 888 trampling on the Yin family charity event, and now the older generation had come. Fu Xingzhou stood in the crowd not far away, his eyes coldly sweeping towards Lu Jingxiu's direction, a smirk of schadenfreude curling at the corners of his mouth. He wanted to see if this young master of the Lu family could still be as arrogant in front of real provincial officials as he had just been. Once the applause died down slightly, the host quickly added, at the same time we must sincerely thank our Deputy Mayor Lu Zhang of Bashi City for his strong support and kind care for this charitable event. The applause erupted once more. Lu Zhang with a broad smile took the microphone, cleared his throat and spoke robustly. Everyone, Deputy Director An's presence today represents the attention and care of the provincial leadership for our Bashi city's charitable endeavors. Let us once again welcome Deputy Director and with warm applause. The applause grew even more fervent. As the introduction segment concluded, guests rushed to Xianyi, extending their hands, offering business cards, introducing themselves, their faces adorned with the warmest smiles, uttering the most flattering words. The scene was bustling with activity. With this kind of fanfare, anyone unaware would think the provincial secretary had arrived. Lu Jingxiu remarked from a distance, unable to hold back a sarcastic comment. Zhou wore a cold smile. Is that Lu Zhang determined to take sides? As a full-level official, the deputy mayor ranks higher than deputy director, and who is at the deputy? Although the other party was from the province and had boundless prospects ahead, such sycophancy clearly indicated an intention to align with the Yan family. Lu Jingxiu turned his head and asked the person beside him, Jisoo, does Lu Zhang's presence here tonight count as a violation of discipline? Jisoo thought for a moment and nodded affirmatively. Yes, Brother Lu, according to the regulations of the government office, without the approval of the mayor and the party committee, deputy mayors are strictly prohibited from attending various festivals, exhibitions and celebratory events. He came today without prior notification and lacks a legitimate official reason, which is clearly a violation. Tang Chung, who was listening nearby, looked astonished and whispered, then how can he be so blatant about it? Isn't that disrespecting your father? Doesn't he fear repercussions from your father? Jisoo also showed a hint of confusion. Indeed, it doesn't seem right. Lu Zhang is an old hand in the officialdom, he shouldn't make such a rookie mistake. If he came in a private capacity it would be fine, but judging by his speech just now it was clearly as an official attendee. Lu Jingxiu, however, was not too surprised. In this world, the behavior of high-ranking officials risking their positions to promote someone or some family is actually not Zhou suddenly chimed in from the side. What a pity if Han Xianxian hadn't gotten drunk, it would have been entertaining to watch now. The few people beside him understood what Zhou meant. Han Xianxian is the daughter of the Bashi Dalis president. If tonight's incident were reported by the official media from the angle of government personnel violating regulations to attend a commercial event, neither of these two on-site would escape unscathed. Unfortunately, Han Xianxian had just been taken away after getting drunk and the fun was lost. Tang Cheng suddenly became gossip-driven. Hey Brother Lu, I just heard Zhou Pengzi say that Han Xianxian specially came over to whisper to you and even took the chance to kiss your face. Is this true? Lu Jingxiu turned expressionless towards Zhou. Zhou was furious, his round face turning crimson. Tang Cheng. Don't spread nonsense. When did I say anything about a kiss? What I said was that Han Xianxian came over to provide important information. It's about the information. Slander. You're slandering me. Alright, let's not spread rumors. Lu Jingxiu retracted his gaze, beginning to speak official platitudes. Comrade Han Xianxian is clear-headed at a critical moment, knows her position well, and that is commendable. Tang Cheng Zhou. No wonder he is the secretary's son. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xianyi was still politely dealing with the socialites. A socialite in a striped suit squeezed forward, presenting a business card. Hello Deputy Director, and I am from Fuji Group, it's a pleasure to meet you. And Xianyi took the business card and nodded slightly. Thank you for supporting charity. Another middle-aged man with a beer belly squeezed over, a smile plastered on his face. Deputy Director, and I saw you from afar at the provincial meeting last time. And Xianyi casually responded, thank you for your efforts. After dealing with a circle of people, Xianyi escaped the crowd and walked over to his sister. He revealed a gentle smile, raised his hand and carefully helped Xiaozhao tidy up the slightly messy hair at her temple, a natural and familiar gesture that showed he had been doing this since childhood. Then he gently said, you must be tired today, right? You look exhausted. This intimate and tender scene was witnessed by all the guests present. Not far away, a group of wealthy young ladies immediately displayed starry eyes, cupping their faces in their hands, excitedly pinching each other's arms. Wow, Deputy Director, and is so warm-hearted. Ah, this pair of siblings is too sweet. Oh my god. Why am I not in Xiaozhao? I also want to have such an older brother. And Xiaozhao tilted her face up, giving him a sweet and obedient smile, her voice soft. Xiaozhao was not tired at his brother, who has worked hard coming all this way. And Xianyi smiled and shook his head, walking side by side with her to a less crowded corner. He still wore a gentle smile, lowering his voice. I heard that someone is not following the rules tonight. He slowly scanned the banquet hall. Show me, which one is it? And Xiaozhao gently shook her head, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance, but more so with understanding and maturity. Brother, it's alright, they are all guests here for our family's charity banquet. I don't want my issues to make the Yan family look bad or make it difficult for you. And Xianyi, upon hearing this, softened his expression further, a hint of pride and appreciation flashing in his eyes. This was his little sister whom he had doted on since childhood. Look at how gracious, well-mannered and understanding she is. Even when wrong she speaks on behalf of others and considers him. Seeing his sister's pitiful yet strong demeanor, he felt both heartache and comfort, and his resolve to stand up for her became even firmer. He patted in Xiaozhao's hand and replied boldly, in Bashi City there is no such thing as letting you off the hook. And Xiao Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of triumph, but her face remained that of obedience. She slightly turned, gesturing towards the direction of Lu Jingxiu's group, then softly recounted what had just happened. After listening, Xianyi glanced in the direction his sister indicated. He saw a few young masters sitting together whispering about something, their postures casual, even a bit lazy. One of them had strikingly yellow hair which stood out glaringly under the banquet hall lights. Upon seeing that yellow hair, Xianyi's last shred of concern dissipated. Who among the true offspring of high-ranking officials would dye their hair yellow? It was clear that this was someone who had no intention of entering the system, obviously a young dandy from a nouveau riche family or a small player pulled in by that group of second-generation officials. His expression darkened as he turned his head and gestured to Lu Zhang, who was not far away. "Mayor Lu, come with me for a moment." Lu Zhang was exchanging pleasantries with a few local entrepreneurs. Upon hearing Xuanya call him, he quickly excused himself and strode forward. Without another word, Xuanya pivoted and strode briskly toward the direction of that yellow-haired man. Lu Zhang immediately spotted the group of privileged young heirs from Ba City not far off. Seeing that Xuanya was heading straight for them, his mind raced and he quickly grasped the situation. Xuanya was a high-ranking official from the province. Upon arriving in Ba City, it was only proper social etiquette to exchange a few words with the local official scion. After all, harmony brings wealth, especially in officialdom. With that thought, he casually picked up a glass of Maodai liquor and hurriedly followed, his face beaming with a warm, enthusiastic smile. Meanwhile, as the key figure of tonight's banquet, the guests in the hall also noticed the movements of Lu Zhang and Xuanya. They saw Xianya's grim countenance as he marched without hesitation straight toward the group led by Lu Jingxiu. Recalling the perfectly coordinated donation of 888 and Xianya's sudden arrival, conflict was imminent. Big news. There was drama to watch. They gradually gathered around with excited expressions. And Xuanya stopped before Lu Jingxiu and the others, looking down at these young men who clearly regarded Lu Jingxiu as their leader. His gaze finally settled on Lu Jingxiu's face and a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "So you're the one causing trouble at the Yin family's banquet. Do you know who hosted this banquet? Do you know what kind of occasion this is? A donation of 888. He repeated the number with a sneer. "Are you insulting the Yin family, or are you insulting charity?" Without waiting for any reaction from Lu Jingxiu, he turned directly to Lu Zhang beside him. "Mayor Lu, the youth of today have no sense of propriety." Lu Zhang was completely stunned. Holding that glass of Maotai, he felt as though he were about to shatter. A thin layer of sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Wait. This gentleman had come to provoke them. Why hadn't he said so earlier? Damn it. Why had he followed him over? Why had he followed him over? And Xuanya didn't know these people, but he certainly did. The sons of every key official in Ba City were all sitting right here. The secretaries, the mayors, the political and legal affairs committees, the discipline inspection commissions, the procuratoriates. Which one could he, a mere deputy mayor, afford to offend? And what did Xuanya mean by saying the youth of today have no sense of propriety? Was he expecting the deputy mayor to teach them some manners? He was just a deputy mayor, not a damn minister. What qualifications or guts did he have to teach these privileged young masters a lesson? The nearby guests, upon hearing that this high-ranking provincial official was so openly picking a fight with Lu Jingxiu and his group, had varied reactions. Those in the know wore expressions of utter strangeness, their eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of subtlety. No way was this deputy director in so bold. Those who were clueless, however, had faces full of schadenfreude and anticipation. Young Master Lu, the secretary's son. So what? Had finally met his match. No matter how powerful your father is in Ba City, can he control a high-ranking provincial official? With one word from director and even your father has to listen. They exchanged excited glances, waiting to see this previously arrogant young heir humbled before deputy director and forced to bow his head and apologize. "Apologies, my family is poor, so this is all I can donate as a token of my regard," Lu Jingxiu said, the corner of his mouth twitching, but he still played along, casually setting a trap. "What amount does deputy director deem appropriate?" And Xuanya turned his head. "Family is poor. I think you're here purely to cause trouble." His face was filled with contempt, his tone dripping with disdain. "The minimum donation threshold for the Yin family charity banquet is 50,000. Donating 888, who are you insulting? Insulting the Yin family or insulting every guest here who has shown their generosity? Since you asked, I'll tell you." He raised a hand, spreading 5 fingers and waving them before Lu Jingxiu. "At least this much. 500,000, he said, staring into Lu Jingxiu's eyes. "If you can afford it, I'll toast you. If you can't, walk out on your own. Don't make me call security to escort you." Hearing Xuanya demand 500,000, Lu Jingxiu nearly lost his composure. That sum might be trivial compared to the astronomical figures in the original owner's bank account, but tossing around 500,000 so casually, wasn't that a bit ridiculous? Was there inflation? Or was it 500,000 yen? 500,000. Are you robbing us? Tang Shan yelled from the side. And Xuanye turned his head at this, his gaze falling on the yellow-haired man, the contempt in his eyes deepening. The infamily doesn't need your paltry sum, but our banquet is no stage for nouveau riche like you to perform. He paused, then scolded in a tone of a leader reprimanding subordinates. Besides, young people should act like young people. Dyeing your hair yellow, what a disgrace. Zhou, standing nearby, couldn't hold back a laugh. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, his shoulders shaking. Sorry, but that was just too funny. Tang Cheng's face turned green. What was wrong with dyeing his hair yellow? Lots of people did it. He was still in school, not entering officialdom. Even his own father had never said a word about it. Who did this mere deputy director think he was to boss him around? And to publicly call him a nouveau riche? Even Lu Jingxiu's mouth twitched, finding in Xuanye far too arrogant. Why was he instantly provoking everyone? He was about to speak, but Xuanye had already lost all patience, unwilling to waste more words on these clueless youths. He turned directly to Lu Zhang, who was now petrified, sweat beading on his forehead. Mayor Lu, he said, his tone laced with clear displeasure and command, I believe these people are here deliberately to cause trouble. Have them escorted out. A charity banquet isn't a place for every Tom, Dick and Harry to come and pass themselves off as something they're not. Sweat poured down Lu Zhang's forehead like rain, his expression as if he were being roasted over a fire. His voice trembled as he spoke. Deputy Director In. I think this is a misunderstanding. You may not be aware, but young Master Lu. A misunderstanding. And Xuanye frowned, casting a dissatisfied glance at the deputy mayor. Was this the caliber of Ba City's deputy mayor? Timid, stammering, lacking any decisiveness, no wonder had been stuck in this position for so many years. No longer relying on Lu Zhang, he looked directly at the tall, thin event organizer not far away and raised his voice. Where's security? These people don't belong here. Show them out. With that, he turned back to Lu Jingxiu. If you have any objections, you can speak to my secretary. But today you're leaving through that door. Not far off, Fu Xingzhou watched the scene unfold, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. For the first time since the banquet began, the suffocating weight in his chest seemed to dissipate. These so-called young masters, led by Lu Jingxiu, no matter how arrogant, were nothing more than paper tigers ruling their little corner of Ba City. When faced with a truly powerful provincial official, they became as ridiculous and pathetic as jumping clowns, easily manipulated with a few words, and were about to be driven out like stray dogs. What a truly gratifying sight. Lu Jingxiu slowly stood up, turning his gaze towards the sweating Lu Zhang. Mayor Lu, is this director in usually so instructive in the province? My father often says that some officials forget their place when they arrive at the local level, and I never quite understood it. Today I finally witnessed it. Your father often says. And Xuanye remarked, almost laughing, this young Master Lu, may I ask who your esteemed father is? This remark. Surely your father didn't feel compelled to say it while watching the news broadcast at home. Hearing the blatant sarcasm from Deputy Director, and Tang Cheng instantly forgot the unpleasantness of being called a nouveau riche and a yellow-haired brat. He and Zhou, along with a few other second-generation officials who had been silent, collectively gasped. Then they all crossed their arms and entered a mode of watching the drama unfold. Lu Jingxiu dug at his ear and turned his gaze towards Lu Zhang, who had transitioned from a petrified state to one of cracking. Mayor Lu, you heard that too, right? This deputy director and from the provincial office just said my father's speech was empty talk learned from the news broadcast. I can't have misheard, can I? Lu Zhang's forehead was drenched in sweat. He felt that nodding was wrong and shaking his head was wrong too. He had been frantically signaling in Xuanye with his eyes, his eyelids nearly cramping. But who knew that this gentleman was completely immersed in the gratifying script of defending his sister and slapping the face of the wealthy, not even glancing his way. His brain was racing, thinking not about how to support but about how to extricate himself cleanly from this impending explosive situation. What a joke. A deputy director from the provincial office publicly stating that a provincial committee member's speech was empty talk learned from the news broadcast. This was no longer just a slap in the face, it was akin to rushing up and giving Lu Feng 2 resounding slaps while also spitting on the provincial committee meeting table. Sorry, young Master Lu. Lu Zhang suddenly nodded at Lu Jingxiu, his tone hurried, his smile more grotesque than crying. I just remembered there's an urgent meeting at the city government. Very important. Am truly sorry, I must take my leave. After saying this, he forced a smile at Xuanye and turned to leave. His footsteps were so quick that it was almost a retreat, and he vanished at the edge of the crowd in an instant. And Xuanye was no fool. Seeing a vice mayor lose composure and flee right after he spoke was quite telling. His nerves, honed through years in the political arena, suddenly tightened. He scanned the surrounding guests watching the spectacle and turned towards a local big boss he had just met. Mr. Li, it seems I was blind to the mountain. This young Master Lu has quite the presence, even making Mayor Lu too busy to stay. May I ask if this young master's father is in the province or in the capital? He didn't directly inquire about Lu Jingxiu, as asking a junior about their background would be too embarrassing. Mr. Li's expression was subtle. Director and the city's party secretary also has the surname Lu. And Xuanya let out a sigh of relief. Oh, so he's just a city party secretary, not a provincial secretary. He's a provincial official and not under his jurisdiction. I was scared, thinking he was from some prestigious family in the capital. Thinking this, his tightly wound nerves relaxed somewhat, even leading to a sense of anger after a false alarm. He turned his head again, looking at Lu Jingxiu, who stood there unfazed, forcing a hint of disdainful smile. So you're the son of Secretary Lu? Well, Secretary Lu has always had a good reputation in Bashi. In that case, let's consider today's incident overlooked for Secretary Lu's sake. However, please convey a message to Secretary Lu for me, saying that the upcoming notice on regulating the conduct of leaders' family members is expected to be issued soon, and I hope he can take the lead in studying and understanding its spirit. After all, family values are also a very important part of integrity construction. The behavior of children also reflects on their parents' image, wouldn't you agree? And Xuanya felt that his words were impeccably phrased, maintaining his dignity, reprimanding the other party and subtly threatening, if you go against me your father will be affected too. The son of a city party secretary can indeed strut around in Bashi, but so what? And Xuanya, coming from the province, could similarly use official tone and demeanor to firmly keep control over the situation in front of so many people. At this moment Lu Jingxiu took out his phone, first turning the volume to maximum, then holding it to his mouth. Dad, did you hear everything? The surrounding people hadn't yet reacted to what he was doing. However, in the next second everyone clearly saw the phone screen light up, indicating he was on a call. A steady voice came from the speaker. Please hand the phone to Deputy Director N. And Xuanya's eyes widened at this sight, utterly dumbfounded. Wait, when did he make a call? Did that mean everything he just said was all heard by the secretary of the city committee? Threatening someone's son in front of their own father, even within Xuanya's years of experience in politics, he felt extremely embarrassed. He stiffly reached out, taking the seemingly heavy phone from Lu Jingxiu's hand. His fingers trembled slightly as he quickly turned off the speaker, pressing the phone tightly to his ear, striding to keep his voice calm. Hello, I am in Xuanya. I am Lu Feng from the provincial committee. And Xuanya's complexion shifted from slightly flushed to pale instantly upon hearing those four words. Provincial committee. Lu Feng. Wasn't he the secretary of the Bashi City Committee? How was he still a provincial committee member? Lu Feng didn't give him time to react, his voice still calm. Deputy Director, in your previous remarks about family values and integrity construction were quite profound and enlightening to me. However, I'd like to ask you a question. How come I, as a provincial committee member, haven't seen that notice you mentioned? You, a deputy director from the office, received it before me. And Xuanya's throat felt dry. As a deputy director, he had provided guidance to a provincial committee member before the document was officially issued. To put it mildly, it was a violation of work procedures, and broadly speaking it was leaking confidential work and overstepping authority. He opened his mouth attempting to but Lu Feng didn't give him the chance. The second question came crashing down. Also, you asked me to take the lead in studying this. Is this your personal opinion or the office's position? And Xuanya swallowed hard, knowing that no matter how he answered it would be wrong. To say it was a personal opinion, that would mean as a deputy director from the provincial office he was openly threatening a provincial committee member, clearly disrespectful. To say it represented the office. As a deputy director, what qualifications did he have to issue orders to a provincial committee member? His heart began to race, the pounding resonating against his eardrum. The surrounding guests, still immersed in this farce, had been waiting to witness the spectacle of a high-ranking provincial official overpowering a local wealthy playboy. Yet what they saw was in Xuanya's expression crumbling into an ugly, precarious state within mere seconds after answering that phone call. Why has Director An's face changed? Wasn't he fine just now? Isn't he from the province? How did a single phone call rattle him so much? Who was on the other end? Secretary Lu. Our city's Secretary Lu. That shouldn't matter. The city party secretary can't control provincial cadres. Hearing these naive doubts, the guests, who had seen through the situation from the start, watching with subtle expressions, finally couldn't help but snicker coldly. Because you only remembered he's the city party secretary, a middle-aged man said, his gaze pitying as he looked at the sweat-beaded Xuanya. But you forgot that our Ba city is a provincial capital and a sub-provincial city. The city party secretary of a provincial capital by convention is concurrently held by a member of the provincial party standing committee. Our secretary Lu has a voice and a vote in the provincial party standing committee meetings. These words sent the less-informed guests into an uproar. What? A member of the provincial party standing committee? Exactly, otherwise why do you think Deputy Mayor Lu bolted faster than a rabbit earlier? He's a deputy mayor caught between a provincial party standing committee member and a clueless deputy director. If he didn't run, would he wait to be crushed into dust? Wait. A provincial party standing committee member. So that means this director in just publicly threatened the son of a provincial party standing committee member. Holy shit. So those words from deputy director in just now. Threatening someone's son right in front of a provincial party standing committee member and telling the committee member to lead by example. This act of insubordination in all my years I've never seen. Damn, I thought director in had the upper hand against those youngsters earlier, but now I see. Isn't this just asking for death? It's over for director in now. Look, his hands seem to be shaking. The guests exchanged glances, each face bearing the unspoken words, an eye-opening experience. Meanwhile, standing in a corner, Fu Xingxiu's smile had vanished, completely replaced by an ugly silence. Lu Jingxiu's father is a provincial party standing committee member. He had thought Lu Jingxiu was the one being crushed. Now the one truly crushed was deputy director, and still on the phone, pale-faced and sweating. Lu Feng clearly didn't expect Xuanye to offer any decent reply. He continued in a measured tone, essentially clear on tonight's events. Charitable donations rely on sincerity. If you believe sincerity can be measured by money, that's a flaw in your values. Using the province's name to boss around donors at a private banquet, that's a flaw in your conduct. Openly mocking the son of a provincial party standing committee member and telling him to pass a message to the committee member himself, that's a flaw in your judgment. And Xuanye felt the sky was falling, for these words were spoken not just to him but to his political career. When a provincial party standing committee member evaluates your values, conduct, and judgment as flawed, can your career still advance? It was hard to guess. Lu Feng paused for a second, his tone shifting to one of earnest counsel, as if admonishing a wayward junior deputy director, and when provincial cadres come to the local level they must maintain the proper position. This is what I said at the provincial party standing committee meeting. You can go back and look up the minutes. Finally, I want to say this: working in the provincial party committee office, you should understand better than others that a cadre's identity is meant to serve the people, not to throw one's weight around. Give the phone back to my son. Hearing those last words, and Xuanye dazedly handed the phone back to Lu Jingxiu. Lu Jingxiu took it and brought it to his ear. Dad. It's fine. Go home and rest early. The call ended. And Xuanye came to his senses, feeling deeply humiliated by the mocking looks from the surrounding guests. He took a deep breath, his face ashen, and turned to walk toward where Xiaozhao stood. He hadn't lost yet, he told himself. He still had a card to play. The Yin family still had a trump card because his grandfather was a general. And Xuanye walked over to his sister, his earlier arrogance gone. And Xiaozhao immediately went up and took his arm. Brother, did they bully you? And Xuanye opened his mouth to say something but only shook his head. It's nothing, and Xiaozhao wasn't stupid. Seeing her cousin like this and the group of young masters sitting far off as if nothing had happened, she understood immediately. Her brother had stood up for her and failed. She glanced again toward Lu Jingxiu, biting her lip in frustration. Brother, aren't you with the provincial party committee? How dare they? Yes, and Xuanye was the deputy director of the provincial party committee office, a cadre sent down from the province. In Ba City's little domain by rights, who wouldn't show him some respect? There was only one reason: Lu Jingxiu's background was something in Xuanye's status couldn't suppress. And Xuanye remained silent. Yes, he was from the provincial party committee, but the other's father was on the provincial party standing committee, without the word office after it. Seeing her cousin's grim face, and Xiaozhao lowered her head. Brother, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. And Xuanye frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't overthink it. Today's matter. I mishandled it. He thought for a moment and said, don't rush. His father is on the provincial party standing committee, so I can't make a move for now. But the Yin family hasn't been idle in the province either. I'll go home in a while and ask grandfather. Brother, I'll listen to you. And Xiaozhao nodded obediently, her face showing dependence and trust. Since that was the case, she wouldn't stay here to be humiliated any further. With that thought, and Xiaozhao gently tugged at Xuanye's sleeve, her voice soft and slightly pleading. Brother, let's go. I don't want to stay here anymore. And Xuanye nodded. He took one last look at the guests in the banquet hall, still whispering and occasionally glancing their way, then left the hall with his sister. On the other side, the guests now fully understood that this young Master Lu was the true untouchable figure of the night. The only son of a provincial party standing committee member, Ba City's bona fide crown prince. Those who had been fawning over Xuanye now naturally swarmed around again, smiles plastered on their faces, vying to curry favor with this crown prince, handing out business cards and offering flattery. Young Master Lu, so accomplished and poised at such a young age. Young Master Lu, if you have time, you must honor us with your presence at a meal. Lu Jingxiu found being surrounded by these people rather annoying. He glanced at his wristwatch. My dad told me to go home early. I'm leaving. With that, ignoring their reactions, he stood up, pushed through the crowd and walked out. Of course. Secretary Lu has strict discipline at home. We understand. Take care, young Master Lu. Behind him the socialite still smiled warmly watching him leave. As he stepped out of the club's main entrance the night breeze brushed against him slightly dispelling the heat and clamor of the banquet hall. Jingxiu was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out and tapped the screen. It was a message from Qingqing, just 2 words: help. Jingxiu's brows immediately furrowed. What was going on? What was that woman Qingqing up to? Wasn't she just beside Fu Xingzhou in the banquet hall a moment ago? How much time had passed? Never mind, he'd take a look, he still had matters regarding Lu Na to ask her about. With that thought Jingxiu turned and walked back into the club. He re-entered the banquet hall scanning the crowd. The socialites who had crowded around earlier tried to approach again but were deterred by his cold glance. He searched around but saw no trace of Fu Xingzhou or Qingqing. Where had those two disappeared to? His gaze landed on a corner. Jin sat there alone with several empty wine bottles before her. She kept her head lowered, long hair veiling half her face. From the moment Xuanya entered until his departure she seemed to have remained in that corner unmoving. If anyone knew Fu Xingqiu's whereabouts it would be this female supporting character who had been watching him all along. Jingxiu walked over and tapped on the table before her. Miss Chu, have you seen Fu Xingzhou and Qingqing? Jin slowly raised her head. Her cheeks were flushed, her gaze hazy and drunken, barely able to focus. She had transmigrated into a novel as the vicious female supporting character of the same name. From Jin's perspective, through her drunken blurry vision, it was as if a filter had been applied, making the man named Jingxiu's face seem unreal, his brows deep, nose high and straight, eyes cold as if not looking at a living person, lips thin with a jawline carved like a blade, a slight pursed angle to his handsome mouth. He stood there looking down like he was scanning some bothersome trash on the floor. Hearing him, Jin just shook her head blankly, raised her glass for a sip, then lowered her head again. She was still immersed in the shock of having transmigrated into the vicious female supporting character. Stupid woman, truly a supporting role, Jingxiu muttered, curling his lip at her state. After getting slapped all you do is hide and drown your sorrows, useless. He shook his head, unwilling to waste more words on her. He stood up and turned to leave. After all, she was too drunk to even hear his insults proper. From Jin's perspective his voice was low with a slight hoarseness, not loud yet cutting through like a thin blade. His tone was so indifferent that even his mockery seemed half-hearted. She should have been angry, anyone with self-respect would be, but she found herself frozen, fingers unconsciously tightening around her wineglass. If he had shouted at her she could have raised her defenses, but he spoke as if evaluating a product not worth returning. Strange, she ought to despise him. Meanwhile Jingxiu directly sought out the club's manager. Where have Fu Xingzhou and his companion gone? The manager recognized Jingxiu and immediately became extremely deferential. Young Master Lu, please wait a moment. I'll have someone check the surveillance footage. He turned and gave a few orders. Within 2 minutes he hurried back with a subtle expression. Young Master Lu, I've found out. President Fu and his companion haven't left the club. He paused, lowering his voice. They're on the 10th floor. Room 1001. Jingxiu's mouth twitched. 10th floor. Room 1001. That was the club's top-floor luxury suite. Was Fu Xingzhou playing the domineering CEO script, ready to force his way? He turned his phone screen toward the manager, showing the 2 words Qingqing had sent. Call 2 security guards, Jingxiu said, pocketing his phone. Come with, right away, young Master Lu. The manager's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the word help. In a place like this he knew all too well what such a message implied. He promptly acknowledged and went to summon the guards. Yet inwardly he couldn't help but spare a moment of silent sympathy for President Fu. Of all people to provoke, why did it have to be this young master? Otherwise, following the club's usual rule of non-interference, they would never meddle in guests' private affairs. The corridor on the 10th floor was carpeted with thick rugs absorbing all footsteps. Qingqing felt dizzy and weak in the legs, practically dragged and half-carried by Fu Xingzhou into room 1001. The door closed behind them. Fu Xingzhou inserted the room card and the lights came on, casting an ambiguous glow over the entire room. Floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the dazzling nightscape of Bashi City, but Qingqing had no mind to admire it. No. This wasn't right. At the banquet Fu Xingzhou had clearly agreed to let her go home on her own. He had even smiled, telling her to take her time considering. She had thought everything was still on the familiar track. Using a hint of ambiguous flirtation and the potential threat from Jingxiu, she had skillfully maneuvered between the two men, securing maximum benefit and a safe exit. But why? After Jingxiu and Fu Xingzhou exchanged a few whispered words, had everything changed? Fu Xingqiu's eyes had become different. They now held only a chilling possessiveness and determination. He hadn't even given her any room to maneuver. After Xuanya left, he had forcibly taken her out of the banquet hall. President Fu, what are you doing? She frowned, trying to break free from his grip, but her arms were limp and weak. She knew her own tolerance well. At the banquet she had been restrained drinking only 2 glasses of champagne, just 2. It couldn't possibly leave her struggling to stand. Unless the wine had been tampered with. And now the growing weakness and drowsiness in her body confirmed her worst fears. Something must have been added to the drink. Regret instantly constricted her heart. She had been too confident, too naive about these men's boundaries. She thought she was the one playing chess, never realizing the board had already been overturned. Li Qingqing lifted her head trying to read something in Fu Xingqiu's face. But Fu Xingqiu didn't look at her. He released her arm, walked to the small bar in the center of the room, opened a bottle of red wine and poured it into 2 glasses. "Drink this," he said, handing her one. "To sober you up." "I don't want any more," Li Qingqing refused. "President Fu, I'm tired. Let me go home tonight. Didn't you say I could leave on my own?" Fu Xingqiu acted as if he hadn't heard, directly pressing the glass to her lips. The rim clinked against her mouth and a few drops of cold wine splashed out, trickling down her chin and into the fabric of her collar. "Fu Xingqiu," she raised her voice, but due to the drug's effect it came out more like a soft, petulant reproach. He finally smiled. That smile carried a recklessness she had never seen before. Fu Xingqiu pressed her onto the bed as her head spun dizzily, the entire room revolving around her. She heard him chuckle close to her ear, his breath warm against her neck, raising goosebumps. "Qingqing, listen, where is your young master Lu now? Does he care about you?" Li Qingqing gritted her teeth and said nothing. Fortunately she had pre-typed a message in the chat with Lu Jingxiu earlier, just in case. In the elevator moments ago she had hit send. Fu Xingqiu sat on the edge of the bed watching her. The drug had begun to take effect. Her originally fair cheeks were flushed a rosy red like a ripe peach, inviting to be plucked. Those cold, beautiful eyes were now veiled with a hazy mist, unfocused, her long lashes trembling helplessly. The light blue cocktail dress she had changed into had ridden up slightly, revealing her long slender legs tightly encased in stockings. Fu Xingqiu's breathing grew noticeably heavier. He hesitated no longer, his tall frame pressing directly over her. His scorching breath fell on Li Qingqing's forehead. She caught the scent of his cologne mingled with red wine and an aura that made her scalp tingle. "No. Don't, Fu Xingqiu, let me go." She turned her face away, dodging his lips, pushing against him with all her might, but her arms were limp and powerless, saying, "No now, isn't it a little too late?" His voice was low, his hot breath against her ear. "Li Qingqing, I gave you a chance. You chose the hard way." The hem of her dress was lifted and the cool air against her skin sent a shiver of fear through her. At that moment a voice suddenly echoed in the room, "All right family, zoom in on the camera." Everyone could clearly see that the beautiful woman had explicitly said no, yet this domineering CEO, well, let's just call him that for now, seemed to have no intention of stopping and continued to exert his force. Fu Xingqiu's body suddenly froze. The flame of desire burning in his eyes extinguished with a whoosh. He stiffly raised his head to look towards the source of the voice. He saw Lu Jingxiu standing at the door holding a smartphone with both hands, the camera glaringly aimed towards the bed. Even more outrageous, next to him stood a burly security guard dressed in a black suit. The guard wasn't holding a baton or a walkie-talkie, but rather a professional ring light. The light was shining directly on Fu Xingqiu and Li Qingqing, illuminating every detail vividly. The club manager and another security guard struggled to suppress their laughter as they followed behind Fu Xingqiu. His brain malfunctioned for several seconds before he could barely comprehend the absurdity of the scene before him. Lu Jingxiu met Fu Xingqiu's gaze, which was mixed with shocked disbelief and confusion, and very politely nodded to him as a greeting. Then he continued, speaking into the smartphone microphone, "All right, everyone can see the situation, so now the question arises. Family, should I immediately step in to stop this illegal act, or should I wait a little longer to see what other exciting performances the CEO has in store? Let's take a moment." He paused, staring at the screen. "The poll starts now. A heart means to stop immediately, a musical note means to wait and watch a bit longer. Countdown. 30 seconds. I've sent out the platform's biggest red envelope, just follow me to claim it." As soon as he finished speaking, a passionate reward sound immediately erupted from the phone. "Thanks to brother Zhuing Heng Chuan for sending 10 groups of 1314 musical notes. Brother is generous. Wishing brother and sister-in-law 1314. Wow. Thanks to brother Boo Boo Wei Ying for sending 10 rockets. Brother has spoken, so let me stop it immediately. It seems brother is a partner of justice." Fu Xingqiu's face turned pale. This familiar reward sound, this familiar live streaming rhetoric. It sounded, how should I put it, like it really was a live stream. "You." He spoke with an expression and voice filled with a clear and obvious disbelief, as if his worldview had been turned upside down. "You are live streaming. You are live streaming." He even repeated the question as if asking it again would make it untrue. He couldn't comprehend it, he simply couldn't understand. How dare this person How dare he broadcast such a thing? Why was he live streaming? Shouldn't he be stepping in to stop this? Who starts live streaming right away? Has he lost his mind for the sake of views? Doesn't he know what this means? Does he not fear offending the Fu family? Does he not fear that this video will circulate leading to a vendetta between the Fu family and him? And he was live streaming while forcing himself on Li Qingqing. The immense fear instantly overshadowed his desire and anger. Fu Xingzhou almost blurted out, his voice tinged with panic and pleading, that he didn't even realize you. Turn off the live stream. Turn it off immediately. How much do you want? Just name a number and he'll give it to you. 10 times. 100 times is fine. Name your price. Lu Jingxiu raised an eyebrow in response. Family, did you hear that? The CEO offered to pay me to keep quiet and turn off the live stream, he said to the camera, as if soliciting the audience's opinion. What do you think, should I compromise? The comments exploded instantly. The number of online viewers in the top right corner of the live stream was climbing at a terrifying speed. Compromise my ass. If the host dares to turn it off, he'll climb through the internet to find you. I've already called the police. The police are on their way. I spent $10 just to see the CEO perform. Keep going. I've taken a screenshot. High definition. Already posted on Weibo. Trending topic guaranteed. Bro in front is quick with the screenshots. I posted it too. Ping and Bosher, come catch him. I sent 10 rockets. Host, keep streaming. No turning off. I want to see how this scoundrel gets caught on the spot. What's up with that security guard in the back? It's hilarious. His expression is so serious, but he's holding a ring light. Let's take a group photo in the front row to witness this annual bazaar scene. Host, be careful. Don't let him sneak attack you. Security brother, protect the host and the victim. This woman has a nice figure. Host, move the camera a bit to see her face. I know the CEO, he's Fu Xingzhou, president of the Fu Group. I've seen him in the news. Ha ha ha, love it. Annual drama. Much more entertaining than the gala. Host, hang in there. Justice may be delayed, but the live stream never misses. Sending a diamond sports car. Host, zoom in a bit. I want to see what expression this scumbag has right now. Quick look at the CEO's expression. I want to take a screenshot for me. The comments exploded in the live stream. Gift effects almost flooded the screen, and the number of online viewers instantly surpassed 500,000 and kept rising at an astonishing speed. Various comments, screenshots, shares and messages tagging official accounts swept across the platform like a tsunami. Lu Jingxiu glanced at the rapidly scrolling comments and the ongoing rewards notifications, a smirk appearing on his lips. The effects of the carnival kept coming. Rockets soared up as if they were free, and he silently calculated tonight's live stream earnings. A bag full of money, making a fortune. As for the camera angle, he had been masterfully controlling it from the start. The frame only captured Fu Xingxiu's distorted yet panicked face. As for Li Qingqing, who was pinned down on the bed, only a bit of her disheveled skirt edge was visible, not even a side profile. This was the bottom line of being a person, and the safety line of live streaming traffic was needed, but scandalous material was not. Buzz buzz, Fu Xingxiu's phone placed on the bedside suddenly vibrated wildly. The screen lit up with a string of WeChat messages and missed call notifications, dense and alarming just from the visible contacts. Dad, Secretary Zhang, lawyer Wang Oldley from the company's legal department. He didn't dare to look and didn't have the heart to see. He couldn't even imagine how many people were watching him through this damn livestream at this very moment. But there probably weren't too many. After all, Lu Jingxiu wasn't a major internet celebrity. But that was already embarrassing enough. How did you get in? Get out. He finally couldn't hold himself together and sprang up from the bed, lunging towards Lu Jingxiu, who was holding the phone. Just as he was about to pounce, Lu Jingxiu skillfully sidestepped and directly ducked behind the serious-looking security guard holding the ring light. Stop him. The club manager quickly ordered. Lu Jingxiu must not be harmed here, especially now that so many people were watching the live stream. There could be no problems. Otherwise the boss would kill him. No sooner had he spoken than another security guard had already dashed out from behind him. This guard was not large, but his movements were swift and precise. He seized Fu Xingxiu's wrist and twisted it while pressing down on his shoulder blade, officially pinning him back onto the bed. The mattress let out a dull thud. Be obedient. As the live stream camera jolted with Lu Jingxiu's evasive maneuver, a flurry of comments erupted. Ah. Be careful, host. Crap, he's getting serious. Security, get in there. Get off me. Do you know who I am? Let go. Fu Xingzhou struggled futilely, his face pressed into the pillow, his voice muffled, filled with humiliation and rage. The live stream camera refocused on the helpless Fu Xingzhou pinned on the bed. The comments exploded again, dense and overwhelming, almost completely covering the screen. Wow, incredible. The security guy has great skills. In the banquet hall, Tang Changzhou and a group of children of officials were gathered together, each holding a phone, all screens displaying the same livestream. Holy crap! That idiot actually dared to lay a hand on young Master Lu, exclaimed a young man in a floral shirt. Is young Master Lu okay? The camera's shaking like crazy, another chimed in, equally tense. He should be fine, Tang Cheng reassured the group, his tone confident. The two security guards Manager Li brought up are people I know, both are honorable veterans. One of them was even a Sanda champion before he switched careers. Taking down Fu Xingzhou will be a piece of cake. Besides, we're all still here. If anything goes down, we can just grab a bottle and join in. The princelings finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued watching the spectacle of the year with glee. The footage shook for a few seconds before quickly stabilizing. The camera remained fixed on Fu Xingzhou's face, which was pressed against the bed, flushed a livid purple. The barrage of comments exploded even more furiously than before, piling up layer upon layer, completely obscuring the faces on screen. Bashi City, Minghai District, Anding Lane Municipal Party Committee Residential Compound. Old Lu. Old Lu. Fong Ci, who had been lounging on the sofa scrolling through short videos, suddenly stumbled upon a livestream with an absurdly high view count. On the screen, a man was lying face down on a bed with a girl beneath him. The streamer's voiceover narrated unhurriedly, the voice clear and tone composed. She was about to swipe away, but the voice coming through. It sounded exactly like her son's voice when he was on the phone. Moreover, there was a small "people you may know" tag on the screen. Her heart tightened, and without a second thought she grabbed her phone, strode quickly to the study door, knocked and pushed it open. Old Lu, take a look at this. Lu Feng, wearing reading glasses and frowning at a document on his computer screen, looked up at the sound. Quick, listen, isn't that Jingxiu's voice? Fong Ci handed him the phone, her tone urgent. Lu Feng took the phone, his gaze falling on the screen, and squinted at it for a moment. His brow slowly furrowed. His attention wasn't on the streamer's voice at all, but on the man lying face down on the bed and the faintly visible silhouette of another person on it. Is this in Bashi City? Lu Feng's voice grew heavy. He rubbed his temples, set down Fong Ci's phone, picked up his personal cell and swiftly dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. Xiao Zhang, Lu Feng said, his voice steady. There's a live stream online right now with massive viewership. It may involve Fu Xingzhou of the Fu Group. The location is suspected to be a hotel in our city, and the footage suggests a criminal incident may be in progress. Call the Municipal Bureau's duty room immediately and tell them to dispatch officers at once. Immediately. The top priority is to control the suspect, protect the scene and the victim, and secure all evidence. Also notify the Cyberspace Administration to closely monitor public opinion, control unnecessary information spread, but ensure all relevant live stream evidence is fully preserved for the investigation. Secretary Zhang on the other end stiffened and immediately replied, understood, Secretary. I'll handle it right away. Lu Feng hung up, paused to think, and then dialed the head of the Municipal Propaganda Department. Minister G, it's me. Have you seen the live stream online tonight? My opinion is don't block it, don't delete it. Let public opinion develop naturally. But your side needs to guide the discourse to prevent rumors from spreading, especially the victim's identity. It must be controlled. Understood, Secretary. Well, deploy immediately. Hanging up, Lu Feng turned back to the screen Fong Ci had handed him. The live feed began shaking again, comments scrolling wildly. Fong Ci finally voiced the question she'd been holding back. Old Lu is the one streaming right now, really, Jingxiu? Can't you even recognize your own son's voice? Lu Feng glanced at his wife, a hint of helplessness in his tone. That rascal has been causing me one problem after another these past few days. He spoke as if to his wife, yet also as if sorting through his recent work. First, a foreigner attempted a violent kidnapping in broad daylight. The task force is still investigating that, not over yet. Then a police substation deputy chief was caught taking bribes and bending the law, just handed over to the disciplinary commission a couple of days ago. Tonight, a deputy director from the Provincial Party Committee General Office showed up at a charity gala and publicly lectured me on how to educate my son and build family values. He paused, his gaze returning to the subdued figure on the screen. Before I've even dealt with that deputy director's issue, now a local corporate president pulls this kind of stunt right under my nose. And that rascal, every single time he's right there at the scene. Fong Ci bristled at this, her brows shooting up. Hey comrade Lu Feng, I don't agree with. Problems keep cropping up one after another within your own jurisdiction, and instead of looking at yourself, you're blaming a college student. How could a student cause all this? She counted on her fingers. The foreigner kidnapping was a public security issue. The deputy chief taking bribes was a disciplinary issue within the political and legal system. That deputy director putting on airs was a problem of cadre conduct. And now this so-called president doing something evil. That's just lawlessness and moral depravity. Fong Ci wasn't done yet. She stepped forward, pointing at the phone screen. And you said it yourself, every single time he's there at the scene. What does that mean? It means our son has been taking action, helping you uncover problems. If you were a competent leader, you'd be giving him a reward for reporting, not complaining about him here. Lu Feng. No wonder she was a teacher, he couldn't win an argument against her. He took off his reading glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose, then raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, Director Feng is right, absolutely right. That's more like it. Feng Xi nodded in satisfaction, pulled up a chair, sat down next to Lu Feng, and together they stared at the phone screen, closely following the developments. In room 1001 on the 10th floor of the club, when the alternating red and blue police lights swept in circles across the walls and ceiling, Jingxiu knew it was time to wrap up tonight's live show. He repositioned the phone camera to face himself, a smile on his face. Folks, thank you for your support and thanks for the gifts from all the big spenders. Follow me so you won't miss out, see you next time. With that, he waved at the camera. The barrage of comments remained dense. The streamer is so handsome, don't go. Stream a bit longer. You haven't told us which club this is. He turned off the live stream without hesitation. What came next wasn't suitable for the online audience to witness. Lu Jingxiu. Fu Xingzhou, still pinned to the bed by the security guards, had now completely calmed down. He lifted his head, his eyes fixed on Lu Jingxiu, and spoke slowly, each word deliberate. I won't let you get away with this. Lu Jingxiu merely cast him a faint glance. Well, talk about that when you get out. The door had been left wide open. Soon several uniformed police officers strode in briskly, their expressions stern. The lead officer scanned the room, his gaze briefly pausing on Lu Jingxiu and the security guards before settling on the subdued Fu Xingzhou. Take him away. Fu Xingzhou was handed over from the security guards to the officers, and a cold pair of handcuffs clicked shut around his wrists. He turned his head one last time to look at Lu Jingxiu, his eyes a swirl of complex emotions, before being escorted by the officer's head bowed out of the room at a quick pace. On the other side, a female police officer was carefully helping Li Qingqing sit up. Li Qingqing seemed to have regained some awareness, but her face was still pale, her eyes unfocused, and her body trembled slightly. The experienced officer immediately sensed something was off about her condition. It wasn't just shock, drugs might be involved. Calling command center, requesting an ambulance at. She promptly picked up her walkie-talkie to report. The aftermath would naturally be handled by the club's management. Lu Jingxiu didn't linger any longer. He glanced at Li Qingqing, who was being gently attended to by the officer, then turned and left the scene of trouble. It was already late at night when he returned to his high-rise apartment in the city center. Lu Jingxiu took a hot shower, climbed into bed, set his phone aside, and within a minute of his head hitting the pillow, he was fast asleep. The next day, Lu Jingxiu was woken up by his alarm. With his eyes still closed, he habitually reached out to grope for it. Before he could find it, the alarm was turned off. The room fell silent again. Lu Jingxiu's brain was still half asleep. He tilted his head, burying his face deeper into the pillow, ready to go back to sleep. A few seconds later, 3 giant exclamation marks suddenly popped up over his head. Holy crap! There's someone in the room. Lu Jingxiu's eyes snapped open and he slowly lowered his gaze. A girl was lying in his arms, sleeping without a care in the world. Her slightly wavy long hair was spread messily over him, a few strands playfully tickling his chin, bringing a faint itch. Her head rested on his chest, her face turned to the side, breathing evenly and deeply, her warm breath brushing against his skin through the thin fabric of his pajamas. But what was more alarming was her posture. One of her legs was carelessly bent, pressing directly against his. Due to her unrestrained sleeping position, the hem of her light cherry pink nightgown had bunched up around her waist. Lu Jingxiu sat up abruptly. Lu Na, explain yourself. Why the hell are you in my bed? His sudden movement was so forceful that Su Na was jolted sideways. She let out a groggy slowly propped herself up on her elbows and sat up as well, raising a hand to cover her mouth while yawning lazily. She looked drowsy, completely disoriented. Brother, why are you yelling? You scared me. She spoke while absently rubbing her eyes with her hand. This action caused her already loose nightgown strap to slide down, completely draping softly over her arm. A vast expanse of the Himalayan peaks was revealed. Why are you in my room? Lu Jingxiu forced himself to keep his eyes on his sister's face. Su Na tilted her head, looking at him with innocent eyes but a smile on her lips. I had a nightmare last night. Her voice was soft, tinged with a nasal quality from just waking up. I dreamed I wasn't your sister, so I was kicked out. I lost everything, the house, the money, and you, brother. Then I woke up and I thought it's okay, I still have my brother, so I came over. She paused, leaned in closer, extended her slender finger and gently poked Lu Jingxiu's firm chest, looking up at him. Hey brother, you wouldn't really kick me out, would you? Su Na's closeness instantly shortened the distance between them. Lu Jingxiu's gaze uncontrollably drifted downward again, this time from a more precarious angle, offering an even more unobstructed view. He took a deep breath and pushed Su Na away with a blank expression. Get lost. Su Na was pushed back, but she simply reached up to adjust her fallen strap, showing no sign of embarrassment. Instead, she blinked with curiosity. Brother, what's wrong? Then she leaned in again, lowering her voice. You saw it, didn't you? Her voice was soft and light, carrying a blatant provocation and a hint of triumphant amusement. Lu Jingxiu grabbed the nearby blanket and threw it over Suna, wrapping her up tightly until only her head was visible. I didn't see anything. Suna struggled for a moment under the blanket, poking her head out with her hair in disarray. She looked at Lu Jingxiu's face, dark as the bottom of a pot, and suddenly laughed, her eyes crinkling. Brother, don't worry, she said, climbing off the bed and standing barefoot on the floor. She turned back and winked at him. I want tell mom and dad. She walked to the door, her hand on the handle, then turned back to add cheerfully, this is our little secret. With that she pulled open the door and ran out with a clatter, closing it behind her. Once the door was shut, Suna immediately leaned back against the cold wall, covering her face with both hands, her face and ears turning bright red. Her face was burning hot and her heart was pounding as if it might explode. Just moments ago she had appeared calm on the surface, but inside her heart was racing with butterflies. She leaned against the wall, taking several deep breaths before she managed to calm her wildly beating heart. Then, supporting herself against the wall, she walked back to her own room and locked the door. Picking up her phone from the bedside table, she deftly opened a certain app used a proxy to connect to an overseas network and logged into a website with a clean interface. There was one unread message in her inbox from an anonymous account. She took a deep breath and opened it. Received your request. Quote, domestic mission in Xia Kingdom, special target handling, flat fee of $2,00000 no special requirements, no negotiation. We only accept BTC payment. You need to pay 50 as a deposit into our designated third-party escrow wallet. Upon receiving escrow confirmation, my people will establish a secure encrypted channel with you within 72 hours and provide their digital fingerprints for subsequent identity verification. Once the deposit is received, we will send you the next steps. Suna closed her eyes. After a few seconds, as if she had made up her mind, she opened her eyes and without a moment's hesitation exited the website, opened her phone and skillfully transferred the funds through a certain app. The transfer was successful. She tossed her phone onto the bed, sat down on it, hugged her knees and stared out the window at the gradually brightening sky. In my past life I was too soft-hearted. I'm protecting him. In the end he will understand. By the time Lu Jingxiu finished washing up and walked out of his room, Suna had already emerged from her own room, acting as if nothing had happened. She wore a white casual blouse and a grey Aline skirt made of a suiting fabric ending just above her knees, revealing a section of her calves, sheathed in thin flesh-colored stockings with low-heeled black leather shoes on her feet. Her hair was neatly combed and tied into a clean low ponytail at the nape of her neck. She had on simple makeup, looking clean and sharp like an ordinary office worker heading to the company for a report, a stark contrast to the person who had been lying in his arms that morning. Brother, let's go. Seeing him, Suna immediately flashed a bright smile and greeted him in a light tone as if nothing had happened that morning. You're starting at the school today? Lu Jingxiu asked, also pretending to be nonchalant. I'm Lu, classmate. From now on when you see me at school, please call me teacher. Suna reminded him with a serious expression. Just then the living room door opened and Lin Yutong came in carrying a large number of breakfast items. Lu Jingxiu, Nana, good morning. Seeing them both, she gave a warm smile and held up the bags. I bought you breakfast. She placed the bags on the dining table and while taking out the contents explained a bit sheepishly, but I don't know if you'll like these. It's just the usual stuff: soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, shumai and millet porridge. If you don't like it you can go out to eat and I'll just have these myself slowly. Lin Yutong was feeling a bit uncertain inside. She knew that both of her roommates came from well-off families. Lu Jingxiu went without saying, and Luna also seemed like a pampered young lady. She wasn't sure if they would look down on such ordinary breakfast from a street-side shop. But she felt that since they were living together she couldn't just act like a guest, she had to do something. So she had gotten up early this morning, gone downstairs and bought one of each of the breakfast items that looked decent, thinking at least she could show some goodwill. Thanks. Lu Jingxiu showed no particular reaction, naturally walking over to help spread the items out on the table. The spread was indeed generous. Lin Yutong had practically ordered every popular item from the breakfast shop's menu. The small table was instantly filled with various containers, steam and the aroma of food mingling in the air. Next time just buy a few buns, no need to get so much, Lu Jingxiu said with a smile, probably guessing what was on Lin Yutong's mind. Lin Yutong nodded. Let's eat. Lu Jingxiu pulled out a chair, sat down and began to eat. Thanks, Sister Lin. Suna also came over, giving Lin Yutong a sweet smile. She then sat down in the seat next to Lu Jingxiu, reached out, picked a random bun from the pile and began nibbling on it. Seeing that neither of them showed any disdain but instead naturally started eating breakfast, Lin Yutong's face lit up with a relieved smile. She also pulled out a chair, sat down and picked up a bowl of millet porridge. I'm glad you like it. If you have any cravings for tomorrow just let me know and I'll bring some up for you, she said softly. The car cruised along the elevated highway leading to Bai University, the stereo playing a catchy upbeat internet hit that had been trending recently. Suna tapped her fingers lightly on her knee in time with the rhythm, appearing to be in fairly good spirits. A sudden buzz came from the phone mounted on the air vent in front of Jingxiu. A preview of a green message notification popped up on the screen with the contact, namely Qingqing, followed by a short line of text. Immediately after, several more buzzes sounded in rapid succession, as if the other person had sent a flurry of messages. Brother Suna turned her head, her gaze slowly shifting from the phone screen to Jingxiu's profile. A smile still lingered on her face, but the warmth in her eyes was visibly fading. "It's a message from Qingqing, you know." Not replying. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? She reached out her fingertips, nearly touching the edge of the phone. "Should I take it down and read it to you?" "No need, I'll look at it myself later." Jingxiu kept his hands on the wheel, his eyes fixed straight ahead as he flatly refused. "All right." Suna nodded obediently, then reached out and took the phone off its mount. Catching her movement from the corner of his eye, Jingxiu's mouth twitched. "I said I'd read it myself." "Oh, I know. Suna replied in a breezy perfunctory tone, her fingers already deftly swiping the screen open and tapping into Qingqing's chat window. She had long known the password and had even secretly registered her own fingerprint and facial ID. With practiced ease, she opened WeChat, found the jarring profile picture, and entered the conversation. Then, in a cadenced tone that mimicked a broadcaster, she began to read aloud, "Jingxiu, thank you for last night. If it weren't for you, I might have." She pursed her lips, her tone taking on a clear note of disdain as she mimicked the other's likely plaintive voice. "Just TSK. Are you coming to school today? I have something to talk to you about concerning." As she read this, her voice suddenly halted. Then her voice returned to normal, utterly flat and devoid of inflection as she enunciated the final few words one by one. "Your little sister." Having finished reading, she placed the phone back on the mount with a gentle motion, making no sound. Brother Suna leaned back into her seat, tilting her head to look at Jingxiu. The smile that seemed to deny anything had happened still clung to her lips, but a somber shadow lurked in her eyes. "What do you think she wants to talk about with you?" "Concerning me?" she asked with a feigned nonchalance, but her fingers unconsciously tightened on the hem of her skirt. Jingxiu kept his eyes on the road ahead. "I have no idea either." Suna gave a light laugh, her voice airy as if testing the waters. "Could it be that I've offended her somehow?" As she spoke, her gaze locked onto Jingxiu's face, not missing a single micro-expression. "Probably not," Jingxiu answered curtly. "Don't worry, you don't need to bother with her. She's just a stranger. I wouldn't care about anything a stranger says." Suna's fingers, which had been pinching her skirt, gradually relaxed. She nodded, her voice barely a whisper. The car continued forward. The buildings on either side of the elevated highway streaked past in a blur. Suna turned her face towards the window. She remained quiet for so long that Jingxiu thought she might change the subject or simply stop talking. Then she turned back to look at him, a sweet smile blooming on her face. "Brother, no matter what happens, you won't abandon me, right?" Jingxiu glanced at her, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Why the sudden question?" Suna shook her head, her smile unwavering. "No reason. I just wanted to hear you say it." This time Jingxiu didn't hesitate for a second. He nodded. "I won't abandon you." "Then you have to remember." Suna's smile vanished abruptly, her face turning utterly serious. She stared at him, unblinkingly enunciating each word. "What you said." "I said." Jingxiu finally lost his patience. He turned his head, reached out and pressed the back of his hand against her forehead, his brows knitting together. "Is there something wrong with you? You've been acting strange since this morning. Do you have a fever?" Startled by his sudden gesture, Suna blinked and the serious expression instantly melted away. The corners of her mouth curled back up. She raised her hand and pulled his away from her forehead, her voice returning to its former lightness. A sudden catastrophe struck. From the adjacent lane, a black SUV that had been driving normally suddenly without any warning swerved violently and crashed directly into the side of Jingxiu's Passat. The distance was too close, the speed too high, there was no time for any effective reaction. A dull, heavy thud of an impact. A tremendous force instantly slammed into the car from the right, jolting the entire Passat and sending it skidding sideways. Tires screeched against the asphalt, spinning wildly, the acrid smell of burnt rubber instantly filling the air. The out-of-control Passat wobbled, its front end swinging uncontrollably forward. Another solid, deafening crash as the front of the car slammed into the rear of a white sedan ahead. The white car lurched forward, then also lost control. Suna's short, sharp scream was swallowed by the terrifying series of impacts and shattering sounds. Jingxiu felt as if the whole world was spinning. The immense inertia tossed him around, but the seatbelt held him firmly in place. His right foot instinctively slammed on the brake. A series of dull bangs erupted almost simultaneously. The driver and passenger airbags deployed with explosive force like two giant white cotton puffs reeking of chemical fumes and fine powder smashing brutally into the faces of Lu Jingxiu and Suna. Holy shit! Lu Jingxiu's face was engulfed by the airbag. It felt like a heavy punch, the immense impact accompanied by a fierce burning and scraping pain. It wasn't just pain, it was an agony that made his vision go black. The cabin was instantly filled with an indescribable chemical smell and floating white powder. Lu Jingxiu felt as if a thick cloud of smoke was smothering his mouth and nose. His nose went instantly numb, and a warm liquid gushed out, his vision blurred and tears streamed uncontrollably. His face was stinging fiercely, a mixture of nosebleed and tears smeared across it, and he tasted the metallic coppery tang of blood in his mouth. Yet amidst the chaotic ringing in his ears and the searing pain, he still managed to catch the faint agonized whimper coming from beside him. Lu Na. Lu Jingxiu gritted his teeth, fighting the dizziness and pain that threatened to overwhelm him, summoning every ounce of strength to lift his numb arm and forcefully shove aside the deflated airbag plastered against his face. He fumbled to unbuckle his own seatbelt, then turned to look at the passenger seat. Suna was also completely enveloped by the white airbag. He reached out and roughly pushed aside the crumpled bag. Suna's eyes were closed, her head lolling against the seatback, motionless as if she had lost all consciousness. Her face was a mess. Large areas were covered in horrifying scrapes and broken skin oozing fine beads of blood. Below her nose, blood gushed forth, trickling down her pale lips and tracing stark red lines across her chin and neck. Strands of hair matted with sweat and blood clung to her temples, making her look both fragile and terrifying. Nana. Lu Na. He unbuckled Suna's seatbelt, then carefully pressed his fingers to the side of her neck. Beneath his fingertips he felt a pulse, weak but present. She was still alive. This eased the tension in Lu Jingxiu's nearly exploding nerves by a fraction, but it was immediately replaced by a surge of fury and lingering fear. He cursed under his breath, wiped the blood and tears blurring his vision, and pushed open the driver's door. He staggered out of the nearly wrecked car, his legs buckling beneath him as his feet hit the ground, almost sending him to his knees. He steadied himself against the hot, deformed door, shook his ringing head and looked up at the scene of this sudden disaster. Their Passat was jammed against the white car they had, rear-end, both front and rear ends severely mangled. The offending black SUV, its front also smashed to pieces, sat askew a few meters away, emitting a faint plume of smoke. Several other cars had collided in the chain reaction, or while swerving to avoid the crash, blocking the lanes, haphazardly bringing traffic to a complete standstill. Lu Jingxiu noticed a distinct dent in the rear of the black SUV, its taillights shattered on the ground. It hadn't meant to hit them, it had been hit itself rear-end by another car, sending it careening out of control. His gaze shifted further back, quickly finding the true culprit. Found. The culprit was a black Maybach sedan. Its front end was also slightly dented, but the damage was minor. It was parked not far behind the black SUV. Lu Jingxiu paid it no further attention. He staggered around to the passenger side. The Passat side door was badly deformed, metal twisted outward. He tried to open it but failed. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth, braced his feet against the car body and pulled with all his might. The door groaned and finally gave way with a screech. The muscles in his arms trembled from the sudden exertion, but he had no time to care about the pain. Around him people were calling the police, shouting for an ambulance and holding up their phones to record videos. Lu Jingxiu leaned halfway into the cabin, littered with broken glass and airbag powder, fumbling until he found his phone, its screen cracked like a spiderweb. Thankfully it still worked. He scrolled through his contacts and made a call. It was answered quickly. Uncle Jean. Lu Jingxiu's voice was hoarse. Luna and I have been in a car accident. We're on the elevated road in the development zone heading towards Bodu University. Someone rammed us on purpose. We're both pretty banged up. Someone's already called for an ambulance. All right, good. Thank you. Hanging up, he shoved the phone into his pocket, crouched by the passenger door, and looked at Suna slumped in the seat. Lowering his voice, he called urgently, Luna, Nana. Wake up. After a dozen seconds, Suna's eyelashes fluttered and her eyes slowly opened a slit. Her gaze was unfocused, her pupils rolling blankly as she tried to orient herself, but then she saw the blood-streaked, anxious face before her. Brother. I'm here, I'm right here, look at me, Lu Jingxiu said, cradling her face and forcing her to meet his eyes. Where does it hurt? Your head. Your face. Do your arms and legs hurt? Tell me. A wave of regret washed over him. The SUV had hit them fast, but if he had been more alert while driving, more focused, maybe he could have reacted half a second earlier. Maybe he could have turned the wheel to avoid the impact angle. He knew deep down that this kind of hindsight was pointless. At that distance and speed, no one could say for sure if he could have dodged it. But the fact remains, Suna was lying before him, her face covered in blood. He couldn't help but blame himself. Ever since Luna had returned to the Lu family, the original owner had a pretty good relationship with this sister. And Lu Jingxiu, though he hadn't been here long, had also grown fond of her personality. She was lively, clingy and adorable, occasionally offering little heart-racing perks. But now she lay so fragile in the passenger seat, her face a mess of blood and scrapes. The thought made Lu Jingxiu's chest tighten, a surge of rage rushing to his head. That bastard who caused this, whoever he was, whatever his motive, he would never let him off. Su Na blinked, her vision slowly focusing. She looked at her brother, then saw the blood on his face. Brother, you're hurt. She tried to lift her hand to touch his face, but as soon as she raised it halfway, a sharp pain shot through her arm, making her gasp. Her hand fell limply back down. Don't worry about me. Don't move. The ambulance is on its way. Lu Jingxiu snapped back to reality, quickly taking her hand and soothing her. Su Na nodded, obediently leaning back in her seat, no longer trying to move. She felt the stinging and numbness in various parts of her body. Her eyes reddened quickly, filling with tears. Brother, my face hurts so much. My eyes, nose and mouth. Everything hurts. Tears rolled from her reddened eyes, mingling with the blood on her face. She turned her head away, unable to look at Lu Jingxiu, unwilling to let him see her. Her voice was choked with sobs and fear. I think my face is hurt. Am I going to be disfigured? To her this seemed more terrifying than the physical pain. No, Lu Jingxiu said, reaching out to gently stroke her head. It's just a few scrapes. The airbag protected your face well. Just some abrasions. They'll heal in a week, don't worry. Su Na didn't speak again. Her tears continued to flow silently. Lu Jingxiu stood up and gently placed her hand back by her side. He turned his gaze, sweeping past the chaotic scene, landing on the Maybach. It was parked not far from the black SUV. Just then the driver's door opened and a man stepped out of the car. The man was tall, his figure slender and straight, clad in an expensive dark custom-tailored suit. His face was sharply defined with cold hard lines, and his features seemed chiseled, perfectly structured. His eyes in particular were like a layer of thin ice, devoid of any superfluous emotion, holding only an almost ruthless calm. He looked every inch the domineering CEO. With his long legs he strode swiftly, covering the distance to the black SUV in a few quick steps. Then he reached out, grabbed the driver's door handle of the SUV, yanked it open violently, and dragged the driver, dazed by the airbag, out like a dead dog, rough and brutal. Without warning he delivered a swift, ruthless kick to the man's head. The kick was clean and sharp, carrying a fierce intensity. The driver was knocked backward, crashing heavily against the SUV's tire with a dull thud, and lay there motionless. Another door from the SUV's back seat suddenly swung open, and a man, his face covered in blood, scrambled out, panic-stricken, and tried to flee. The handsome man didn't spare him a glance. He strode over, grabbed the man by the back of his collar from behind, and with a sudden burst of strength flung him to the ground. Before the man could get up, he raised his foot and delivered another vicious kick. This kick had an absurd, domineering force behind it. The man screamed, flew sideways, gliding through the air for a meter or two before crashing headfirst into the concrete guardrail of the overpass. After dealing with the two men, the handsome man bent down and carefully lifted a girl from the open back door of the SUV. The girl's eyes were closed as if unconscious, and she leaned limply against him. He carried her quickly back to the Maybach, gently placed her in the back seat, and closed the door. Then he opened the driver's door, preparing to leave. A hand stained with blood and grime suddenly pressed against the door, blocking him. The domineering CEO paused. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Lu Jingxiu's blood-smeared face. Was this traffic accident caused by you? Lu Jingxiu asked, suppressing his anger. The handsome man stopped, his cold gaze sweeping over Lu Jingxiu's face and then glancing at the crumpled Passat. With a single look he understood this was just an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. A nobody, not even worth knowing his name. His expression remained unchanged. No apology, no guilt. He gave a slight nod. Yes, someone in that car kidnapped my girlfriend. So Lu Jingxiu's voice rose, you're trying to run now. He reached out, aiming to grab the man's collar. The handsome man's brow finally furrowed slightly. He raised his hand and easily caught Lu Jingxiu's wrist. His fingers were strong, squeezing until Lu Jingxiu's wrist bones ached. I hope this is the last time, the man warned from his towering height. He forcefully shook off Lu Jingxiu's hand and nodded toward a black car approaching from behind. I'll compensate. Name your price with my assistant. With that he opened the car door, got in and started the engine. The Maybach's taillights flashed twice before it merged into the single remaining lane of traffic and drove away. Lu Jingxiu stared at the car's retreating form, his eyes icy. Another domineering CEO. The kind who treats bystanders like weeds for the sake of the heroine, believes money can solve everything, never considers consequences, and is arrogantly overbearing. Damn it. He caused a traffic accident and just fled. Did he have any respect for the law? Just then a black Audi and a police car pulled up, stopping at the periphery of the accident scene. Three men in black suits with stern expressions got out of the Audi and walked directly toward the two men the CEO had kicked down. Jingxiu steadied his breathing and walked over to the police car. He approached the driver's window and knocked. The window rolled down, revealing two slightly impatient faces. "Officers," he said, trying to keep his voice clear, "and the owner of that black Passat and a victim. This accident was caused by that black Maybach deliberately crashing into the SUV ahead. The Maybach's driver has already fled. My sister is seriously injured and is still in the car waiting for an ambulance." He pointed in the direction the Maybach had gone, then at the two men now subdued by the suits. That driver also violently assaulted these two and then fled the scene. The two officers exchanged a glance. The older one waved his hand dismissively. All right, we understand the situation. Go back to your car. The ambulance will be here soon." Jingxiu was stunned. He frowned. "Shouldn't you be documenting the hitandron or reporting it immediately to organize an interception?" He repeated himself. "That man caused an accident, assaulted people and fled." The younger officer's face darkened and his tone turned rude. "Are you telling us how to do our job?" The older officer also scowled, his tone even more impatient. "That's enough, well, handle it. Go wait for the ambulance. Well, notify you later." Without letting Jingxiu speak again, they both rolled up the window, shutting him out. Jingxiu was silent for a few seconds. He walked to the back of the police car, his eyes scanning the license plate, etching the numbers and letters into his memory. Then he turned and went back to his Passat. As he stood there, he saw the three men in black suits from the Audi swiftly stuff the SUV driver and his accomplice still lying on the ground into the back seat of their car. Immediately the three men got back in, the doors slammed shut, the engine roared to life, and the Audi deftly maneuvered around the debris and congested traffic, disappearing into the stream of vehicles. The police car parked nearby had its windows tightly shut. The two officers inside seemed collectively blind, utterly ignoring the transfer of suspects happening right under their noses, not even turning their heads. In that moment Jingxiu understood everything. He cursed bitterly in his mind. Damn it, corrupt cops again. He bent down to look at Suna in the passenger seat. She was still leaning there, eyes closed, the blood on her face beginning to dry, but her breathing was steady, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. He called her name softly twice. She mumbled a response, not opening her eyes, but the sound of her voice brought him some relief. Jingxiu straightened up, pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, found Zhou Ye's name and dialed. Corrupt cops, huh? Fine, I'll take down this CEO's umbrella first. He had no connection with the Political and Legal Affairs Committee secretary, but that didn't matter. He had a connection with his son. The call connected quickly. "Hey Zhou Yu, it's me." Zhou Yu was clearly still half asleep. "What's up, brother Lu? So early. What happened?" Jingxiu recounted the matter briefly and succinctly. Driving to school this morning, he got into a collision. The driver of the other car, a tycoon, fled the scene. Two police officers were nearby, yet they pretended to see nothing. I suspect the hitandron driver has a protector. Holy shit. Zhou Yu shot upright from his soft bed. Someone had hit young Master Lu and fled. With cops right there, and they did nothing. The flood of information instantly banished Zhou Ye's drowsiness, leaving him completely alert. Just how brazen must that driver be, and how powerful his protector to dare such a thing? "Brother Lu, are you okay? Are you hurt? Is it serious?" he asked urgently. "Not too bad, just a face full of blood." Holy shit. This exclamation from Zhou Yu grew more intense each time he uttered it today. He had hit young Master Lu hard enough to leave his face covered in blood. "Brother Lu, hang in there. Send me your location right away, I'm on my way. Also send me the badge numbers or photos of those two cops, I'll handle them. This is outrageous." The rustling of clothes and hurried footsteps came through the phone. Clearly Zhou Yu had jumped out of bed and was already moving. "All right." Jingxiu said no more and hung up. He opened WeChat, found Zhou Ye's chat and shared his real-time location. Then he walked back toward the police car, raised his phone, opened the camera and took two clear photos of the officers in the driver's and passenger seats. This blatant act of photographing immediately caught the attention of the two men inside. The next second, as if jolted by electricity, they sprang up, shoved open the doors and rushed out. "What do you think you're doing?" "No photos," the younger officer barked, reaching out to grab Jingxiu's phone. "Hand over the phone." "Who gave you permission to photograph police officers? This is obstruction of official duty." Jingxiu had no intention of giving him the phone. The moment the officer's hand came near, he had already slipped the phone back into his pocket, then leaped backward and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Police brutality. They're grabbing my phone and assaulting me for no reason." His voice was loud and clear, instantly drowning out the surrounding noise of traffic and chatter. By now, due to the chain reaction collision, the elevated road was clogged into a solid mess. The affected vehicle owners were either taking photos for evidence, calling the police, arguing with insurance companies, or simply stuck behind and craning their necks to watch the drama. Lu Jingxiu's yell immediately drew everyone's attention. What's going on? Police assault. Let's go see. A crowd gathered, pointing their phones at the scene and murmuring among themselves. The two officers hadn't expected Lu Jingxiu to pull such a stunt, and their faces turned extremely sour. Under the watchful eyes of the public, they dared not forcibly seize his phone anymore. They could only stand there glaring at Lu Jingxiu with venomous looks. What nonsense are you spouting? When did we ever hit you? The younger officer's face reddened with rage. The older officer was relatively calmer, but his expression was equally grim. He lowered his voice, dripping with menace. Kid, I'm warning you, watch your mouth. Otherwise we'll haul you in on charges of obstructing official duty and causing a disturbance. Just then the wail of police sirens sounded in the distance. A new patrol car and 2 traffic police motorcycles with flashing lights arrived, parking at the edge of the accident scene. Several traffic officers quickly got out, began directing the congested traffic, and inquired about the accident. The two officers exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and unhurriedly clipped their body cameras onto their chests, switching them on. Then they turned and nonchalantly joined their colleagues in directing traffic as if nothing had happened. Lu Jingxiu stood where he was, watching their dutiful backs, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He was curious to see just how many corrupt cops in this absurd city were in cahoots with the tycoons. The first step to taking down the tycoons was to dismantle their protective umbrella. Inside the Boss City Municipal Party Committee building, in the secretary's office, Secretary Zhang lightly knocked on the wooden door and, upon receiving permission, strode in quickly. Secretary, we've just received word of a traffic accident on the development zone elevated road. Jingxiu and Lu Na were involved in the collision and are seriously injured, waiting for an ambulance at the scene. From behind his desk, Lu Feng, who had been sipping tea, looked up. What? Secretary Zhang knew the secretary had heard him clearly, so he didn't repeat himself. Instead he continued with the key information: an ambulance is already on its way. Jingxiu mentioned over the phone that this accident was intentional. Lu Feng's cheek twitched. He suppressed the surging anger within him, nodded to show he understood. Go to the scene immediately, confirm their safety status, and report back to me at any time. Yes, Secretary. Secretary Zhang acknowledged promptly. He took 2 steps back, then swiftly turned and left the office, gently closing the door behind. Once the office fell silent, Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and slowly clenched his fist. Very tightly. Then he took a few deep breaths. Very slowly, very deeply, the rise and fall of his chest gradually steadied. When he opened his eyes again, his face had regained its usual composure and calm. He picked up the landline on his desk and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Hongzhan, this is Lu Feng. On the other end of the line, Hongzhan, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, had been lounging in his chair enjoying his morning tea. Hearing that voice, he instinctively straightened up. Getting a call from the secretary this early in the morning, he knew damn well it meant trouble. A major traffic accident has occurred on the development zone elevated road, involving a multi-vehicle pileup with injuries on site. I want you to personally take command of the scene, activate the emergency response protocol, and ensure all injured parties receive effective medical treatment as quickly as possible. Lu Feng's voice was steady and forceful, as if he were giving instructions on a routine matter. But Hongzhan's heart skipped a beat. A major traffic accident. Such incidents were indeed serious, but normally, following standard procedure, dispatching a deputy director or a branch chief to the scene would suffice. Why would the secretary personally call and specifically order him, the director, to take charge? But he didn't voice the question. Anyone who had reached this position knew better than to be nosy at a time like this. Understood, Secretary. I'll act immediately. Then Lu Feng added a crucial note: also investigate the cause of the accident. If it was deliberately caused, report directly to me without delay. Hongzhan's expression turned serious. He instantly understood that this last sentence was the real purpose of the call. The secretary was clearly telling him that the investigation of this incident should not follow the procedures for a traffic accident, but should be elevated to the level and scale of a criminal investigation. Frowning deeply, he wondered what had happened now. But his response was crisp: yes, Secretary. After hanging up, Lu Feng didn't pause. He immediately dialed the Municipal Health Commission. This is Lu Feng from the Municipal Party Committee. The call was answered by Lu He, the director of the Health Commission. Hearing that opening, just like Hongzhan, he instinctively sat up straight. There's been a major traffic accident on the elevated road. Immediately coordinate the best emergency medical resources and medical facilities across the city and open a green channel, Lu Feng said unhurriedly. There are important casualties who need priority treatment. Is that clear? When he said the words important casualties, his pace didn't change, but the volume was slightly emphasized. Lu Hai had been in his position as director for several years. If he couldn't read between the lines, he would have long since been replaced. The secretary calling personally, demanding the city's best emergency resources and emphasizing important casualties, the combination of these two phrases was clear as day. Among the injured in this accident was someone the secretary cared about. Understood, secretary. I'll arrange it immediately. Luha responded without hesitation, his voice crisp. In the office of the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of Baishan City, Zhou Xiang put down the phone, remained silent for a few seconds and then sighed. It was unavoidable. This morning, as soon as he entered the office, the investigation report regarding Sun Yan, the deputy director of the Shuanglin Port Police Station who accepted bribes and acted illegally, was placed on his desk. The materials compiled by the Discipline Inspection Department were thick and heavy. He couldn't bear to continue reading after flipping to the second page. Sun Yan was practically running the police station as if it were his own family business. The person who bribed him was identified as the president of a German company operating in the Xia country region, a well-known figure with a solid backing of foreign capital. This case was already enough of a headache for him. Just as he was settling into his chair, his son Zhou called. On the phone, Zhou spoke rapidly, saying that there had been a car accident on the elevated highway in the development zone and Lu Jingxiu had been hit, his face covered in blood. There were 2 police officers at the scene, but instead of intervening they let the suspect in the offending vehicle escape right in front of the son of the secretary of the municipal committee. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xiang closed his eyes for a moment. Very well, under the supervision of the Political and Legal Committee, the construction of the public security team in Baishan was progressing quite peacefully. He had already imagined what tone and wording Secretary Lu would use in the next standing committee meeting to address the issues regarding the construction of the city's public security system. He could even envision the expression Lu Feng would have when saying that line. The leader would bang the table, forcefully looking at him with a serious tone. The public security team has been experiencing continuous problems and the supervisory responsibility of the Political and Legal Committee must be firmly upheld. Secretary Zhou, you cannot just act as a coordinator but must be a supervisor. I will say this one last time, the municipal committee's bottom line is not to be crossed. The purity of the political and legal team is not to be challenged. That was why he sighed. Once the secretary mentioned the Political and Legal Committee in the meeting, the entire system would immediately enter a high-intensity operational mode. This was not a simple matter of working overtime, it was a rigid task requiring a special rectification plan to be implemented within a set time frame. For him, if he showed any ambiguity in attitude or slowness in action, it would indicate weak political awareness, effectively ending his career, and he would be preparing for retirement next. After sighing, Zhou Xiang rubbed his temples. He did not continue to sit in his chair worrying. He opened his eyes, picked up the desk phone and dialed an internal number. Director Wang, it's me. His tone was calm, showing no trace of the earlier sigh. I just received reports from the public that there were 2 responding personnel at the traffic accident scene on the elevated road in the development zone who are suspected of inaction. You immediately coordinate with the City Public Security Bureau's inspection team, retrieve all the law enforcement recordings and surveillance footage from the accident site and have them send personnel to the scene to verify the situation. Understood, Secretary, I will handle it right away. Zhou Xiang's expression grew increasingly serious. He had to apply immense pressure on the public security system. Some individuals were simply out of control, showing no regard for the supervisory department. Then he called his assistant, notify the political and legal committees of each district to come to a meeting at 9 this morning. Understood. Baishan Public Security Bureau Command Center. Hong Zhan stood in front of the command platform with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood a circle of high-ranking police officers from the city bureau, all holding their breath, focused on the electronic screen before them. The officers in the command center had switched to a wartime state in the shortest time possible. They retrieved the surveillance footage from the entire stretch of the elevated highway in the development zone, contacted drivers who passed by the scene at the time to request their dashcam footage, and coordinated with traffic management, fire and emergency services. The monitoring system of Baishan's elevated roads had achieved a comprehensive coverage with a combination of fixed sky-eye cameras, automatically patrolling eagle-eye drones and underground sensing systems. Soon a crucial image captured by a fixed camera was retrieved and enlarged on the main screen. The image was clear, with the angle just right, allowing everyone to see it clearly. In the image, a black Maybach was speeding in the middle lane with a black SUV a short distance ahead. The distance between the 2 vehicles was rapidly closing. Suddenly the Maybach accelerated violently, swerving to the side and crashing solidly into the rear of the SUV. The SUV lost control instantly, its entire body skewing outward and crashing violently into a normally driving matte black Passat. The Passat was thrown off course and then collided with a white sedan ahead. The white sedan was pushed forward by the tremendous force, crashing into the vehicles further ahead. Debris flew and white smoke billowed. A series of collisions occurred within a matter of seconds. The command center was silent. Hong Zhan remained expressionless, continuing to observe. At that moment, as the elevated monitoring system detected a major traffic accident, the eagle-eye drone patrolling nearby swiftly flew to the accident site under the command center's directive, beginning its aerial photography. The real-time aerial footage was displayed alongside the earlier fixed monitoring footage. The Maybach came to a stop. A tall man stepped out from the driver's seat, walked straight to the SUV, yanked the driver out of the vehicle and kicked him onto the ground. The movement was swift and powerful. The kicked individual almost flew out, barely skimming the ground. A second man emerged from the back seat of the SUV attempting to escape. The Maybach's owner caught up in a few steps, grabbed him by the collar, swung him to the ground and then kicked him again. That person curled up in the air, flying several meters before crashing against the guardrail. The forceful kicks, which were excessively powerful, made a few police officers in the command center involuntarily flinch. After completing these actions, the man in the suit returned to the SUV, bent down and pulled out a seemingly unconscious woman from the back seat, quickly returning to the Maybach and placing the woman in the rear seat before shutting the door. Then he opened the driver's door, preparing to get in and leave. At that moment, another man emerged from the deformed Passat that had been hit and blocked him. The drone's camera zoomed in, giving a close-up of the man who blocked the car. Hong Zhan's lips twitched. He recognized him. This was Secretary Lu's son, Lu Jingxiu. Immediately after, Hong Zhan's eyes widened in shock. Through the drone's high-definition footage, he could clearly see that Lu Jingxiu's face, forehead and even his neck were smeared with large patches of dark red blood that had partially dried, his hair disheveled and his clothes covered in dust and debris. His movements were somewhat unsteady, clearly indicating he had been injured. Hong Zhan's heart sank. He now fully understood why Secretary Lu had personally called him with such a heavy tone, insisting that he take charge. Because the secretary's son was in that wrecked Volkswagen. Damn it, if it were his daughter who had been hit like that, he would have already rushed to the scene himself. Truly, the secretary maintained his composure in such a situation. Oh, it seemed the secretary was unaware that his son had been so severely injured. He took a deep breath and continued to observe. In the frame, Lu Jingxiu stopped the Maybach owner, seemingly exchanging a few words. Then the Maybach owner shook off his hand, got straight into his car, started the engine, drove around the two people on the ground and sped away, disappearing into the traffic. Afterward, a black Audi and a police car arrived at the scene, one after another. 3 men got out of the Audi. Without a word, they dragged the 2 people from the overturned SUV on the ground and stuffed them into the back seat. The 3 then got back in and drove off. The police car, which had arrived almost simultaneously, was parked just over 10 meters away. The 2 officers inside remained seated throughout, staring straight ahead, completely ignoring the Audi taking the suspects away. Only after the Audi had driven off did they slowly get out of the car and begin to handle the accident. At one point, Lu Jingxiu walked over to the police car and said something through the window. He then returned to his own car, took out his phone and made a call. A moment later, he walked back to the police car, raised his phone and took pictures of the officers inside. Immediately, the 2 officers jumped out of the car as if they had been stung, reaching out to snatch Lu Jingxiu's phone with aggressive hostility. Lu Jingxiu stepped back to dodge, shouting loudly. The surrounding passers-by and drivers blocked by the traffic began to gather around some, raising their phones to record. Just then, backup arrived, a traffic police motorcycle unit and another police car. Seeing this, the 2 officers quickly restrained their actions, turned around and nonchalantly joined the traffic control team as if the conflict had never happened. The surveillance footage ended. Hong Zhan's hands, clasped behind his back, had quietly clenched into fists. His face was as dark as a storm cloud, his eyes barely suppressing a raging fury. There was no need for further meetings or discussions. In his mind, a clear outline of the matter was already taking shape. The owner of the Maybach was suspected of kidnapping or illegal detention, intentional assault, dangerous driving, endangering public safety by dangerous means, and hitangren. The nature of the crime was extremely heinous. The identities of the 2 people from the SUV whom he had kicked over were still unclear from here. But the belated police car and its 2 officers were a much bigger problem. This could no longer be explained away as mere inaction or slow response. Openly letting a suspect escape, brushing off a victim's report and even trying to seize evidence. The forces behind this were likely serious disciplinary violations within the system, perhaps even involving deeper vested interests. And all of this happened right in front of the party secretary's son. Just then, an officer quickly approached Hong Zhan and reported in a low voice, "Director Hong, the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Commission's Law Enforcement Supervision Office just called. They said they received a report from the public about officers allegedly failing to act at the scene. They've requested all body cameras and surveillance footage from the incident. Captain Sun of the inspection detachment has already taken his team to the scene to verify the situation." Hong Zhan averted his gaze and said nothing. Report from the public indeed. This was Lu Jingxiu, the party secretary's son, making the report. Lu Jingxiu had made the complaint, reporting the 2 officers who had been turning a blind eye at the scene. And this report hadn't gone through internal police channels, he had taken it directly to the Law Enforcement Supervision Office of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. What did this mean? It meant Lu Jingxiu had no trust in the 2 officers at the scene, nor in the chain of cover-up that might exist behind them. So he had simply bypassed the entire public security system, gone straight to the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Commission and applied pressure from the top down. Clean, decisive, leaving no room for maneuver. Hong Zhan's face instantly darkened. A surge of anger rushed to his head and he felt an overwhelming urge to curse someone out loud. The case of Sun Yan, deputy director of the Shuanglingang police station, was still unresolved, the documents still fresh. And now, to make matters worse, 2 more officers had just committed dereliction of duty right in front of the party secretary's son. Such an incident would be a scandal at any time, but at this critical juncture it was a full-blown disaster. If this got out, where would the entire Ba City police force hide its face? He himself wanted to summon every branch chief, immediately slam the table, and demand to know how they were leading their teams and managing their men. But now was not the time for anger. Hong Zhan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the irritation and rage in his heart. The most urgent task now was to root out the culprit who had created this entire chaos and then simply walked away. Hong Zhan turned his gaze back to the large screen, which was frozen on the image of the Maybach driving away from the scene. He gave the order with a stern voice: "This is not a traffic accident. This is a premeditated crime. The suspect has fled the scene with hostages and must be intercepted immediately." He reclassified the case on the spot, turning a traffic incident into a deliberate criminal offense. Activate the major case joint operations mechanism immediately. Lock onto the current locations of the 2 suspect vehicles. Analyze their direction of travel and predicted routes. Set up a citywide cordon with key checkpoints at highway entrances. Coordinate simultaneous action with the Traffic Police Detachment, SWAT Detachment, and Criminal Investigation Detachment. All units are to enter a state of combat readiness. Yes, sir. The commander's voice immediately rang out clearly and powerfully over the communication channel. Attention all patrol units. Suspect vehicle 1, a black Maybach license plate BA, with visible impact damage to the front. It is fleeing along the development zone elevated road toward Minghai District. Minghai District Traffic Police 1st Brigade immediately set up an interception checkpoint at the Qingqing Road elevated exit. SWAT assault teams are on standby, ready to intervene. All units, the primary principle is to ensure the safety of the hostages. At the same time, intercept suspect vehicle 2, a black Audi sedan license plate BA. The occupants are suspected of aiding the crime and may also be holding hostages. Once located, immediately take control and bring them to the nearest investigation area for questioning. The command center is tracking their positions in real time. Once we have a precise fix, we will notify you immediately. The Municipal Public Security Bureau director personally took command, elevating the police's operational efficiency to the highest level. Soon the city's surveillance cameras had precisely locked onto the 2 suspect vehicles. 2 red boxes framed the cars, making them highly conspicuous. 2 eagle-eye drones controlled by their operators swiftly ascended and followed the targets. Their cameras provided a bird's-eye view, continuously transmitting real-time footage and data back to the command center. Meanwhile, traffic police had already set up roadblocks at the intersection ahead. Cones and barriers were arranged in layers with police cars and SWAT assault vehicles, their red and blue lights flashing, parked across the middle of the road. At the same time, teams of motorcycle police, leveraging their agility, weaved through the congested morning rush hour traffic like fish, quickly closing in on and keeping pace with the 2 sedans. They continuously reported their direction to the command center, forming a mobile encirclement net. Hong Zhan stood before the large screen, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. As long as the targets were locked, escape was impossible under Ba City's comprehensive surveillance and multi-layered control system. Especially on the elevated expressway during morning rush hour, with traffic so dense even if the opponent were driving a main battle tank they couldn't fly away. Next, it was time to deal with the internal problems. Hong Zhan turned to the commander beside him and instructed on the elevated section of the XX road that police car was captured clearly on surveillance. After they arrived, they allowed the suspect's accomplice to drag the person away, only getting out of the car after they had fled far. This isn't just slow reaction, it's a serious dereliction of duty, even bordering on complicity. Contact Captain Sun and suspend those 2 officers immediately. Handle the paperwork later. Bring them in and keep them under control now. Interrogate them in the investigation area first. Find out why they didn't pursue, why they didn't get out, why they didn't report it, and who gave the orders. Understood. The commander acknowledged immediately and turned to relay the orders. After handling this, Hong Zhan walked to a relatively quiet corner of the command center, took out his phone and dialed Lu Feng's number. The call connected. Secretary Lu. Hong Zhan's voice was steady and clear. The accident on the development zone elevated road, based on our preliminary investigation and surveillance reconstruction, this was no accident. The suspect vehicle deliberately rammed another SUV, causing it to lose control and crash into your son's car. The suspect then abducted a woman from the struck SUV. This is a clear case of violent crime, extremely egregious in nature. We've already set up a special task force led by the Criminal Investigation Division, and we're fully investigating the perpetrator and those behind it. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Lu Feng's voice came through, very serious. The public security must expedite the investigation and punish according to the law. No one is allowed to run amok in Bashi City. He emphasized, no matter who is involved, investigate thoroughly. You will personally oversee this task force and report directly to me on the progress. Hong Zhan's face was extremely grave. He understood. The key was in that last sentence. The secretary had placed personally oversee and report directly together in one sentence, locking the responsibility. Simply put, this matter bypassed all intermediate links and was not delegated to anyone else. Hong Zhan was the primary person responsible. In this matter he had no excuses. He couldn't claim a department was uncooperative, that the case was too complex, or shift responsibility to his deputies or subordinates. At the same time, it was a sign of trust. It showed the secretary believed in him, granting him the highest level of attention and backing him with the secretary's own political resources. Succeeding meant fulfilling his duty, proving the secretary's judgment correct and that Hong Zhan was capable of great tasks. Failing meant incompetence, proving that Hong Zhan was unequal to the task, lacked ability and couldn't handle the big picture. Naturally his political career would end there. Hong Zhan took a deep breath and said with authority, "Yes, understood." And so, Hong Zhan walked back to the command podium. He first picked up his thermos and took a sip of strong tea, then issued orders, methodically put all the body camera footage from the officers at the scene on the main screen. "I don't want replays, I want real-time feeds. Pull up the complete trajectory of the suspect vehicle starting from the first point of impact. Don't miss a single frame. Also the suspect's phone number, I want to know everyone they contacted in the past 72 hours. The suspect's vehicle sustained minimal damage to the front despite the collision. It might be specially reinforced. Have the SWAT team prepare a breaching plan. At the elevated road accident scene, red and blue lights flashed continuously. Traffic police were assisting medical personnel in loading the injured onto ambulances, tow trucks were clearing debris, photographers were documenting evidence, and the congested traffic was being directed to move slowly. The scene was bustling. The two corrupt officers finished their tasks, glanced at Lu Jingxiu, who was on the phone by the Passat, and exchanged a look. Without a word they understood each other. They adjusted their belts and one after the other sauntered over slowly. "Did you just take a photo of us? Hand over your phone and delete it." Lu Jingxiu raised his eyes, looked at them, said nothing, spoke a few more words into his phone and then hung up. "I said hand over the phone. Can't you understand human speech? Kid, don't make trouble for yourself. Filming things you shouldn't won't do you any good. Delete it and well, call it even. We won't hold your obstruction of justice against you." The two corrupt officers played good cop bad cop, applying pressure. In their eyes this young man driving a beat-up Volkswagen was an easy target. He had taken their photo and thought he could just leave. He wouldn't be leaving the scene today without deleting those photos. Just then a black sedan pulled up and stopped. A man in his mid-30s wearing glasses and a dark jacket got out and quickly walked toward Lu Jingxiu. "Uncle Zhang." Lu Jingxiu stepped forward. The two officers frowned simultaneously. Who was this? Dressed in an administrative jacket, he didn't look like an ordinary person. Secretary Zhang's gaze fell on the dried dark bloodstains on Lu Jingxiu's face and he visibly paused. He had seen many major scenes, but seeing Lu Jingxiu's face his expression couldn't hold. Young Master Lu was injured this badly. Jingxiu Secretary Zhang's voice was more urgent than usual. "How is your sister? I'll take you to the hospital right now." Then he quickly walked to the passenger side of the Passat and looked inside. His expression grew even more solemn. Soon several medical staff jogged over, carefully lifted Suna from the deformed cabin, placed her on a stretcher and loaded her into an ambulance with flashing blue lights. The door closed and the ambulance sped away with its siren wailing. Only after the ambulance's taillights disappeared into the traffic did Lu Jingxiu turn, his gaze coldly fixed on the two officers, and said directly to Secretary Zhang, "Uncle Zhang, these two officers failed in their duty. They let the people from the suspect vehicle escape right in front of me. When that car fled, they were sitting in their patrol car watching. When I went to them to report it, they told me to go home and wait for a notice." The older corrupt officer's eyes bulged and his face flushed crimson. This kid was actually complaining about him to his face. Complaining about his inaction. "You're full of shit." The younger corrupt officer exploded, his face turning red. "Do you know that what you're saying amounts to slandering a police officer? Believe me, I'll arrest you right now." Secretary Zhang ignored his bluster, calmly scanning the badge numbers on their chests. He then nodded slightly to Lu Jingxiu and said, "I understand. Get in the car first, I'll take you to the hospital to treat your wounds." Lu Jingxiu glanced at the two officers whose faces were ashen, curled his lips into a cold smile and turned to leave with Secretary Zhang. The two corrupt officers were unnerved by the sting of that smile. How could a blood-soaked young man look at them like that? What was he smiling about? Who did he think he was? "Stop right there." The older corrupt officer caught up and blocked their path. "Delete the photos before you leave. Or I'll have you detained. Obstruction of justice, inciting trouble, enough to keep you inside for a few days. Do you really think we wouldn't dare?" He spoke with great confidence. In their view they were fully justified procedurally. The other party had filmed police officers on duty without permission. After a verbal warning was ignored, taking coercive measures was legally sound no matter where the case went. As for their earlier inaction, there was no evidence, just the other party's one-sided claim. Who would believe a reckless, bloodied youth over two serving officers? Secretary Zhang stepped forward in one stride, positioning himself squarely before Lu Jingxiu and shielding him from view, his gaze locked firmly on the two rogue officers. What do you intend to do? Before either officer could respond, something caught their peripheral vision, causing them both to freeze instantly. Their heads swiveled sharply toward the source, eyes fixed rigidly on a distant point. Lu Jingxiu and Secretary Zhang followed their line of sight and turned back. Two police cruisers, their redan blue emergency lights flashing rhythmically, were slowly weaving through the congested traffic and entering the accident site. The scene already held numerous police vehicles and ambulances. The arrival of a few more would hardly have raised eyebrows. Yet these three cars bore a distinguishing mark emblazoned boldly across each door. In stark white characters were the words Public Security Inspectorate. Moments later, several inspectors descended, clad in crisp uniforms, wearing gleaming white helmets, white duty belts and pristine white gloves. After scanning the scene with practiced efficiency, they quickly zeroed in on this location and strode forward with purposeful urgency. As the gleaming white helmets drew nearer, the two rogue officers' legs began trembling uncontrollably. The younger officer's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his mouth went parched and dry. The elder, mind racing at breakneck speed, frantically sifted through his day, desperately searching for any misstep grave enough to warrant immediate disciplinary action. Failed to pursue the suspect vehicle. That was due to unclear situational assessment, perfectly justifiable. Seized the phone. Not quite, only attempted to intervene, albeit with excessive force. He feared no investigation. He had served 20 years in uniform, weathered every conceivable crisis, until his eyes fell upon the lead inspector's shoulder insignia, third-class police supervisor. The foremost inspector wore a crisp white shirt, a telltale sign of senior leadership within the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Inspectorate Division. Had the division chief himself arrived on site? His expression registered pure shock. Inspector General Sun approached, his gaze landing first and most deliberately upon Secretary Zhang. As head of the Municipal Inspectorate Division, he naturally recognized the Deputy Director of the Municipal Party Committee's General Office, the trusted secretary to the Party Secretary. His pulse quickened. Why had the Party Secretary's secretary appeared here? This signaled grave political attention. The matter had escalated directly to the highest echelons. True Director Zhang held only a deputy bureau-level rank, far junior to Sun's own, but he commanded direct access to vice-ministerial officials with a single call. Sun offered a warm deferential smile and extended his hand. Director Zhang, thank you for maintaining order at the scene. Please entrust all subsequent matters to us. Secretary Zhang shook his hand calmly. Inspector Sun, thank you for coming all this way. Instinctively, the two officers took half a step backward, their faces draining of all color, turning ashen and bloodless. A sharp, disorienting buzz filled their skulls, as if something inside had detonated. Director Zhang. This man in the dark jacket, who looked like an ordinary civil servant addressed by a white-shirted inspector as director. Thank you for your efforts at the scene, a phrase laden with institutional weight. A white-shirted officer had spent decades navigating the labyrinthine hierarchy, reading people with uncanny precision. They knew precisely whom to honor and how to, with instinctive, unerring clarity. Director. Who exactly had they just obstructed? Who was this blood-smeared youth? Could it be possible that by sheer chance they'd collided with an unassuming black Volkswagen only to strike a deeply entrenched official scion? Their minds no longer merely buzzed, they roared with cacophonous chaos, cymbals crashing, drums thundering, firecrackers exploding. It was over. Utterly, irrevocably over. Secretary Zhang did not glance their way. His voice remained steady, measured. Inspector Sun, this young man, Mr. Lu, was both an eyewitness and the direct victim of this major traffic incident. During our on-site cooperation with law enforcement, we observed serious procedural flaws in these two officers' conduct. When we requested they fulfill their duties lawfully and indicated our intent to formally report the matter to relevant authorities. He paused, his gaze sweeping coolly over the two visibly shaken officers. They not only refused to comply but actively impeded our departure from the scene and issued verbal threats. Therefore, as an eyewitness present at the scene, I hereby formally lodge a complaint with your Inspectorate Division. I suspect these two officers committed grave violations of fair law enforcement today and may be guilty of abuse of power and dereliction of duty. His diction was precise, clinical, yet those words struck the rogue officers like glacial torrents, freezing them to the marrow. This was irrefutable confirmation. A high-ranking insider, no layperson, could articulate such language with such authority. Upon hearing this, Inspector Sun's expression hardened into granite. The party secretary's personal secretary had arrived personally, and the injured party bore the surname Lu. The implications required no further deduction. He offered Secretary Zhang an apologetic yet resolute smile. Director Zhang, Director Hong himself has taken personal charge of this matter and directed us to launch an immediate, rigorous investigation and impose strict accountability. We are here solely for that purpose. Then his gaze sliced like a blade toward the two officers, cold unyielding. "We are the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Inspectorate Division. Officers bearing badge numbers, and your conduct at this scene has been fully recorded. Pursuant to relevant regulations, you are hereby suspended from duty pending investigation. Please cooperate fully, surrender your body-worn cameras and radios immediately." Their faces blanched, paper-white lips trembled violently, yet no sound emerged. Overwhelming dread and remorse flooded them like icy floodwaters, limbs numbed, breath constricted. It was over. Not a reprimand, not even a formal warning, but immediate unconditional suspension. And delivered publicly on site by the Inspectorate Division itself. After decades in uniform, they understood its gravity perfectly. The Inspectorate would never announce suspension without ironclad evidence. Suspension was merely the threshold. What followed would be relentless scrutiny, interrogations, exhaustive written statements, frozen salaries, revoked investigative authority. Whether they retained their badges and their careers now rested entirely beyond their control. Worst of all was the specter of referral to the Discipline Inspection Commission, a potential prison sentence. "Disarm them. Escort them to the marked vehicle," Inspector Sun commanded tersely, concluding the exchange. Four inspectors moved forward in perfect unison, two per officer, firmly gripping shoulders, while others swiftly removed body cameras, radios and identification credentials. Then with controlled authority they twisted the officers' arms behind their backs and marched them toward the cruiser emblazoned with the word Inspectorate. Finally Sun turned once more to Secretary Zhang. "Director Zhang, both Secretary Liu and the Bureau's party committee attach utmost importance to this incident. Rest assured, we will conduct a thorough and partial investigation and mete out strict lawful accountability. You and Mr. Liu will receive a definitive, transparent resolution." With that he nodded courteously to Lu Jingxiu before turning sharply and leading his team away. Secretary Zhang watched the inspectorate vehicles recede into the distance, shook his head faintly and sighed softly, a quiet lament for two officers who had fallen so far from grace. Then he placed a reassuring hand on Lu Jingxiu's shoulder. "Let's go. We're heading to the hospital." Lu Jingxiu felt no inner turbulence. As the son of a party secretary confronting crises with bare-knuckle brawling, self-directed evidence collection or solo tactical maneuvering against the entire system would be nothing short of folly. This was the modern era. Those truly endowed with resources instinctively sought not confrontation but the most efficient authoritative solution available. Thus when kidnapped he called the police. When confronted by rogue officers he contacted the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. Should anyone claim his ability to mobilize institutional leverage holds no merit, Lu Jingxiu would simply suggest they revisit popular tycoon novels, where protagonists insist on performing every trivial task themselves, even pouring water for women. Consider for instance the tycoon who, upon learning his beloved had been abducted, refuses to dial emergency services, ignores police channels despite having direct contacts within the force, and instead commandeers his own vehicle for a reckless self-styled rescue mission. Shang Yanchen steered with one hand, the other resting casually along the window frame. Into his custom-engineered million-yuan noise-canceling earpiece came his assistant's calm, precise voice. "Mr. Shang, the two individuals have been secured. How shall we proceed?" "Dispose of them cleanly," Shang Yanchen replied, tone flat and uninflected. "Understood." From the rear seat Wenli stirred awake, just in time to hear her boss utter those four chilling words. She pushed herself upright. "Boss. Where am I?" "Awake." Shang Yanchen glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "You, this foolish woman, how could you possibly be taken captive?" Wenli rubbed her still throbbing temples, trying to recall. "I was heading to the company this morning. And then it felt like someone came from behind. Covered my mouth. And I knew nothing after that." Now that she realized her boss had saved her, a mix of relief from surviving and lingering fear surged within her. She lifted her head, looked at the man's cold, chiseled profile in the rearview mirror and spoke with a soft, tender tone. "Thank you, boss, for saving me." Shang Yanchen did not respond, merely arching a handsome eyebrow. Wenli turned to gaze at the rapidly receding cityscape outside the car window, the glass facades of high-rises reflecting the glaring sunlight. Suddenly recalling something she asked cautiously, "Boss, where are we going now?" Those people who kidnapped me. How did you handle them?" "I think I heard you say. Take care of it cleanly." Her heart tightened. As his secretary she knew somewhat about her boss' ruthless methods and deep background. The name Shang Yanchen represented absolute power and chilling rules in the business world of Bashi and even in certain shadowy realms. Could this "take care of it cleanly" mean exactly what it sounded like? A faint smile curved at the corner of Shang Yanchen's mouth. "I handed them over to the police." "Oh." Wenli's tense shoulders instantly relaxed and she let out a long sigh of relief, even smiling sheepishly. "Right, that's the way handing them to the police is best." She inwardly reproached herself for her previous malicious speculation. Although her boss was formidable, he was still a law-abiding citizen. How could he ever do something illegal? Shang Yanchen watched her somewhat naive smile in the rearview mirror, a glimmer of almost mocking light flickering in his eyes. Naive woman. She saw the world as so beautiful. Just then their Maybach slowly descended the overpass preparing to enter the main city road. However, the ramp exit was blocked by traffic police. Police strobe lights flashed incessantly and officers in fluorescent vests signaled them to pull over. Ha! Wenli pressed against the window peering out curiously. Are they checking for drunk driving? Such a big setup. Shang Yanshan also slightly furrowed his cool handsome brow. Probably Shang Yanshan had no idea why traffic police were stopping them. In over 20 years of life on Bashi's turf, this was the first time Head encountered a checkpoint asking him to pull over. Nevertheless, he glanced at Wenli's face in the rearview mirror, which was etched with the expression of a law-abiding citizen, then scanned the police ready ahead. After a few seconds of weighing the options, forget it. In the end, he turned on the turn signal and maneuvered the Maybach, its front end bearing obvious collision dent, slowly to the roadside. Seeing the black Maybach decelerate signal and pull over, finally stopping steadily before the police checkpoint. The officers behind the barricade, already on high alert and ready to counter a potential ramming or deploy spike strips, exchanged glances. Their eyes without exception held a hint of disappointment. That's it. He just stopped. He actually stopped. Why is this guy so cowardly? Doesn't he know he's a kidnapper? Wasn't he aware Head caused a major traffic accident and was suspected of criminal offenses? Didn't he know the city bureau was after him? A kidnapper, man. The city bureau chief was personally overseeing a citywide manhunt for you. And you just obediently pull over. Where's your professional integrity? Your criminal dignity? Can't you even put up a struggle? How boring, no challenge at all. Last time in the development zone, a foreigner tried to run a checkpoint and it was the 1st Brigade of the zone's traffic police who stopped him. Afterwards, the entire brigade received a collective second-class merit and a bonus of 2,000 yuan. The officer who timely deployed the spike strips to blow out the suspect's tires earned a personal 3rd-class merit of 5,000 yuan bonus and was reportedly already filling out promotion paperwork. The money was secondary, the real prize was the commendation. For year-end evaluations and promotions to fill vacancies like squadron leader or instructor, priority went to those with more battle honors on their records. Who didn't want a few more shining entries on their resume? As the traffic police brigade in the central Minghai district, they too wanted to earn merits. They too wanted to advance. To make a name for themselves in the system. So when they were assigned this mission today, they came with eager anticipation. The brigade commander had even given them a rousing pep talk back at the station. Our 1st Brigade must be ready to deploy. To charge. To win. Do you have confidence? Yes. 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 Move out. Imagine it, a citywide dragnet to catch a suspect with the city bureau chief personally commanding. If they could intercept the suspect's vehicle in their jurisdiction, they might even earn a personal 2nd-class merit. Even if the suspect violently resisted assaulted police. That would be even better. A chance for a 1st-class merit. But they never expected the prime suspect in this Hitandran and kidnapping case to just meekly stop. He stopped perfectly straight, even slowed down, looking quite cooperative. The officer's disappointment was indescribable. The Maybach came to a halt and the window slowly rolled down. In the driver's seat appeared a handsome but coldly chiseled face, eyes scanning with no warmth. The team leader took a deep breath, packing away his disappointment, and stepped forward with a stern face accompanied by several officers. Activating his body camera, he quickened his pace, saluted, and announced loudly, "We are the 1st Brigade of Minghai District Traffic Police. Comrade, turn off the engine. Get out of the car. Cooperate with the inspection." Shang Yanshan's brow immediately furrowed. Mere traffic police were stopping his car and telling him to get out. Who did they think they were? Why should I get out? His tone carried obvious impatience. Hearing the impatient tone, the team leader felt a spark ignite within him. Wait. This attitude, this arrogant tone, was he going to resist? He subtly signaled to his colleague. The officers understood tacitly, their hands quietly moving to the equipment on their belts: pepper spray, batons, handcuffs, simple breaching tools, all ready. He knew from the command center's briefing that the man before him was a vicious criminal suspected of causing a major traffic accident, kidnapping, intentional injury, and Hitandran. If the suspect resisted even just a push, he would have grounds to use force and then earn a big merit. But from a professional and principled standpoint, he didn't actually want the suspect to resist. Law enforcement with warmth, rules with compassion, peaceful resolution, safety. Yet deep down in some small corner, a little voice was wildly cheering, "Come on. Resist. Hit me. My body camera is on. Try touching me. See if my baton has force." No, I shouldn't think that. The team leader silently rebuked himself for a second, then stiffened his expression, straightened his back, and spoke more sternly, "You are suspected of criminal offenses. By law you are ordered to turn off the engine and get out of the vehicle. Cooperate with us by presenting your driver's license, vehicle registration and ID. Xiang Yanshan's expression darkened. How dare a mere traffic officer investigate him? And to claim he was involved in a criminal offense. The coldness in his eyes intensified as he reached for his phone. In the back seat, when Li's mouth formed a small O, her eyes widened in disbelief. A traffic officer had actually said that the boss was suspected of criminal activity. Could it be? Could it be that the boss didn't hand over that person to the police that night? Had he deceived her? You have no right to investigate me. Xiang Yanshan coldly threw out a remark, pulled out his phone and dialed his assistant's number. The traffic team leader, seeing that the person not only remained in the car but also started making a phone call, felt his heart race. He's calling someone in front of me. Is he summoning accomplices? Or looking for a protector? Regardless of the scenario, this is typical obstruction of official duties. His face remained serious as he pronounced his verbal warning clearly. You are suspected of kidnapping, intentional harm, reckless driving, endangering public safety by dangerous means, and hitandron. You are hereby ordered to exit the vehicle immediately. Please cooperate with law enforcement. Otherwise all legal consequences will be borne by you. When Li listened in stunned silence to this string of accusations, she doubted her hearing. Xiang Yanshan's expression grew even darker, yet he disdainfully said nothing more to the little traffic officer and called his assistant, holding the phone to his ear. The call connected, but there was no sound in the receiver. He took the phone down from his ear, frowned at the screen, put it back, but still heard nothing. He frowned and fiddled with it for a few seconds, his expression shifting from indifference to confusion to impatience, finally freezing in a state of awkwardness. Oh, I'm still connected to the Bluetooth headset. He expressionlessly put the Bluetooth headset back on and coldly spoke to the air. I was stopped by a traffic officer while getting off the expressway. Handle it. After speaking, he hung up and his expression returned to that of cold confidence, as if saying, I've taken care of everything. The traffic team leader. He glanced down at the red light on his chest, recording everything, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. It's still recording, dude. You're making calls right in front of me. Do you not realize that the recording device on my chest is connected to the network? Do you know that at this very moment the big screen at the Municipal Command Center might be watching your handsome face, listening to your words? Handle it? He was very clear that this morning's arrest operation was of a terrifyingly high level. Today, even if you summon heaven and earth, you still have to get out of the car. It won't work no matter who you call. The traffic team leader cleared his throat, pulling his expression back to a serious and fair law enforcement demeanor. Please exit the vehicle and cooperate with law enforcement. This is your second warning. Then he slightly tilted his head and quickly whispered to his colleague beside him, prepare for forcible removal. The 5 traffic officers beside him immediately understood. One of them waved at the 2 police vans parked by the roadside. The doors of the 2 vans swung open with a clang and 10 or more police officers and auxiliary officers jumped down, swiftly spreading out with precision, instantly surrounding the Maybach. The traffic police have always pressed others with their authority. Not far away, next to 2 SWAT vehicles, the captain of the SWAT team crossed his arms, watching the scene unfold, unable to suppress a smirk. He silently retracted the foot he had already stepped forward, controlling the impulse to lead a charge. A dozen officers to capture 1 person. He felt there was no need for him to intervene. Otherwise rushing in would be futile. At that point it wouldn't look like support, it would seem like trying to steal credit, or just watch the show with so many leaders at the command center observing how improper that would be. Inside the Municipal Command Center, Hong Zhan gazed coldly at the large screen. The footage and audio from the recording device were crystal clear. The surrounding high-ranking officers also heard the suspect's words, you handle it. They struggled to maintain their expressions, exchanged glances, and then collectively turned their attention to the person standing beside Hong Zhan. Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee Zhou Xiang had also arrived. Dressed in a dark administrative jacket, he stood calmly beside Hong Zhan, his expression neutral, showing no signs of anger or joy, as if he had merely heard a trivial background noise. But the more he remained unresponsive, the colder those around him felt. Anyone who could rise to this level in the city's public security system was no fool. The one driving the Maybach had caused a major traffic accident under surveillance, assaulted someone, committed a hitandron, and even used 2 officers as a shield. Now he was publicly making a phone call in front of the traffic officer's recording device. With these layers of offenses stacked, it's beyond just self-destructive. After all, whoever's phone rings now has struck gold. That basically means they've written I am a protector in big letters on their face with a glowing effect. Hong Zhan spoke. All video data from the on-site recording devices, surveillance and drones must be backed up and preserved. The inspection team is to inform frontline traffic officers to supervise the law enforcement process in real time. The criminal investigation team is to analyze the suspect's communication records for subsequent evidence of someone being sought, and the intelligence center will screen the associated numbers in the call records for any local or sensitive numbers. Understood. Hong Zhan's orders were methodical and the command center quickly became busy. At this moment Zhou Xiang turned to Hong Zhan and said, "Director Hong, you handled that well." Then he turned to the staff beside him and said, "All audio and video materials from the command center this morning need to be archived by the Law Enforcement Supervision Section of the Political and Legal Committee." Understood. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Oh no. No way, someone's phone actually rang. There really is a protector. All eyes turned to the source of the sound. The source of the vibration was Su Datong, the head of the Minghai District Traffic Police Team. A third-level police officer in his 40s, he was in his prime with a promising future. Su Datong felt as if he had been shocked. His body jolted, his face turned pale, and his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He fumbled to reach for the phone in his pocket, his mind blank. Oh no. Who called? Who? I swear to God I don't know that arrogant jerk in the surveillance footage driving the Maybach. I have no connection to him at all. I don't even know his name. My 20 to 30 years of police service have been spotless. I still want to advance. I'm still young. Don't mess with me. His mind raced with thoughts, but his face had stiffened into an expressionless mask. Hong Zhan and Zhou Xiang merely glanced at him before turning their gazes away, saying nothing. But just that glance left him feeling cold all over. Other high-ranking officers either averted their gazes or continued to watch him, their faces expressionless, yet their eyes clearly conveyed admiration. Team leader Su, you are truly brave. In this situation Director Hong is personally overseeing and Secretary Zhou is present, capturing this criminal suspect. Just as the suspect finished saying you handle it, the three departments had just received orders to check communication records. At such a moment you don't silence your phone and you dare to let it ring. Do you think you've advanced too quickly and want to take a step back? Su Datong's palms were sweaty as he nervously pulled out his phone. The caller ID was a named Zhangju from the Chenghua district, the deputy director of another district bureau, a former colleague in the police system with whom he had a decent relationship. Su Datong wasn't foolish. He almost instantly guessed that Zhangju was likely the protector of the Maybach owner calling to seek a favor. As for why he called him instead of someone else, it was probably because the Maybach was stopped right on the boundary of Minghai district and Su Datong was the head of the Minghai district traffic police. His expression turned very grim. Old Zhang, do you know that with this call my political career almost got wiped out in an instant? Damn it, I'm innocent. I don't know anything. How did I get involved in this? Su Datong knew he was innocent. But would the leaders think otherwise? Would they suspect him? Would they check his call records? The phone was still vibrating. Su Datong took a deep breath, pressed the answer button and quickly said in a low voice, "Director Zhang, I'm in a meeting at the command center." After saying that, he hung up directly, then swiftly switched his phone to silent mode and tucked it deep into his pants pocket, moving as if he were hiding a hot potato. After completing this series of actions, he raised his head, straightened his back, placed his hands behind him and looked calmly at the big screen, trying to maintain an expression as if nothing had just happened. On the big screen the Minghai District Traffic Police had surrounded the Maybach tightly. The handsome Maybach owner remained in the car wearing a Bluetooth headset, expressionless, seemingly waiting for his assistant to call him back. On the other side, in the office of the Deputy Director of the Chenghua District Public Security Bureau, Director Zhang looked at his phone, which had gone black, his expression gradually sinking. He had just received a call from Assistant Zhang, who spoke in a hurried tone saying that General Manager Shang had been stopped by traffic police in the development zone and asked him to help facilitate the matter. Assistant Zhang was vague, merely stating it was a small trouble, and Director Zhang didn't think much of it. He knew that Shang Yanqing was a handsome and wealthy figure in the business world of Bashi, someone of significance. Usually for such small troubles he could resolve them with a simple phone call, and later at the dinner table they would all laugh together, leaving everyone happy. Therefore, when he found out it was an issue with the city traffic police team, he didn't hesitate and directly called the head of the Minghai District Traffic Police Team, Su Datong. He thought it was just an ordinary traffic violation, or at most a DUI check that had somehow involved Shang Yanqing. Such minor matters Su Datong should give him some face. However, when the call connected, before he could speak, Su Datong immediately fired back a terse remark and then hung up. As a deputy director of the bureau with years of experience, he had seen all sorts of situations and could discern unspoken meanings. Su Datong's words carried significant weight. He mentioned he was in a meeting at the command center, which indicated that a major case was being handled and it was under unified command from the city bureau. This also meant that the main leaders of the city bureau, possibly even the head Hongzhan, were present nearby. With leaders around, Su Datong couldn't possibly discuss anything with him, let alone offer assistance. Most critically, Su Datong hung up right after making that statement. There was no "I'll call you back later," no "what is it you want to say," not even a polite "it's not convenient right now." This was no longer just not convenient, it was an implicit message of hurry up and hang up, don't implicate me. As an experienced officer, Zhang was quick to deduce the entire scenario. The team leader being in a meeting at the city bureau indicated that Shang's case had escalated to the bureau level beyond his ability to intervene. He immediately sent a message to Assistant Zhang, "I can't manage your affair, don't contact me again." Then he deleted all call and message records. Having done all this, he slammed his phone down on the table screen facing down, then leaned back in his large leather office chair. He felt fear, he felt anxious, and he wondered how to explain the situation. He wasn't worried about Qingqing getting arrested. Whether he lived or died was of no concern to him. What he feared was the investigation. He was afraid that following the threat of Qingqing they would trace it back to him. Because he had indeed accepted money. Not once but many times. Qingqing was generous, often handing out tens of thousands. Who could resist that? Although he accepted it, he hadn't dared to spend a single cent. He had helped Qingqing with a few minor matters, all of which skirted the line. He would make a call within his authority, turning a blind eye to let it pass. He thought that no one would know, that someone of Qingqing's stature wouldn't easily fall from grace. But now he was being stopped by the city bureau, and it seemed to be serious. His mind was a chaotic mess, one moment wondering if he had left any evidence when he accepted the money, another moment worrying if Qingqing would rat him out, and yet another wondering if the city bureau's inspection team or the disciplinary committee had already set their sights on him. But at the same time there was a sliver of hope in his heart. Thinking of this, he clasped his hands together and pleaded, "Please don't investigate me. Just don't let it come back to me." The traffic police captain stared at the handsome yet cold face inside the car, which seemed to say, "You are all just small fry," counting silently for 60 seconds in his heart. This was the most cautious and respectful minute of his career. He had given the other party a full minute waiting for their so-called handling to take effect. Well, a minute has passed. The sky was still blue, the clouds still white, and no orders of release or transfer came through the radio. His own phone was also quiet. What does this indicate? It indicates that the pretentious person in front of him was not connected to the right people, at least not at this moment. It also indicated that capturing this person would likely not result in him being assigned to guard a suburban reservoir. The traffic police captain's last bit of hesitation dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating sense of impending achievement. He had already planned to have his high school son write a winning speech for him tonight. His expression hardened and his voice suddenly rose. "This is the last warning. Get out of the car and cooperate with the inspection." Inside the car, Qingqing merely shot him a cold glance, then leisurely rolled up the window. Seeing this action, the traffic police captain's eyes brightened. A rush of heat surged to his head, then split into two paths halfway. One path lifted the corners of his mouth and the other quickened his heartbeat. He had been holding back ever since this Maybach obediently pulled over, and now he finally awaited this moment. Criminals violently resisting law enforcement. The evidence is conclusive. The body camera recorded everything. This was what he had been waiting for. The traffic police captain could no longer suppress his inner excitement, shouting, "Suspect is resisting law enforcement. We will forcibly remove him according to the law. Go." Before his voice faded, the traffic police who had been pent up roared and pounced like hungry tigers. Those with window-breaking tools rushed to the front, followed by others wielding hammers and batons, while some casually picked up sharp stones from the roadside landscaping. A group surrounded the front and rear windows, putting all their strength into smashing. Bang! 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 Get out! Get out immediately! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I don't believe we can't break it. Open up! The sound of smashing glass was both muffled and loud, the commotion as great as a construction site mixed with the urgent shouts of the police. The scene became quite lively. Inside the car, Wenli was terrified, hugging her head and huddling in the back seat, completely dazed. She couldn't understand how things had escalated to this point. Wasn't the boss just here to save her? Why were the police treating them like terrorists? Why were they smashing the car? Qingqing's expression was equally grim, but he was still trying to maintain his composure. He continued to call Assistant Zhang, whose phone was unreachable, while reassuring Wenli in what he thought was a calm tone. "Don't be afraid, this window is specially designed, bulletproof glass, they can't break it." Wenli nodded tremulously but still hugged her head. He was right. The outside traffic police had been smashing for several minutes and the glass remained intact. The traffic police, out of breath, leaned on their knees, panting heavily, looking at the unyielding window with expressions filled with existential doubt. The traffic police captain also stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head reluctantly. "Stop. Don't smash anymore. This glass is bulletproof." Damn it, no wonder they dared to crash and kidnap in broad daylight. The car they used is actually a bulletproof Maybach. This is really outrageous. Is he a president? With this level of professionalism and equipment, ordinary people really can't compare. His expression changed from one of a fiancé being stolen to one of, "All right, you have some guts. Ordinary traffic police equipment can't handle your turtle shell, can it? You have to have your special police brother come to ask you to get out of the car, don't you?" He supported his slightly sore lower back, adjusted his breathing, and then picked up the radio, reporting with a hint of helplessness, "Command center, this is the interception scene. The suspect's vehicle is a bulletproof modified vehicle and the traffic police's tools cannot open the window, requesting support." In the city bureau's command center, Hong Zhan listened to the frontline traffic police report and merely nodded slightly, his face showing no surprise. He had anticipated this. A regular Maybach crashing into an SUV at that speed and angle could not possibly just cause a slight dent. Ordinary luxury car glass would have shattered long ago after that kind of beating. Only vehicles that had been specially reinforced with bulletproof glass and armored bodies could explain all this. Send the SWAT team on standby at the scene. Hong Zhan ordered through the communication channel, his tone calm. On the periphery of the scene, the SWAT team leader, who had been eagerly waiting, instantly became energized upon hearing the command. He had never imagined that what he initially thought would be a mere morale-boosting presence for today's mission would turn into this. The plan was a citywide dragnet with the SWAT team present to amplify the show of force, standing in a line to project an imposing front while the traffic police made the arrest. But the traffic police couldn't even break the car window. The car was bulletproof. He responded swiftly, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. SWAT team, copy that. Watching the disgruntled traffic officers yield their positions and establish a tighter perimeter, he knew it was their turn. The SWAT commander raised his hand and issued orders with methodical precision. Assault Team 1, close in from the front. Team 2, provide flanking cover. Move the armored vehicle up. Be cautious, the suspect may be armed. Finally a smirk touched his lips. Breaching team, prepare for explosive entry. Let's move. With the command given, the highly trained SWAT officers sprang into action. Two heavy black armored vehicles rumbled forward, one in front and one behind, using their sturdy bull bars to lock the Maybach's bumpers in a vice-like grip, immobilizing it completely. Other SWAT members swiftly formed a tactical encirclement, using the armored vehicle's doors and hoods for cover, with dark muzzles trained on the windows from every angle. The atmosphere instantly escalated from a traffic enforcement stop to a counter-terrorism operation. Through the bulletproof glass, the SWAT commander could see the handsome CEO inside. Even with all those guns aimed at him, the man's face remained expressionless. He simply frowned at his phone as if still waiting for something. The SWAT commander let out a cold laugh. Quite composed, buddy. In front of your big brothers from the SWAT team who specialize in breaching and breaking through, you still dare to sport that? What can you do to me? Look. Do you really think hiding inside a bulletproof turtle shell makes you invincible? Do you even know what assault and breaching mean? Forget a single layer of bulletproof glass. Even if you drove a bank vault out onto the street today, your SWAT big brothers would still crack it open for you. Breacher. Execute the breach. Everyone else maintain cover. The SWAT commander didn't hesitate and gave the order swiftly. A SWAT officer retrieved a shaped charge breaching device from the armored vehicle. The device looked unassuming, like a small square box. The principle was simple: an explosive charge with a metal liner in front. Upon detonation, it generates a high-temperature metal jet traveling at up to 4,500 meters per second, penetrating by focusing force on a single point. Forget bulletproof glass, it could punch a hole through thin armor plating in an instant. Of course they had even more powerful breaching tools, but there was no need for that on a bulletproof car. The SWAT officer quickly advanced, avoiding the driver's side, and pressed the small black device's adhesive base firmly onto the passenger side window. Then he pulled out the built-in detonation wire, retreated to a safe distance, and connected it to a handheld initiator. With everything set, he reported calmly into his earpiece, breach charge ready. 3, 2, 1. He pressed his thumb down firmly. Bang! A muffled sound followed with no flash or smoke. Instantly a coin-sized, perfectly round hole appeared on the passenger side bulletproof glass. The edges were molten and a web of fine cracks radiated outward. The entire window's composite structure had been fatally compromised by the internal stress, rendering it useless. However, the interlayers still held the shattered pieces together, preventing them from scattering. Go! Another SWAT officer stepped forward, wielding a short-handled window punch. He swung the hammer and struck the center of the spider web of cracks with force. Crash! The entire pane shattered into countless small granular fragments, raining down inside the car and onto the ground. The window was wide open. Two SWAT officers immediately moved in, shoving their gun muzzles directly through the opening. One dark barrel was aimed at the dazed, handsome face in the driver's seat, the other at the trembling girl behind the driver. Hands on your head. Get out of the car. Now! The roar pierced through the broken window. Xiang Yanshen's expression finally shifted to one of disbelief, as if thinking, you're actually serious. Wen Li was the first to react. Her face was as pale as paper. For the first time in her life, she had real guns pointed at her by men in black combat gear, helmets and masks. Instinctively she raised her hands, tremblingly opened the rear door and obediently got out of the car, placing both hands properly on her head. Two SWAT officers immediately approached, cuffed her with clean, efficient movements, and then flanked her as they escorted her toward the nearby armored vehicle. Seeing Wen Li taken away, Xiang Yanshen finally put down his silent phone. The call he was waiting for would never come. What Xiang Yanshen didn't know was that minutes earlier at another highway ramp, 3 men in black were being violently subdued by a group of traffic police and special agents. The assistant's phone was deftly placed into an evidence bag by an officer and stored in a police car. Xiang Yanchen took one last look at his own phone, then slowly raised his hands above his head, clasping them behind his neck. With a click, the door lock opened. He stepped out of the driver's seat, moving slowly and deliberately, clinging to a final shred of dignity even as he was being arrested. The moment his feet touched the ground, 2 SWAT officers pounced on him like wolves, forcing him to the ground, pressing a knee into his back, twisting his arms behind him and snapping cold handcuffs around his wrists. "Kid, no gun, no knife, and you still act so arrogant." Xiang Yanchen's face was pressed against the rough asphalt, his expensive suit covered in dust. He struggled, but the SWAT officer's grip was like iron. The traffic police captain watched the SWAT team escort the two into the armored vehicle, his emotions a tangled mess. There was resentment. This was his interception point. He was the first to stop the suspect, yet the SWAT team had stolen the glory and the credit for the arrest. But there was also a hint of schadenfreude. Serves you right for being arrogant, for driving a bulletproof Maybach, for refusing to get out. Feeling good now. The SWAT commander was the last to board. Before closing the door, he glanced at the traffic police captain and gave him a thumbs up. The message was clear: "Thanks, buddy. Nice support. I'll take this kill." The traffic police captain rolled his eyes. "You bastard, I'll remember this." "Fine, just you wait. Just try failing to yield to pedestrians at a crosswalk next time, or parking illegally in your private car at the mall, or riding in a bike without a helmet." The armored vehicle started, its red and blue lights flashing as it drove away from the highway exit. The captain dusted himself off, turned and signaled his men to pack up. That afternoon, in the special ward of the best tertiary hospital in Ba City. The rooms on this floor were not open to the public. Those who stayed here either had money connections or both. The room contained 2 beds. Suna's wounds had been meticulously cleaned, her forehead bandages changed several times, and ointment applied to her facial abrasions. She lay quietly asleep on the adjacent bed. Her breathing was steady, her eyelashes occasionally fluttering. Jingxiu was leaning against the other hospital bed. The blood and grime had long been washed from his face, a medical tape was stuck on his cheekbone, and a pale yellow ointment was dabbed around his eye. He held up his phone, operating it, a brand new model Tangcheng had bought for him. The loud group of rich second-generation heirs had already left, leaving behind a pile of supplements that turned the corner of the room into a small supermarket. Jingxiu had mostly processed the news they brought. The identity of the perpetrator, the rich kids had already found out and told him. Xiang Yanchen, CEO of Xiang Group. In Ba City's business world, he was a figure who could summon the wind and rain. A major taxpayer, his company's headquarters were in Changhua district, with intricate connections to officials there wielding considerable influence. This profile placed before any ordinary person would likely make them flinch. The words major taxpayer carried weight locally. They meant a significant contribution to GDP and employment, meaning that many departments would have an extra layer of consideration when dealing with related issues. But Jingxiu merely said calmly, "I understand." Tang Cheng loyally added, "Brother Lu, talk it over with your dad. If you're going to make a move, tell us. Don't go it alone." "All right." Jingxiu truly wasn't intimidated by the Shang Group. Such a massive conglomerate couldn't be toppled by just anyone. But that applied to the group itself. If its CEO broke the law, he would still end up behind bars. Those within the Shang Group eyeing the CEO position could probably line up from the top floor to the lobby. If Xiang Yanchen went in, they would only applaud and immediately begin a new round of power games. As he was thinking, a soft knock came at the door. After a moment it opened and a composed middle-aged man stepped in. He wore a simple dark sports jacket over a plain shirt with no tie, looking like any ordinary middle-aged man out for a stroll. But his neatly slicked back hair and unhurried stride lent his ordinary clothes a different aura. Seeing the visitor, Jingxiu's expression became complex. He put down his phone, sat up straight on the edge of the bed and called out, "Dad." Indeed, it was Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded slightly and casually closed the door behind him. He didn't speak immediately. His gaze swept the room. It was quite spacious, with 2 large windows letting in plenty of light. The windowsill was piled high with fruit, snacks and supplements. Then he walked over to Suna's bedside, looked down for a moment to confirm her steady breathing and deep sleep before turning and sitting down by Jingxiu's bed. "What did the doctor say?" Jingxiu replied sheepishly, "The doctor said it's nothing serious, just some superficial injuries. You'll be fine in a couple of days." As long as you're okay." Lu Feng sighed with relief, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. "The perpetrator has been caught. The city bureau is interrogating him, with the director personally overseeing it. Don't worry." Speaking of which, he was also a bit speechless. In one night they had arrested 2 CEOs. One for attempting to rape a woman by drugging her. The other was even more outrageous, causing a chain reaction car accident, assault, kidnapping and driving a bulletproof Maybach all over the city. Lu Feng was genuinely exasperated. What was wrong with young entrepreneurs these days? Did they have no respect for the law? A silence fell over the room. "I heard from Uncle Zhang that you sold that sports car." Lu Feng changed the subject, his tone casual as if making small talk. Yeah, Lu Jingxiu gave an embarrassed smile. It was too flashy. I was afraid it would cause you trouble. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at him. A warmth filled his heart. His son had matured. He didn't say much more. His main purpose for coming was to check on his children's injuries. Since everything was fine, he still had official duties to attend to. Lu Feng patted his son's shoulder and stood up. Take good care of yourself. Call me if anything comes up. He turned, walked to the door and placed his hand on the handle. He looked back at Su Nao on the bed and said to Lu Jingxiu, take care of your sister. Okay. The door closed softly, muffling the sounds from the hallway. Lu Feng walked down the quiet corridor toward the elevator. Secretary Zhang, who had been waiting by the door, immediately followed. The two walked one behind the other, their footsteps echoing softly on the polished tiles. In the car heading back to the municipal committee, Lu Feng leaned back in the rear seat and suddenly said to the City Public Security Bureau. Understood. The driver nodded. At the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Hongzhan placed the stack of interrogation materials on the table and let out a long breath. The preliminary interrogation results had come through. Shang Yanchen himself was uncooperative, refusing to speak no matter what was asked. From the moment he entered the interrogation room, he repeated only one phrase: wait for my lawyer. His expression was cold, his attitude unyielding. Sitting in the interrogation chair, his posture made it seem as though the seat was his own executive office chair. But it didn't matter. If he wouldn't talk, someone else would. His assistant, surnamed Zhang, had confessed everything within half an hour of entering the interrogation room. Though confessed wasn't quite accurate, because he never believed he had broken the law. In his view, he was merely handling matters his boss found inconvenient to deal with personally. This cognitive bias led him to speak without reservation, even with a naive air of, if I explain it clearly, you'll let me go, right? According to Assistant Zhang's testimony, the two men in the SUV were kidnappers who had abducted Wen Li. Wen Li was Shang Yanchen's secretary. After discovering this, Shang Yanchen pursued them in his car, ramming the SUV on the elevated highway to force it to a stop. After the incident, Shang Yanchen instructed Assistant Zhang to remove the two kidnappers from the scene. Assistant Jiang's exact words were, Mr. Shang just wanted to take them somewhere secluded and teach them a lesson. The officers didn't press for what teach them a lesson meant, as it was pointless. The two men were unharmed and had already admitted to the kidnapping. The preliminary classification of the case was complete. Shang Yanchen's car rammed the kidnappers' SUV, causing it to lose control and crash into Lu Jingxiu's Passat, resulting in a chain reaction accident. During the morning rush hour on the elevated highway, traffic density was extremely high. His actions constituted the crime of endangering public safety by dangerous means. This was the primary charge. Assaulting the kidnappers constituted the crime of intentional injury. Refusing to cooperate with traffic police at the scene, rolling up the car window and calling someone to handle the matter constituted the crime of obstructing official duties. With the primary charge and several subsidiary charges, combined punishment for multiple crimes would start at 8 years. Starting at meant the minimum standard. It would require connections, hiring the best lawyers, fighting fiercely in court, and using every mitigating circumstance to the fullest to achieve that number. That is, if no one died. If someone died in the chain reaction accident, even just one, the minimum would be 15 years with no upper limit. Hongzhan set down his pen, leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples. At this stage of the investigation, the facts were clear, the chain of evidence was complete, and the suspect was in custody. The case could essentially be closed. All that remained was to follow procedures, organize the case files, transfer them to the procuratorate, and await approval for arrest and prosecution. The bureau's work was nearly done. Next came internal matters. The two corrupt officers were beyond redemption, dereliction of duty to be dealt with severely. Whether they would be dismissed from public office or imprisoned depended on the disciplinary committee's findings. Hongzhan signed the report without hesitation. Another line of investigation had also been clarified. The bureau chief, who had called the traffic police detachment commander Su Datong in front of everyone at the command center, was Zhang Jiangmo, deputy director of the Chenghua District Public Security Sub-Bureau. The supervision team had already been dispatched. When Zhang Jiangmo was taken away, colleagues in the office said his face turned pale, but he said nothing and cooperatively handed over his credentials. He was now sitting in the bureau's interrogation room. The supervision team was questioning him, and the disciplinary committee had already intervened. His fate was essentially sealed. Just then an experienced veteran officer knocked and entered. Director Hong, the young woman we brought in when Li revealed crucial information during interrogation. Hongzhan nodded slightly. What information? When we asked if she knew what her boss had done, she said she saw nothing that night and knew nothing. Clearly she was protecting Shang Yanchen. But in fact we were asking about this morning's events, yet she answered about that night. Under our questioning, she finally said that on the night of May 29 her taxi broke down in the suburbs and she saw Xiang Yanchen beating a man. Xiang Yanchen noticed her, drove her home, and the next day told her the man had stolen commercial secrets from the Xiang group and had been sent to the police station, advising her not to overthink it. But we checked, no police station had any such record. The claim about sending him away was false, it never happened. Hong Zhan frowned. As a seasoned officer, he understood immediately. Good heavens! This implicated a murder case. Where did Wenli see Xiang Yanchen beating that man? At what time? Did she get the license plate? What were the man's physical characteristics? May 29, 9:00 p.m. sharp on the eastern outskirts Songlin Highway. The man being beaten was around 40, of medium build with a noticeable beer belly and short hair. The veteran officer answered without hesitation, not even glancing at his notebook, clearly having memorized the key details. Immediately retrieved surveillance footage from that area during that time. Did Xiang Yanchen's car appear? Which taxi broke down? Investigate. Understood. The veteran officer turned and left briskly. Hong Zhan sighed. If the murder was confirmed, this case escalated into a much more serious criminal offense. The previous charges were now secondary. The maximum sentence could jump directly to the death penalty. Moreover, once a murder case was discovered, it had to be solved as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and acted decisively. From now on, the Criminal Investigation Detachment will lead the effort. Deploy elite task force members to specifically investigate the lead of Xiang Yanchen suspected of murder. The original charges will proceed, but this line gets a separate team, dedicated case, dedicated handling. Simultaneously report the preliminary findings of this lead and the establishment of the task force to the Municipal Party Committee, the Municipal Procuratorate, and the Provincial Public Security Department. Yes, sir. He hung up the phone and sank back into his chair. A chain reaction accident on the elevated highway had unearthed 2 corrupt officers and a lawless tycoon that was already infuriating enough. He had caught the perpetrator, completed the interrogation, and obtained a confession. He thought he could finally catch his breath, transfer the case to the Procuratorate, and handle the internal rectification slowly. But then a young woman's careless words had unearthed a murder case. Oh, and speaking of lawless tycoons, he remembered Fu Xingzhou, who had been livestreamed during an attempted sexual assault the night before. Hong Zhan picked up the phone again regarding Fu Xingxiu's case from last night. The evidence is conclusive. If there are no issues, expedite the public notice. Handle it according to the law. Approve the arrest and initiate prosecution as appropriate. This case has high public attention, resolve it quickly to give the public an answer. Yes, sir. In the evening, the light in the hospital room softened. Lu Jingxiu leaned against the headboard, the medicinal ointment on his face already dry. He unlocked his phone and tapped open the small group chat with only 6 members. Messages were flying by rapidly. Jiao Lei brother Lu Fu Xingzhou has been arrested by the Procuratorate. The evidence is solid and it won't be long before a public prosecution is initiated. At least 2 years in prison, no doubt. Tang Cheng brother Lu awesome. Zhou Yu, how dare that bastard mess with my brother Lu's ex-girlfriend. Zhou Yu and brother Lu, we found out who Xiang Yan's backer was, the deputy director of the Chenghua District Public Security Bureau, suspected of bribery, harboring criminals, and abuse of power. He's been transferred to the disciplinary inspection. Woi Jishu, just a deputy director as a backer, and he dares to act like an outlaw. Fu Chen, exactly, you'd need to be at least brothered was level to qualify as an outlaw. Woi Jishu, get lost. Lu Jingxiu looked at the screen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He typed a reply. Lu Jingxiu, does anyone here have good connections with the Fu and Xiang families? See if we can arrange for someone to take over. Now that both CEOs are in their leader list, it's the perfect opportunity. Tang Cheng, I do. For big companies like these, my dad keeps in touch with a few vice presidents. He'll ask around and get back to you. Lu Jingxiu replied with an okay, then exited the chat to clear other unread messages. There were too many. Li Qingqing asked why he hadn't shown up at school today. He simply replied, had a little accident, he'll come back once I've recovered. Almost everyone from the tycoon's second-generation circle who had his WeChat had messaged him today, some inquiring about his injuries, others probing for details, and a few directly asking if he needed help. He replied to a few close acquaintances and sent a simple "I'm fine" to the rest. Just as he put down his phone, a soft knock came at the door. The door cracked open and a girl in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans slipped inside sideways. She first peeked at Suna, who was still sound asleep on the neighboring bed, then tiptoed to close the door gently before turning around. It was Han Xianxian. She wore light makeup, her skin fair, her almond-shaped eyes bright, and her hair tied in a high ponytail, giving her a fresh and neat appearance. She walked over to Lu Jingxiu's bed and sat down naturally. Lu Jingxiu's gaze first fell on her hands, then swept over her entire figure. Empty-handed. That's how she came. Han Xianxian noticed his look and chuckled softly, whispering, Master Lu, I figured you definitely don't like fruit or flowers, and after a car accident you probably have no appetite, so I didn't bring those tacky things. She paused, then quickly added before Lu Jingxiu could tell her to get lost, don't kick me out yet. I brought some important intel. Lu Jingxiu raised an eyebrow. What intel? Han Xianxian pulled out her phone, tapped the screen a few times and handed it to him. It was a group chat interface. The group name was Blunt Bashi Business Elite United. Scanning the member list, Lu Jingxiu spotted several familiar names. All were prominent second-generation rich kids from Bashi whose families were in manufacturing, real estate, or finance. He took the phone, scrolled up and skimmed through the chat history. The more he read, the darker his expression grew. Han Xianxian whispered quickly beside him, last night and this morning 2 CEOs from Bashi were arrested for suspected crimes, causing a huge stir in the business world. This group is a private chat for Bashi's rich kids. They think you're targeting them specifically since both CEOs were arrested after crossing paths with you. So they believe it's the second-generation officials abusing power to suppress the business community, and the talk in the group has turned ugly. Lu Jingxiu's gaze stopped on one message. That message read, the officials are overreaching. Today they can arrest CEO Shan, tomorrow any of us. Who can sleep easy? But Han Xianxian shifted her tone, lowering her voice further. After reading through it, I feel something's off. These CEOs from Bashi usually can't stand each other, they'd kill over a woman. How could they suddenly unite like this with such shared hatred? It doesn't add up. So I spent a whole day probing, buying people dinner and asking around. Guess what I found? Han Xianxian paused, deliberately blinking her almond eyes at Lu Jingxiu. He handed the phone back and played along. What did you find? Han Xianxian took the phone, leaned in closer and whispered, the one stirring things up behind the scenes might be the Yin family. Lu Jingxiu frowned. The Yin family. I heard director Yin from the provincial department got slapped in the face by you last night. Han Xianxian blinked. He brought it on himself. Han Xianxian sighed, full of regret. Why did I have to get drunk last night? Missed a great show, such a pity. But she quickly dropped the regret, turned serious and spoke with more gravity. And Xia Zhao's father is the richest man in Bash province. The Yin family's businesses span the whole country, not just in Bash province. Think about it, Master Lu. If her father personally steps in to lead, wouldn't those guilty business elites in Bashi have a snakehead to follow? A snake can't move without a head. With a leading boss, they naturally band together. But oddly enough, the Chu family, the richest in Bashi, hasn't joined. Han Xianxian was puzzled. Wasn't the Chu heiress Fu Xingqiu's fangirl? How could she stay quiet when he was already in jail? Lu Jingxiu leaned against the headboard, silent. And Xia Zhao's father, the helm of the Yin group and the richest man in Bash province. If someone of that caliber truly made a move, his influence couldn't be underestimated. He didn't care about those rich kids cursing him in the group, but if an opponent on the scale of the Yin family was organizing behind the scenes, he couldn't afford to ignore it. Han Xianxian looked at him and added, and I know you're not interested in the entertainment industry, Master Lu, but today a big star posted on social media. She tapped her phone a few times and handed the screen to Lu Jingxiu again. On the screen was a verified Weibo account with a golden V badge, a profile picture of a delicate side profile, and the username in Yuxuan. The follower count was dizzying. Lu Jingxiu couldn't be bothered to count the digits. The latest post, published at 5 p.m. today, had already amassed tens of thousands of reposts and over 100,000 comments. And Yuxuan V, I had planned to go to Bashi next week for filming, but with this incident I'm worried about the safety situation there. I'm postponing the trip for now and we'll wait and see. Prayer. The comments section had exploded. Zhuangquan's little cotton brother, protect yourself. Bashi is too chaotic now, let's not go. Crying, safety first. Bashi release, Bashi police, please give us a safe environment. Imperial Guardian Knight supporting brother's decision. Some places have collusion between officials and businessmen, lawlessness. Our brother is so pure and kind, if he goes and gets bullied, what then? Anger, don't cry brother, the night order is always behind you. Xuanxua Research Center, did brother hear some inside info? Thinking a sudden postponement must have a reason. The waters in Bashi are too deep, run brother. Well, wait for your safe return. Today also spellbound by Xuanxuan Buhu, my Bashi meet and greet is cancelled. But brother's safety is the most important. Broken heart, Bashi authorities, look. Because of your inaction, even our brother doesn't dare to go. What a bad influence. Yuxuan National Fan Club East China branch supporting brother's decision. Officials, are you there? Bashi release, Bashi police, please give an explanation. We have tens of millions of fans watching. If brother loses even one hair, we won't let it go. A grain of Xian rice, pure passerby here, just being fair, celebrities are human too, it's normal to be scared, right? 2 CEOs arrested in 2 days and with those charges. I'd be scared too. Melon eating is Bashi turning into Gotham. And Yushuan wife group official account sisters charged with me. Bashi police Bashi tourism Bashi release. If you don't give an explanation, well, repost this Weibo a million times. Let the whole country see what your public security is like. Immediately after, Han Xianxian leaned over Lu Jingxiu's shoulder, tapping on her phone, and opened several marketing accounts with substantial followings showing him each one. And Yuxuan's artist team revealed that due to recent consecutive safety incidents in Bashi, they are considering cancelling local filming plans. Is Bashi still safe? Artist team calls for attention to filming location safety. At the same time, several certified producers, directors and celebrities, both big and small, had also forwarded this message. The comments section was as lively as a denunciation rally, with comments tagging the relevant Bashi departments flooding in one after another. Lu Jingxiu let out a cold laugh. A public opinion offensive, was it? Using the influence of celebrities and the seemingly legitimate reason of safety concerns to manipulate public sentiment and create pressure. Two CEOs being arrested had, in some people's words, turned into Bashi's harsh business environment. Collusion between officials and businesses in Bashi, and Bashi is unsafe. The posting rhythm of these accounts was so uniform he couldn't believe there wasn't someone behind it. The infamily's move was insidious and practiced. Your news came just in time, Lu Jingxiu said, shifting his gaze from the phone screen to Han Xianxian beside him. Next time I get a chance, I'll treat you to a meal. Han Xianxian nodded, her eyes curving into crescents. Then you owe me 2 meals. Lu Jingxiu was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that last night at the club he had casually said, "I'll treat you next time." This girl had quite the memory. But her information had indeed come at a critical moment. If she hadn't actively come to tell him today, by the time he discovered this online public opinion offensive himself, it would have been too late. Lu Feng's attention was entirely focused on Shan Yanquan's case and internal rectification today. He probably hadn't had time to pay attention to these ripples in the entertainment industry. The official media and propaganda department of Bahang province had likely noticed it, but following their standard procedure, they would first try to handle it themselves, suppress it if possible, take a cold approach if they could, and only report it upward if it became impossible to contain. By then public opinion would have already fermented and the negative impact would have spread. Han Xianxian tilted her head, watching Lu Jingxiu's contemplative profile. After a moment of thought, she spoke up. "Young Master Lu, do you need my help? My family has some connections in the entertainment industry. I can help amplify your voice." Lu Jingxiu looked up at her upon hearing this. She seemed like a warm-hearted young girl with a pure smile and a straightforward way of speaking. But there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He didn't believe Han Xianxian would offer help without expecting something in return. The 2 pieces of information she provided last night and tonight, although important, were essentially things he would have learned sooner or later. The value of the time difference was worth a meal. But if she used her connections to help him build momentum in the entertainment industry, that would be a completely different matter. That wouldn't be settled with just 1 meal or even several. Behind this lay an exchange of resources, a personal favor. And a favor that required the son of the Municipal Party Secretary to use his connections to repay would certainly not be trivial. What was he thinking? Lu Jingxiu shook his head inwardly. "Thank you, but no need." He refused decisively. If he got involved, it would mean his father was involved. So the other party wanted his father to repay the favor. That would be a huge deal. Getting a few celebrities to shout a few words for her in exchange for that. What wishful thinking. If the infamily wanted to use public opinion to pressure him, he had other ways to deal with it. There was no need to owe such a big favor now. Rejected. Han Xianxian showed no surprise on her face, she just blinked. Lu Jingxiu thought for a moment and decided it was better to be direct. With someone as straightforward as Han Xuanxuan, beating around the bush would only feel wrong. He looked at her. "Why did you suddenly come to tell me this tonight?" "Miss Han, I recall that our relationship hasn't reached this point yet, has it? If you have any needs, you can say them directly." Han Xianxian was stunned for a moment, probably caught off guard by his unconventional directness. She blinked and honestly confessed, "And Xiaozhao asked someone to tell me to come and inform you. She said if you want to be friends with her, you should go and apologize to her. I figured since I was already here, I might as well tell you everything I know." "Just an apology will do." Lu Jingxiu leaned against the headboard, a faint knowing smile on his lips. The eldest miss and had gone to all this trouble just to make him bow his head and say sorry. No way. And Xiaozhao said to meet and talk, but I think there will probably be other demands then. Han Xianxian shrugged, her expression clearly saying, "I'm just a messenger tool." Lu Jingxiu let out a meaningful oath. "So it seems Miss Han has become the infamily's spokesperson." Han Xianxian rolled her eyes, her tone carrying a hint of resentment that said, "Easy for you to say, young Master Lu. You're not afraid of her, but how dare I offend her?" "A clear conscience laughs at false accusations," Lu Jingxiu said with a look of disappointment. "Even if her grandfather is a general, what can he really do to your family? Come on, Han Xianxian pursed her lips, speaking frankly without trying to save face. Forget her grandfather casually chatting with an old comrade in arms. My poor precarious father might have to switch to delivering food delivery. And on her father's side, the richest man in Bahang province, if he just names a number, the one in a car accident this morning would have been my family. Then I might not have been as lucky as you. Lu Jingxiu. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this Miss Han's personality? A bit too honest. Was this the kind of truth you could just blurt out like that? And besides, Han Xianxian sighed, her tone softening as if explaining or comforting herself. She just asked me to come and tell you. It's not like she asked me to do anything bad. Passing a message so I don't offend either side. I didn't really have a choice. At this point she couldn't help adding, it's all your fault. Last night at the banquet you had to take the initiative to say you'd buy me a drink. Once the gossip spread, the Yin family thought you and I were close, so they came to me. Lu Jingxiu curled his lip inwardly. With the Yin family behaving like this, as long as his father submitted a report to the higher-ups without having to act himself, there would naturally be people in the capital happy to match the Yin family with opponents. After all, which big shot wasn't looking for some political achievements? This convenient father of his wasn't as simple as he seemed. There was no need for him to go and apologize. Still, it might be worth going to see to feel out the enemy's position. Alright, mission accomplished. Han Xianxian clapped her hands, slipped her phone back into her small bag and looked Lu Jingxiu up and down. By the way, young Master Lu, are your injuries okay? Just a flesh wound, I'm fine. Good to hear. Han Xianxian stood up, smoothing the back of her clothes. With the serious talk over, she visibly relaxed, her professional demeanor fading as she reverted to the cheerful gossip girl. Suddenly remembering last night, her expression shifted from cheerful to plaintive. Young Master Lu, you were really something last night. She crossed her arms, looking down at Lu Jingxiu in the hospital bed, her eyes full of accusation. My legs were weak and you didn't even help me up. I ended up rolling off you. Lu Jingxiu retorted without hesitation, you drank too much yourself. Who's to blame? Han Zuangshuan's expression grew even more resentful, her lips pouting slightly. Young Master Lu, I gave you everything I could last night and this is how you treat me. Lu Jingxiu's mouth twitched. Everything you could give. All you gave was the information you overheard from your father. And you didn't even give the important stuff. Seeing Lu Jingxiu silent, Han Xianxian sighed, fine, my fault. My fault for drinking too much, my fault for having weak legs, my fault for asking for it. She said no more and turned toward the door. Alright, I won't keep you from recovering. If you decide you want to be friends with the eldest miss, and send me a message and I'll pass it on. With that she pulled open the door and disappeared through it, the door gently clicking shut behind her. The hospital room fell silent again. On the bed beside him, Suna, who had been lying with her eyes closed pretending to be asleep, quietly opened her eyes. Her pupils were filled with shock mingled with a trace of grievance and bitterness. She had heard. She had heard everything. This girl had said her legs were too weak to stand last night and her brother hadn't helped her, so she had rolled off him. Her brother said she had drunk too much and the girl said she had given him everything she could. Rolled off him, given everything she could. An image uncontrollably formed in her mind and she shook her head frantically, trying to get rid of it, but it wouldn't go away. Suna yanked the blanket over her face. She felt utterly terrible, her mind buzzing as if a little person inside was frantically banging gongs and drums. Her brother last night had actually gone to roll in the sheets. He had a woman outside. He wasn't like this before. Saturday, 11:30 in the morning. A private kitchen restaurant in the central business district of Ba City. Its decor followed a neo-Chinese style with warm lighting and tables spaced far apart, ensuring neither a sense of crowding nor the risk of eavesdropping. Most diners here were business hosts or regulars who preferred privacy. In a booth by the window corner, Lu Jingxiu looked down at his phone. The wounds on his face were mostly covered with thin scabs slightly darker than his skin. Though no longer alarming, they were still noticeable from a distance. Strictly speaking, he should have stayed home to recover today, but he simply had no time to rest. The wealthy second-generation heirs in Ba City, led by the Yin family, were subtly beginning to unite. Although no concrete actions had been taken, this posture itself was of course, the official second-generation faction was no pushover either. Having done business in Ba City for years, many enterprises stood firmly with the government. Some had maintained good ties with officials, while others understood that siding with the government would bring greater benefits such as faster approvals or prioritized policy support. But the business world split in two would inevitably breed internal strife, harming the political achievements of his father and Tang Cheng's father. Poor economic data and a questioned investment climate would put the leadership under scrutiny. The simplest and most effective solution was to have the business leader of Ba City step forward. If the Chu family, Ba City's wealthiest, clearly sided with the government to maintain stability across all industries, the remaining second-generation heirs would pose no threat. Even if they remained unruly, it wouldn't matter. With the leader's endorsement, the major sectors would stabilize. For the few dissenters, the government had plenty of ways to teach them cooperation. Thus Lu Jingxiu asked Han Xianxian to arrange a meeting with the Chu family's daughter Qingqing. He obtained her contact information through Han Xianxian. Han Xianxian quickly grasped Lu Jingxiu's intention behind meeting Qingqing. Despite her low opinion of Qingqing, she acted efficiently and immediately shared Qingqing's WeChat with Lu Jingxiu. Qingqing politely accepted Lu Jingxiu's invitation. Just as he finished replying to a message from Tang Cheng, a slight stir arose near the restaurant entrance. Several male diners unconsciously lifted their heads, their gazes drifting toward the door. Lu Jingxiu looked up, put away his phone and stood. A woman entered wearing a custom French-style fitted dress with an asymmetrical hem, shorter in the front, longer in the back. As she walked, the skirt fluttered, revealing a pair of long, straight, dazzlingly fair legs. She wore beige strappy heels that clicked steadily and lightly against the marble floor. The newcomer was none other than Qingqing, the Chu family's heiress. What surprised Lu Jingxiu was that Qingqing had put on light makeup today. At the last banquet she had worn bold makeup, deep dark eyeliner and heavy red lipstick. Despite her good features, she had made herself look like a fighting cock. But today she had only a touch of eyeshadow and cherry pink lipstick, enhancing her naturally exquisite face with a stunning softness. She looked every bit the well-bred elegant heiress, a world apart from the Qingqing of before. "Miss Chu, please have a seat," Lu Jingxiu said politely, pulling out the chair across from him. Qingqing nodded back, her tone equally courteous. "Young Master Lu." She smoothed her skirt and sat down opposite him. Lu Jingxiu raised a hand and a waiter hurried over, first handing the menu to Qingqing. She took it, flipped through, scanned the options and casually pointed at 2 or 3 dishes before sliding the menu back to Lu Jingxiu. Lu Jingxiu took the menu without looking at it and said directly to the waiter, "One of every signature dish." The waiter collected the menu, said, "Please wait a moment," and left. Lu Jingxiu picked up his glass of lemon water, took a sip, then set it down and looked at Qingqing across the table. Something was off. Qingqing was acting very strangely today. At that banquet he had mocked her mercilessly. With her vengeful nature, why was she being so polite now? Moreover, the restaurant he had chosen today, though highly rated, was only mid-range in price, most dishes costing around 500 to 600. As the son of the party secretary during this sensitive period when the Yin family was stirring trouble, this was the highest-end restaurant he could afford to visit. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a private kitchen costing hundreds of thousands per meal, but it would be unwise. Visiting such a place would hand the Yin family ammunition. That was what bothered him most. What kind of person was Qingqing? Given her usual demeanor upon seeing the prices on the first page of the menu, she would have already started mocking. "How dare you invite me to a place like this?" She would likely have stood up and left without a second thought, let alone order. What standard of dining was she used to? Lu Jingxiu pulled out his phone, opened Han Xuanxuan's chat and quickly typed a line. "Lu Jingxiu, what standard of dining is Qingqing used to?" Han Xuanxuan, "She wouldn't even step into a place under 6 figures. Lu Jingxiu, and if she does come in?" Han Xuanxuan, "Then she's probably in love." The reply came swiftly. Lu Jingxiu turned off his phone screen and set it down. So Qingqing had not only come but also sat down and ordered. Not only that, but her attitude toward him today was also very polite, utterly unlike her. Could it be that after being mocked by him that night she had had an epiphany? Had she changed her ways? A thought flashed through Lu Jingxiu's mind. Though it seemed absurd, his heart raced a little faster. He decided to test the waters. "Miss Chu," he said with a slight smile, "have you heard about CEO Fu?" At the mention of that name, Qingqing's composure nearly cracked. CEO Fu Xingzhou. The childhood sweetheart whom the original Qingqing had pined over for over a decade, loving him desperately, willing to do anything to possess him. Unbidden memories of the original Qingqing seeking out Fu Xingzhou surged up. Dressing up to wait for him at the Fu Group headquarters only to be met with cold indifference. At banquets approaching him with a wineglass only to be ignored. Sending countless messages to Fu Xingzhou, all left unread and unanswered. At a banquet being publicly slapped in the face by that White Lotus female lead, becoming a laughingstock. Then the next day she learned that on the very night she had transmigrated, Fu Xingzhou had been livestreamed doing something unspeakable to a girl and had been arrested. At the thought, Qingqing couldn't help but show a blatantly disgusted, exasperated, and "what the hell is this" expression. No matter how handsome he was, at his core he was a criminal. How could the original have fallen for such a brainless, lust-driven tycoon? What was she after? His lawless audacity. His 3-to-life sentence. She felt that her first mission after transmigrating wasn't to inherit the Chu family but to clean up the embarrassing history of the original's obsessive devotion. She collected herself, picked up her water glass and said flatly, "I know. He got caught." Lu Jingxiu's brow twitched slightly. So calm. Wasn't she previously so ardently devoted that everyone in their circle knew about it? In Ba City's socialite circles, who didn't know that the Chu family's eldest daughter had been throwing herself at Fu Xingzhou for years, abandoning all face, dignity and pride, a living saga of a desperate admirer's tragic history. She had been willing to die for Fu Xingzhou, and when slapped by his lover at a banquet she hadn't dared to utter a word, just sat drinking alone all night. Now that Fu Xingzhou was arrested she dismissed it with such a casual remark. Miss Chu, Lu Jingxiu said with a smile, probing, I heard CEO Fu was your childhood sweetheart. Would you like me to help get him out? The charges are serious, but with some maneuvering it's not entirely impossible. Chu Jin raised her eyes, glanced at him and offered a polite smile. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lu, but he deserves what he got. At that answer Lu Jingxiu's heart raced. Under what circumstances would a desperate admirer suddenly stop pining? A former sycophant who had once groveled before the entire city's elite, becoming a laughingstock for years, now reacted to the news of the man he had pursued for so long being arrested with only 5 words. He deserved it. Lu Jingxiu leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the exquisitely beautiful face across from him, his heartbeat quickening. He thought of himself. Before he had transmigrated, the original host had also been Li Qingqing's sycophant, chasing her with a scandalous fervor, throwing all dignity to the wind. But after his transmigration he immediately cut ties with Li Qingqing without a trace of reluctance. The one who should have been trapped in a chaste wife crematorium, utterly devoted to Li Qingqing, suddenly stopped pursuing her because a new soul had taken over. The wealthy young lady who should have been obsessed with the CEO, consumed by venomous jealousy and mindless arrogance, suddenly became normal, rational, and even began to disdain the CEO. Could it also be because a new soul had taken over? He rested his arms on the table, hands clasped, staring unblinkingly at Chu Jin across from him. Miss Chu, have you ever felt that sometimes when you wake up, you find the world is different from before? Chu Jin's heart skipped a beat, then began to race wildly, thumping against her chest. Those words. What did they mean? This man Lu Jingxiu, who had only met the original host once and even had a grudge, why would he ask such a question? Her eyes widened involuntarily, her pupils contracting slightly as she stared back at him. She had never told anyone that she was a transmigrator. Not even her cheap father had noticed anything unusual. After arriving she had carefully mimicked the original host's habits, trying not to act too out of character. Her only mistake was probably forgetting that the original host was a sycophant who wore heavy makeup while she had only applied light makeup today for convenience. But based on just that, how could he possibly guess? Could he really see through her? Was this man a demon? Perhaps he was just making casual conversation and she was overthinking. She forced herself to steady her expression, widened her eyes, tilted her head and put on a puzzled look, her voice innocent. Young Master Lu, what do you mean? Lu Jingxiu saw it. He didn't miss the momentary widening of Chu Jin's eyes nor her hesitation that lasted at least 5 seconds. A normal person upon hearing such a random question would first react with confusion or a laugh. But she didn't. She froze first, then added the puzzled expression afterward. Her acting was decent, but the reaction was a beat too slow. It was already too late. Moreover, this wasn't how Chu Jin should have reacted. He narrowed his eyes slightly and curled his lips. You're not Chu Jin. You've transmigrated, haven't you? At that moment Chu Jin's mind went completely blank. She could no longer control her expression, staring at Lu Jingxiu's face in utter shock. Lu Jingxiu said nothing, just watched the shifting expressions of shock on her face. That look was practically an admission. Chu Jin took a deep breath, forcing down the storm inside her, and tried to mimic the original Chu Jin's haughty, aloof tone. Young Master Lu, are you joking? This joke isn't funny. With that she stood up to escape. I suggest you watch fewer cliché time travel dramas. She dropped those words and turned to leave. But just as she turned, Lu Jingxiu's lazy voice came from behind. Miss Chu, in this world there are no time travel related films or dramas. Chu Jin's footsteps halted. Lu Jingxiu's voice continued unhurriedly. In fact, there isn't even the concept of time travel. But he shifted his tone, adding a hint of amusement. You didn't ask me what time travel means. He leaned back in his chair, watching her frozen silhouette, and smiled. Stop pretending. Sit down and talk. A tsunami of turmoil raged within Chu Jin's heart. If this world truly had no concept of time travel, then her words were an instant self-exposure. She took a deep breath, forced herself to turn around and struggled to put on a puzzled expression. Young Master Lu, what are you talking about? I'm not lying to you, Lu Jingxiu said, his smile deepening as he looked at her. Search online yourself and you'll see. He wasn't in a hurry at all. No matter her personality, unless she was a born schemer, his chain of questions would surely shake her mind, preventing her from reacting correctly. In truth, even if she walked away right now, Lu Jingxiu couldn't do anything to her. Chu's father would never believe an outsider telling him, your daughter has been replaced by another soul. Saying something like that would only make Lu Jingxiu look like a lunatic. But Chu Jin didn't realize that at all. Her mind was consumed with, what if him found out? She was utterly panicked, only wanting to know what this man across from her intended to do. So Chu Jin obediently sat back down, pulled out her phone and frantically searched. She searched online. Yet indeed this world had no works related to time travel. Lu Jingxiu was right. She had truly been exposed. Chu Jin put down her phone, her face turning pale. She looked up, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Then how did you know? She murmured, and then a sudden thought burst into her mind, making her gasp. Are you also a transmigrator? Jingxiu smiled, leaning back in his chair. He said nothing, but everything was understood without words. Just then a waiter approached with a tray, beginning to serve the dishes. Delicate plates of food were placed on the table, their aromas filling the air. Go ahead, try it, Jingxiu said, picking up his chopsticks and gesturing at the dishes. Oh. Jin didn't know what to say, her mind still in chaos. She mechanically picked up her chopsticks and took a small bite. They ate in silence for a while. Jin's mind was still processing the bombshell that Jingxiu was also a transmigrator. Jingxiu didn't rush to speak either. He ate a few bites unhurriedly, occasionally glancing at the clearly distracted girl across from him. When he was nearly done, he set down his chopsticks, took a sip of water, and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Jin also put down her chopsticks, looked at Jingxiu, and pursed her lips. She had never imagined that she would encounter a fellow transmigrator. But since she had been seen through, there was no point in pretending anymore. Keep living as the rich heiress and stay away from all the story characters, she answered honestly. That had been her only thought since arriving. Story characters. Jingxiu raised an eyebrow, catching the key phrase. You know which world you've transmigrated into? Yes, Jin nodded. Since they were both transmigrators, there was nothing to hide. This is a CEO novel. I transmigrated into the villainous. The male lead is Fu Xingzhou. She paused, a look of confusion crossing her face. But I never expected Fu Xingzhou to be arrested. That wasn't in the original plot. He was supposed to have a torrid love affair with the heroine and end up together. And there was no Qingqing in the original story either. The plot now is so twisted even the author probably wouldn't recognize it. What about me? Jingxiu asked. You. Jin tilted her head, mentally scanning the characters from the original novel, then shook her head with certainty. You weren't in the book. Jingxiu was silent. He figured he must be from another book. Jin's curiosity was piqued. She leaned forward and asked, "Tell me about yourself." Jingxiu thought briefly and said succinctly, "My father is Lu Feng, the city's party secretary." Jin was taken aback. Who asked about your father? I asked about you. Oh. Jingxiu didn't intend to reveal all his secrets. He simply explained the original host's situation. A sycophant who had chased Qingqing with a city-wide scandal. After transmigrating, he immediately cut ties and discovered that this world seemed off. I think this might be a world fused from many works, he stated his judgment. It's not just your CEO novel. Jin took a sip of water and said nothing. Harassed the situation, Jingxiu brought the conversation back to business, his tone turning serious. Because I arrested two CEOs, Fu Xingzhou and Shang Yanshan, the capital of the CEO world is being led by the Yin family to unite and cause trouble. He looked at Jin with a direct and honest gaze. So I need your help. The Chu family is the richest in the CEO world. If your father takes a stand on the side of the authorities, those rich second-generation heirs won't be able to stir up any trouble. Jin thought for a moment and shook her head with a firm refusal. I don't want to get involved in any plot. I just want to live quietly as a rich heiress, eat, drink, shop, and enjoy my comfortable life. Jingxiu looked at her, paused for a few seconds, and used a classic tactic from the Warring State strategists. Miss Chu, helping me is also helping yourself. Otherwise your Chu family is doomed. Jin was not someone easily intimidated. She leaned back in her chair, unconvinced. Young Master Lu, are you trying to scare me with exaggerated claims? Jingxiu shook his head. He moved his water cup aside and crossed his hands on the table, officially entering negotiation mode. You must remember, this is a real world. Here a single wrong decision or a misplaced alliance could lead to the downfall of an entire family. Have you ever considered how Boss Chu became successful? He climbed to the position of the richest in the market step by step, having offended countless people along the way. How many people wanted to bring your Chu family down? Jin frowned, slightly unfazed by his words. What you're saying is just empty threats. Offending people is nothing. My cheap old dad can remain in his position as the richest precisely because of his abilities, and means he's not someone who can just be toppled. No one dared to touch the Chu family before because no one had the guts. Jingxiu was not angry. He calmly continued her train of thought, but things are different now. The Yin family wants to retaliate against me, and your Chu family hasn't taken a stand. He elaborated. Everyone in the circle knows that you miss Chu, or President Fu's devoted admirer. Ahem. Jingxiu cleared his throat, maintaining a straight face. I mean tiger, yes, like the animal you pursue President Fu with the courage and fearlessness of a tiger. He paused for a moment and added, sorry, my English has a bit of an accent. Jin looked at him expressionlessly. Young Master Lu, there's no need to be so polite. You didn't say anything wrong. The original owner was indeed a devoted admirer. Lu Jingxiu nodded and continued, since I sent President Fu to the police station, logically your Chu family should at least show some support even if you don't stand up for him. However, this time your Chu family has made no move at all. What does that indicate? He rhetorically answered himself. For the Yin family, your Chu family's neutrality actually means you are on our side. Because the Yin family is targeting me, logically you should be the most anxious, yet you haven't helped them. The Yin family wants to extend their reach into the market, but with my father here and the mayor's son being my brother, they currently have no way in politically. But what about commercially? Your Chu family is their biggest competitor. Lu Jingxiu smiled slightly. Miss Chu, the cake is only so big. If this time your Chu family is significantly weakened or even toppled, that would be a great fall or revival for all. With the Yin family leading the charge, others only need to give a little push. He took a sip of water to clear his throat and concluded, without our official backing, do you think the richest in the market can withstand the richest in the province? Chu Jin fell silent. She couldn't deny that Lu Jingxiu had a point. The Yin family was the richest in the province, significantly larger than the Chu family. If the Yin family truly set their minds on using this opportunity to swallow the Chu family and there was no official support behind them, the outcome could indeed be dire. But our Chu family could stand with the Yin family, Chu Jin ventured. Lu Jingxiu looked at her, his face displaying an expression of "you're foolish," with his brows furrowing. Can you think for a moment? His tone was blunt. The Yin family only dares to test us with one move: sending a celebrity to tweet and getting a few marketing accounts to create a buzz, nothing more. They don't even dare to confront us directly. How can you expect the Chu family to take a stand and serve as cannon fodder? The Yin family is large and powerful, with industries spread across the country. Even if they face setbacks in the market, they can still profit elsewhere. What about your Chu family? Your foundation is all in the market. Why are you so eager to clear the market for other businesses? The family business your cheap old dad worked a lifetime to build, and you want to stir trouble for him with a bunch of officials. Lu Jingxiu criticized without holding back, eyeing her with a frown. You can't be a spy from the Chu family's enemies, can you? Here to ruin the family. Even the original owner, whose mind was filled with men, wouldn't dare to do this. You should just go chase after men. He'll consider this a favor for your father. Chu Jin felt somewhat embarrassed by his barrage of words. She wasn't a business warfare expert. She had just arrived a few days ago. How could she understand these intricacies? What kind of tone was this? So fierce, couldn't he speak properly? All right, young Master Lu. Chu Jin nodded, softening her tone. I'll listen to you. Lu Jingxiu felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He believed his words were not in vain. He had explained logically, scolded when necessary, and ultimately had to appeal to emotions to wrap things up. We are both from the same hometown. His tone softened, carrying a hint of sincerity. We should support each other and help one another. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. As long as we join forces in business and politics, we can withstand any enemies we face. After saying this, he stood up and extended his right hand. Chu Jin also smiled faintly, stood up and shook hands with Lu Jingxiu. His hand was warm, firm and dry, and when she held it, it brought a sense of security. With Lu Jingxiu's words, she felt that she was not alone in this world. At least there was one person like her who was considered an outsider in this world. Lu Jingxiu said, you go back and tell your father. I'll also go back and tell mine. As for the specific cooperation details, let the two families discuss it. Well, just connect them. Chu Jin nodded. On the other side in the municipal office, Lu Feng put down his phone, removed his reading glasses and rubbed his brow. Just now his son called, saying he had negotiated with the Chu family's young lady. The Chu family was willing to stand with the authorities and stabilize the business world in the market. As for the specifics of the collaboration, his son did not elaborate, only saying that the parents on both sides should sit down and talk. Lu Feng picked up his teacup and took a sip, revealing a satisfied expression. This kid is becoming more mature, already knowing how to share the burden with his old father. The Chu family is the richest in the market. Their influence in the business world is significant. With the Chu family stepping in, those rich second-generation kids stirred up by the Yin family won't be able to create much of a wave. With this, the business world will stabilize and handling matters in the political arena will be much easier. As for another matter his son mentioned on the phone. The Yin family, utilizing connections, found a big celebrity to create a buzz online and tarnish the reputation of the market security. Lu Feng merely smiled, telling his son not to worry. After so many years in politics, what storms hasn't he seen? This little trick is no big deal for him. He put his reading glasses back on, took up his phone and leisurely scrolled through Weibo. And Yechuan's tweet had already made it to the top 20 trending topics, with fans tagging official media in the comments section with tens of thousands of replies. Several marketing accounts joined in the fun, with headlines increasingly exaggerated and the comments section filled with various sarcastic remarks. Lu Feng flipped through them one by one, his expression unchanged, even slightly raising the corners of his mouth in a smile. The Yin family. Is this all they've got? He put down his phone, took off his reading glasses, wiped the lenses with a cloth and then firmly picked up the landline on the table. Secretary Zhang, he said, his voice steady as usual. Once the call connected, you need to handle 3 matters. First, have the Public Security Bureau compile the public security data from the past 2 years, especially the incidence and resolution rates of criminal cases as well as the public satisfaction ratings regarding safety. It must be detailed and accurate. Second, contact the propaganda department and have them immediately initiate the emergency plan for public opinion management and also coordinate with the Internet Information Office. Third, reach out to influential local public figures including entrepreneurs, model citizens, representatives of those who have acted bravely, and several well-regarded local internet celebrities. Encourage them to voluntarily speak out. What we want is not the usual official rhetoric but the genuine feelings of the common people. Understood, Secretary. Secretary Zhang replied on the other end of the line, his tone crisp and efficient. After hanging up, Lu Feng scrolled through his contacts, found the number of President Han from the Bashi Daily and dialed. The phone rang twice before it was answered. President Han. Lu Feng's voice came through calm as if discussing everyday matters. Have you seen the trending topics online? Yes, Secretary. President Han's voice came through the receiver laced with seriousness. I was just about to report this matter to you. Lu Feng acknowledged, his tone unchanged. Coordinate with several mainstream local media outlets to publish some commentary articles. Emphasize that this celebrity has never lived in Bashi, not even for a day, and his remarks lack factual basis. Such irresponsible statements, are they out of concern for safety or do they have ulterior motives? President Han fell silent for 2 seconds on the other end, his expression turning serious. He understood. The secretary's words implied raising the nature of this incident. From a trivial entertainment news piece about celebrity complaints about public security, it needed to escalate into a political issue of maliciously smearing the image of Bashi. The former is an administrative service issue where the processing flow merely involves investigation and verification, correcting what is wrong and acknowledging what is right, with the official possibly responding politely with a "thank you for your supervision." But the latter would be classified as negative public sentiment, falling under the jurisdiction of the propaganda and public security departments. The handling approach would be completely different. Controlling public opinion, investigating the behind-the-scenes instigators, and pursuing legal responsibilities would have a fundamentally different nature. Understood, Secretary. President Han replied solemnly, I will arrange it immediately. After hanging up, Lu Feng leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. He thought for a moment and picked up the phone again, dialing another number. Secretary Zhang, I have something to report to you. Lu Feng's tone was slightly more formal than before, carrying the sense of a subordinate reporting to a superior. On the other end, Secretary Zhang's steady voice came through. Go ahead. Recently there has been an incident in Bashi where a celebrity posted online claiming that our public security is poor, which has affected his filming schedule, Lu Feng stated succinctly. I reviewed the online reactions and this matter is escalating rapidly. I am concerned that if not handled properly it could impact the business environment and external image of the entire province. I would like to bring this up in the standing committee meeting to see if the province can provide coordinated guidance. Secretary Zhang pondered for a moment as if weighing the matter. A few seconds later he spoke up, his voice still steady. All right, prepare the materials and we will discuss it in the meeting on Monday. Sure. Lu Feng replied. After hanging up with Secretary Zhang he did not pause and dialed another number. This is Lu Feng. Secretary Lu. On the other end, Minister Miao from the Provincial Propaganda Department spoke politely. Old Miao, I need to discuss something with you. Lu Feng maintained a neutral expression, but his tone carried a hint of warmth as if chatting among old friends. There's a celebrity in Bashi posting online claiming our public security is poor. I took a look and this matter seems off, showing signs of intentional exaggeration and manipulation. It could involve maliciously defaming our provincial city image, which would negatively impact the business environment. I have already briefed Secretary Zhang about this and it will be discussed in the meeting next Monday. Minister Miao quietly listened on the other end of the line without interrupt. However, Lu Feng paused before continuing. The speed of online dissemination is rapid. By waiting until Monday to discuss, the negative impact could already spread. I suggest that the Provincial Propaganda Department take this seriously, first coordinating guidance to clarify what needs to be clarified and controlling what needs to be controlled. We cannot allow this false information to continue to fester. Additionally, if the situation is true, we should report it to the Central Internet Information Office as appropriate, seeking support and addressing the related malicious hype according to the law and regulation. This is not only for Bashi but also for maintaining the overall image of our province. After listening, Minister Miao nodded on the other end of the line and replied, understood, Secretary Lu, I will handle this matter. After hanging up, Minister Miao leaned back in his office chair and smiled wryly. He couldn't fathom what kind of wind in Jia had blown, and their capabilities were not impressive, yet they dared to take a shot at Lu Feng. Lu Feng on the surface appeared unassuming, yet anyone who could serve as the secretary in the provincial capital must have fought their way through a crowd. Moreover, he is a candidate member. Even Secretary Zhang consults him during discussions and meetings. In Lu Feng's eyes, Jia's level of public relations tactics was probably akin to child's play. Originally the celebrity from Anjia was smearing Bashi, but with Lu Feng leveraging the situation it directly elevated to smearing the entire province. The adversary shifted from the Bashi official to the provincial government, transforming from a high-ranking deputy ministerial official to a group of provincial and departmental officials. The hierarchy was completely different. What was most crucial was that once the provincial government coordinated control and reported to the Central Internet Information Office, it would become a cross-provincial collaborative response, and the artist from Anjia would likely be blacklisted across the entire province. In the future, trying to film, hold concerts or conduct business activities in the province would face significant approval barriers. However, one is from our provincial committee while the other is an artist with a background of military generals and wealthy tycoons. The importance of each is already quite clear. Although it was said that it would be discussed in the standing committee, the outcome was predictable. The secretary would definitely support Lu Feng, as the image of the provincial capital represents the face of the province. When a celebrity claims that Bashi is unsafe, it implies that the whole province is unsafe. It strikes at the face of the entire province. As for the military general from Anjia, he should first find someone who can counter Lu Feng in the standing committee of Bashi. Minister Miao stopped overthinking and picked up the internal phone on his desk. Shall he contact media outlets at all levels in the province to collectively release positive reports to counter negative public opinion? At the same time, in the name of the Provincial Propaganda Department, report to the Central Internet Information Office requesting nationwide public opinion management support. Notify the propaganda departments of each city to activate the coordinated public opinion mechanism, standardizing our message. Understood, came the crisp reply from the other end of the line. The official machinery of Bahang province moved with alacrity. As soon as the public security data from the past 2 years was released, law enforcement swiftly followed. The Public Security Department of Bahang province declared that the cyberspace security authorities would continue the special Clean Net campaign. Subsequently, police departments across Bahang cities issued collective statements. Bahang City Cyber Police v. Recently, our city's public security organs dismantled a network water army syndicate operating under the guise of online promotion, apprehending 15 suspects and seizing operational mobile phones. Bahang East City Public Security Bureau v. During routine work, our cyberspace security department discovered a cultural media company suspected of organizing a network water army. Bahang South Cyber Police v. Following the unified deployment of higher-level public security organs, our bureau assisted police from other provinces in successfully destroying a massive interprovincial network water army den. With the police taking the lead, official media in every city quickly followed. Bahang Provincial Radio and Television Station v. Let Facts Speak govern the internet by law. Recently, certain online accounts have spread false information, maliciously tarnishing our province's urban image. Bahang City Daily: maintaining a clean cyberspace is everyone's responsibility. The digital realm is the shared spiritual home of hundreds of millions of people. Purifying the online environment, combating network water armies. Bahang East News Network: manage and govern the internet according to law. Let rumors stop with the ruler. The key to governing online rumors lies in governance. A certain news website recently: public security organs in multiple regions have severely cracked down on network water armies, achieving remarkable results. From the provincial level down to the municipal level and even other provinces, official media published commentary articles one after another, unified in tone and clear in stance. Seeing this momentum, the heads of social media platforms immediately sided with the authorities before any official summons, beginning to assist cyber police in controlling comments, deleting posts and banning accounts. Public opinion reversed instantly. A flood of netizens began to question in Yushuan. You've never even stayed in Bahang City, so on what basis do you claim its public security is poor? Did you take money to deliberately smear them? Another segment of the populace, however, found their curiosity piqued. What kind of city was Bashan that so many celebrities would step forward to defend it, and that it could present such impressive data? At this moment, the Bahang City Bureau of Culture and Tourism decisively intervened. They flooded the internet with promotional short videos, beautifully shot in down to earth with cleverly crafted captions that didn't directly refute in Yushuan but simply and openly showcased the city. Simultaneously, the Municipal Public Security Bureau swung into action. They intensified street patrols, increased police presence in key areas, and significantly stepped up their crackdown on illegal activities. The effect was immediate. The number of tourists visiting Bahang City began to rise. Among them were young people drawn by the short videos, skeptical netizens wanting to verify the public safety claims, first-hand influencers hoping to ride the wave of traffic, and residents from surrounding areas simply looking for a weekend getaway in a different city. These tourists, after exploring and dining in Bashan, took numerous photos and videos. Upon returning home, they began to share their experiences online. Just got back from Bahang. I was walking alone on the street at midnight and I felt incredibly safe. The night market in Bahang was packed, but the order was excellent. I didn't see any petty theft. The locals are super friendly. When I asked for directions, they almost walked me to my destination. Prices aren't high, the food is delicious. I'll definitely come again. One authentic experience post after another proved more persuasive than any official advertisement. Those who had previously joined in Yuxuan in criticizing Bahang either fell silent or changed their tune, saying looks like it was a misunderstanding. Just then Meng Xing, a celebrity of the same caliber as in Yuxuan but with whom he usually had a strained relationship, suddenly posted a Weibo update. Meng Xing v some colleagues aren't great actors but they sure know how to create drama off-screen. If you haven't been to a place, don't make reckless comments. Show some decency for the industry. This Weibo post was like a spark thrown into a pan of oil. Meng Xing's fans were notoriously fierce. Combined with neutral netizens who already held a grudge against in Yuxuan and Bahang netizens who had been attacked by in Yuxuan's fans, these forces converged and stormed in Yuxuan's comment section. Drama queen. Have you no shame chasing clout? Apologize. Apologize to the people of Bahang. Quit the industry. And Yuxuan's Weibo comment section was completely overrun. He deleted a few of the harshest comments but he couldn't keep up. His fans tried desperately to control the narrative but their efforts were outpaced by the torrent of incoming criticism. He found himself in a dilemma. Deleting the post would be an admission of fault. Not deleting it left his comment section in shambles. His team scrambled frantically looking to hire water armies for a counterattack, but with the official crackdown in full swing, who would dare take their money? Then the notice for an interview from the Central Cyberspace Affairs Commission arrived. After the interview, in Yuxuan deleted the controversial post and issued an apology statement. But the apology came too late. This incident became an indelible stain on his career. His commercial value plummeted. Several endorsement deals he had secured fell through and film and television projects in the pipeline replaced him. A large number of fans unsubscribed, leaving his fan community in mourning. And Yuxuan could only lie low. He stopped updating his Weibo, cancelled events and holed up at home hoping the storm would pass. For Bahang City, however, this turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Thanks to the upheaval, the entire nation now knew that Bahang had excellent public security, a resolute government and a cohesive urban spirit. The promotional video from the Bahang City Bureau of Culture and Tourism garnered over 100 million views. Searches for Bahang tourism skyrocketed. Hotel bookings for the National Day holiday nearly doubled compared to the same period last year. As for the restless entrepreneurs in Bashan, once the Chu family explicitly declared their support for the authorities, the local government's response became exceptionally resolute. They singled out the two most aggressive companies and initiated a multi-department joint investigation. These companies had long been operating in gray areas and the investigation uncovered a host of problems. Following the investigation, they were subjected to rectification, fines and business suspensions without any leniency. Meanwhile, other companies that had joined the chorus also found themselves in a tight spot. Previously submitted government approvals suddenly began to face delays at every level. In the market, the Chu family seized the opportunity to absorb a significant portion of the market share. After the series of coordinated strikes, the remaining companies quickly fell in line. Those who needed to shut up did so, those who needed to declare their allegiance did so, and those who needed to pick a side did so. The minor disturbance instigated by the Yin family dissipated without causing any real waves. The Yin family's gambit yielded nothing but losses, costing them a major star. And Yuxuan was still lying low at home, his commercial value at rock bottom, and most of his fans had deserted him. Bashan, on the other hand, reaped the benefits. Tourism revenue surged, the city's image was polished, and a notable achievement was added to Lu Feng's record. By the lake on the campus of Badu University. The air was thick with the oppressive sultry heat of summer. The willow leaves hung limply and the incessant chirping of cicadas grated on the nerves. Lu Jingxiu and Li Qingqing walked side by side along the path by the lake. Li Qingqing was still wearing her school uniform, a white blouse and a pleated skirt that swayed gently with her steps. Her long straight legs kept pace unhurriedly with Lu Jingxiu's stride. "All right, out with it," Lu Jingxiu said directly. "What exactly do you have to tell me about Lu Na?" He stopped and turned to face her. Li Qingqing tilted her head slightly, looking up at him and catching the impatience in his eyes. She pursed her lips and said, "Young Master Lu, that sister of yours might not be your biological sister." "Not his biological sister." Lu Jingxiu frowned. "What do you mean?" Li Qingqing spoke unhurriedly. "I found a former high school classmate of your current sister, Lu Na. They told me that after high school Lu Na didn't go abroad. Instead, she attended an ordinary university in Bahang City. Isn't that strange? Your Lu Na went abroad, but her classmates say she didn't." As she spoke, she pulled out her phone from her small bag, tapped the screen a few times, opened her photo album and pulled up a picture. The photo showed several girls in high school uniforms huddled together making peace signs at the camera, with a dormitory bunk bed in the background. "Young Master Lu, take a guess," she said, turning the phone screen towards him, a slight curve on her lips. "Which one is your sister?" There were 8 girls in the photo, all wearing the same uniform with similar ponytails, their faces bearing the youthful innocence of high school students. Lu Jingxiu glanced at it, his gaze precisely landing on one person. He raised his hand and pointed. "This one." The curve of Li Qingqing's lips deepened. That's indeed what teaching assistant Lu looked like in high school. Within just a week, the gossip that young Master Lu's sister was working as a teaching assistant at Badu University and being fervently pursued by the young Master Qingqing had already spread across the campus. Li Qingqing had naturally heard about it and had also seen young Master Lu's sister. She swiped her finger to the next photo. It was the back of the same photo. Names were written on the back of the photographic paper with a ballpoint pen in a delicate feminine handwriting typical of a high school girl. Young Master Lu, take another look, Li Qingqing said, pushing the phone closer to him. See the name corresponding to teaching assistant Lu. Lu Jingxiu took the phone, sliding his fingers back and forth to compare the two photos. The girl he had just pointed out as his sister was labeled with a name that stood out starkly, Su Na. The name Lu Na, however, corresponded to a different female student. That girl stood at the edge of the photo, her smile somewhat shy. Upon closer inspection, her features indeed bore a faint resemblance to Mother Lu. Lu Jingxiu fell silent. After a moment he spoke in a calm tone, the names might have been mistaken. A single high school dormitory photo isn't enough to prove your conclusion. Li Qingqing seemed to have anticipated his response. She looked at him with an air of confidence. I've found out the current address of this Lu Na from the photo. She's living in a tiny rented room. Young Master Lu, if you take her for a hospital DNA test, the truth will come to light. Lu Jingxiu said nothing. His mind rapidly sifted through the original owner's memories. In those memories, Lu Na had suddenly returned to claim kinship during high school. At that time, Father and Mother Lu were ecstatic. They immediately took her for a test, and after confirmation they cherished her as their long-lost daughter, holding her dear. As for the specifics of the testing process, the ID and household registration details, and various discrepancies, the original owner's memories were hazy, as if these details had been deliberately overlooked. In any case, from then on no one ever questioned Lu Na's identity. Though it sounded absurd considering the world he had transmigrated into, where outlaws roamed freely and absurdities were commonplace, it somehow seemed plausible. This Lu Na, he lifted his eyes to look at Li Qingqing. Where is she now? He intended to meet this Lu Na and take her for a DNA test. If she truly was the original owner's biological sister, he would naturally acknowledge her and bring her home. As for the sister currently in the household, the Lu family was now wealthy and influential. Supporting one more person was not a burden. However, her act of impersonation was deeply wrong. Such a matter could not be simply overlooked. He would have to shut the door and discipline her properly, making her understand that mistakes come with consequences. Li Qingqing smiled. This was the moment she had been waiting for. She walked over to a bench by the lake, sat down gracefully, leaned back, crossed her legs, and her skirt slid to mid-thigh, revealing her fair legs. She looked up at Lu Jingxiu standing before her, a victorious smile curving her lips. Young Master Lu, you want to know? She tilted her head, letting the words slip slowly from her lips. Beg me. Lu Jingxiu gazed at her triumphant expression and let out a sigh. Then he lowered his head and leisurely began scrolling through Li Qingqing's phone gallery. His fingers swiped left and right casually, as if browsing his own phone. I wonder if the Campus Belle Lease gallery holds any interesting photos. Li Qingqing's gallery was filled with selfies. Various angles, various filters. Lu Jingxiu lifted his eyes to Li Qingqing, whose expression had frozen, and turned the phone screen toward her, showing her what he was browsing. Want your phone back? He smiled faintly. Beg me. Li Qingqing's mind went blank. She had never expected Lu Jingxiu to resort to such a tactic. How despicable. It was her gallery. Even if a thug suddenly attacked and stabbed her a dozen times, she would insist on clearing her gallery before she could breathe her last. Give it back. She lost all interest in striking a pose, abruptly standing up and reaching for the phone. Lu Jingxiu easily sidestepped her. He was tall with long arms, holding the phone high. Li Qingqing couldn't reach it even on tiptoe. Seeing her lunge at him again in fury, Lu Jingxiu simply placed the phone on the bench. Then he grabbed her outstretched wrist, pulled her around so her back faced him, and firmly held her in his embrace. Li Qingqing felt the world spin. By the time she realized it, she was tightly held from behind by Lu Jingxiu. Let me go. She struggled fiercely, but Lu Jingxiu's body was the typical CEO's build, 8-pack abs, astonishing strength. Her efforts were futile. With one hand firmly holding her, Lu Jingxiu used the other to pick up the phone from the bench, raising it before her and casually swiping the screen. Tell me Lu Na's address. His voice came from above her head, carrying warm breath that brushed against her ear. Li Qingqing's chest heaved, her face flushed red, half from anger, half from an indescribable embarrassment. Let me go. She gritted her teeth, forcing the words out. Oh, still stubborn, Lu Jingxiu remarked, continuing to swipe. He found a memo and casually opened it. Don't you dare look. Li Qingqing suddenly struggled violently. But it was too late. Lu Jingxiu's eyes had already scanned the text on the screen. I realize I like watching him kneel. When he kneels, I feel he belongs to me. When he stands, he's too tall and I can't see his face clearly. Lu Jingxiu raised an eyebrow slightly and swiped down to the next page. He asked me what it would take to forgive him. I said I didn't know, but I did. I wanted him to kneel, beg me, lick my feet and say he's my dog. Lu Jingxiu was speechless. He read quickly, becoming more engrossed. A CEO's taming diary, huh? He continued scrolling, his smile growing wider. Today he knelt to beg for my forgiveness on the street with so many people watching. His expression was so obedient, like a big dog seeking forgiveness from its owner. My legs felt weak all the way home. Lu Jingxiu's expression shifted. He glanced down at Li Qingqing, still struggling in vain in his arms, then back at the text on the screen. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Just then a sharp pain shot through his arm. Hiss! Li Qingqing had sunk her teeth into his arm, biting down hard. She bit fiercely, her teeth sinking deep into his flesh as if to vent all her shame and loss of control. Let go. Lu Jingxiu gasped in pain and instinctively tried to shake her off, but Li Qingqing held on with a death grip. Seeing this, he quickly put down the phone, freed his hand and pinched her nose. MMPH. With her nose pinched and unable to breathe, Li Qingqing was forced to release her bite. Lu Jingxiu took the chance to push her away and looked down at his arm. On his forearm, 2 neat rows of teeth marks were deeply embedded in the skin, the area already swollen and red. At the deepest points, tiny beads of blood had seeped out. Li Qingqing stumbled back a few steps, steadied herself and quickly snatched the phone from the bench, clutching it tightly. She looked up at Lu Jingxiu, her eyes blazing with shame and anger. Without a word she turned and walked away, her steps hurried as if fleeing. Lu Jingxiu watched her retreating figure, then glanced down at the still throbbing teeth marks on his arm. Though his arm ached, he now knew how to handle this campus belly. But then again, if Li Qingqing could find such information, couldn't he? Lu Jingxiu flexed his bitten arm, pulled out his phone and called Tangcheng directly. As the call connected, he got straight to the point. Tangcheng, I need you to look into something. At 10 in the evening, the nightlife for ordinary people in Ba City was mostly winding down. On an old street in the city center, both sides were lined with aged buildings, their ground floors converted into various shops. There weren't many people on the street at this hour. Most shops had already pulled down their rolling shutters. At the entrance of a private kitchen restaurant, the glass door was pushed open and a young girl walked out. She wore very ordinary light blue loose-fit jeans and a simple white t-shirt. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail and her face bore no makeup. She was about 1.65 meters tall, very thin with slender shoulders, walking with her head slightly lowered and carrying a canvas bag. She had an oval face, almond-shaped eyes and delicate clean features. She stood at the door, looked up at the sky and let out a soft breath, her face etched with exhaustion. At the curb, a matte black Dongfeng Mencher 917 sat quietly. This was the car Lu Jingxiu had bought after the Passat broke down. He had used his connections to send it to a special modification shop where the doors were replaced with solid steel plates, the chassis and body were fully reinforced and the tires and glass were all upgraded to bulletproof levels. If he ever ran into some lawless tycoon wanting a highway showdown again, he'd make sure they knew what it felt like to ram into a 4-ton specially reinforced off-road vehicle. From the driver's seat, Lu Jingxiu's gaze pierced through the car window, settling on the girl who had just walked out of the private kitchen restaurant. He looked down at his phone screen at the photos Tangcheng had sent, a ID photo and a few candid shots. The girl in the pictures and the one before him had identical features, confirmed this was Lu Na. He pushed open the car door, got out and walked toward Lu Na. Lu Na had only taken a few steps when she sensed someone approach. She stopped and looked up, her eyes filled with wariness as she regarded the stranger blocking her path. But when her gaze fell on Lu Jingxiu's face, her guard unconsciously relaxed a little. The man before her was handsome with deep features, a defined face, a sunny disposition and clear eyes that didn't seem like those of a bad person. Hello, can I help you? Lu Na spoke, her voice soft and guarded. Lu Jingxiu stopped in front of her, maintaining a polite distance. He smiled slightly, his tone courteous. Hello, classmate. My name is Lu Jingxiu. I have something very important to discuss with you. Do you have a moment now? Lu Na hesitated. A stranger late at night, what important business could he possibly have with her? Lu Jingxiu seemed to read her concern and pointed across the street. How about we talk in that fast food restaurant over there? It's crowded and well lit there. Lu Na followed his gesture and saw a 24-hour KFC. Through the bright windows she could see a few tables of customers inside. She figured if he were a bad person he wouldn't choose a place like this. Besides, he really didn't look like one. She nodded slightly. Lu Jingxiu led her across the street and into the KFC. The blast of cold air greeted them, shutting out the summer night's humidity. A moment later, Lu Na sat by the window holding a cup of warm milk tea in both hands. Lu Jingxiu had ordered it at the counter and slid it toward her, saying, "Sorry to bother you so late, let me buy you a drink." She didn't refuse, but she barely drank it, just holding it as she looked at Lu Jingxiu across from her, waiting for him to speak. Lu Jingxiu gathered his emotions, lowered his voice and said sincerely, "It's like this. My sister was in a car accident, very serious, and she's in the hospital being rescued, but the hospital blood bank is running low and the blood type she needs is quite rare, so they can't get it in time." Lu Jingxiu continued that the hospital matched it through big data and said your blood type is the same as hers. I looked up your information. I know this is presumptuous, but I'm sorry, I really have no other choice. My sister, she. He clasped his hands together, his voice pleading, I want to ask you to come with me to the hospital tomorrow to donate blood. It won't be much and it won't affect your health. And he'll give you 5,000 yuan as thanks. Please, I'm begging you. Lu Na was stunned. She hadn't expected that he sought her out for this, for his sister. Asking her to donate blood. How enviable to have a brother so anxious for her, running out in the dead of night to find someone, looking up information and humbly begging a stranger. All to save his own sister. She looked down at the swaying milk tea in her cup. 5,000 yuan. It wasn't a small amount to her. She worked part-time at this private kitchen restaurant, coming in during the evening rush, making just over 2,000 a month. She could feel his sincerity, and since it was at a proper grade A hospital, donating blood shouldn't be a problem, right? Besides, a life was at stake. Seeing her hesitate, Lu Jingxiu quickly added, I know this is a lot to ask and you don't know me. But I really can't find anyone else. My sister. She doesn't have much time. Lu Na looked up at the man before her, bit her lip, and her heart softened. Forget it, it's just donating blood. At worst I'll buy some red dates to replenish myself for a while. This could save a life. You don't need to pay me 5,000, she said softly. Why charge for saving someone? She looked down, lost in thought for a moment, then said, I'm free tomorrow morning. Tell me which hospital and I'll go on my own. Lu Jingxiu fell silent. He looked at the girl before him. A girl who worked late into the night at a restaurant, her face etched with exhaustion, yet upon hearing someone needed help, needed blood, she simply agreed. She didn't even want the money. Didn't she realize this could be a scam? Didn't she know he might be a bad person? She just heard someone needed help and said yes. But he had to make Lu Na donate blood. Only by donating blood could the test be conducted. He had already asked Qingqing to coordinate with the hospital staff, using blood donation as a pretext, but the real purpose was to draw blood for a DNA test to match with his own lineage data. This matter for now he hadn't told Lu Na's parents. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within him. Thank you, he said, his voice a little hoarse, his eyes sincere. Really, thank you. Let's add each other on WeChat. Even though we really need your blood, if you want, take the money, our whole family will feel guilty. Lu Na was about to refuse. 5,000 isn't much, Lu Jingxiu interrupted gently. Please take it so we can feel better too, kind-hearted one. Lu Na hesitated for a moment. 5,000 yuan was really a lot to her. She looked at Lu Jingxiu's earnest eyes and finally nodded slightly. All right. She pulled out her phone. It was an old model from 5 or 6 years ago with fine cracks at the edges of the screen. She opened WeChat and exchanged contacts with Lu Jingxiu. Without hesitation, Lu Jingxiu transferred 5,000 yuan on the spot. Lu Na looked at the transfer notification on her screen and looked up. I haven't donated yet. It's okay, just take it, Lu Jingxiu said with a smile. That way you'll feel at ease. I believe you're not the kind of person who takes the money and runs. Lu Na looked at the man with the clean smile before her, and this gesture dispelled the last trace of wariness in her heart. She nodded and accepted the transfer. Is your home far from here? Lu Jingxiu asked. I'll drop you off at the entrance of your complex. Tomorrow I'll come pick you up. No need, Lu Na declined. I can go on my own. Lu Jingxiu didn't insist and nodded. He stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Na. Thank you. See you tomorrow. With that he turned and left, pushing open the KFC's glass door and stepping into the night. Lu Na sat for a while longer. She looked at the record of the 5,000 yuan transfer on her phone screen, her expression complex. She took a small sip of the milk tea, then let out a soft sigh. Putting her phone away, she hugged the half-finished cup of milk tea, stood up and left. Lu Jingxiu pushed open the apartment door and the living room was bathed in the warm glow of the lights. Su Na was lying on the sofa, scrolling through her tablet, her legs casually draped over the armrest. The hem of her nightgown had slipped up to her thighs, revealing a stretch of skin so fair it was almost blinding. Hearing the door open, she put down the tablet and scurried over in her slippers. Bro, you're back. Why aren't you asleep yet? Lu Jingxiu changed into his slippers and walked over to sit on the sofa. I was waiting for you. Su Na giggled, followed him back to the sofa and plopped her legs onto his lap. She then lounged back against the cushions, resuming her scrolling on the tablet. Lu Jingxiu glanced down. Those legs were draped so starkly white over his knees, from ankle to thigh the lines were slender and well-proportioned, the skin smooth and delicate. The corner of his mouth twitched. Silently he moved her legs off his lap. But Su Na put them back up again. This time she even wiggled her feet, deliberately grinning at him with a hint of defiance in her eyes. Lu Jingxiu looked at her like this, thought for a moment, and simply placed his hand on her leg. Su Na's leg stiffened noticeably. Then his hand began to knead unhurriedly. Mm. A soft barely audible moan escaped her throat. Su Na bit her lower lip. Her heart was thundering. She had only meant to tease him to see that helpless look on his face when he didn't know what to do with her. Every other time she did this he would sternly push her legs away and scold her for being disrespectful. But today not only did he not push her away, he instead. She instinctively tried to pull her legs back. But the large hands on her legs pressed down on her without any courtesy. The scorching heat of his palms seeped through her skin, making her whole body begin to burn. Su Na stared at Lu Jingxiu in shock. When had her brother become so audacious? Lu Jingxiu didn't stop his hands kneading, as if massaging his own legs. By the way, tomorrow we'll tell Qingqing to switch his target. Su Na shifted her legs uneasily and asked curiously why. You're my sister. If he chases you, Zhuang Shui won't dare to make any moves. That wouldn't help Qingqing uncover her true intentions. Lu Jingxiu explained, but his hands were moving higher and higher now above her knees. He had initially thought Su Na was his real sister, so he had told Qingqing to pursue her. What if it actually worked out? He'd gain a wealthy brother-in-law for free. But now that Su Na wasn't his biological sister, he was no longer willing. Su Na stared intently at Lu Jingxiu's face as if trying to discern something from his expression. But she could only see his handsome profile and calm demeanor. Is that so? She asked skeptically. Of course. Lu Jingxiu glanced at her oddly, but his hands continued to move upward. The skin grew softer and there was more flesh. Oh, Su Na replied, her voice a little unsteady, a faint pink blush rising on her skin. She closed her eyes, her heart pounding as if it might leap out of her chest. No, she had to hold on a little longer. There was still the most important question to ask. Broly, Qingqing said last time she needed to talk to you about something related to me. Has she spoken to you these past few days? She asked softly, opening her eyes. No, I've been busy these 2 days discussing with the Chu family how to deal with the Yin family. I haven't had the time, Lu Jingxiu replied casually. To prevent his sister from getting suspicious, he let his hand continue upward from her thigh, the hem of her nightgown draping softly over the back of his hand. Just a little further and he would reach. Ah! Su Na could no longer bear it. She was utterly incredulous. What was wrong with her brother? He had never been like this before. She kicked him hard, scrambled up from the sofa. Frantically she tugged at her nightgown, shot him an indignant glare. I'm going to bed. With that she stomped back to her room and slammed the door shut with a bang. Lu Jingxiu sat on the sofa lost in thought. How troublesome. Bashi City First People's Hospital. Lu Jingxiu stood at the entrance of the outpatient building holding a plastic bag containing buns and soy milk. The morning sun was already quite harsh. He switched the bag to his left hand and pulled out his phone with his right to check the time. It was 8 in the morning and the hospital entrance was already bustling with people. He soon spotted Lu Na. She was wearing a clean white t-shirt and the same jeans from yesterday. Her hair was still in a simple ponytail, her face free of makeup, looking quite delicate. Good morning, Lu Na. Lu Jingxiu quickened his pace to greet her, his tone gentle. Have you had breakfast? Lu Na nodded at him, her voice very soft. Good morning, Lu Jingxiu. I haven't eaten, she paused, then added, I was worried eating would affect the quality of the blood donation. I bought you some buns and soy milk. Lu Jingxiu raised the bag in his hand. After the blood draw you can have some to replenish your energy. Lu Na instinctively wanted to shake her head to refuse. Please, Lu Jingxiu said with a helpless expression. Are you worried it's not hygienic? No, not at all. Lu Na quickly shook her head, her ears turning slightly red. She just had never imagined that someone would prepare breakfast for her in advance. A stranger, someone she had only met yesterday, was waiting for her at the door today holding warm buns and soy milk. Come with me. I've already arranged everything, Lu Jingxiu said no more. He could sense that this girl was somewhat sensitive and saying too much would only make her uncomfortable. Like a stray cat accustomed to the wind and rain, suddenly someone held an umbrella for her and she didn't know how to react. Because he had informed them in advance the blood draw was the nurse was very skilled. When the needle went in, Lu Na only frowned slightly, not even letting out a whimper. The amount of blood drawn was indeed not much less than a test tube. The dark red blood swirled in the glass tube before the nurse took it away. Lu Na pressed the cotton swab on her arm, a little puzzled. That's it. I thought you'd need to draw a lot. Lu Jingxiu stood beside her, explaining calmly, the hospital only needs it for matching. We don't need much. Lu Na blinked. But that didn't seem to match what he had said last night. Last night he said his sister was in critical condition and the blood bank was running out. He made it sound so urgent she had thought at least several bags would be needed. But she really didn't know much about this. Maybe matching only required this little. Still, he had given her 5,000 yuan for this blood. To be honest, she felt uneasy taking the money. I thought it would be a lot more. She pursed her lips through the cotton swab into the trash and pulled out her phone. Then you've overpaid. I'll transfer it back to you. Alright, Lu Jingxiu said casually, trying to stop her with some inspirational words. Your willingness to lend a hand means a lot to us. You know, in today's society not many people are willing to donate blood to strangers for free. So your character is worth this much. This girl was too honest, trying to return money that had already been given. Luna nodded repeatedly with an expression that said you're absolutely right, but her fingers didn't stop. She opened WeChat and transferred the 5,000 yuan back to him. Lu Jingxiu. He looked at the transfer notification on his phone screen, momentarily at a loss for words. Fine, if he didn't accept it, the money would eventually be returned to her anyway. Alright, he changed the subject. Let's go to my car and have something to eat. You haven't had breakfast yet. Luna didn't refuse. She followed Lu Jingxiu to the parking lot and her eyes widened momentarily at the sight of the matte black Dongfeng Mengshi. The vehicle was enormous, looking utterly out of place among the surrounding cars. But she said nothing, silently following Lu Jingxiu into the car. Once inside, he handed her an alcohol wipe to clean her hands, passed her a bag of breakfast and placed a box of tissues within her reach. Thank you. Luna glanced up at him, wiped her hands, then opened the bag, took out a steamed bun and nibbled on it delicately. The bun was still warm and the first bite was fragrant. Luna, are you still in school? Lu Jingxiu asked from the driver's seat, turning his head to look at sophomore year. I saw you working late at the restaurant last night, part-time. My family doesn't have much money. Luna sipped her soy milk, her tone betraying no emotion. It seems you don't live on campus. Doesn't the school provide dormitories? Lu Jingxiu pressed on. Luna fell silent for a few seconds. They do, but the dorms lock at 11. I work until past 10 and rushing back is too tight. Sometimes I'm late and 3 latenesses count as a demerit. She paused, then added, so I rent a place outside. Lu Jingxiu observed this slender girl. She kept her head down, her lashes casting a faint shadow on her eyelids. Her shoulders were frail, her collarbones clearly visible beneath the neckline of her t-shirt. Are you here all alone? Doesn't your family care for you? Luna lifted her head, glanced at Lu Jingxiu, then lowered it again. My parents live in a village in the next city over. They're farmers with hardly any money. After speaking, she sniffled and shook her head, saying no more. That year when she turned 18, they said she was an adult and should fend for herself, so they stopped paying her tuition. Later her mother came to the school to find her. At the dormitory entrance she pressed 2,000 yuan into Luna's hand, saying this was the last time, she shouldn't come looking for them again. Her mother said those words with her eyes fixed elsewhere, never meeting Luna's gaze. From that day on, Luna covered tuition with scholarships and living expenses with part-time jobs, staying in the city to work during holidays. Her classmates ostracized her, calling her a country bumpkin and penniless. She pretended not to hear. When something went missing in the dorm, she was the first suspect. She never argued, only silently tidied her belongings even more neatly. Then she moved out. After finishing her meal, she briskly gathered the wrappers and bag. She folded the used tissue, sealed the soy milk cup tightly and knotted the plastic bag handles securely. Then she looked up, met Lu Jingxiu's gaze and quickly lowered her head again. I have class this afternoon. I should go now. Thank you, the breakfast was delicious. She picked up the bag, opened the door and hopped lightly out of the car. Turning back, she smiled at Lu Jingxiu inside. Your sister will be fine. With that she closed the door and walked toward the parking lot exit. She moved in silence, and when she passed a trash bin she tossed the bag inside. This guy was handsome, drove a car like that, his family must be well off. He had a good personality too, thoughtful enough to buy breakfast for a stranger and prepare wipes and tissues in advance. If only he were her brother or a friend. But she knew they belonged to two different worlds. Luna didn't know why, but her nose began to sting again. Just then a black car pulled up slowly beside her and the window rolled down. Luna, get in. I'll give you a ride to school. Luna, lost in her melancholy, looked up in surprise to see Lu Jingxiu's handsome face. He was in the driver's seat, turning to look at her with a smile. She wanted to refuse, she should refuse. They weren't from the same world. After today their paths would never cross again. All right, thank you. But somehow she nodded instead, then opened the rear door, stepped onto the running board and sat inside. In her heart she told herself it was just a ride, nothing more. Luna's university was an ordinary undergraduate college in Ba City, only about 20 minutes from the hospital. Neither of them spoke during the drive. Lu Jingxiu was thinking about the test results, which wouldn't be ready for 24 hours, had have to wait until tomorrow morning. Luna stared out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, and in a daze she saw the school gate. Had they arrived so quickly? Lu Jingxiu, thank you for the ride. She thanked him, opened the door and jumped out. Lu Jingxiu figured he had nothing else to do, so he rolled down his window and said, "I've never been here before. How about you show me around the campus?" Luna stopped in her tracks. Not because of Lu Jingxiu's words, but because a man was stepping out of a black Rolls-Royce not far away, walking straight toward her. That car was parked at the school gate, completely out of place with its surroundings. Damn it! She cursed under her breath and quickly said to Lu Jingxiu, "Drive away now or it'll be too late." Lu Jingxiu. What was going on? Anyone would think he'd been caught cheating. What's the matter? Lu Jingxiu asked with a frown. Someone almost kidnapped me before. That man saved me and then he said my life belongs to him, he won't allow any other man to get close to me. Luna had no time to explain further because she could already see the murderous intent in that man's eyes. His gaze wasn't on her but on Lu Jingxiu inside the car. Lu Jingxiu saw the man too. The car, the height, the attire, the face. He couldn't hold it together anymore. Damn it, why was there a tycoon here too? The man wore a perfectly tailored black suit, stood well over 1.9 meters tall with sharp features and piercing brows and eyes. He exuded an aura that screamed, "I'm expensive, don't touch me." His face was expressionless, his gaze icy. "So this is why you wouldn't let me drive you to school," he began, his voice low with a faint sardonic smile. "Found someone else, have you?" The moment he opened his mouth, anger flared across Luna's face. She wanted to retort but held back, genuinely afraid of what this man might do. "Mo Lin Yuan, don't talk nonsense. He's my classmate, he just happened to give me a ride." She forced the explanation through gritted teeth. Mo Lin Yuan curled his lips into a smile devoid of any warmth. He turned his head, fixing his gaze on Lu Jingxiu. "What's your name?" He would ask for the name first, then dig into the background. If the man was ordinary, he'd make him disappear from this city. If he had some connections, he'd toy with him slowly. He was never in a hurry because in his world no one could escape. To be safe, Lu Jingxiu rolled up his window, leaving only a crack, and sneered, "None of your damn business." Mo Lin Xian smiled. "You're good." Then he pulled out his phone, dialed a number and said in a flat tone, "Bring people over to deal with someone." After saying that, he hung up. Luna was utterly terrified. This man. He was going to deal with Lu Jingxiu. How could that be allowed? Lu Jingxiu had only kindly given her a ride and he had a sister to take care of. How could she let him be harmed because of her? She grabbed Mo Lin Xian's arm, her voice pleading, "Please, I don't know him well. He just gave me a ride. Don't do this. I'll go back with you." Too late. Mo Lin Xian looked at the frail girl gripping his arm, a cruel handsome smile spreading across his face as if he relished her panic. "Luna, don't beg him. Let's see how he deals with me," Lu Jingxiu said, his tone equally icy. "Get in the car. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you." Mo Lin Xian let out a scoff as if hearing a joke, turned and looked at Luna with amusement. "Your choice." Luna trembled all over. She glanced at Mo Lin Xian, then at Lu Jingxiu, whose eyes were resolute inside the car. "Luna, I see you as a sister. Get in. Trust me." Lu Jingxiu spoke again. Hearing the words, "I see you as a sister," Luna's tears nearly spilled. She released Mo Lin Xian's arm, turned and ran to Lu Jingxiu's car, pulling open the door and getting in. The sound of the door closing was soft, but to Mo Lin Xian's ears it was probably more jarring than anything. "Lu Jingxiu, go. Get out of here," Luna urged as soon as she got in. Now was the last chance. Before Mo Lin Xian's men arrived, they had to drive away quickly, flee to another city. Only then could she and Lu Jingxiu survive. Lu Jingxiu ignored her, instead sneering coldly at Mo Lin Xian, "I'll stay right here and wait for your people." With that, he rolled up the window and locked the doors. "Luna, hold on a moment." He turned to her with a smile, then pulled out his phone and dialed 110. "Hello, 110. I want to report a crime. Someone is threatening me at the main gate of Bashi University of Technology, saying they'll send people to kill me. Yes, the person is standing outside my car right now. He claims to be Mo Lin Xian and told me to wait. Yeah, I'm at the school gate. Okay, I'll keep my phone on." He hung up. Calling the police won't help. Only then did Luna's voice come from the back seat, carrying a desperate calm. "How can calling the police not help?" Lu Jingxiu turned to look at her. Seeing the sunny handsome boy with a few healing scars on his face, Luna's eyes reddened. He didn't know how terrifying Mo Lin Xian was. He didn't know that some people in this world operated above the rules. You don't know his terror. He has connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. No one dares to cross him. He's also the world's richest man, and I heard he even has a gun. Luna whispered everything she knew, each word trembling. Lu Jingxiu was stunned. Wait. The world's richest man. He could barely hold back a laugh. Connections in both worlds. No one dares to cross him. And he has a gun. How could these tycoons have such ridiculous settings? Good heavens, the world's richest man. Connections in both worlds. And a gun. Was this a flashback to the Republican era where he fancied himself a young warlord? But even a young warlord wouldn't dare claim to be the world's richest man. I'm not joking, Luna said, understanding his shock. Because she had been just as shocked when she first learned about it. Tell me the story between you two. What really happened? Jingxiu suppressed his smile and asked. He needed to know more. That day. I got off work late and in an alley someone tried to forcibly take me away. Luna said, her mood low. I broke free and ran into the street where I happened upon Mo Linxian. I begged him to save me. At that time he wasn't alone. His men dragged the two men who tried to take me into the alley. Then he said it was handled. He saved my life, so my life belonged to him from then on. He bought me clothes and shoes worth hundreds of thousands. Luna pursed her lips and continued. Even though I'm poor, I don't want to be someone's caged bird, so I refused. Then he came to see me every day. Hearing this, Jingxiu's eyes widened. Clothes and shoes worth hundreds of thousands. Normally such items were custom-made or handcrafted by masters requiring time to procure. Setting aside the clothes, shoes worth hundreds of thousands were usually collector's items meant for display cases or mannequins fine for show. But if you wore them out, you'd get 100% stares. Because they were too absurd, unappreciated by 99% of people. This tycoon just bought such things casually. Were they shipped from Putian? Unaware of Jingxiu's internal rant, Luna continued gravely, he's extremely possessive. If anyone treats me badly or well, he retaliates against them. At this, Luna looked up at Jingxiu. He wore an expression of listening to a story as if it were some urban legend. Why wasn't he taking this seriously? Luna tried to make him see the danger. Last time a security guard cursed at me. He was the principal's relative. Even the principal came to plead, but it was useless. Mo Linxian called dozens of people and dealt with both the guard and the principal. Those two were never seen again. Jingxiu was dumbfounded. He knew this world was absurd, but he hadn't expected it to be even more so. A university principal disappeared and no one investigated, he asked incredulously. I told you he has connections in both worlds and kills without blinking. Luna, not buddy, this goes beyond having connections in both worlds. Jingxiu had 1,000 complaints but didn't know where to start. Now do you see how dangerous he is? Drive away before his men arrive. Luna couldn't help but push his shoulder. Jingxiu didn't reply. Because he had already seen the tycoon's men arriving. A fleet of black Cayennes rushed over from the distance and came to a synchronized halt at the main gate of Bashi University of Technology. Doors banged open and burly men in black suits and sunglasses leaped out. The spectacle immediately drew the attention of students at the gate. This familiar scene, remember the security guard last time? Sigh. Go stay far away. The students murmured, quickly retreating from the gate, hiding under distant trees and around building corners, craning their necks to watch. Someone pulled out a phone to take a picture, but a nearby person grabbed their hand. Don't film. Do you have a death wish? The disappearance of the guard and principal had spread like wildfire on campus. Though no one dared to discuss it openly, everyone knew what had happened behind the scenes. Inside the car, Luna looked in despair at the men emerging from the Cayennes. Yes, last time it was this same crowd that had taken away the principal and guard, never to be seen again. The burly men in black quickly formed ranks around Mo Linxian. Mo Linxian stood at the front of the formation, hands in his trouser pockets, his gaze fixed on Jingxiu's matte black Dongfeng warrior. He tilted his chin toward the car. With a smirk he said, smash it. Drag the people inside out. Yes. The dozens of bodyguards replied in unison, their voices shaking the air. They retrieved batons, baseball bats and even a few fire axes from the Cayenne trunks and surrounded Jingxiu's car. Bang. Bang. Clang. Clang. The sound of metal striking steel plates rang out densely like a hailstorm. A baton slammed against the car door, a baseball bat against the hood, and a fire axe chopped at the window. Over a dozen burly men surrounded the car, smashing it wildly, the scene resembling a gangland shootout from an action movie. Ah! Luna covered her head with both hands, shrinking into the middle of the back seat away from the windows. She closed her eyes, waiting for the sound of shattering glass, waiting for those bodyguards to break through the windows and drag her and Jingxiu out. Yet the anticipated sound of glass shattering never came. The car is bulletproof, Jingxiu's voice came from the front seat. He held up his phone with both hands, recording a video of the bodyguards smashing the car outside. No kidding, his car was modified to match the bulletproof Maybach of that lawless tycoon Xiang Yanchen. The doors were replaced with solid steel plates, the chassis fully reinforced, and the tires and glass upgraded to bulletproof levels. Forget about the baseball bats and batons those bodyguards had, even a traffic cop's window breaker couldn't crack it. He refused to believe that this CEO's men had a SWAT team on hand. Jingxiu recorded a video of the bodyguards futilely smashing the car, saved it with satisfaction, then turned around and asked Luna, "Did you add this guy on WeChat?" Luna watched the burly men furiously smashing the car outside, her heart pounding. The baton struck the glass, which remained unmoved, but each blow felt like it hit her heart directly. She didn't understand why Jingxiu was asking, but she nodded anyway. "Yes. Give it to me. I'll send him a message." "Oh." Luna handed over the phone, her fingers still trembling slightly. Jingxiu took it, typed rapidly, sent the message and returned it to her. Luna glanced at the screen and was utterly stunned. The message read, "Playing both sides, and that's your best. Don't make your dad laugh, you little coward hiding behind others. You're a total disgrace." Outside, Mo Linyuan's phone vibrated. He pulled it out, saw the message from Luna, and barely managed to keep his expression in check. The tone and wording made it instantly clear it was from that damn man inside. Mo Linyuan felt his anger surge rapidly. That man's insults were too harsh. And wasn't he the one hiding inside the car? How dare he accuse others? His fingers tightened around the phone, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He called over his assistant, suppressing his fury, his voice squeezed through clenched teeth. "Why isn't it broken open yet?" The assistant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied cautiously, "Mr. Mo, this car. It seems to have bulletproof glass. Our tools can't break it." He was actually quite speechless himself. Who drives around in a bulletproof car casually as if they're the president? Shouldn't this kind of thing be reserved for important figures? It was utterly absurd. Just then the sound of police sirens came from afar, growing closer and clearer. Mo Linyuan frowned. That wasn't right, the police usually weren't this fast. It would normally take at least 2 or 3 hours for them to arrive. Why were they so quick today? But he wasn't foolish, he knew that if the police saw the scene, no amount of explanations would help. So he waved his hand, "Stop. Let's head back first." The assistant immediately gave the order. The bodyguards stopped their assault, panting as they ran back to the Cayennes. One by one the Cayennes started their engines and sped away from the school gate before the police arrived. Mo Linyuan stood still, staring at the matte black Dongfeng Menshur, his gaze dark enough to drip venom. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Luna. "Mo Linyuan, a bulletproof car. That's your trump card." A few seconds later a reply came. "Luna, so what? What can you do about it?" Mo Linyuan stared at the reply for 2 seconds, then typed back. "Mo Linyuan, you're something. Tell me your name." He sent the message. A red exclamation mark popped up on the screen, followed by a line of small gray text: "You are not friends yet. Please send a friend request first." Ha ha ha. Mo Linyuan covered his face and let out a cool, bitter laugh. He was genuinely laughing in anger. Gripping his phone, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, but there was no trace of amusement in his eyes. He took one last deep look at Jingxiu's car, as if etching every detail into his memory. Then he turned, walked back to his Rolls-Royce, opened the door and slid inside. The engine roared to life and the Rolls-Royce slowly drove away. This wasn't over. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Mo Linyuan's expression grew increasingly cold. The street scenes outside the window blurred past, sunlight filtering through the tinted glass and casting shadows across his face. He leaned back into the leather seat, tapping his fingers lightly on his knee. His prey had dared to resist. And even humiliate him publicly. A bulletproof car and some random man dared to act tough in front of him. Not only did they delete him as a friend right in front of him, but they also sent a message calling him a coward. So arrogant, interesting. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, he gave his orders: "Look into that man's background. License plate number XXX. He's driving a bulletproof car, so he's no ordinary person. By tomorrow morning I want to know everything about his family for 3 generations. Understood. Where does Luna work? Buy the store and have her fired. Got it. Keep an eye on her. No matter where she goes next, keep buying the places out. I want her unable to find a single job in this city." Yes. After issuing these 2 commands, Mo Linyuan tossed his phone aside, leaned back into his seat, and a faint smirk tugged at his lips. "Woman, I'll make you unable to survive, and then you'll come begging to me. As for that man, he'll make you regret everything you did today." Meanwhile, at the school gate, 2 police cars were parked by the roadside, their red and blue lights flashing silently. Several officers were taking photos and collecting evidence around Jingxiu's car. The lead veteran officer walked to the school security office and requested access to the surveillance footage from the school gate. Inside the security office, a middle-aged guard rubbed his hands together, looking troubled. "Officer, it's not that I'm not cooperating, but the surveillance system. The main unit had a line failure this morning. The data can't be retrieved. The veteran officer gave him a look but said nothing, merely nodding faintly. Had heard the broken surveillance excuse so many times in his 30 years on the force that it was practically worn out. He turned and walked back to the patrol car, instructing a young officer beside him call the technical unit. Have them pull footage from surrounding cameras and identify all vehicles that appeared at the school gate during the incident. Don't miss a single one of those black Cayennes. Got it. The young officer immediately started making calls. The veteran officer approached Lu Jingxiu and said politely, Mr. Lu, we've got a preliminary understanding of the scene. The school gate surveillance system has a line failure, so we can't read the data right now. We've notified the technical department to attempt data recovery and are also pulling footage from nearby traffic cameras and store security systems for investigation. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Jingxiu nodded. Per procedure, we need you to come to the station to give a statement. You can leave once that's done. Fine. Lu Jingxiu took Lu Na to the police station. In the interview room, he recounted the entire incident from start to finish. Lu Na sat beside him, occasionally adding a word or two in a soft voice, but her account was clear and coherent. Afterward, the officer printed the statement and asked them to sign it. Jingxiu took the pen and signed his name neatly on the last page. The officer closed the statement book and stood up. Mr. Lu, the case has been filed. We'll notify you as soon as there are any updates. All right. Thank you for your hard work. It was already noon when they emerged from the police station. Lu Jingxiu drove Lu Na back to school in silence. She sat in the passenger seat, her head bowed. Then her phone rang. She pulled it out and saw it was an unfamiliar number. She answered, listened for a few seconds, murmured a couple of mumps and hung up. She put the phone back in her bag and sat in the passenger seat, head down, wringing her hands. Her fingers were slender with prominent knuckles and her nails were cut short and clean. Lu Jingxiu glanced at her from the corner of his eye. What's wrong? The manager at the restaurant where I work part-time said they don't need anyone anymore, told me not to come back. Lu Na's voice was muffled as if she were talking to herself. Lu Jingxiu kept his eyes on the road, his tone calm. Mo Linjiang's doing. Lu Na said, her voice very low. The manager said the owner changed. Lu Jingxiu nodded, indicating he understood. Since the restaurant had changed hands, there was no point in keeping it open. Do you blame me? Lu Jingxiu asked. For opposing Mo Linjiang? Lu Na shook her head. Lu Jingxiu had done nothing wrong, on the contrary, he had been helping her all along. She had never held any resentment towards him. She gazed out the window at the rapidly receding streetscape. One roadside tree after another fell behind and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shifting patches of light and shadow across her face. Lu Na's expression was dazed, like someone standing at a crossroads unsure which way to go. I just think commoners shouldn't fight officials. People like us shouldn't tangle with the powerful. After she finished speaking, she was silent for a few seconds. Then she took a deep breath, forcing herself to perk up. She turned to Lu Jingxiu and offered a faint smile. It's okay. I'll just find another job. That smile was strained, but the fatigue and helplessness in her eyes could not be concealed. Lu Jingxiu said nothing. Just then they arrived at the school. Lu Jingxiu parked at the school gate. Lu Na said by pushed open the door and jumped out. She took a few steps, turned back to wave at him, then walked into the campus, her silhouette looking fragile. Lu Jingxiu sat in the car watching Lu Na's silhouette vanish at the end of the tree-lined campus path. He leaned back in his seat, was silent for a few seconds, then pulled out his phone. He opened the group of science and sent the name of that private kitchen restaurant. Lu Jingxiu, it's getting hot. Time for this place to close. Within 10 seconds of the message being sent, someone in the group replied. Tang Chung, brother Lu, that kid Yuan Zhongwei's dad is the fire brigade chief. I'll give him a heads up. Zhou, you right. Find a fire hazard excuse to seal it up for 30 days, then drag out the unsealing process for another half month. Hit them with a round every 2 months, no restaurant can survive that. Gua Zhishu, how did a little restaurant like that offend young Master Lu? Fu Chen, brother Lu, feeling down. How about we set up a study session tonight? Do you want to study modeling, dance, or a foreign language? Lu Jingxiu, not studying today. I'm planning to go home tonight. While Lu Jingxiu was sitting in the car chatting idly. Inside a police station in Bashu City, a red warning box suddenly popped up on a police officer's computer screen. You are conducting an illegal query. Please correct this immediately. Do not infringe on citizens' personal information. This operation has been recorded. The police officer stared at the red warning box on the screen, his mouse still hovering over the query page. He was frozen stiff. At the same time, an alert pop-up immediately appeared on the management back-end monitoring platform of the Municipal Bureau's Cybersecurity Department. High-risk alert, red list personnel queried. Querying Officer Cheng Nua Liuchuan Police Station. Query time 103205 AM. Query content license plate XXX owner information. Red list level 4. Recommended action immediate verification freeze digital certificate if necessary. The officer on duty who was leisurely sipping tea widened his eyes nearly choking. Red list personnel were family members of high-ranking Bashu city officials. This message indicated that someone within the department was illegally querying information. He immediately put down his thermos, recorded the alert information and grabbed the desk phone to dial his superior. Section Chief Li, a red list alert. Officer Chang Nuo from Luchuan Police Station just queried a red list personnel level 4 at 1030 this morning. On the other end of the line, Section Chief Li's voice immediately turned serious. Freeze his digital certificate immediately. Provide the back-end log program. Quickly notify the Police Affairs Inspectorate, CC the Discipline Inspection and Supervision Group, and finally report to the Bureau Chief. Understood. Meanwhile, at the Luchuan Police Station. In the station chief's office, Chief Zhao was leaning back in his chair, resting with his eyes closed. The desk phone suddenly rang. He opened his eyes and picked up the receiver. Hello. A stern voice came through the line. It was the branch bureau chief. Old Zhao, about your man Chang Nuo. Have him hand over his digital certificate. The inspector and I will be there shortly. Chief Zhao took a deep breath, cursing inwardly. That kid Chang Nuo usually seemed pretty sharp. What the hell had he done now? To have alarmed the branch bureau chief and the inspector. Yes, sir. He dared not ask further. He hung up, pushed open his office door and strode out quickly. Immediately Chief Zhao's voice exploded down the hallway, laced with barely contained fury. Where is Chang Nuo? Has anyone seen Chang Nuo? At the Municipal Public Security Bureau. In the bureau chief's office, Hong Zhan put down the phone, his expression grim. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples, feeling like the sky was falling. What was going on this week? Why had public order in Bashu City suddenly deteriorated like this? Why were disciplinary violations within the police force popping up one after another as if they had all agreed to appear at once? First there was the case of that outlaw Xiang Yanchen. The more they dug, the more horrifying it became. That outlaw CEO's illegal cases were not just a few, the murders he was involved in were not just one. He had been working overtime until midnight for days, and the task force's materials were piled half a desk high, still unsorted. And now, great. Another officer had illegally used the internal police system to query Lu Jingxiu's information. The Discipline Inspection Commission had already stepped in. Querying the personal information of a high-ranking leader's immediate family, what was the intention? Who gave him the guts? Who put him up to it? Hong Zhan stared blankly at his phone screen. Logically, he should report this to Secretary Lu immediately. After all, it involved Secretary Lu's son, and the incident happened within the police system. As the bureau chief, he bore undeniable responsibility. But he really didn't want to report it. He almost felt he had no face left to stay in the police force. Pitfalls were emerging one after another. Corrupt cops were popping up one by one, and every time it happened right in front of the party secretary's son. Who the hell could handle that? Was the party secretary's young master here to act as the discipline inspection committee for the police force? Last time he reported the progress of the Xiang Yanchen case to the secretary was silent for a long time. That silence was more agonizing than being yelled at. He wiped his face side and finally picked up his phone and dialed the number. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Secretary Lu, this is Hong Zhan. I have something to report to you. After listening to Hong Zhan's report, Lu Feng's emotions were complex. There was a sense of speechlessness. He genuinely wanted to ask Hong Zhan how the public security system could have more loopholes than a sieve. There was also anger. His fury was not directed at the few errant officers but at the young entrepreneurs who were stirring everything up behind the scenes, causing him immense trouble. These individuals acted with impunity in the city under his jurisdiction, treating party discipline and state laws as mere ornaments and public order and good customs as doormats. Now they even dared to directly use the public security system to investigate his information. What did this signify? It meant that the opposing party was deliberately targeting the Lu family for revenge. They aimed not only to retaliate against Lu Jingxiu but also against him, Lu Feng, because he was Lu Jingxiu's father. This was an attempt to uproot the entire Lu family and to provoke him, the Municipal Party Secretary. Since war had arrived at his doorstep, he must retaliate with even stronger measures. I understand, he said in a steady tone, acknowledging the information, then began to apply pressure. Old Hong, how many times has this happened this week? Have the results of the previous incidents been fully implemented? Regarding this officer, is there any progress on who was behind the instructions? Hong Zhan remained silent. He knew that at this moment he needed only to listen quietly and await instructions. I don't care what method you use, I want results within 2 days. This is not a simple case of unauthorized inquiry, it is a premeditated organized act of spying on the information of leading cadres and their families, a serious political security issue. Your public security system must not falter in this matter. Hong Zhan's expression turned grave. He knew the secretary was truly angered this time. I want results meant a hard order. The subsequent remarks elevated the private matter of my son being investigated to the public level of threatening regime security. This placed immense additional pressure on the Bash City public security system. Because if he failed to handle it well, it would be deemed a major loophole in the political security of the Bash City public security system, reflecting his incompetence as the public security bureau chief and making him the primary person responsible. Understood, Secretary. Hong Zhan took a deep breath and responded calmly. Lu Feng hummed in acknowledgement and ended the call. He then dialed the city's Commission for Discipline Inspection Secretary. Old Gua, have you heard about the Public Security Bureau's situation? My opinion is that the results of the political and legal team education and rectification still need further consolidation. Regarding this matter, the Commission for Discipline Inspection must not stop at merely punishing one errant officer. We need to dig deep and investigate thoroughly to see if there are hidden networks of relationships and chains of interest behind this. Secretary Gui of the Discipline Inspection Commission, a seasoned veteran, naturally understood Lu Feng's intent. He was being told to investigate freely with Lu Feng's full support. All right. After hanging up, Lu Feng summoned Secretary Zhang. Notify everyone that there will be a standing committee meeting of the Municipal Party Committee at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Secretary Zhang felt a chill. Yes. At 3 p.m. inside the meeting room. Once everyone had arrived and the meeting officially began, Lu Feng cleared his throat and spoke steadily. Comrades, the purpose of this impromptu standing committee meeting is primarily to study and deploy the city's special campaign against organized crime and vice. Upon hearing this, the city leaders felt a collective jolt of apprehension. Recently, new situations and challenges have emerged in Bash City, with criminal forces rearing their heads, severely impacting the people's sense of security and satisfaction. After speaking, Lu Feng looked at a man in a white uniform, short-sleeved shirt. The other officials followed his gaze, their eyes revealing little emotion. They had already anticipated that Hong Zhan would be the first to be criticized. Hong Zhan's heart skipped a beat. He knew what was coming. He quickly straightened his back and puffed out his chest. Based on the problems recently exposed, our political and legal team, especially the public security system, has some prominent issues that cannot be ignored. Lu Feng's tone was steady as he began his criticism. First, there are weaknesses in political construction. A minority of officers have shaken ideals and beliefs, weak discipline concepts, and have even knowingly broken the law and violated regulations. Second, there are obvious loopholes in law enforcement supervision. Third, there are management blind spots in team building. As Hong Zhan listened, the corner of his eye involuntarily twitched. It was too humiliating. As the main force in the fight against organized crime, the public security system must turn its blade inward and engage in self-revolution. Lu Feng was genuinely furious this time, staring sternly at Hong Zhan. Director Hong, from now on you must conduct a comprehensive investigation and rectification, identify systemic loopholes and rectify them within a set deadline. Strictly enforce discipline and rules, resolutely eliminate the rotten apples, and for those acting as protective umbrellas for criminal forces, each case discovered will be investigated and dealt with zero tolerance. Hong Zhan stood up. Yes. Lu Feng then looked at the Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary. For the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, as the functional department overseeing political and legal work under the party, you must effectively fulfill your supervisory responsibilities. First, strengthen law enforcement supervision. Second. He then turned to the Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary. The Discipline Inspection Commission must integrate the fight against organized crime with the anti-corruption campaign and the swatting flies at the grassroots level, deeply investigating the protective umbrellas and networks behind criminal forces. After this lengthy speech, Lu Feng picked up his teacup, took a sip of water and moistened his throat. He continued to strengthen the organizational leadership of the special campaign. The Municipal Party Committee has decided to establish a leading group for the special campaign against organized crime and vice, with me serving as the group leader. The officials present nodded in agreement. No one objected and no one dared to object. The heads of various departments seated on both sides of the long table either scribbled notes rapidly in their notebooks or sat with their hands folded on the table, expressions stern as they watched Lu Feng. Hong Zhan sat by the window, his back ramrod straight, his expression even more somber than before. Because once this leading group was established, the public security system would be the first to be put on the spot. Lu Feng stood up, looking around at the assembled top officials of Bash City with satisfaction. As long as all departments worked together to thoroughly rectify Bash City, they could surely restore a clear and bright sky over the city. At the same time, this would be a brilliant achievement on his political record. If the special campaign against organized crime yielded results and produced typical cases, it would pave the way for his promotion to Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. For the public good, it would purge the long-standing ills of Bash City. For personal reasons, it would teach a bloody lesson to those who dared to touch his son. Serving both public and private interests, he must win this battle. He concluded, comrades, the fight against organized crime is a people's war and a serious political task. Departments at all levels must act swiftly. At the top floor office of the MO Group, Mo Linyuan sat behind a spacious desk toying with a fountain pen, its nib spinning around his fingertips again and again. His assistant stood before the desk, head slightly bowed. President Mo, we couldn't trace that person. The officer within the public security system has been taken away. The pen in Mo Linyuan's hand stopped. He lifted his head, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly, a cold glint flickering in their depths. Taken away. Who dares to touch our people? The assistant paused for a second. It was the Municipal Bureau's Inspection Detachment and the Discipline Inspection Commission. No one got wind of it, they just took him directly. The office fell silent for a few seconds. A faint smile curled at the corner of Mo Linyuan's lips, the interest in his eyes deepening. It's better that we can't find him, he said, standing up and walking around the desk to the floor-to-ceiling window. With his hands in the pockets of his suit trousers, his back to the assistant, he gazed out at the city that belonged to him. Not being able to find him means he's worth my time. His expression was calm, even tinged with amusement. In all my years of dominating both the legal and underworld, I've never relied on who my opponent is, but on the fact that no matter who they are, I dare to make a move. The assistant stood in place, head slightly lowered, waiting for his next words. Have people spread rumors to Luna saying that man is already engaged, that he's just playing around? Or say he has a girlfriend, more than one, say whatever sounds the worst. The assistant pulled out his phone and quickly typed notes into the memo app. Also, have someone take some photos of that man with other women and send them to Luna's phone to create a misunderstanding. The assistant's fingers flew across the screen. In truth, he couldn't understand why the boss was so fixated on a poor girl. That Luna, her looks were average, she had no background and she worked as a waitress in a restaurant. Girls like her were a dime a dozen. What made her worth all this effort? But oh well, he could never fathom the boss' thoughts. As long as the boss was happy. Mo Linyuan continued, confident. Since we can't find info on that man, look into his friends. Greet each of them one by one. Warn them that if they get close to that man again, they'll be opposing me, Mo Linyuan. Go to Luna's school and have the principal expel her. If that man is also a student, give his school a heads up and have him expelled too. The assistant's fingers kept moving, continuing to record. Mo Linyuan finally let out a cold sneer. I want them to know that the price of crossing me is losing everything step by step. In the end, they'll have no choice but to come begging to me. The assistant closed his phone and gave a slight bow. Yes, sir. In the evening, a matte black Dongfeng Mengsher slowly approached the Andingli residential complex. The security guard at the gate, spotting the license plate from afar, immediately stepped out of the booth, stood at attention and saluted. When the vehicle stopped, he followed protocol and approached to register, but his expression was clearly respectful. He recognized the driver, the secretary's son. Welcome back, Master Lu. Lu Jingxiu lowered the window, gave a slight nod, took the register and signed his name. The guard took the register, pressed the remote, and the barrier slowly rose. The Dongfeng Mengsher let out a low rumble and drove into the complex. Andingli was the Municipal Party Committee's residential compound located in the core area of Minghai District, just a 7 or 8 minute drive from the Municipal Party Committee building. The location was chosen for convenience, to make it easy for city officials to handle government affairs and for their families to commute to work or school. The compound was lined with lush trees, the road so clean that not a single fallen leaf was visible. The streetlights were already on, casting warm yellow light through the plane tree leaves onto the car roof. Lu Jingxiu parked the car and went upstairs. As he pushed open the door, the aroma of home-cooked food wafted over him. The apartment was about 180 square meters with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The decor was simple, with rosewood furniture in the style favored by retired officials. A landscape painting hung on the living room wall and a set of purple clay tea utensils sat on the coffee table. The entire house was neat and tidy, exuding an air of propriety and dignity. Seeing her son return, Feng Xiai was overjoyed. She bustled around Lu Jingxiu, asking, have you been eating well these past 2 days, and why hasn't the scar on your face healed yet? She chattered on and on as Lu Jingxiu changed his shoes and responded vaguely. Lu Feng was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. He glanced up at his son but said nothing, then lowered his head and continued reading. After dinner, Feng Xiai washed the dishes in the kitchen while the faucet ran noisily, and father and son went to the study. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the awkward atmosphere gradually eased and they naturally turned to business. Lu Feng took a sip of tea, looked at Lu Jingxiu and spoke slowly. This afternoon the Municipal Party Committee held a standing committee meeting to specifically discuss the crackdown on organized crime. In the future, if anything comes up, just call Uncle Zhang directly. Got it? Lu Jingxiu nodded in agreement. Then he paused and asked, Dad, do you know Mo Linyuan? Lu Feng pondered for a moment. I've heard of him. He's the president of the MO Group, one of the top companies in Ba Province, and an outstanding young entrepreneur. As he spoke his eyelid twitched and his heart skipped a beat. No way. He got a bit of PTSD whenever he heard the phrase young entrepreneur these days. The case of Shang Yanchen, that lawless outlaw, wasn't even closed yet. Now another one was popping up. What's he done now? Lu Feng asked. I heard he's the world's richest man with connections in both the legal and underworld, that he rules Ba City with an iron fist, kills without blinking, and even his guns. Lu Jingxiu poured out all the information he had gotten from Lu Na in one breath. Lu Feng fell silent. He held his teacup, staring at his son for several seconds, his expression as if he was trying to decide if his son was joking with him. Where did you hear all this? He asked. Do you even believe it yourself? Lu Jingxiu shook his head. No, I don't. Then why are you asking? Because this morning he had dozens of people surround my car and smash it. Luckily my car is bulletproof, Lu Jingxiu said. So now I'm starting to believe it a little. Hearing this, Lu Feng, who had been leaning back in his chair with a leisurely air, turned serious. He set his teacup on the table and leaned forward slightly. It happened right outside Ba University of Technology. I called the police and a case has been filed, Lu Jingxiu continued, starting his complaint. And I heard that last time over a trivial matter he had a principal and a security guard quietly disposed of. A corner of Lu Feng's mouth twitched. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, feeling the need to calm his nerves. What his son was saying was simply too outrageous for him. Too outrageous for him to believe outright. Calling dozens of people to smash a car, that was understandable. Young people are impulsive, they abuse their wealth and power to run wild. But a university principal being disposed of. Quietly. With no one held accountable. That couldn't be explained by just having money and power. However, given that his son had recently exposed quite a few outlaws, he couldn't bring himself to completely disbelieve it. Are you sure? He asked. I'm sure. Lu Jingxiu nodded, then added. Dad, I heard the world's richest man has connections everywhere, but it's true he called dozens of people to smash my car. Lu Jingxiu looked innocent, hitting the nail on the head. The car smashing was solid proof, the rest was for the officials to investigate. Lu Feng rubbed his temples. He felt his understanding of this world might be flawed. Compared to a university president being dealt with, calling dozens to smash a car seemed trivial. Are you sure a university president and a security guard were dealt with by him? He couldn't help asking again. He was truly incredulous. Yes, I asked students afterward. Many saw him summon a group to arrest the president, and the president was never seen again. Lu Jingxiu nodded with a serious expression. Lu Feng fell into a longer silence. A university president is at least a deputy department-level cadre under the provincial department. His voice grew heavy as if analyzing for his son. And the president of a polytechnic university is a full department-level cadre under the provincial party committee's organization department. His appointment, transfer, even sick leave all follow organizational procedures. You say he was dealt with? How? By whom? And after being dealt with, there's not even a ripple. He couldn't help tapping the table, his knuckles thudding dully against the rosewood surface. If what you say is true, this is 100 times more serious than your car being smashed today. Lu Feng paused, not continuing. Some things weren't fit to say in front of his son, but turmoil churned in his heart. For a deputy department-level cadre to vanish without a trace, only two scenarios were possible. One was bribing the police to not investigate the death, bribing the university to not announce the resignation, bribing the media to not report it, and bribing the family to stay silent. The second was having backing from above, someone who could suppress this at a higher level, silencing all relevant departments. Either way, this transcended mere criminal syndicate. This was a web capable of opposing and bypassing the organization. Someone was challenging the authority of the entire system, and that same person had called dozens to smash his son's car that morning. He now needed to verify the truth of this matter as soon as possible. Hopefully it was false. Lu Feng waved his hand. Drop this. Go rest. Lu Jingxiu nodded obediently. With his secretary father now aware of the tycoon, the rest was out of his hands. He stood, opened the study door, and walked out. At the doorway he glanced back. His cheap dad had already picked up the phone, fingers hovering over the keys, the number yet to be dialed, his expression hesitant. The next morning at 7, Lu Jingxiu was yanked from his blankets by his mother. Son, you have morning classes, right? Let's go to school together. She stood by the bed, spatula in hand, with a look that dared him to refuse. Lu Jingxiu actually wanted to attend class if he had nothing else to do. But he had important business this morning. Come to think of it, since transmigrating, had only attended class twice. This damn tycoon identity was corrupting his soul. Mom, I've got things to do this morning. I need to discuss cooperation with the Chu family against the Yin family. He tried to make it sound crucial and urgent, requiring his personal presence. His mother stared at him for a few seconds, then sneered, save it. I'll ride with you. Lu Jingxiu. Half an hour later the Dongfeng Mengsher parked at the Bada University parking lot. His mother pushed open the door, tossed out a study hard don't fail finals, slammed the door shut and strode toward the teaching building without looking back. Lu Jingxiu sat in the driver's seat watching her figure disappear toward the administration building. Confirming she wouldn't double back, he started the car and headed toward the Polytechnic University. He needed to find Lu Na today. The DNA test results should be out soon, and regardless of the outcome he had to tell her. Besides, after Mo Linjiang's stunt yesterday she must have been terrified. He wondered if she'd slept well. A dozen minutes later his phone rang. It was the hospital director. Lu Jingxiu pressed the Bluetooth earpiece. Hello. Young Master Lu, the DNA results are out. He suppressed his inner tension, keeping his tone calm. What do they say? The director spoke meticulously based on genetic principles, excluding identical twins, close relatives and external interference, and referencing current DNA markers. The results support a biological full sibling relationship between the two samples. Lu Jingxiu fell silent. In other words, the director's tone was earnest, each word deliberate. Ms. Lu Na is indeed your biological sister. Lu Jingxiu took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the traffic ahead but unfocused. Head had a premonition, but having it confirmed in black and white still struck his heart like a blow. Please send me a copy of the report. All right. The director was efficient. Within 10 minutes a PDF report arrived on Lu Jingxiu's phone. He didn't rush to open it. Parking at the Polytechnic University, he turned off the engine and called Lu Na. The phone rang for a long time, no answer. Lu Jingxiu frowned and tried again. The second time, after 7 or 8 rings, it connected, but no one spoke. Lu Na. Do you have morning classes? Have you had breakfast? His tone carried a smile, trying to sound light. I'm at your school. His plan was to take her for breakfast first, find a quiet place, then show her the report. Honestly, he was nervous, too unsure how to broach the subject. This was too melodramatic. A long-lost sister suffering outside all these years. And now she was the daughter of the Municipal Party Secretary, a party secretary's son, and a poor student waiting tables at a restaurant, siblings. The plot was both cliched and classic. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then a voice came through. Lu Jingxiu. Lu Na's voice was choked with sobs, obviously having cried for a long time, her throat hoarse. I am not at school. Lu Jingxiu's heart lurched, his brow furrowing instantly. What happened? Don't panic, tell me slowly. Woo-woo. I've been expelled. Her cries came intermittently through the receiver, each word soaked in tears. The landlord returned my rent and kicked me out. I am expelled. And kicked out by the landlord. A surge of anger blazed in Lu Jingxiu's chest, making his temples throb. Where are you now? Don't worry, I'll come get you. It'll be okay. He suppressed his fury, forcing his voice to stay calm and gentle. I don't know where I am. Lu Na stifled her sobs, her voice tinged with confusion. She looked around, unfamiliar streets, unfamiliar shops. She'd dragged her suitcase for a long time with no idea where she'd ended up. Share your WeChat location with me. I'll come get you. It's okay, I can help. Lu Jingxiu said with conviction. There was a few seconds of silence, then a tearful voice. Thank you. Then the call ended, as if speaking another second would make her lose control. After hanging up, Lu Jingxiu placed his hands on the steering wheel, waiting for Lu Na's location, his eyes icy. Excellent. The Polytechnic University president dared to expel his sister. A soft chime, her phone vibrated. Lu Na's location had been sent over. Lu Jingxiu glanced at it, set the navigation, shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator. The Dongfeng Mengsher let out a low deep roar as it sped out of the parking lot. On the road he drove while rapidly reviewing his next moves in his mind. There was no need to guess who was behind Lu Na's expulsion and the landlord kicking her out. Mo Lin Yuan had made his move, and he was efficient. Reporting the expulsion to the police alone wouldn't work, he had to strike from another angle. The car merged into the morning rush hour traffic. He held the steering wheel with one hand, swiped his phone screen with the other and dialed a number. Oh, good morning, young Master Lu. Any instructions? The call connected after 2 rings. A cheerful female voice came through, crisp and bright, clearly having just woken up in a good mood. I need a favor. Lu Jingxiu cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush. A university president abused his power for personal gain, expelling a student with no fault. I need your state media to report this. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. When Han Zuangshuan's voice came through again, her tone turned serious. Which university? Bashi University of Technology. Young Master Lu, our Bashi Daily can't report this. Alright, I understand. Lu Jingxiu frowned, ready to hang up. He thought Han Xianxian was just trying to avoid trouble. After all, the University of Technology was a provincial institution and its president was a department-level official. State media reporting on such a matter would indeed require careful consideration. But Han Xianxian seemed to anticipate his move and quickly called out, wait, don't hang up yet.
I haven't. Lu Jingxiu pulled his finger back from the end call button. Han Zuangquan's tone was rapid but clear, explaining methodically, young Master Lu, because this is a provincial university, the president is under the provincial organization department, a provincial level cadre. For our city level state media to report this would need to coordinate with the province first. It's not that I don't want to help, the procedure just won't allow it. She paused, a hint of amusement in her voice, as if patiently explaining to an anxious child, I'm guessing, young Master Lu, you want a state media to report this first, then have the disciplinary committee or the provincial party committee step in, right? Lu Jingxiu remained silent, which was as good as an admission. Letting the media go first to amplify public opinion as oversight, that's a good idea. But it might alert the enemy. Alert the enemy. Lu Jingxiu frowned. Exactly. Han Zuangquan's voice was light and quick. Think about it, once the report comes out that president will definitely spend the night pulling strings and destroying key evidence. Then whether it's the media or the disciplinary committee, they'll end up with nothing to show for it, no findings and a lot of trouble. Lu Jingxiu took a deep breath. He realized he had been too hasty, he hadn't considered this layer. Han Xianxian was right, while state media could quickly ignite public opinion, it would also immediately tip off the other side. Once the evidence was destroyed and connections were mobilized, the situation would become much harder. He had only been thinking about how to take down the president, forgetting that he needed to secure the evidence first. Alright, I understand. Thanks for the reminder. I'll treat you to a meal next time. He said, preparing to hang up again. Hey, wait. Han Xianxian knew right away that young Master Lu was about to end the call. She understood he must be very anxious, otherwise he wouldn't be so quick to hang up at any disagreement. She didn't keep him in suspense and said directly, young Master Lu, I have another idea. Post the story of the president illegally expelling the student on social media platforms and get influencers and marketing accounts to fan the flames. This is called naturally fermenting public opinion. Once it erupts, it can still achieve your goal. But won't the president still destroy the evidence? Lu Jingxiu asked. What was the difference between this and state media reporting? Oh, you're being dense, Han Xianxian said, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation. Have the disciplinary committee start a quiet investigation under the pretext of receiving a tip and simultaneously report to the provincial disciplinary committee. By then social media will just be starting to heat up. The provincial disciplinary committee will definitely initiate a preliminary verification process. The disciplinary committee works fast. They'll immediately seize and seal all relevant materials and evidence. By then the public opinion will probably just be trending. Her speech was rapid but logically clear, breaking down the plan and feeding it to Lu Jingxiu piece by piece. Then our state media reports it, and that's when you make your move. That president won't be able to escape. Lu Jingxiu gripped the steering wheel, listening to Han Xianxian methodically lay out the entire process on the other end of the line, and felt a shock inside. Truly, from a media family, she knew this routine inside out. When to let public opinion ferment, when to bring in the disciplinary committee, when to have state media step, and every step was perfectly timed, interlocking seamlessly, leaving no loopholes. Honestly, he had never taken Han Xianxian seriously before. He thought she was just a playful, gossipy second-generation official who coasted through the media circle on family connections. Now he realized. This woman had some real skill. Alright, I understand. He silently reviewed the steps in his mind, firmly committing them to memory. Then you owe me. 4 meals. Han Xianxian giggled, her tone reverting to that light teasing vibe. Pick a time, tell me, and I'll treat you. Lu Jingxiu caught her meaning. If he kept owing meals without acting, the debt would pile up like a mountain. You'll be busy these couple of days, so how about this Saturday? Han Xianxian decided directly, leaving him no room to wriggle out. Fine. Lu Jingxiu hung up. Saturday, no problem. He would treat Han Xianxian to 4 meals that day. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and a midnight snack all in one day, and the debt would be cleared. Then they'd be even, and he could still ask her for help if needed, since she seemed willing enough. Though Lu Jingxiu knew in his heart that Han Zuangquan's enthusiasm must have ulterior motives. What was she after? His status as the son of the Municipal Party Secretary. Access to information she couldn't get otherwise. Or something else. He didn't know, and he couldn't be bothered to dig deeper. But as long as she didn't say it, he would play dumb, and playing dumb was something he'd mastered before his transmigration and was even better at now. Soon the car arrived at the navigation destination. Lu Jingxiu pulled over, rolled down the window, and leaned out to look around. He spotted Lu Na sitting on the edge of a flower bed across the street. She was still wearing the same white t-shirt and jeans, hugging her knees on the brick edge of the flower bed. Beside her were 2 suitcases along with several bulging canvas bags and large plastic bags, a pile of luggage scattered on the ground.
Her job was gone, she couldn't go back to her rental and she had been expelled from school.
Lu Na didn't know where to go next.
The city was vast with countless streets but none of them belonged to her. Sitting on the flower bed, her throat felt as if it were being squeezed tight and raw.
Tears kept threatening to spill but she forced them back. Lu Na, it's okay. Don't cry. No one will see, no one will pity you, no one will help you.
She took a deep breath and swallowed the bitterness like choking down a burning coal.
Yes, I can't cry.
Crying had never solved anything since she was a child. When classmates bullied her in grade school, crying didn't help. Working alone to earn tuition, exhausted and missing the last bus, walking several kilometers back to her rental in the dead of night, crying didn't help then either. Tears were the most useless thing. Even after they dried, she'd have to wipe them away herself. Now she had to quickly figure out what to do next. She could find another job, milk tea shop, convenience store, handing out flyers, there was always work to earn money. She could find another rental, something cheaper, or even share a place. But the university she had worked so hard for years to get into, just to be expelled like this, what was she supposed to do? She had been strong all these years, all for the sake of getting into a good university, graduating and finding a decent job to slowly improve her life. But now that path was gone, her life was over. This thought pierced the softest part of her heart like a needle. Her nose suddenly stung fiercely as if someone had pinched it hard. Tears surged out without warning, streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto her knees. Her throat tightened and ached again as if something were lodged there, trying to force out a sob, but she suppressed it with all her might. Lu Na, have you had breakfast? A gentle voice suddenly sounded before her. She looked up and through tear-blurred eyes saw Lu Jingxiu crouching in front of her. She had no idea when he had arrived. He just crouched there, meeting her gaze at eye level, a smile on his face, none of those expressions that would have made her feel even worse. Get up. Let's get in the car first. Lu Na's already unstoppable tears flowed even faster. She nearly sobbed aloud but held it in, her voice breaking. Lu Jingxiu, I'm sorry. Before she could finish, she buried her face in her arms, her shoulders shaking as suppressed weeping muffled from within. She didn't want him to see her crying like this, but this time she truly couldn't control it. Her cries were stifled, restrained, only occasionally escaping when she could no longer hold back. Lu Jingxiu said nothing. He stood up, walked back to the car, took a pack of tissues from the glove compartment, then returned and sat on the edge of the flower bed beside her, handing the tissues to her. Looking at the girl beside him who dared not even cry aloud, he let out a sigh. Ding, the elevator doors slid open slowly. Her eyes still reddened, Lu Na pulled her suitcase as she followed Lu Jingxiu, who was laden with bags, out of the elevator. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts, the tip of her nose flushed and traces of tears still streaked her face. After crying by the roadside just now, she felt quite embarrassed. To have cried like that in front of someone and to have made him hand her half a pack of tissues, but when emotions surged she simply couldn't control it. After she stopped crying, Lu Jingxiu took her for breakfast. After the meal he said she had no place to stay now and that he happened to have several vacant apartments, he could rent one to her. Lu Na felt a bit awkward. She looked up, her eyes bloodshot and still rimmed with red, and asked softly, how much is the rent and deposit? Lu Jingxiu thought for a moment and told her 500 a month, no deposit. She nodded, finding it reasonable. 500 a month with no deposit was quite cheap in a place like Ba City. Although her savings wouldn't last long, if she could find another job soon, she figured she could manage. So she followed Lu Jingxiu. But upon entering this residential complex she was astonished. The lobby was paved with marble, a crystal chandelier hung overhead, and the security guard at the entrance in a crisp uniform saluted them. The elevator was carpeted, the buttons were touch-sensitive, and even the air in the elevator hall carried a faint fragrance. This was clearly a high-end residential area, not somewhere one could rent for 500 a month. Could it be a shared apartment? That would still be fine, at least the environment here was several notches above any rental she had lived in before. At her previous place the hallway light was broken and never fixed, the neighbors fought every night, and in summer the stench from the trash bins downstairs made it impossible to open the windows. Here at least it was clean and safe, she wouldn't have to fear walking alone at night. Just as she was thinking this, Lu Jingxiu unlocked the door with his fingerprint. The lock clicked open with a beep. Lu Na pursed her lips, so advanced a fingerprint lock. She followed Lu Jingxiu inside into a spacious living room. The decor was modern minimalist, dominated by black, gray and white. Floor-to-ceiling windows opened onto a large balcony, sunlight streaming through the white gauze curtains making the whole living room bright and pristine, as beautiful as a model showroom. Lu Na stood at the entrance with her suitcase, looking at the gleaming marble floor. She took a cautious step, afraid her old sneakers might leave marks. Lu Jingxiu, which room is mine? Are all my roommates girls? She asked. Since it was a shared apartment there should be other roommates, and she hoped they were all girls for convenience. No roommates. This whole unit is for you, Lu Jingxiu said with a smile. Lu Na turned back, staring at him in disbelief. This whole place, the huge living room, the large balcony, the beautiful decor and multiple rooms, all for her.
$4,500 a month. Lu Jingxiu didn't say much more. He simply closed the door and walked straight toward the study. Lu Na stood still watching him enter the study. She heard the faint hum of a printer starting up and a whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind. What did Lu Jingxiu want to do? There was no such thing as a free lunch. This apartment was definitely not a $500 a month rental. Had he tricked her here because he had intentions toward her? But that didn't seem right. His gaze was always clean, never making her feel uncomfortable. Besides, with his looks and background, he wouldn't lack for girls interested in him. He wouldn't go to such trouble. Lu Na, take a look at this. Lu Jingxiu emerged from the study holding a freshly printed report and handed it to her. Lu Na pushed aside her wild thoughts, took the papers and looked down to read. The paper was still warm, densely covered with technical terms and numerical tables. She couldn't make much sense of the data and charts, but she understood the title. DNA Parentage Testing Report. As she read, her hands began to tremble. She flipped through page by page, skipping over the incomprehensible gene locus data and technical jargon, and went straight to the last page. In the opinion section in black and white it read, excluding the influence of identical twins, close relatives and external interference based on the existing DNA genetic marker typing results, it supports a biological full sibling relationship between the two individuals from whom the samples were obtained. Lu Na looked up at Lu Jingxiu, her eyes filled with disbelief. A full sibling relationship meant they were blood-related, brother and sister. She and Lu Jingxiu were siblings. A DNA test. When did he do it? Oh, it was that day he took her to donate blood. She thought it was just a regular blood donation. He had deceived her. He tricked her into giving blood for the test. Why did he do it? Why didn't he just tell her directly? Was he afraid she wouldn't believe him? Or that she wouldn't agree? Lu Jingxiu looked at her, stunned into silence, and nodded. His voice was soft but firm. That's right. Your brother. Your real brother. Is this real? Lu Na's voice turned hoarse as if something was stuck in her throat. Mem, it's real. Could this be a mistake? No. Whose daughter am I? Why did they abandon me? Her voice began to tremble, tears welling up in her eyes. They didn't know where you were, Lu Jingxiu said, looking at her. You were taken away when you were little. They've been searching for you all along. Then, do they know about me? Lu Na looked up at him, tears falling one by one. Lu Jingxiu was silent for a few seconds before speaking. They don't know I found you. Lu Na still looked up, but she couldn't stop her tears any longer. They streamed down her cheeks, drop after drop, falling onto the report and the floor. She gazed at Lu Jingxiu, wanting to say something, but her throat felt constricted, unable to produce a sound. How did you find me? Lu Jingxiu thought for a moment and fabricated a reason. I saw you resembled my mother that day, so I had someone investigate. Then he changed the subject. The DNA report came out today. Then why didn't you tell me yesterday? Lu Na's voice choked with tears which flowed even faster. Lu Jingxiu was silent for a second. Why hadn't he told her yesterday? Because he didn't know how to bring it up. This matter was too melodramatic, so absurd that even he found it unbelievable. He feared she wouldn't accept it, thought she would feel deceived, worried she would turn and run away. I didn't know how to tell you. Lu Na threw her arms around him, unable to hold back any longer. She buried her face in his chest, her frail shoulders trembling violently, her voice escalating from suppressed sobs to loud wails. Lu Jingxiu, why did you come so late? Why did it take you so long to find me? During the times when she was expelled from school, evicted from her rental, sitting alone by a flower bed with her suitcase, not knowing where to go, in those moments of utter despair and helplessness, her biological brother suddenly appeared, telling her she wasn't alone. She wasn't abandoned, wasn't unwanted. She had family, she had a brother. Today she had endured alone for so long. From receiving the expulsion notice in the morning to the landlord refunding her rent and asking her to move out, to dragging her suitcase alone through unfamiliar streets, to sitting by the flower bed holding back her tears. She had held on for an entire morning, her emotions already shattered. At this moment her defenses collapsed completely and she burst into loud sobs. She cried without any dignity, even blowing bubbles from her nose. Lu Jingxiu gently held Lu Na, watching her cry in his arms, her frail body trembling incessantly. His hand rested on her back, stroking it softly. Meanwhile, in the office of the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Daiguan. Is your precinct trying to become an independent kingdom? Hong Zhan's roar penetrated the office door. Several police officers passing by in the corridor lowered their heads and quickened their pace, not daring to breathe loudly. Someone pulled out their phone and quickly sent a message in the workgroup chat. The director is in a bad mood today. Everyone be careful, don't make any mistakes. When I just passed by the office and my legs went weak, I heard something happened at Lane in precinct again. Don't know, but it's best to stay away from the director's office today, Roger, that I won't make any mistakes today. Do you think I'm too comfortable in my position and want to help me move it?
Hong Zhan held his phone in one hand and pounded the table with the other, shouting angrily, "How is the management of digital certificates in your precinct implemented?
When was your last inspection?
Do you know who your officers are using your system to investigate?" On the other end of the line, Director Dai of Lainan Precinct looked equally grim. He stood in his office, his back ramrod straight as if being reprimanded in person, and spoke cautiously. "Director Hong, it's my lax management."
"Lax management?"
Hong Zhan interrupted him, directly slapping the table. The sound startled Director Dai. "Do you even believe that yourself?" Within 48 hours the information of 2 leaders' family members has been illegally queried.
How am I supposed to explain this to the mayor? How am I supposed to explain it to the secretary?
Hong Zhan was truly at his wit's end. This morning he had just entered his office, brewed a cup of tea, and opened the work plan for the special campaign against organized crime and corruption, intending to further refine the division of tasks for each department.
Before he could even settle in, the phone rang.
The information of the mayor's son Tang Cheng had been illegally queried by another police station under Lainan District Precinct. The person had already been detained, and both the disciplinary committee and the inspectorate had simultaneously launched investigations. Holding the receiver, he felt as if the sky had fallen. No, it had only just fallen yesterday, so why was it falling again today? Had they all conspired to make trouble for him? Were they determined to bring him down? "I'll give you 2 hours.
Hong Zhan suppressed the urge to smash his phone. "You will immediately find out why this officer surnamed Wang conducted the query. Who told him to do it?
In 2 hours I want a complete report." He paused, took a deep breath, and added, "If you can't produce it, I'll have the inspectorate investigate you."
"Yes, Director Hong, I'll get on it right away."
Director Dai wiped the sweat from his forehead and hung up.
The office fell silent.
Director Dai stood still, the phone still in his hand, its screen already dark. Director Hong's words, though seemingly scolding him, were actually shifting the blame.
First he subtly implied, "You made a mess and expect me to take the fall.
If you cause me to be held accountable, I'll make sure you suffer the consequences." And then he used the issue of digital certificate management to firmly pin the responsibility on him.
Finally he gave him a 2-hour deadline.
If he failed, he would lose his position. After hanging up, Hong Zhan tossed his phone onto the desk and paced back and forth in his office with his hands behind his back. His face was full of irritation.
He really wanted to curse.
He cursed the officer surnamed Wang for being brainless, cursed Daiguan for being a useless precinct chief, and cursed his damned luck. How was he supposed to report this to the mayor now? Yesterday it was the secretary's son who was investigated, today it's the mayor's son. The key point was that yesterday afternoon the secretary had just established a special rectification task force at the standing committee meeting. Hong Zhan had sat in the meeting room, expressed his stance, and patted his chest, promising the full cooperation of the public security system. And what was the result? Before the echoes of his pledge had faded, the public security system had messed up again.
With the exact same loophole.
Wasn't this slapping his own face?
Wasn't this telling the secretary and the mayor that the newly formed anti-crime task force couldn't even control its own internal affairs?
He paced back and forth dozens of times before finally stopping, returning to his chair and collapsing into it as if all strength had been drained from him. He truly had no more tricks up his sleeve. Picking up his phone, he let out a long sigh and dialed a number.
"Mayor Tang, I need to report something to you."
Hong Zhan sat upright, his tone cautious.
"Oh, Director Hong, what is it?" Mayor Tang was sipping tea, evidently in a good mood.
Hong Zhan paused for a second, knowing that the mayor's mood was about to sour. "The system just flagged that an officer from a police station in Lainan District illegally accessed your son's information."
Silence filled the receiver.
Mayor Tang's tone turned stern. "Who authorized it?"
"What was the reason?"
"We're verifying it now.
I've already instructed the Lainan District Bureau."
Hong Zhan explained.
"Yesterday it was Secretary Lu's son, today it's mine."
Mayor Tang interrupted him bluntly. "Director Hong, can you tell me, following this pattern, whose son will it be tomorrow?
And the day after?
Has our internal police network become a free-for-all information supermarket, or is someone specifically profiling the families of leaders?" Mayor Tang frowned deeply, his earlier good mood evaporated.
This could not be a coincidence.
Yesterday the party secretary, today the government head. This was targeted surveillance based on political hierarchy. Was the perpetrator seeking revenge, blackmail, or gathering intelligence? Regardless of the motive, this act was a collective provocation against the city's party and government leadership.
"I'll give you 48 hours, Mayor Tang said gravely.
"I want to know who's behind this and their objective. As for that officer, suspend him or refer him as appropriate."
"Understood. I'll get to the bottom of it."
Hong Zhan wiped his cold sweat. After hanging up, he clenched his fists, took a deep breath, grabbed the phone, and began issuing orders, not even bothering to summon anyone for a meeting. He had to seal off the source immediately before someone targeted the son of a third high-ranking city official. Would it be the Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary or the Discipline Inspection Secretary? Either way, his position as director was on the line. Especially the Discipline Inspection Secretary, the city's highest oversight authority, who would be most vigilant. Secretary Guo, upon discovering someone had checked on his son, wouldn't give him a moment to explain. The next second had launched a special disciplinary investigation into the city bureau director. Notify the political department to draft a commitment letter for network security and digital certificate usage. Implement application layer shielding for specific personnel in the level 4 red list system so ordinary permissions can't access the data. From today, any unauthorized query of citizen information results in immediate suspension.
At noon in a restaurant.
Luna nibbled at the dishes, occasionally lifting her head to glance at Lu Jingxiu across from her. They had talked all morning in the apartment. Strangely, though they'd only met days ago, she had quickly accepted him as her brother. He then suggested taking her out for a meal and some shopping. She refused verbally, but he dragged her along anyway. Though she had nothing and was nothing, now she had a brother. A ray of light suddenly pierced the dark, gloomy world within her heart, and she stood in its glow, feeling a warmth she had never known.
Lu Jingxiu ate a few bites and was full.
He leaned back in his chair, typing rapidly on his phone. He was chatting with Han Xianxian and Qingqing, his fingers flying across the screen.
Miss Han had become his strategist and intelligence officer. He was consulting her on how to bring down the MO Group. Han Xuanxuan. The MO Group is a foreign company listed overseas but headquartered in Ba City. The authorities could indeed bring it down, but that wouldn't be good for the city's GDP, you know what I mean. JPG. Lu Jingxiu Mo Lin Yuan is already targeting me. This is self-defense. Han Xuanxuan. Then target Mo Lin Yuan personally, not the company.
If the company collapses, tens of thousands of employees lose their jobs. Too much negative impact.
Your dad would break your legs. Han Xuanxuan. Oh, and young Master Tang's legs would be broken by his dad too.
Lu Jingxiu. So how do I target him?
Han Xuanxuan. Hang on, let me dig up any illegal dirt on him.
I'll send it to you later. Watching from the shadows. JPG. On the other side. Lu Jingxiu. Fellow townsman, help me deal with Mo Lin Yuan.
Qingqing. Fellow townsman, you haven't even dealt with the Yin family and now you've provoked the Mo family.
Did you pick up some villain script? Do people come after you wherever you go?
Old man looking at phone.
JPG. Qingqing. This Mo family isn't some tycoon CEO, is it? Lu Jingxiu. This tycoon tried to force love on my sister today and wanted to get rid of me.
Fellow townsman, what should I do?
Qingqing. Let me ask my chief dad about the MO Group. I'll get back to you this afternoon. Lu Jingxiu seized the moment. I'm at such and such mall now.
Want to come over for coffee this afternoon and chat about it?
Qingqing. Sure. Are you alone?
Lu Jingxiu. I also have my long-lost, newly claimed biological sister.
Qingqing.
Then I'm not coming.
Thanks. Farewell. JPG. Lu Jingxiu. Qingqing. Your sister is probably the female lead of some novel. If I show up, I'll become a supporting character. If she gets hostile and attacks me, that's just asking for trouble. Qingqing, please don't involve me in any plot. I just want to be a laid-back heiress. Lying flat like a salted fish. JPG. Lu Jingxiu's mouth twitched at the message. How many novels did this Qingqing have in her head? But he wasn't letting her off. The Chu family's business intelligence network in Ba City was exactly what he needed now. Lu Jingxiu. Miss Chu, helping me is helping yourself. Qingqing, don't give me that. Lu Jingxiu. If I fall, no one in Ba City's officialdom will protect you. Do you want to be a heiress for a year or for a lifetime? The choice is yours. After sending that message, the chat stayed silent for several minutes. Lu Jingxiu didn't push. He took a sip of his milk tea, his peripheral vision catching Lu Na across the table. She was sipping her soup quietly, head down. A few minutes later, Qingqing's reply finally popped up. Ugh, fine. You win. I'll send you the info this afternoon. Lu Na watched Lu Jingxiu, who had been smiling while typing all along, and wondered who he was messaging. Was it his girlfriend? He was so handsome and kind, he must have many girls liking him. She lowered her head, feeling an inexplicable tightness in her chest. Just then her phone buzzed twice. She picked it up. It was a few MMS messages from an unknown number. She opened them and the messages contained photos. In them, Lu Jingxiu was kneeling on one knee before a girl holding a bouquet of flowers. The girl was very beautiful, wearing a blouse and a pleated skirt with long hair flowing over her shoulders and a proud smile on her face. The other photos were also of the two together, some in a cafe, some in a park. In every one, Lu Jingxiu's expression was tender, even humble. She stared at the photos for a long time, her fingers beginning to tremble slightly. The girl in the photos was stunning. So Lu Jingxiu had someone he liked. She lifted her head and looked across the table. Lu Jingxiu was still typing, his smile deepening. He must be chatting with the girl in the photos.
She didn't know what she was feeling. It was complicated. She was suddenly sad but couldn't explain why.
Still, he was her newly found brother. She had no right to interfere. That he was willing to acknowledge her was already the greatest fortune of her life. She was just a poor student with nothing, expelled, evicted, not knowing where her next meal would come from. What right did she have to question whom her brother liked? She had no right to ask for more. So she'd better keep her mouth shut. She pursed her lips, turned off her phone screen, flipped it face down on the table and continued eating in silence. The food had gone cold, tasteless in her mouth. In the afternoon, Lu Jingxiu entered a frenzy of shopping. The mall was bustling with people as he dragged Luna from store to store, moving from the women's clothing section to the shoe and bag area and then to the cosmetics counter. No matter which piece of clothing he pointed at and asked, "Do you like this one?" Luna would immediately shake her head and murmur, "No need, brother, I have clothes." She felt it was enough. She didn't want him to spend too much money. Lu Jingxiu resigned, changed his strategy. He stopped asking her and instead said directly to the salesperson, this one and that one too, bring them all for her to try. Then he turned to Luna and said, "Go in and try them on." Luna stood still, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, her eyes filled with the silent plea, "Really, there's no need." "Then he'll buy them all," Lu Jingxiu said, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "Anyway, if they don't fit, he'll throw them away. He'll throw them away and buy new ones until you're willing to try." Luna's eyes went wide. Throw them away? These clothes looked expensive. She dared not even glance at the numbers on the price tags. How could they be thrown away? To prevent waste, she had no choice but to obey, hugging the clothes as she entered the fitting room. With each piece she tried on, Lu Jingxiu would nod from outside and say, "Wrap this one up, I'll take that one too," so fast she had no chance to refuse. She went from initial nervousness to gradually relaxing, even secretly twirling in front of the mirror. It was a gray pleated skirt, the hem gently swaying at her calves, the fabric soft. She stared at her reflection in the mirror, stunned for a moment, then quickly averted her gaze, the tips of her ears turning red. After buying a mountain of things, Lu Jingxiu took her to a mobile phone store and got her the latest model. Finally, Lu Jingxiu drove her back to the apartment. He piled the bags and packages in the living room, then took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to her bank account. "Use this money for now and tell me if it's not enough," Lu Jingxiu said with a smile. "Don't worry about the school matter, I'm already handling it for you. You won't be left without a school to attend. As for mom and dad, I'll talk to them tomorrow. You get a good night's rest, dress up tomorrow and I'll take you back." Luna wanted to say, "I don't need so much money." She only earned over 2,000 a month from working part-time. 100,000 was an astronomical figure to her. But then she was stunned by his next two sentences. The school matter. He was already handling it. Could it be that he wasn't just an ordinary rich second generation? Could an ordinary rich second generation have the means to get an expelled student back into university? Her expulsion was signed by the principal himself, a decision at the school's highest level. How could he handle it? And the other party's backing was Mo Lin Yuan, the Mo Lin Yuan who ruled Bashi City with an iron fist. Also, he was taking her to meet her biological parents tomorrow. At this thought, her heartbeat quickened, a mix of anxiety and nervousness. What did her biological parents look like? Would they like her? Would they think she was too poor and too unsophisticated? She looked down at her dirty sneakers and suddenly felt a pang of panic. "Call me if anything comes up." Lu Jingxiu gave her a smile, stood up and prepared to leave. Luna suppressed the urge to hug him. She had already hugged him once today. Another hug would seem too clingy. What if he didn't like it? She just silently watched him put on his shoes, open the door, wave his hand at her, and then the door clicked shut. The living room fell silent, leaving only her and the shopping bags scattered all over the floor. She picked up her new phone, opened WeChat and found Lu Jingxiu's name. She tapped on it to edit his contact information. She typed Lu Jingxiu brother, deleted it, typed brother, deleted it, typed big brother, then her finger hovered over the screen for several seconds. She took a deep breath as if to bolster her courage and finally hit save. Then she opened the chat window and sent a message, "Thank you, big brother. Travel safe." After sending it, she pressed the phone against her chest and sat on the sofa for 5 minutes before her heartbeat gradually calmed. Putting down the phone, she sat quietly on the sofa looking around the house. A spacious living room, bright floor-to-ceiling windows, a soft sofa and shopping bags piled up like a small mountain. Everything felt like a dream, so surreal and unreal that she wanted to pinch herself. For the first time she felt anticipation for the life ahead. Tomorrow she would meet her biological parents. She had to pick the most beautiful outfit, tie her hair neatly, make herself look energetic and be worthy of her brother Lu Jing. She suddenly stood up, ran over to the pile of shopping bags, opened them one by one and began seriously selecting what to wear the next day. Meanwhile, the news of the Bahang University of Technology principal illegally expelling an outstanding student was rapidly spreading across major platforms. It started as an inconspicuous post on a local lifestyle account accompanied by a few chat screenshots. Then several self-media accounts with sizable followings shared it, simultaneously tagging it with labels like Bahang University of Technology unjust expulsion, impoverished student, and capitalist. Subsequently, several marketing accounts picked up the story, distilling it into a more eye-catching version of female student from a poor family working to support her education was unjustly expelled by the principal for offending those in power. The images included casually taken photos of the campus Plaintree Avenue and teaching buildings with the color tones adjusted to a depressing gray blue, and the background music was that popular emotional narrative BGM. This plot of being expelled for no reason after offending the powerful precisely struck a nerve with netizens' anger. The trending hashtag was followed by a bright red explosive symbol. Clicking on it, the comments section was already in an uproar.
Melon eating without spitting seeds. Wow, are university principals this arrogant now? Expelling someone just like that? Did this student dig up his ancestral grave or something? Bashi local im from the University of Technology.
I know the expelled female student. She's usually very hardworking and studies well, never failed a course. Just because she offended some big shot, the principal signed off on her expulsion.
She wasn't in class this morning, I couldn't believe it.
Righteous bystander, she's only a sophomore, clearly hasn't done anything wrong and her life is ruined just like that. Bahang University of Technology, come out and explain. Hot-headed bro, investigate. It must be investigated. If we don't investigate this principal who abuses his power, are we saving him for the new year? Bashi City Commission for Discipline Inspection, Bashi City Supervisory Commission. And under the Weibo hashtag Bahang University of Technology unjustly expels student, reposts had already exceeded 10,000. After reading the full leak, this girl comes from a poor family and works alone to earn tuition. Just because she offended a rich second generation, she was expelled by the school. What kind of magical realism is this? Is the principal the rich kid's father? Institutions of higher learning are not lawless lands. The principal abused his power and illegally expelled a student, which is a violation of discipline and the law. Suggest the disciplinary commission intervene and handle it seriously. Studied hard for years to get into university and the principal cancels it with one sentence. Is this school your family business? Has anyone dug up this principal's background? I want to see how much authority he wields. When the vulnerable are bullied, no one ever cares. It only gets attention when it's posted online and then they're accused of making it up. Stay strong, little sister. Inside a high-end apartment, Zhou Yinlin, the principal of Bashi University of Technology, opened Weibo at the reminder of others. Upon seeing that glaring headline, his finger trembled, almost losing grip on his phone. He never expected that expelling a poor student with no background or money would be leaked online, let alone trending on social media. He had clearly warned the relevant leaders and teachers to handle the matter discreetly, forbidding anyone from speaking out. From notification to resolution, it took less than 3 hours, smooth and swift. How did this news leak out? Or was someone intentionally targeting him? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Now is not the time to investigate who leaked it. The urgent task is to suppress the trending topic. As long as the heat decreases, the situation will be manageable. He picked up his phone and found the number of Director Wei from the Municipal Propaganda Department, who was responsible for public opinion management, and dialed. Director Wei, this is Zhou Yinlin from the University of Technology. He spoke steadily, as if chatting with an old classmate, betraying no hint of panic. You've seen the trending topic online about a student being expelled from our school, right? He continued, this is a misunderstanding. Our school is handling it internally. Could you please communicate with the platform to lower the heat? After all, it affects the school's reputation and the city's educational image. On the other end, Director Wei received Principal Zhou's call and guessed it was about this matter. Sitting in his office, he looked at the word explosive on the computer screen, the corners of his mouth twitching. He knew very well that this matter had been hinted at by the minister himself. Ignore public opinion and let it ferment naturally, awaiting the orders from the municipal committee. What does this indicate? It means a high-ranking official from the municipal committee has their eye on Zhou Yinlin. Perhaps someone of a higher rank than his own minister. It should be noted that the minister of the Municipal Propaganda Department is already one of the standing committee members of the municipal committee, a figure considered among the city's leadership. Why didn't Zhou Yinlin call the minister? Because the minister wouldn't bother with him. Moreover, he had seen the public opinion himself. There was a plethora of evidence from the student's perspective, including videos, chat records, and screenshots of the student's evaluation documents. It was not mere rumors. In other words, Principal Zhou had indeed abused his power, expelling a good student in violation of regulations. Director Wei held a bit of disdain for Zhou Yinlin, a university principal, in order to curry favor with some powerful figure, had lost all dignity and ruined a child's life. What qualifications does such a person have to be a principal? He raised his teacup and took a sip, beginning to practice Tai Chi. As the director of the propaganda department, he had practiced this soft yet firm technique for decades, becoming exceptionally skilled.
Principal Zhou, we are aware of the situation you reported. As for online public opinion, our principle is to treat everyone equally. We will verify what needs verifying and guide where guidance is needed. He continued cheerfully, then subtly mocked, by the way, Principal Zhou, this incident serves as a reminder that student management in universities must adhere to laws and regulations to avoid leaving any handles for criticism. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Yanlin, an old hand in the trade, immediately recognized that the other party had no intention of helping him. Not only would they not help, but they also indirectly taught him a lesson. His expression darkened. After contemplating, he began to threaten and entice Director Wei. If this matter escalates, it won't reflect well on the city's educational image, right? Our university enrolls so many local students every year. Damage to our reputation benefits no one. Could you please think of a way to help? I'll come to thank you in person another day. On the other end of the line, Director Wei scoffed coldly. The implication was clear: as long as you help me, you will be rewarded, but if you do not help, just wait. How ridiculous. This old man is about to fall from grace, yet still dares to threaten him. What does he mean by coming to thank him? A person already targeted by the municipal bigwigs, one whose violations are well known. How long can he still last? Getting involved with him now is like getting stained with blood. Did he really appear too easy to deal with? He needed to learn to say no. I'm sorry, Principal Zhou, I can't help you. Director Wei, feeling no need to engage in pleasantries, hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone from his phone, Zhou Yanlin's face turned ashen. He never expected that a mere director would dare to act so arrogantly towards him. After all, he was at least a deputy-level cadre with many students under his wing, a well-known figure in the Bashi education sector. A director would have to line up to toast him according to rank, and during the holidays, gifts sent his way could not be less than 5 figures. However, he truly had no way out now. The other party was from the propaganda department and not within the education system, so he couldn't easily deal with Director Wei at this moment. Moreover, when it comes to handling public opinion, he couldn't bypass the propaganda department. He stared at the phone screen, watching the trending topics heat continue to rise with hundreds of new comments every time he refreshed. No problem. If the propaganda department wouldn't help, he had other avenues. He had been in the education system for decades and his connections were not built for nothing. Zhou Yanlin stood in the living room with his phone for a full minute, took a deep breath and dialed another number. This time he chose Vice Mayor Lu Zhang, who was in charge of civil affairs, education, culture and health in Bashi. He had dined with Vice Mayor Lu a few times, and last year during the Provincial University Forum hosted by Bashi University he personally accompanied Lu Zhang throughout the inspection. The two had a delightful conversation, and upon leaving, Lu had even shaken his hand, saying, Principal Zhou, you can be assured that Bashi University is in your hands. Most importantly, he had helped Lu on many occasions, and gifts during holidays were a must. The phone rang 5 or 6 times before it connected. The other side was noisy and he could vaguely hear someone talking as if at a banquet. Mayor Lu, this is Zhou Yanlin from the University of Technology. I apologize for disturbing you so late. I'm in a meeting, I'll talk later. Lu Zhang's voice was flat and quick, as if he had already anticipated Zhou would make this call. Beep beep beep. Zhou Yanlin held the phone, listening to the busy tone, his expression growing even darker. He glanced at the time on the screen. It was 8:30 in the evening. A meeting. At this hour. What kind of meeting could possibly be happening? If he couldn't see through such an excuse, then his decades in the political arena would have been for nothing. Not willing to give up, he contacted several leaders from Bashi. There were old acquaintances from the education system, heads of brother units he had shared drinks with, and even a student he had personally promoted who was now a deputy director in the city government. However, they all found various reasons and excuses. Some said they needed to accompany family, others said it was inconvenient, and some didn't pick up at all. His student did pick up but stammered, saying, Teacher Zhou, take care of your health, before hurriedly hanging up, not allowing him to finish a complete sentence. What a joke. Zhou Yanlin had offended someone, and the Discipline Inspection Commission had quietly initiated an investigation. This matter had already spread within the second-generation officials' circle. The source of the news was unclear, no one knew its truth or which person he had offended, but the fact that it had spread was itself a sign. If the higher-ups had no intention of moving against him, the news would not have circulated this way. The Discipline Inspection Commission is particularly wary of alerting snakes while striking grass. If you hear the wind, it either means the investigation is nearing its end or someone is deliberately leaking information to warn others. This person is finished, keep your distance or you might get caught up when the net tightens. Moreover, the trending topic itself indicates everything. A university principal's negative trending topic can usually be removed with a single phone call, but today it had been trending all afternoon, with its heat increasing rather than decreasing, climbing from the local charts to the national charts with topic views exceeding 200 million. What does this indicate? It indicates that someone has given instructions. For someone to have made such solid arrangements in the Bashi propaganda system, they are at least at the level of a standing committee member of the municipal committee. It also indicates that this principal is losing power. There is a saying in politics, it's not that you can't offend someone, it's that you must have value.
A valuable person, even if they make a mistake, will have someone to protect them, as protecting them equates to protecting their investment. A person with no value, even if innocent, will find no one willing to speak a kind word on their behalf.
Moreover, Zhou Yanlin currently has neither value nor adherence to regulations who would be willing to help him.
Clearing his name would be the least of their concerns, fearing that they would be implicated if the Discipline Inspection Commission investigated. Thus, before the situation becomes clear, no one would take the initiative to act.
They are waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the wind to blow.
Waiting for the stance of the Discipline Inspection Commission, waiting for the stance of the Secretary, waiting for the direction from above. Wherever the wind blows, that's where the people will lean. The political arena is not devoid of warmth, it's just that warmth always comes after self-preservation. Zhou Yanlin placed his phone on the coffee table, his fingertips trembling slightly. He had contacted a circle of people, but none were willing to lend a hand. Those friends who used to call each other brothers, those juniors who would bring gifts during holidays, and those connections he had once helped, all fell silent at this moment. Only then did he give up the last shred of hope. It wasn't bad luck, nor was it that he couldn't suppress the trending topic, it was that he was truly being targeted. There were unseen eyes watching his every move from a higher place, and the owner of those eyes not only knew about the trending topic's existence but might even be the very one driving it. He trembled as he picked up the phone, scrolling to the last name. He was in the background of the Provincial Education Department. The call connected and he forced his voice to sound steady. Director Cui, it's me, Zhou Yanlin.
Expelling that student.
It was at President Mo's request. Could you perhaps speak with the publicity department to help cool things down first? There was a moment of silence on the other end.
That silence made Zhou Yanlin's heart sink.
He was hesitating, choosing his words, which meant every sentence that followed was carefully weighed. Old Zhou. Director Cui finally spoke, his pace very slow.
I'm aware of this matter. Zhou Yanlin's heart dropped a notch.
On your end, cooperate with the investigation as required. As for the online situation, the publicity department has its own rules.
I can't directly intervene. Do you understand what I mean?
Zhou Yanlin grew anxious upon hearing this. Director Cui, then all right. Director Cui interrupted him.
I have a meeting to attend. Handle your affairs according to procedure.
Then the call ended.
Zhou Yanlin's hand holding the phone slowly dropped and he collapsed limply into his chair. He understood.
Having navigated the bureaucracy for so many years, he could read between the lines clearly. On your end, cooperate with the investigation.
This phrase implied he had already entered the investigative process. Don't resist, don't implicate others.
For a department head to hint that he was under investigation, which investigation could it be other than the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection? As for the online situation, the publicity department has its own rules. This was a hint that given the current circumstances, no one could help him. Someone had already pulled strings in the publicity department. Appealing to anyone was futile. Handle it according to procedure. In the bureaucratic system, this was the clearest rejection.
Follow the rules, don't seek backdoor favors. Your matter, I'm washing my hands of it. A bitter smile spread across Zhou Yanlin's face.
He had been severed and abandoned. His patron had decided to cut him clean from this chain, like plucking a rotten fruit to prevent it from spoiling the entire tree.
Director Cui wasn't unwilling to help. If it were just a trivial matter of taking down a trending topic, a single word from him would suffice.
But he chose not to help, indicating that someone higher up this chain was waiting, and Director Cui had no desire to be dragged down. He gazed at the family photo on his desk. It was taken the year he became principal, full of vigor and ambition. Then he picked up his phone and slowly began deleting his chat records. He knew it was useless. The Commission for Discipline Inspection's data recovery methods were far more advanced than his deletion techniques.
But he no longer knew what else to do.
He had to do something, even if it was just a futile struggle. His fingers mechanically swiped, long-pressed, and confirmed deletions on the screen as if performing a meaningless ritual to calm himself. He knew that poor student's identity was definitely not that simple.
What would a student from an ordinary family normally do after being expelled?
They would have no choice but to let it go. It was impossible for public opinion to escalate to this level within hours, for the Municipal Disciplinary Committee to initiate an investigation ahead of time, for the Provincial Disciplinary Committee to intervene overnight. Someone was orchestrating this from behind the scenes, and that person's influence was far greater than he had imagined, powerful enough to make the publicity department stand by, make the deputy mayor avoid his calls, and make a department head personally sever ties.
How could he have believed Mo Linyuan's words back then, thinking it was just an ordinary student with no background or money?
He did not call the school's office director to demand the destruction of the students' related materials.
Because he knew it was too late.
The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's initiation of the investigation meant that the Municipal Disciplinary Committee had already sealed and submitted the relevant materials during the day.
Destroying evidence now would only result in an additional charge of obstructing the investigation and opposing the organization.
And this charge was one of the most egregious in disciplinary commission reports, implying severe punishment, even expulsion from the party and public office and referral to the judiciary. But if he didn't destroy the evidence and voluntarily confessed, he might only lose his administrative post, retain his professorship, and be demoted in rank. He didn't need leniency, he just needed not to be severely punished. Zhou Yanlin stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He stood in the darkness for a long time, then slowly reached out and pulled open the curtain. Outside the window, a sea of lights from thousands of homes twinkled. The night of Ba City was prosperous and bustling. High-rise buildings glittered with scattered lights, each one a home. On the elevated highways, traffic flowed like a river, headlights merging into a moving ribbon of light slowly winding through the city. The city's night was beautiful. He had lived in Ba City for decades, rising from associate professor to principal, moving from a cramped dormitory to a luxury apartment, trading a bicycle commute for a chauffeur-driven car. He had witnessed this nightscape countless times, but never before had he felt that every light outside the window was so distant from him. A few years ago, for his political career, the city represented a broader horizon. But now his political career had abruptly reached its end. Zhou Yanlin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, motionless as a statue. Inside a lakeside villa in Ba City, Mo Lin Yuan, clad in a dark gray silk robe, held a glass of red wine in his right hand, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the meticulously manicured garden outside. The night was thick. Ground lights in the garden illuminated neatly trimmed shrubs and a fountain, creating an interplay of light and shadow. President Mo, we've only found basic information on that man. The assistant stood 2 steps behind him, holding a tablet, speaking cautiously. His name is Lu Jingxiu. He studies at Ba Capital University and previously had a girlfriend named Li Qingqing. Other than that, we can't find anything. Nothing at all, no family information, no social connections, not even the residential area he lived in. This was abnormal. Even this scant information was obtained through inquiries at Ba Capital University. Lu Na has been expelled from the University of Technology, the assistant continued, pausing before adding, but Ba Capital University rejected our request. Mo Lin Yuan frowned upon hearing this. Ba Capital University dared to reject his request. This soured his mood further. Ordinarily he would have had someone deal with Ba Capital University's principal as well and install a more compliant figure. But for now he needed to prioritize, first eliminate this Lu Jingxiu, then deal with these insolent people. We also found. The assistant hesitated. Lu Na was taken away by Lu Jingxiu. He likely arranged accommodation for her. Hearing this, Mo Lin Yuan's expression turned icy. He had gone to great lengths to strip Lu Na of her job, her studies, and her housing, leaving her isolated outside the campus with nowhere to go, nothing to eat, no support, terrified so she would obediently bow her head and come crawling back to him. But Lu Jingxiu had blocked that path. He took her away, arranged a place for her, gave her an escape route. That woman, seemingly docile, was stubborn to the core, enduring alone for so long without yielding. Now with a man suddenly appearing to protect her, she would be even less likely to submit. It seemed that to make Lu Na yield he first had to eliminate this meddlesome man. Can't find anything from his friends either. He took a light sip of red wine, his tone calm, yet the chill in his eyes had already crept up. No. An officer we had contact with was taken away by the Municipal Bureau after inquiring about his friends. The assistant shook his head, his expression strained. I had others try a few more times. We contacted 4 or 5 patrol officers, all with the same result. They said this person's information access level is very high, nothing can be found. Then those officers were successively taken away by the Municipal Bureau's Supervision Detachment for investigation. At this point the assistant's expression was nearly crumbling. President Mo, the connections we've cultivated within the public security system. 5 of them have been taken away by the Municipal Bureau's Supervision Detachment. The public security system seems to be cracking down hard on unauthorized inquiries into citizens' information lately with unprecedented intensity. He felt that Lu Jingxiu was not a simple man, but he hadn't expected that even those around him were as impenetrable as iron walls. After a day of searching they couldn't find Lu Jingxiu's information nor that of his friends. Every officer they contacted to make inquiries ended up being arrested, one after another, like a game of whack-a-mole. Every time he pressed down in the underground, the Municipal Bureau's hammer would strike. In a single day over half of the group's long-cultivated connections within the public security system were gone. The few remaining flatly refused to help with any more inquiries. He truly wanted to say, President Mo, let's call it quits. Mo Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, staring out at the garden for a long time. This Lu Jingxiu had some skill. To make the Municipal Bureau react so swiftly to lock down so much information simultaneously, it suggested he wasn't an ordinary college student but had an official background behind him. But that was all he was. At best he was just a child of an official. In Bashi he had seen plenty of such children. None who could outmatch him had been born yet. Merely someone with a bit of family influence, acquainted with a few leaders in the public security system. In his eyes such people were no different from the neatly trimmed shrubs in the garden. They looked beautiful, but one snip of the shears and they would break. In his mind, the message Lu Jingxiu had sent using Luna's phone that day surfaced again. All powerful in both worlds, and this is your level. Don't make your dad laugh, you little clown hiding behind others. In his entire life he had never been insulted to his face like that. He remembered every word clearly, as if carved into his mind with a knife. Those who had insulted him had either already disappeared or were on their way to disappearing. This Lu Jingxiu would be no exception. He was determined to make that man pay. He would make him kneel before him and personally swallow back every word of that message one by one. Send someone to tail him tomorrow, Mo Lin Yuan said indifferently, raising his wineglass toward his reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. I want to know which neighborhood, which building, and which apartment he lives in. Then go in and bring him out to me. The assistant's expression froze for a moment, but he still nodded. Yes. Mo Lin Yuan raised his wineglass again and took a sip. The red wine slid down his throat, his Adam's apple bob tracing a cold hard arc under the light. He let out a cold smile, the chill in his eyes almost spilling over. Since the legitimate path was blocked, he would take the underworld route. He would make this man witness firsthand what true dominance in both worlds meant. In the Municipal Public Security Bureau's office, lights blazed brightly. It was already past 10 in the evening, but Hong Zhan was still sitting at his desk, not having gone home. He leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at his phone screen. Today a total of 4 officers had been caught for illegally inquiring into leading cadres' information. Adding Chang Nuo from yesterday, that made 5. 5 people in less than 48 hours had gone one after another like a relay race to inquire about someone they shouldn't have. Fortunately, he had acted quickly in the morning, urgently upgrading the red list. The 3 officers who later tried to inquire about the family information of the Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary, the Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary, and the Municipal Procurator's Chief Procurator were apprehended on the spot at the authorization step. But this was already outrageous enough. 5 people in a single day had organized and premeditated inquiries into the information of leading cadres and their families. In all his years in public security he had seen bold moves, but never anything this bold. This matter had grown beyond what he could contain. If he continued to cover it up, he would be the next one investigated. He let out a long sigh as if trying to expel all the day's troubles in one breath, then picked up his phone and dialed the number of Director Xue of the provincial department. The phone rang twice before being answered. Director Xue, this is Hong Zhan from Bashi. Oh, old Hong, so late, what's the matter? Director Xue's tone was still relatively relaxed and the background was quiet. He was likely in his home study. Both he and Hong Zhan had transferred from the military. Back when Director Xue was still a deputy director at the provincial department, he had promoted Hong Zhan from a local position, and the two had always had a good relationship. Moreover, since they were both in Bashi, they occasionally had dinner and drinks together privately. Director Xue, I need to report something to you, Hong Zhan said, straightening up and adopting a formal tone. From yesterday to today, our Municipal Bureau's Supervision Detachment has successively taken away 5 officers for illegally inquiring into citizens' information. According to preliminary investigations, the targets of their inquiries were all relatives of leading comrades from the Municipal Party Committee and municipal government. He paused, letting the director digest the information, then added, currently this does not appear to be the individual behavior of a few officers, there is organization and premeditation behind it. I have arranged for a comprehensive review of the city's digital certificate permissions and upgraded the red list. However, the current situation has exceeded the Municipal Bureau's control. I recommend that the provincial department take the lead in establishing a special task force to thoroughly investigate this series of unauthorized inquiries. Director Xue was silent for a few seconds, then his tone turned serious. 5 people in one day. That number is indeed abnormal, he mused. Is there a connection between these 5 people? Has the source been identified? Hong Zhan replied, we are investigating. So far 3 of them are from the same sub-bureau, but the instigator is still uncertain. Additionally, the clues point to some members of the public possibly involving corporate backgrounds, but further digging is needed. Director Xue pondered for a moment and made a decision. The provincial department will consider the task force. For now, what you need to do is secure the evidence. Revoke all digital certificates of the involved personnel and seal the case files. You'll have some teams from the Criminal Investigation, Cybersecurity and Supervision divisions temporarily deploy personnel to assess the situation. Further steps will be determined after notification from the provincial department. Old Hong, you should also understand the nature of this matter. This is not an ordinary unauthorized inquiry. Someone is challenging our system. You need to hold the line there. No more problems. Report any new developments immediately. Hong Zhan understood that the director meant no more issues could arise. Everything must wait until the provincial department's personnel arrived. Yes. He responded crisply and then hung up. He placed the phone on the desk, leaned back in his chair and finally let out a long breath. With the provincial department's backing, he felt reassured. No matter what level of deity the hidden hand behind this was, as long as the provincial department led the establishment of a special task force, he had the confidence to fight back.
Bro, you're back.
Suna, just as before, upon hearing the door open, came pattering from the living room, stood on her tiptoes and gave him a hug. Her embrace was firm, her face burrowing into his chest for a moment before she let go. Jingxiu sighed, changed into his slippers and walked inside, saying, "Come to my room for a moment, I need to talk to you." He now felt the world was utterly absurd. Too many melodramatic events had unfolded and they all happened around him, impossible to avoid. On the way back he had been pondering how to handle Suna. After much deliberation he decided to confess to her first and see her reaction before making any decisions. He hoped she would admit her mistake, then go apologize to their parents and Luna, seeking their forgiveness. Though he knew it would be difficult, it was worth a try. Suna watched Jingxiu's receding figure as he walked straight to the bedroom. The smile on her face gradually faded. She stood still for a while before following him in and closing the door behind her. She didn't wait for Jingxiu to speak first. Because she detested being passive, loathed the feeling of being judged and interrogated. Rather than wait for him to expose her, she would rather break the ice herself.
"Bro, you know everything."
Her tone was indifferent, betraying no emotion, though her hands behind her back trembled slightly. Jingxiu raised an eyebrow, surprised by Suna's intelligence and sharpness.
He looked at her and nodded.
Suna pursed her lips. Her composure was impeccable, her face showing little turmoil, but that slight movement of her lips gave her away. She lifted her head, striving to maintain a cold expression as she asked with feigned indifference, "So what are you going to do?" She hadn't expected everything to come so swiftly. According to her plan, she still had several months' time to spend another summer vacation in this home and call him bro for a few more months. But plans change. Sometimes the more you fear something, the faster it charges toward you, leaving you no time to evade. Jingxiu sighed. He knew that this fake sister's heart was far from as calm as her surface suggested. Suna was the type to act indifferent about what she cared most about. The more sorrowful she felt, the blanker her expression became. He had noticed this during their days together. "Let's get to know each other again," he said, his tone very calm.
"I am Jingxiu."
Suna was stunned. She had imagined many reactions from him: angry interrogations, cold alienation, helpless sighs, even the possibility that he would directly tell her to get out. But she had never considered this a request to start anew. It was like two strangers meeting by chance one afternoon, nodding to each other and saying hello. Her eyes instantly grew hot, as if something scalding was swirling within them. But she held back, blinking hard to suppress the sting. "Suna," she raised her chin slightly, her voice steady.
"My name is Suna."
Jingxiu extended his hand. "Hello, Suna." Suna hesitated for a second. She disliked being touched by others. Her usual playful teasing of Jingxiu was another matter, that was her initiative, her choice. But now his outstretched hand carried no aggression, leaving her unsure how to respond. Yet in the end she took it. His hand was warm just as before. After releasing it, Jingxiu sat on the edge of the bed and asked gently, "Tell me your story." Suna looked at the man before her, this Jingxiu whose personality was completely different from his past life. He was now gentle, tolerant, and even overly agreeable. She shook her head, a surge of irritation rising within her. This damn brother, how could he treat her like this? What was she supposed to do? All the justifications, the tearful pleas, the excuses she had prepared suddenly became useless. He didn't even scold her, just calmly listened to her story. She was tired. In her past life she had lived in constant fear, committed heinous acts, struggled for so long, yet still couldn't escape her final fate. In this life, forget it, let it be. She hummed in acknowledgement, leaned against the door, crossed her arms, lowered her head and slowly began to narrate her story. "I'm an orphan, grew up in an orphanage. I was adopted twice as a child. The first family thought I talked too much, the second thought I talked too little. Both sent me back. After that I didn't want to be adopted anymore. The orphanage was fine, at least no one would return me. Later I studied like crazy, got into a key high school and met Luna there. Then I was momentarily blinded by greed and had wicked thoughts. I'm sorry, Lu. Jingxiu, I'm sorry to Luna." After speaking she looked up, her eyes red. "I'll apologize to them. I'll leave here tomorrow. I'll work hard to pay back all the money the family spent on me." Just as she turned her hand on the doorknob ready to pull it open, Jingxiu's voice came from behind. "I didn't say I was kicking you out." Suna's movement froze. "Where would you go if you left?" Jingxiu sighed. "Stay here for now. Let me think if there's a better solution." How to deal with Suna? He felt the decision ultimately rested with Luna. In reason and emotion, Luna had suffered for so many years. She was the greatest victim. Whatever she decided would be final. He was not the victim and had no right or desire to make decisions for Luna. Suna, with her back to him, lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. After a few seconds she finally spoke, her voice muffled, carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. "Bro, can you hug me one last time?" Lu Jingxiu looked at her back, her shoulders slightly hunched, fingers clutching the hem of her clothes. Though she stood still she seemed to be trembling. He stood up, walked over and gently embraced her. "Thank you bro." Suna's voice was even softer, almost inaudible. "I'll try to make amends." She finished speaking, pulled open the door and walked out quickly. The door closed softly behind her and the sound of her hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, growing fainter. The next morning, after washing up and eating the breakfast Lin Yutong had brought up, Lu Jingxiu prepared to go out. "Lu Jingxiu, where is Luna?" "Her room is empty." Lin Yutong hesitated for a moment before asking. Recently she had been quietly staying in her room, only coming out for meals or to read like a ghost. She had long noticed something off about this brother and sister. They were too intimate, far beyond what siblings should be. But she didn't intend to meddle. Someone living under another's roof had no right to pry, a principle she understood well. But this morning when she called Luna for breakfast, no one answered. She quietly opened the door and found the room completely cleared out. Lu Jingxiu was stunned. He walked to Suna's room and opened the door. It was empty. Lu Jingxiu was speechless. He never expected Suna would actually run away. Last night he had clearly said he wasn't kicking her out and told her to stay. Yet she had said "thank you bro" and then before dawn packed up and fled. Just then his phone received a text message. It was from Suna, a long paragraph. "Bro, I'm leaving. She's back. This was always her place. I've occupied it too long. Time to give it back. Thank you for these years. Thank you for not exposing me when I was putting on airs. Thank you for still being willing to hold me when I was at my worst. Thank you for saying let's get to know each other again yesterday. I will remember those words for the rest of my life. I'll pay back the money I owe you. It might take a long time, but I will. Tell her I'm sorry for taking her place all these years. It wasn't my intention. She's really lucky to have a brother like you. One last time bro, thank you Anne. I'm sorry." As she sent this message, Suna was pulling her suitcase, walking briskly through the departure hall of Bashi International Airport. She wore a white hoodie and jeans, her hair casually tied in a ponytail. She had bought a ticket to the capital. The capital was a big city with more opportunities and it was completely unfamiliar to her. No sights would remind her of someone. At the same time, at the other end of the hall, a man surrounded by 4 or 5 people was walking toward the VIP lounge. He wore a dark suit, his pace unhurried while those around him bowed slightly, reporting something. He listened expressionlessly, his gaze casually sweeping over the crowd. Then it stopped. A girl pulling a suitcase hurried past him a few steps away, white hoodie, ponytail, her profile brightening under the terminal sunlight. In that instant his footsteps halted. That profile was too familiar. It looked like his ex-wife. Like the way she used to smile. Later she stopped smiling. Then she left. Even the child she left him with had been lost in an accident, and despite searching they had never been found. He stood there watching the white hoodie figure disappear around the corner at the security checkpoint. Maybe it was just a resemblance. There were many people in the world who looked alike. He had been wrong before more than once. But what if that girl over there, the one in the white hoodie? He withdrew his gaze, his voice very soft. "Find out her name and where she's going." His assistant followed his gaze but only caught a blurry back disappearing into the crowd. He didn't ask further, just nodded. "Understood, President Su." At 1 in the afternoon the cafe was quiet. The wooden tables and chairs were paired with warm yellow lighting and the air was filled with the aroma of coffee. There were only a few customers in the shop. Qingqing slid a printed document across the table, stopping it steadily beside Lu Jingxiu's hand. She had applied delicate makeup today, wearing a casual yet professional white blouse and dark gray trousers, looking every bit like a corporate elite from a major tech company. Lu Jingxiu gave her a once-over and raised an eyebrow. "Miss Chu dressed like this today, are you heading to work?" At the mention of it Qingqing felt a bit speechless. She took a sip of her iced Americano before speaking slowly. "It's all because of you. You had me take on the Yin family and the MO Corporation, and my cheap dad got so anxious he thought I was too good at giving him tough opponents." She set down the cup, her tone carrying a hint of resentment, like someone who just wanted to be a couch potato but had her fish tank smashed. "Yesterday he told me, Xiaojin, you can't just lie around at home all day, you need to get out, engage with society. Then today he found me a job so I wouldn't be idle." Lu Jingxiu wanted to laugh but held it back. Laughing would have been rude. "So what job did your dad arrange for you?" he asked. Xu Jin sighed. "Afraid I'd ruin the family business, he didn't dare put me in the company. He just set up a small new firm for me to mess around with, said it wouldn't lose much money anyway." Lu Jingxiu fell silent. This must be what casual meant for the wealthy. Giving his daughter a random company was like an ordinary person buying her a random handbag. Don't worry about me, Qingqing said, tilting her chin slightly to steer the conversation back. She tapped the document on the table with her slender fingers. Let's focus on business. These are the records the Chu family found, projects and approvals where the MO Corporation might have bribed officials. She flipped open the first page revealing dense tables and notes organized with professional precision. Though Qingqing always claimed she wanted to slack off, she was meticulous when it came to work. This document was clearly the result of serious effort. There are also suspicious payments like consulting fees, she said, pointing to several highlighted areas in yellow. They're labeled as consulting fees, but the consultants never even showed up, the money just arrived on time. Jingxiu flipped through the pages one by one. Qingqing pointed to several spots marked with red arrows and continued, there's also the issue of fake invoices and cost manipulation. According to the Chu family's investigation, the MO Corporation's profit margin is far below the industry average, yet their business scale keeps expanding. This suggests they're shifting profits to avoid taxes. Their accounting is flashy but can't withstand close scrutiny. She took another sip of coffee before adding, oh, and there's the pollution problem, illegal dumping, excessive emissions. They've been warned by environmental authorities several times, but it's all been swept under the rug. She shook her head and clicked her tongue. I also found out they've had several workplace safety accidents over the past 3 years, resulting in quite a few deaths, but they've all been covered up. Officially they blamed it on equipment maintenance shutdowns, but it was really about silencing people. At this point Qingqing suddenly smiled, leaned forward slightly and lowered her voice. Guess what else I found? Jingxiu looked up at her. They secretly surveyed some data and geographic information they shouldn't have, Qingqing whispered, blinking at him. And then sent it to foreign entities. Jingxiu grew increasingly alarmed. Bribery, tax evasion, covering up safety accidents, these alone would land someone years in prison. The last point was a matter of national security. The MO Corporation had quite a few illegal activities, very criminal. However, while these findings were alarming, it would still take time for the relevant authorities to investigate and take action. State security would need evidence and procedures. It wasn't a matter of submitting materials today and making arrests tomorrow. It felt troublesome. He thought for a moment, then considered the strangeness of this world. He looked up and asked in a tentative tone, Miss Chu, can't you just call your dad's assistant and say make the MO Corporation go bankrupt within 7 days? Then your family's business empire would start a market takeover. The MO Corporation's stocks would plummet and 7 days later MO Lin Yuan would be kneeling before you begging for mercy. Qingqing wore an expression that said, what nonsense are you talking about? She stared at Jingxiu for several seconds, confirming he wasn't joking, then rolled her eyes and said earnestly, then you should come be my dad's assistant. Jingxiu offered a polite smile. Qingqing naturally understood what her fellow countryman meant. She laughed, come on, does that ever happen in real life? Business is like a battlefield, but not an actual battlefield. Competition works through these methods, slowly exerting influence, gradually eroding the opponent's defenses. There's no operation where Neza rides his wind fire wheel straight into the enemy headquarters and blows it up. Okay. Alright, I understand. Jingxiu hadn't really expected Qingqing to make the MO Corporation go bankrupt with a single call. He was just confirming the rules of this world. He neatly placed the documents into the bag he had specially brought today, zipped it up and looked up. Miss Chu, thank you. This document is very helpful to me. Qingqing smiled, raised her coffee cup and said nothing. Jingxiu looked at Qingqing's delicate and beautiful face, then suddenly thought of something and asked, Miss Chu, I want to buy some cosmetics for my sister. Do you have any recommendation? Qingqing set down her cup and gave him a once-over. Who would have thought Master Lu was a good brother? She stood up, picked up her small bag from the chair beside her and said, let's go. I have time now, so we'll take you shopping. A man walking into a cosmetics counter would probably get talked into buying a bunch of things she doesn't need by the salesgirls. She walked toward the door, then turned back after a couple of steps and added, but let me warn you, my consultation fee isn't cheap. Since you're my fellow countryman, just buy me a bubble tea later. Deal. Jingxiu got up and followed. The two walked out of the cafe. The afternoon sun was just right, not too harsh, warming the street softly. Qingqing walked ahead, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. She glanced back at Jingxiu. What's your sister's skin type? Dry or oily? Does she wear much makeup? Jingxiu thought for a moment and answered honestly, I don't know. She probably hasn't used much makeup. Qingqing's expression turned more serious. Then I suggest starting with basic skincare. Your sister just came back, so her skin condition probably isn't great. Don't rush into makeup, focus on building a good foundation first. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Jingxiu nodded. He really didn't know much about this. Qingqing pushed open the heavy glass door of the mall, glanced back at him, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. Your sister is the one who got expelled from the Polytechnic University. Qingqing sighed. I saw the trending topic. I really feel for that girl. Since she's your sister, she's half a friend to me. Consider the cosmetics a welcome gift.
Lu Jingxiu followed behind, watching her back, and couldn't help but smile. Ahead, Chu Jin's voice drifted over Lu Jingxiu. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? I have to report to my new company at 2 this afternoon. I don't have all day to shop with you. Luna sat on the sofa, her phone placed face up on the coffee table, ensuring she could see the moment Lu Jingxiu sent her a message. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Why hadn't Lu Jingxiu arrived yet? Weren't they supposed to visit their parents today? She picked up her phone, her thumb hovering over the WeChat icon, feeling she ought to ask. But after a moment's thought she put it down again. What if he thought she was rushing him? What if he was busy and found her message annoying? She decided against it. She placed the phone back on the coffee table screen facing up and continued to sit and wait. After an unknown stretch of time, the door lock clicked. Luna jolted, springing up from the sofa almost reflexively. But once standing, she didn't know what to do, frozen in place, her hands unsure where to rest. Lu Jingxiu opened the door and walked in, carrying several bags. The paper bags were emblazoned with brand logos she didn't recognize, vibrant and colorful. Seeing her standing awkwardly in the middle of the living room, he smiled. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, Luna replied softly, her gaze falling on the bags in his hands. These are for you, skincare and cosmetics, Lu Jingxiu said, walking over and placing the bags on the coffee table. A warmth spread through Luna's heart, but she instinctively shook her head. I don't need these things. Since I bought them, you'll use them. But I don't know how. You'll learn. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Jingxiu pushed the bags slightly toward. Luna lowered her head, looking at the delicate paper bags, her fingers twisting together. She wasn't hesitating, she was holding back tears. She feared that if she spoke she would burst into tears. How embarrassing that would be. Have you eaten? Lu Jingxiu changed the subject, not noticing her expression. Luna took a deep breath, forcing back the tears, and looked up. I have. What did you eat? I stir-fried a couple of dishes myself. Did you go buy the ingredients yourself? Lu Jingxiu shot her a surprised glance. He had assumed his sister would order takeout or eat out, not that she would go buy groceries and cook for herself. Silence fell in the living room for a few seconds. Take these to your room first, Lu Jingxiu said, pointing to the bags on the table. Thank you. Luna whispered her thanks, bent down to pick up the bags and headed toward her bedroom. She didn't know how to react appropriately. She couldn't show too much joy or Lu Jingxiu might think she was materialistic. But she couldn't appear unhappy either, or he might feel she was ungrateful. And he was being so kind to her, how could she ever repay him? She had nothing, could give him nothing. Yet wasn't it only natural for a brother to buy things for his sister? She didn't know because she had never been a sister before. She gently closed the bedroom door, sat on the edge of the bed and took out the items from the bags one by one. She gazed at the bottles and jars for a while, then carefully set them down, touching each one as if afraid of breaking them. Then she sat on the bed, hugging one of the boxes, her shoulders trembling. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. She wiped her eyes vigorously with the back of her hand, but the tears only flowed more. After a few minutes she took several deep breaths to suppress her emotions. She checked her reflection on her phone screen, her eyes were still a bit red, but surely it wasn't too noticeable. She walked out and saw Lu Jingxiu sitting on the sofa. After a moment's hesitation she sat on the single sofa beside the long one, keeping a distance. Lu Jingxiu laughed at the sight. Why sit so far away? Come here. Luna obediently responded, stood up and moved to sit on the long sofa a meter away. Lu Jingxiu gathered his thoughts and told her about Suna. He spoke calmly, without exaggeration or deliberate defense of Suna. After finishing he leaned back into the sofa and asked Luna, what are your thoughts? How do you want to handle her? Luna listened quietly. She bowed her head, her eyelashes lowered, her expression unreadable. After a few seconds of silence she said softly, I'll do whatever you think is best. You're the victim, this decision is yours to make, Lu Jingxiu said, turning to look at her. You can do whatever you want. You can even call the police on her. Don't worry, I have no feelings for her. Luna lifted her head to glance at him, then lowered it again. After a moment she whispered. Since she's already gone, let's just forget it. Lu Jingxiu was taken aback. Just let it go. Luna nodded gently, her hands resting on her knees. Because hating someone is exhausting and disliking someone is exhausting too. She had hated and disliked too many things in her childhood, and in the end she had spent all her energy on that hatred, nearly leaving no strength to live. But now she had a brother, parents, a home. She didn't want to waste the hard-earned energy she had on hating someone who had already left. Even if they brought Suna back, made her apologize, beg for forgiveness on her knees, and sent her to jail, what then? Would it make her feel any better? Would it erase those nights she spent crying alone in that rented room? No, it wouldn't. She had resented the injustice of fate for so many years that she had long since come to terms with it. She didn't want to hate anymore.
It wasn't about forgiveness, it was about no longer letting Su Na affect her. Let the past be the past, she would deal with the future when it came. She stood up and walked over to sit beside Lu Jingxiu. Then she reached out, hugged his arm and buried her face against it, her voice muffled. Brother, since she's gone, let it be. Please don't go after her, okay? I don't want you to worry about her anymore. Lu Jingxiu felt his sleeve growing damp, cool moisture spreading gradually. He sighed silently, said nothing and took a tissue from the coffee table to hand to her. He understood, this girl was afraid he would be upset. She was considerate, cautious and attentive to his mood, preferring to bear her own grievances rather than cause him any trouble. A sister like this truly tugged at one's heart. After some time Lu Na let go of his arm and looked up. Seeing the large dark wet patch on his sleeve, her face flushed crimson. What was wrong with her? She had cried so much these past 2 days, more than she had in the entire previous year. I'm sorry Lu Jingxiu, let me wipe that for you. Flustered, she grabbed several tissues and addressed him formally again, reaching to clean his sleeve. No need, it's fine. Lu Jingxiu smiled and pulled his arm back slightly. Get yourself ready. I'm taking you home. Oh, and from now on just call me brother. Okay. Luna paused for half a second, her heart racing, then stood up, turned and walked to her room to change. After a while she emerged wearing a knit top and jeans. Standing at the hallway entrance she looked timidly at Lu Jingxiu as if awaiting his approval. Lu Jingxiu glanced at her and shook his head. Why aren't you wearing a dress? Luna blushed, her fingers twisting the hem of her knit top nervously. I don't usually wear them. It feels not right. I remember we bought that light blue mandarin collar dress last night, right? Lu Jingxiu issued a direct command. Wear that one. Do I have to? You look good in a dress. Lu Jingxiu leaned back into the sofa, his tone matter-of-fact. Luna was stunned. Good looking. She had never associated herself with those two words. Lowering her head she softly acknowledged and turned back to her room to put on the dress. A few minutes later the bedroom door opened. Luna walked out slowly and stood in the living room. The afternoon sunlight slanted in from the balcony, casting a soft golden halo around her. It was a light blue dress with a mandarin collar, the top button fastened, revealing a slender stretch of her fair neck. The fabric was soft, the hem falling just to mid-calf, showing off her straight slender legs. Her features were delicate, not strikingly beautiful, light brows, large eyes, lips a pale pink. Her hair lay loose on her shoulders, the ends slightly frizzy but dark and smooth, making her neck appear even whiter. She looked like the kind of girl who approached everything with caution, pure, fragile. Lu Jingxiu looked at her silent for 2 seconds, then rose from the sofa with a smile. Let's go. Time to go home. At the entrance of Andingli residential compound, the Dongfeng Mengsher slowly came to a halt, its wheels pressing against the speed bump with a dull thud. A head poked out from the security booth, a young guard who looked to be in his early 20s, dressed in a crisp uniform. He saluted, watching as the barrier gate slowly rose and the Dongfeng Mengsher drove in smoothly. After Lu Jingxiu's last visit he had registered his license plate in the system, so there was no need for visitor registration. After a while a black Porsche Cayenne pulled up to the barrier and stopped. The guard saluted, picked up a registration book, walked over and bent down to glance through the car window. There were 5 men in the car, 1 in the driver's seat, 1 in the passenger seat and 3 in the back. All wore dark suits, their expressions taut, their eyes darting toward the compound. The guard didn't recognize any of them. Hello, visitors must register, he said politely. Who are you here to see? The driver paused, surprised that the guard at this compound was so diligent. Usually in high-end neighborhoods like this the guards would wave luxury cars right through without bothering to check how many people were inside. A smile plastered on his face, the driver said courteously, hello, I'm here to see a friend who lives here. Which unit? And what's the name? The guard pressed on, holding the registration book with a pen at the ready. The driver was quick on his feet, making up a name on the spot. Mr. 1. The boss lives in Building 2. The guard sneered inwardly. Building 2. He knew every owner in Building 2 by heart. Where on earth was there a Mr. 1? But he didn't show it, simply saying calmly, there's no resident named Wang in Building 2. Are you sure it's Building 2? Then maybe it's Building 3, the driver corrected himself. I don't quite remember, I'll recognize it when I get to the building. Call your friend and have him come down to get you, or at least give you the apartment number. The guard remained unmoved, tapping his pen on the book. Without confirmation from the owner I can't let you in. The driver frowned. Why was this little guard so stubborn? How much did he make a month? Was the property manager his father? He cursed inwardly but kept a smile on his face. Brother, my friend's in a meeting and isn't answering. Can you cut me some slack? They'll just wait inside for a bit, park for a while and won't go far. With that he pulled out a pack of 95 Supreme cigarettes and offered it through the window. What's your surname?
I'll have Mr. Wang thank you in person later. The guard glanced at the pack, worth 99 yuan a pack. He shook his head and didn't take it. No entry without registration. You can wait at the gate for him to come out and get you. Damn, where did this clueless guard come from? The driver's smile faltered. How about I park the car outside and just walk in? Just walk in, no trouble. Sorry, neither people nor vehicles can enter. It's the rule, not personal, the guard said, still with that unyielding expression, standing straight as a ramrod. The driver curled his lip, took back the cigarettes and stuffed them in his pocket. Truly, the devil is easier to deal with than the petty demon. He turned the car around, parked the Cayenne by the roadside and pulled out his phone to call Mo Linyuan's assistant. Hello, assistant. There's a bit of trouble. The compound guard won't let us in without the owner's confirmation. We can't get through. There was a silence on the other end of the line, then the assistant's voice came through. Got it. Pull back for now, don't linger and attract attention. I'll check with President Mo. Understood. The driver hung up, glanced in the rearview mirror at the guard still standing at the booth, clicked his tongue, started the engine and slowly drove away. In the evening, the setting sun painted the skyline a soft orangered. Father Lu and Mother Lu returned. The family reunion went more smoothly than Lu Jingxiu had anticipated. The moment Mother Lu saw Lu Na, her eyes reddened. She walked over, took her hand, looked her up and down several times, then gently hugged her, saying, "It's good that you're back." Father Lu stood nearby, his expression complex but his gaze warm. He patted Lu Na on the shoulder and said, "From now on this is your home." To Lu Jingxiu's surprise, Su Na also sent Father and Mother Lu a long apology text message. Its content was similar to what she had sent Lu Jingxiu, sincere in tone without shirking responsibility, and she even included her new bank card number, saying she would repay the money monthly from now on. Father Lu was silent for a long time after reading the message. Mother Lu sighed, her eyes reddening again. Neither Lu Jingxiu nor Lu Na wanted to pursue the matter further. Father and Mother Lu exchanged a glance and ultimately decided not to press on. Some things, when pursued to the end, only make everyone feel worse. Since both children had chosen to let go as parents, they had no choice but to follow suit. Still, forgiveness was one thing, but the affection remained. Mother Lu took Lu Na into the room, saying she wanted to take her measurements and buy her some new clothes the next day. Lu Na was a bit uneasy but didn't refuse, obediently following her inside. Only Lu Feng and his son remained in the living room. "Dad, these are some illegal documents from the Mo group." Lu Jingxiu took the materials Chu Jin had given him and handed them to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the documents, put on his reading glasses and sat on the sofa in the study to read them. After what had happened that evening, he wasn't in a good mood. But he forced himself to concentrate, turning page after page. Like Lu Jingxiu, the more he read the more shocked he became. The Mo group's offenses were no longer ordinary corporate misconduct, they were dancing back and forth on the legal red line, even spitting on it. Any one of these items alone would be enough to file a case, yet the Mo group had managed to assemble a full set, abundant and generous, as if they feared the judicial authorities would have no achievements to report at the year-end evaluation. But correspondingly, after handling it, this would also be a very substantial trophy for him. After finishing the last page, Lu Feng placed the documents on the coffee table, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. An enemy had emerged. And it was more reckless and unscrupulous than he had imagined. The materials were very detailed, but they still needed verification. The evidence had to be passed through and the leads had to be handed to the right people. With this, he didn't need to get involved personally. He only needed to ensure the right people stepped in, that the materials reached the right hands, and then sit back and watch the show. "Alright, I'll verify it." Lu Feng opened his eyes and looked at Lu Jingxiu, a hint of approval in his tone. "You did well." Over the next few days, the special rectification team began to move quietly. Their actions were small but precise. People were summoned for talks, others were transferred, and things that the Mo group had previously covered up tightly were leaked to the media bit by bit, day after day, for public exposure. Like peeling an onion layer by layer, it brought tears to the eyes. Of course, the ones crying were the Mo group's shareholders and investors. The Mo group's stock price began to fall, and their long-cultivated connections within the government were being systematically purged by the disciplinary inspection, like pulling radishes one after another, root and soil included. At the Mo group headquarters in the top-floor office, President Mo, the forces behind Lu Jingxiu have made their move, the assistant said, cautiously standing before the desk. Mo Linyuan sat behind the desk holding a report from the marketing department. Several government projects under negotiation had been notified of suspension. He tossed the materials casually onto the table. The paper report slid a short distance before bumping into a penholder and stopping. "I told you to bring him to me. Where is he?" He unbuttoned the top button of his shirt and tugged at his tie, exuding an irrepressible restlessness and malice. It made him look cool and menacing. "That kid has been commuting between the compound and school, always on main roads with heavy traffic." The assistant swallowed hard, forcing himself to report. "And his car is bulletproof. We don't have the right tools to ambush him on the road."
The security at the compound is especially tight, our people can't even get past the gate. Mo Linyuan stood up, pacing irritably to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was the bustling skyline of Bashi City, the sunlight perfect, but his face reflected in the glass was shadowed and uncertain. His company was being slowly eroded, his people taken away one by one, and yet he couldn't even meet his opponent face-to-face. Then his face froze. A fleet of police cars with flashing redan blue lights and black assault vehicles was turning off the main road. The police cars stopped at the building entrance, doors swung open and a large number of uniformed officers and special forces in black tactical gear poured out. They moved swiftly and methodically, all exits were secured, cordons were set up, and even the underground garage entrance was guarded by 2 men. Then a large contingent of police charged into the building. The alternating redan blue lights flickered across the building's glass curtain wall, creating a scene more spectacular than any movie. Police. Why were the police here? Who were they after? Mo Linyuan's heart clenched, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Have the security stop those police. Mo Linyuan spun around, his voice losing control. Don't let them up no matter what. The assistant's heart pounded violently. He hurried to the window and looked down. The rows of flashing redan blue lights choked the rest of his words back down his throat. He fumbled for his phone, fingers trembling, and dialed the security captain's number. Captain Liu. President Mo orders you to stop the police. Don't let them up. Roger that. The security captain's calm voice came through the walkie-talkie. Captain Liu put down the phone, took a deep breath, grabbed the radio hanging from his shoulder, and shouted across all channels, everyone assemble in the first-floor lobby. Stop the police. Roger. Copy that. Voices responded one after another through the earpiece. Then one by one bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses rushed from all corners of the building toward the first-floor lobby. The sound of leather shoes on the marble floor created a dense clatter, a scene as concentrated as a gathering shot from a gangster movie. Mo Linyuan walked over to the computer connected to the surveillance system and took a few deep breaths. These security guards were professionals he had hired at great expense, each with some sort of criminal record. Only he, Mo Linyuan, dared to take them and pay them high salaries, provide them with accommodation, transforming them from street thugs into office security personnel. Their loyalty was reliable. These men knew very well that leaving the Mo group meant either returning to the streets as thugs or rotting in a cell until death. So they would fight tooth and nail to stop the police, because they weren't just stopping the cops, they were protecting their livelihoods and their freedom. Hongjian stepped down from the command vehicle and cast a glance at the towering skyscraper that pierced the clouds. He straightened the collar of his police uniform and strode purposefully toward the main entrance. Flanked by over 20 criminal investigators, the walkie-talkie crackled with reports from various units, calm and succinct. The east gate is secured. The west gate is secured. The underground garage is under control. The back gate is sealed. The counter-terrorism assault brigade is on standby. The traffic police detachment has completed the outer perimeter lockdown. The Minghai Sub-Bureau reinforcements are in position and maintaining outer vigilance. Hongjian listened with an impassive expression, his steps unwavering. He was dressed in a crisp police uniform today, with silver olive branches and 2 four-pointed stars on his epaulets gleaming brilliantly under the lobby lights. Beneath the outer coat of the uniform, the outline of a bulletproof vest was faintly visible. At his waist, the holster for his pistol was securely fastened, and he held a walkie-talkie in his hand. This operation was conducted at the highest level of protection for everyone involved. Led by the provincial department and coordinated between the city and district levels, the scale of this operation was something he had rarely witnessed in his decades-long career in public security. The several officers accompanying him were of a similar age, all in their 40s, and even wore the same white shirts, the only difference being that their epaulets bore just a single 4-pointed star. They were the deputy director of the city bureau in charge of criminal investigation and special police and the chief of the district public security bureau. The deputy chief of the provincial criminal investigation division had also arrived, clad in the same white shirt, standing beside Hongjian with an equally stern expression. With the provincial department leading the charge, the city bureau's operations proved highly efficient. In less than 3 days they had identified Lilan, the assistant to the president of the Mo group. This individual was the mastermind behind illegally querying the family information of city leaders, summoning dozens of people to smash cars at the entrance of the Polytechnic University, being involved in multiple disappearance cases, and bribing several police officers. As a foreign enterprise, the Mo group was a colossal conglomerate. How could Lilan, merely an assistant to the president, dare to orchestrate so many misdeeds? Even a fool could deduce that the true mastermind was Mo Linyuan, the president of the Mo group. However, for now all evidence pointed to Lilan. Thus Hongjian decided to take this assistant into custody, first with interrogation experts from both the provincial and city bureaus working in shifts. They were confident of extracting information. Meanwhile, the Mo group had been designated as the first key target of the Special Task Force for Eliminating Organized Crime and Local Protectionism, recently established by the Municipal Party Committee. Lu Feng had specifically emphasized that this special task force had already been discussed with Provincial Party Secretary Zhang, and no matter the backers or protective umbrellas behind the target, they would all be dismantled. Therefore, for this major case, Hong Zhan decided to take personal charge. To demonstrate support for the city bureau's operation, even the deputy chief of the Provincial Criminal Investigation Division accompanied Hong Zhan to the front line. With both senior leaders present, the city bureau's other deputy directors in charge of criminal investigation and special police had no choice but to join as well. This was the first visit. The next time he would return, but then the target would no longer be just an assistant. The entourage entered the lobby. Four security guards in black suits stood before the turnstiles, standing rigidly with tense expressions. "Sir, you cannot enter." The foremost guard extended his hand, his tone assertive. The leading criminal investigation brigade chief stepped forward with his men, flashing his badge. "We are from the City Public Security Bureau, carrying out official duties. Please step aside." Hong Zhan stood behind, observing the scene coldly. At that moment, as if receiving some message through his earpiece, the guard suddenly grew defiant, his voice rising several notches. "Sorry, without an appointment no one gets in, that's the rule." The four guards spread out in a line, blocking the officers. Hong Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly. An operation led by the provincial department wouldn't leak information. Their sudden audacity meant the command level upstairs had just issued a firm order. According to the Public Security Administration punishments law, obstructing law enforcement officers in the performance of their duties can result in detention. The Criminal Investigation Brigade chief stepped forward, his voice booming. "This is your first warning. Now step aside." Yet the four guards remained silent, blocking the turnstiles without moving. "Second warning. Step aside." The brigade chief reached out to push forward, leading his officers to enter. "Even if you're police, you can't force your way into MO group." The four guards simultaneously exerted force, their hands firmly pressing against the brigade chief's shoulders and chest, shoving him back. The screech of leather shoes scraping against the floor echoed sharply as several officers stumbled backwards several steps before regaining their balance. "Don't touch me. You're assaulting police." The criminal investigation chief and a few officers slapped away the guards' hands. Hong Zhan watched the scene coldly and commanded, "Remove the obstruction and take them away according to the law." No matter how stubbornly the MO group resisted, this operation was a joint effort of the provincial, city and district public security systems. Whatever backers they had, they were done for this time. "Yes, sir." The moment the command was given, over a dozen officers rushed forward from behind Hong Zhan. Without hesitation or confrontation, they acted directly. Before the four guards could react, they were tackled to the ground, their faces pressed against the marble floor with a dull thud. "Move aside. You can't go in." The guards struggled and roared on the ground, but each was pinned down by 3 or 4 officers, their wrists twisted behind their backs, and with a click handcuffs were locked tight. Hong Zhan didn't spare them a glance, leading the team through the turnstiles toward the elevators. The rapid clatter of leather shoes on the floor echoed through the lobby. Ding! At that moment 6 elevators arrived at the ground floor simultaneously. The metal doors slid open, slowly revealing the crowded figures inside. All were dressed in black suits and sunglasses with MO group badges pinned to their chests. They surged out of the elevators holding batons across their chests and lined up in a solid formation, completely blocking the passage. More security guards streamed out from the fire escapes, quickly amassing over 30 people, a dark and oppressive wall that packed the entire elevator area to capacity. "No matter who you are, you can't just barge into MO group." The security captain removed his sunglasses, a cold smirk curling on his lips, his eyes brimming with a provocative, "What are you going to do about it? Do you have any idea what you're doing?" The Criminal Investigation Brigade chief's face turned ashen. This was a first for him. No, it was the first time he had encountered such a level of violent obstruction of the law. He could never have imagined a company so audacious. In broad daylight in a high-end downtown office building, gathering dozens of people to block police enforcement. This wasn't just ordinary obstruction, it was a blatant challenge to the entire public security system. The two sides faced off less than 3 meters apart, one a human wall of black suits, the other a line of navy blue uniforms. Police lights streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting alternating red and blue shadows between the two groups. Hong Zhan and the deputy head of criminal investigation from the Provincial Public Security Department instantly turned pale. Several senior municipal police leaders standing beside them wore equally grave expressions. Having served as police officers for decades, they had never before witnessed such reckless defiance of the law. This was no longer mere security personnel, it was organized violent resistance to lawful authority. What kind of organization? A mafia-like syndicate. Indeed, dressed in black suits, acting under unified command, equipped with police-grade batons and openly confronting law enforcement, these elements collectively met the legal criteria for defining a criminal syndicate. Hong Zhan had never imagined that right beneath his very eyes, and in Baishur City's most prosperous district, a gang of organized criminals had taken root. Worse still, these men behaved with brazen impunity, blocking police officers as casually as one might intercept a food delivery rider.
What surreal realism was this?
Today's operation was being monitored live by Director Xue of the Provincial Command Center and also by members of Baishur City's party committee and municipal government.
And what of this criminal syndicate?
First they infiltrated police ranks to investigate the families of city-level officials, then multiple illegal cases and several fatalities came to light. Now they abandoned all pretense, escalating to open violent confrontation with the police. Did they believe death would come too slowly, or did they genuinely fancy Baishur's prison cuisine enough to sample it firsthand?
Hong Zhan's expression grew steadily colder. What exactly were they doing?
Disregarding the Baishur Municipal Police and disregarding Hong Zhan himself. Mo Lin Yuan, CEO of the Mo Group, did he truly believe the police lacked the power to act against him? Or did he simply wish to witness with his own eyes whether they dared lay a hand on him? Very well, today he would see precisely that. Hong Zhan seized his radio. His voice taut with suppressed fury. Anti-riot units 4, 5 and 6, mobilize immediately. I expect your vehicles on site within 10 minutes.
Silence crackled over the radio for several seconds as the order sank in. Mobilize all units. Was this a building demolition or a full-scale insurrection? Click. Understood.
Hong Zhan lowered the radio and swept his gaze across the hall. In a corner, an employee of the Mo Group quietly raised his phone, aiming its lens at the tense standoff line at the center. His colleague tugged gently at his sleeve and whispered, "Put it away, don't draw attention."
Why fear? This is major news.
The employee murmured, low fingers flying across his screen. I've already drafted the headline. Baishur Police Raid Mo Group Headquarters, real-life crime drama unfolds live.
Are you insane? If President Mo finds out you posted this, you'll be packing your desk tomorrow.
Who cares?
This company won't last much longer anyway.
Hong Zhan surveyed the grand lobby. 30-odd black-suited security guards stood shoulder to shoulder in a dense, ominous wall, batons gleaming in their hands, restless, aggressive, ready to move. On his side stood only 20-odd detectives and uniformed officers, each poised like warriors on the brink of battle, hands resting tensely atop their holstered weapons. Even with tactical advantage, the numerical disparity meant injuries were inevitable if violence erupted. Hong Zhan drew a slow, deep breath, suppressing the surging tide of rage within. He would soon discover just how far the Mo Group dared to flout the law and how deeply it believed itself untouchable.
What audacity then empowered them to challenge the entire public security apparatus? Hidden.
Special police assault teams deploy 2 squads inside the building for perimeter security. Assault team acknowledges.
Outside Mo Tower, the special police commander pressed his radio. All squads, disembark immediately. Squads 1 and 2 enter through the main entrance. Deploy in a fan formation. Assume low-profile readiness upon arrival.
No firearms discharge without explicit command. Remaining squads maintain outer perimeter vigilance. Repeat, no discharge without explicit command. Instantly, special police officers leapt from 2 armored riot vehicles, dispersing in coordinated squads toward the tower. The commander himself led 8 officers armed with submachine guns, sprinting swiftly through the main entrance.
Upon entering the atrium, he froze for half a second. Damn, so many.
The scene surpassed even his darkest expectations. Over 30 black-suited guards formed a solid human barricade, batons glinting coldly, locked in tense confrontation with 24 police officers. In his decade-long career he'd seen violent resistance, but never anything remotely like this. With a sharp gesture he signaled his team. 8 officers fanned out instantly, pair by pair, forming a wide arc, their weapon muzzles deliberately angled downward, aimed at the floor directly before the black-clad guards.
It was a warning and a calculated display of dominance. Only then did the commander swallow, hard eyes alight with adrenaline-fueled intensity. Well, now he thought the director sent us in expecting violent resistance, but this is beyond imagination. This was no longer mere resistance, it was armed standoff, a living case study, a unsanadicate law enforcement spectacle. He approached Hong Zhan and murmured, "Director, I recommend deploying all remaining external forces immediately. The situation remains temporarily stable, but greater numbers ensure greater control." Hong Zhan gave a slight nod. "Bring in all remaining external units. The anti-riot units will arrive shortly, hold the line until then." Understood.
A flicker of fierce excitement crossed the commander's lips as he keyed his radio. All squads, remaining perimeter units, enter the main entrance immediately.
Establish dual-layer containment with the advance team. Repeat, all units enter immediately.
Moments later, another dozen special police officers entered the atrium, weapons drawn, some crouching, others standing, muzzles uniformly lowered toward the guards' feet, forming a second tighter containment ring.
The atmosphere in the hall tightened palpably.
On one side stood 30 black-clad figures, on the other 40 to 50 fully armed police and special officers, separated by less than 5 meters. The security captain, positioned behind the human wall, no longer smirked. His face had frozen into rigid disbelief.
This script isn't supposed to go like this. He'd intended to seize this moment to humiliate the officers, to prove unequivocally who ruled the Mo Group's domain.
His plan had been simple: 30 men standing firm would deter any forced entry. The police would merely stand off, then retreat in disgrace. Instead, the officers deployed special forces without hesitation, submachine guns leveled, muzzles trained with chilling precision on their feet. How could this possibly continue? He glanced back at his 30-odd men, their batons suddenly resembling little more than firewood in the face of automatic weaponry. Time ticked forward, silent and heavy. In his office, Mo Linyuan stared grimly at the surveillance feed. They were here for him. He couldn't fathom where he'd slipped up, or what background this Lu Jingxiu truly possessed. A mere university student, how could he mobilize so many officers encircling Mo Tower like a fortress? This transcended ordinary influence. This was nothing short of dimensional warfare. Assistant Li Lan stood beside him, sweat tracing paths down her temples, breath held tight. Tell the security team, Mo Linyuan commanded coldly, voice edged with raw menace, not a single officer enters this building. Hold the entrance. Let us see whether they dare breach it, with 30 men watching. Assistant Li Lan trembled. Yes, sir. Mo Linyuan picked up the phone and dialed high-level provincial contacts. His word was law, his will absolute. Who was Mo Linyuan? The world's wealthiest man, master of both light and shadow, his network spanning gangsters, government advisors and officials across every echelon. He refused to believe police would storm his tower while 30 armed guards bore witness. Officers feared exposure, dreaded public scrutiny, dreaded escalation above all. If he held firm until provincial intervention arrived, the uniformed officers would withdraw obedient and silent. He would not yield, negotiate or cooperate. Preposterous. He was Mo Linyuan. He strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the flashing blue lights below, and curled his lips into a frostbitten smile. Then let us see who breaks first. Reporting 4th Riot Control Unit, all personnel present. 5th Riot Control Unit, all personnel present. 6th Riot Control Unit, all personnel present. One by one the riot control vehicles passed through the checkpoints set up by the traffic police in advance, turning off the main road. Their wheels rolled over the speed bumps, producing a dull clattering sound. The doors swung open and riot police officers leaped from the vehicles, holding anti-riot shields with steel forks and long batons hanging from their waists, helmets on their heads and stab-proof vests and black combat uniforms on their bodies. Once on the ground, everyone quickly formed ranks and under the lead of their captains charged toward the main entrance of the building. Heavy dense footsteps echoed from outside the building, growing louder and closer. Shield bearers, steel fork handlers and long baton wielders filed in, spreading out immediately upon entering the lobby. The shield bearers swiftly formed a horizontal blocking formation, creating 2 lines. The front row shield bearers knelt into position with the shield bases on the ground and the tops at chest height, forming a stable protective foundation. The rear row shield bearers stood, their shields overlapping with those in front, layer upon layer, leaving no gaps. The steel fork handlers and baton wielders stood behind the shield bearers in groups of 3, staring at the security guards opposite through the gaps in the shields. The security guards looked at the oppressive wall of shields, at the rows of expressionless faces beneath the riot helmets behind them, and several of them felt their legs go weak. This spectacle was far too grand. They had thought they would at most confront some regular police officers, never expecting to face armed SWAT first, followed by riot police. Who could stand up to riot police while under the threat of SWAT guns? They were security guards, not rioters, and all they had were some makeshift clubs. What's more, these police officers all had a glint of excitement in their eyes. No doubt they saw this as a bounty. Hong Zhan stepped forward and took a megaphone from a nearby officer. Then his voice drowned out all the noise. We are the Boss City Police. Li Lan of the Mo Corporation is suspected of organizing and leading a mafia-style criminal organization, intentional assault, bribery, illegal access to citizen information and endangering national security. This is my final warning. Drop your weapons immediately and cooperate with the police. The security guards of the Mo Corporation exchanged glances at the long list of charges. Several people at the back were already stealthily edging away. The security chief stood at the front, his forehead beading with fine sweat. He knew very well that if Boss Missouri was caught, he would be finished. Over the years he had handled several murder cases for the Mo Corporation, from burying bodies to silencing witnesses. Every step had gone through him. Cooperate with the police. After cooperating, he would face life behind bars. He couldn't back down, he couldn't afford to. 3. Hong Zhan began the countdown, his voice crisp and emotionless. The last few security guards at the back slowly stepped aside. 2. The frontline security guards began to tremble, their batons wavering in their hands as they took half a step back. Don't retreat. Stop them, the security chief shouted forcefully. You know what Boss Missouri is capable of. They wouldn't dare to act. Hong Zhan shook his head, lowered the megaphone and shouted, move in. The riot control captain immediately ordered all units advance, maintain formation. No sooner had the words fallen than the shield bearers began a slow advance. Their boots struck the marble floor in unison and the shields clashed against each other with a dull thud. The security chief's face hardened. On a narrow path the brave prevail, brothers. Fight. He let out a roar and with several guards lunged forward. Yet just as they were about to reach the shield wall, it suddenly split open in several places and steel forks emerged from the gaps. They precisely locked onto the calves, thighs or waists of the frontline security guards, clicking shut and then yanked backward with force. The caught guards, caught off guard, lost their balance and fell flat on their backs. Simultaneously the shield bearers advanced quickly, slamming the shield faces into the upper bodies of the security guards, pressing those who struggled directly onto the floor.
Ah! Cries of agony rose and fell.
One by one the frontline security guards toppled over and the shield bearers pressed down with their shields firmly controlling the targets on the ground. The arrest team at the rear immediately rushed out from the gaps in the shield wall, twisting wrists and pressing shoulders. With a series of clicks, handcuffs were locked on and the detainees were dragged out of the formation and handed over to the waiting police officers at the back. The entire process was swift and practiced, from the forks deployment to control and removal. In less than half a minute the 5 or 6 security guards who had charged to the front vanished behind the shields, including the security chief. He had managed to swing his baton twice, striking the shields with a loud bang, but the shields remained unmoved. Then a steel fork locked onto his knee. The cost was that the shield bearer slammed the shield into his face with all their might, causing his nose to bleed profusely. He was then handcuffed and taken away. The remaining security guards looked at the slowly advancing riot shield wall, then at their colleagues who had already disappeared, and then at the batons in their own hands. Fighting riot shields with batons. What a joke. Someone made a snap decision, threw their baton to the ground and crouched down with their hands on their head. I surrender. I surrender. With one taking the lead, a chain reaction followed. Batons clattered to the floor in rapid succession and over 20 security guards crouched down in unison, hands clasped behind their heads, movements practiced. These people had likely had similar experiences before becoming security guards. Seeing the enemy's morale shattered, the riot police no longer maintained their formation. They advanced quickly in groups of 3, subduing, handcuffing and removing the crouching security guards one by one. Stay still. How dare you? Over there against the wall, crouch down. Don't look up. The lobby echoed with the clicking of handcuffs and the brief reprimands of the officers. Thus the farce ended. The Criminal Investigation Branch chief, seeing this, led several officers past the somewhat chaotic arrest scene and strode quickly toward the elevator. Hong Zhan and several other leaders stood in the center of the lobby with their hands behind their backs. He didn't follow. His task now was to ensure order at the scene and the safe transport of the suspects. The deputy chief of the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team glanced at his watch and muttered something, to which Hong Zhan gave a slight nod. In the CEO's office, Mo Lingyuan stared at the surveillance screen, watching his army of black-suited security guards being crushed by the riot shield formation, watching the security chief being hooked by a steel fork and dragged behind the shield wall, disappearing from sight. He took a deep breath. Today might not be the best time for a heathen confrontation. The premise of a heathen confrontation was having the capital to do so, but from the surveillance footage his capital was being pinned down and handcuffed one by one. He stood up, adjusted his suit collar unhurriedly. Then he said to his assistant Li Lan, I'm leaving first. You stay and cooperate with the police. Li Lan's face turned ashen in an instant. Cooperate? Cooperate with what? With over a dozen charges stacked up from top to bottom, he was supposed to cooperate. This was a capital offense. But Mo Lingyuan was no longer looking at him. He turned and pushed open the office door, striding quickly toward the freight elevator at the end of the corridor. The freight elevator descended, the floor numbers on the digital display dropping one by one. Mo Lingyuan stood inside, straightening his tie against the reflective metal wall, his mind racing through his next moves. First leave the building, go to the safe house, then contact his connections in the province to suppress this matter. He still had several accounts abroad. If necessary, he could just leave the country. Of course that Lu Jingxiu had to die or he wouldn't be able to swallow this anger. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. The person on the other end spoke in a low voice with some background noise. Hello, this is Mo Lingyuan. He held the phone to his ear, his tone icy. Boss. The subordinate on the other end was clearly taken aback, obviously not expecting the boss to contact someone at their level personally. Usually messages were relayed through the assistant. They had only heard the boss voice in annual meeting videos. Gather everyone, take all the weapons. Mo Lingyuan's voice carried a hint of brutality. No matter what, you must capture Lu Jingxiu for me today. Alive or dead, I don't care. I just want results. But boss, that residential area of his. The subordinate hesitated. Just break in directly. I'll clean it up for you afterward. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Yes, boss. Mo Lingyuan hung up the phone and tucked it back into his suit's inner pocket. The elevator numbers reached B2 and the doors slid open slowly. A slight cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Lu Jingxiu, you think you've won? I was just playing with you before. Now let me show you what it truly means to have influence on both sides of the law.